Chapter 1. Bringing the Frigid Goddess Home. Title page. Free storage for the mind. Another payday has arrived. Base salary $2,500, attendance bonus $100, seniority bonus deductibles, meal allowances, fines. Holding the long pay slip in his hand, Zhang Hao could scarcely muster the energy to scrutinize each item. His gaze darted straight to the bottom line. Net salary $3,000. Indeed, not a penny more or less he had anticipated this. Why not just give it directly? Why all this fuss? Isn't it exhausting? After a lackluster day, Zhang Hao returned to his rental apartment, weary from the grind. He prepared the last packet of instant noodles and took out his phone to settle various bills. Rent, utilities, online shopping expenses, takeout orders. With merely 50 yuan remaining, he glanced at his phone's balance and scoffed. Progress at last. I'm no longer living paycheck to paycheck. Though the math didn't quite add up, who would want to offer a little self-comfort to their weary spirit? After finishing his noodles, Zhang Hao reclined on his bed and, as usual, mindlessly scrolled through his phone. This was his sole form of entertainment outside of work. What can he say? His pockets were empty, and circumstances were unforgiving. Perhaps he should purchase another box of noodles, otherwise he would face a food shortage. He stumbled upon a live broadcast about instant noodles. For just 79 yuan, take home a box of nutritionally rich instant noodles that will leave you craving more. Zhang Hao couldn't help but scoff internally. This guy's amusing. How can a few packets of noodles be so expensive and nutritionally rich? Craving more? Really? As expected, the overwhelming majority of viewers echoed Zhang Hao's sentiments, lambasting the host for the exorbitant prices. The host, noticing the chorus of complaints, rolled his eyes and retorted. Such fine noodles, and you think 79 yuan is too much? Perhaps you should reflect on your low salary and consider whether you've been working hard enough. To hell with you. Zhang Hao couldn't restrain himself from cursing, promptly shutting off the live stream and searching online. White Elephant Mother Chicken Soup Signature Pork Bone Combo 10 bags for 28.9 yuan. This will do. After all the deliberation, White Elephant was undeniably the tastiest of brand of integrity. Having made his selection, Zhang Hao pressed the payment button and unknowingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, the object of his secret affection raised her glass and gently spoke. Zhang Hao, I've known all along. I've been patiently waiting, yet you never confess. Am I to be the one to take the initiative? Goodness. So that was it. In his excitement, Zhang Hao took the hand of the aloof goddess and led her into his room. Ilariti and Sua. Just as the frigid goddess began to remove her lingerie, Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sharp cramp. Oh no! With a sudden exertion of effort, he sprang up and dashed to the bathroom, phone in hand. As he swung the door open, a blinding light forced him to squint. Where was he? After a moment's adjustment, he found himself standing at the entrance of a mud brick house, surrounded by scattered weeds, the path muddy. Not far away, countless individuals toiled in the fields. Lowering his head, Zhang Hao discovered that he was clad in a tattered long robe, with his cloth shoes sporting a gaping hole through which his large toe peeked out. Surely, he must still be dreaming. Just moments ago, he was about to revel in the company of a stunning goddess, yet he was abruptly thrust into this unexpected scenario. What a dampener! Zhang Hao pinched his arm vigorously in an attempt to awaken from this odd reverie. Ouch! That hurts! He exclaimed, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Zhang Hao, you've slept through the afternoon again. If you don't tend to your fields, they will surely lie fallow, a voice suddenly called out. Turning his gaze, Zhang Hao beheld a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire. The pain still lingered. This was no dream. But where was he? What was the meaning of this garb? And who was this man? Had he somehow traversed time? A shiver ran down his spine as he realized his phone was still clutched in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he unlocked it. Year of the Wood Horse, month of the Earth Horse, day of the Metal Rat, hour of the noon, partly cloudy, 25C. What on earth is this? Why is the time recorded in such a format? In his bewilderment, Zhang Hao opened a delivery app, noticing that the instant noodles he had ordered were already en route. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the middle-aged man spoke again. A government official has arrived in the county, just at the village entrance, accompanied by many young women. They say it is to boost the population, and eligible men must select a woman to marry. If you don't hurry, all the good ones will be taken. With that, the man hurried toward the village entrance. An official? Marriage? If I truly have traveled back in time, could this ancient era be so favorable? They are even providing brides. Well, considering that even a toy costs a hefty sum, one should not pass up a free opportunity. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Hao hastened after the man toward the village entrance. It turned out that the Daxia kingdom had been embroiled in years of warfare against northern nomadic tribes, resulting in a declining population. The state, taxing its citizens based on numbers, found the dwindling populace concerning. In response to the diminishing tax base, the emperor issued a decree mandating that all commoners men aged 20 and women aged 15 must marry and establish families, or face the dire consequence of being relegated to servitude and sold at the pawn shop. With productivity low and taxes burdensome, survival for the common folk had become a struggle. To evade excessive taxation, many villagers misreported the ages of their sons, while daughters were often concealed from the records. Faced with the daunting task of meeting quotas, the county magistrate dispatched officials to gather unmarried women in the village, forcibly distributing them among seemingly mature men. Those who resisted were summarily handed over to the pawn shop for punishment. Seeing no way to escape their fate, villagers flocked to the entrance, eager to secure a diligent bride in hopes of alleviating their familial burdens. By the time Zhang Hao arrived at the village entrance, most had already made their selections and stood off to the side, observing the spectacle. "Zhang Hao, why are you so late? Hurry and choose one to take home." An elderly man with a white beard beckoned him, tugging at his hand toward the official. "Zhang Hao, is it? According to the records, you are already 20 years old, well past the age for marriage. There are only a few left. Choose quickly, or you might find yourself sold to the pawn shop for a taste of reality." A man in official garb called out upon noticing him. Zhang Hao glanced around at the crowd, noticing that each young man was accompanied by a woman, presumably chosen with care. What discerning taste do these people possess? Why do they all select such unappealing, robust women? Zhang Hao couldn't help but murmur to himself. "Focus on your choice and make haste." An elderly man, overhearing Zhang Hao's mutterings, urged him. Realizing the urgency, Zhang Hao followed the elder's direction and stepped behind the official to take a look. 3 women stood side by side with their heads bowed. Zhang Hao approached them for a closer examination. The 2 on the left were indescribably unattractive, with dark skin and plump figures. To the right, however, this one is intriguing. Despite the dirt clinging to her toes visible through her tattered shoes, she must be a delicate beauty. A gust of wind swept through, causing her oversized, worn-out garments to flap around her slender form. "Lift your head, so I may see you," Zhang Hao commanded. As the girl slowly raised her head, Zhang Hao's heart raced in astonishment. Isn't this the aloof goddess I have long admired? The resemblance is uncanny. The aloof goddess was renowned as the most beautiful girl in Zhang Hao's company. With countless suitors vying for her attention, she had become accustomed to being revered from afar. Over time, she had grown indifferent to many, speaking little even to Zhang Hao. He dreamt of being her boyfriend, yet his meager salary of 3,000 yuan a month and his impoverished background rendered him too timid to approach her, leading him to privately bestow upon her the moniker of aloof goddess. She frequently appeared in his dreams, yet he always faltered at crucial moments. "Why, with such delicate features, have you not been chosen? Is there something wrong with you?" Zhang Hao suppressed his excitement and quietly inquired. Before the girl could respond, a corpulent woman beside her interjected. "She is so frail, marrying her would only waste food. Choose me instead. I possess strength, can handle any labor, and can bear you many children." Goodness, how forthright! Little did Zhang Hao know that the women who remained unselected would be sent to the military to serve as camp followers. It was well known that soldiers of ancient times were fierce, and who could withstand their advances? While marrying a farmer may be arduous, it was infinitely preferable to living the life of a camp follower. Before Zhang Hao could reply, the slender girl suddenly knelt, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, noble sir, choose me. I'm not ill though I may lack their strength. I can still perform many tasks." "Oh, pray tell, what tasks can you accomplish?" Zhang Hao, intrigued, inquired softly. "I can chop wood, cook, sweep, and do laundry. I am capable of all household chores. I can also massage my husband's shoulders, help him unwind, and wash his feet," she hurriedly responded. "I can even play some musical instruments and sing," she added, seeing that Zhang Hao remained silent. "What?" Zhang Hao, suppressing his inner excitement, spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, splendid. Then come with me." "Yes." Thank you, young master. The young woman, witnessing Zhang Hao's choice, beamed with delight and responded with a radiant smile. Oh my! The sight of that ethereal beauty smiling at him nearly melted Zhang Hao's heart. In the past, if the aloof goddess had smiled at him like that, he would have willingly accepted being called Zhang Hao's father. Zhang Hao, have you truly contemplated this? I observe this delicate young lady is rather frail. She may not be of much assistance with farm work. Given your own laziness, how will you manage in the future? Chapter 2. Divine Delicacies. Zhang Hao was taken aback, pondering who had the right to dictate his choice of a wife. Thank you for your concern, but I am quite fond of this lady. As he spoke, Zhang Hao completed the necessary formalities with the official and hurried home with the woman by his side. By the way, what is your name? He inquired, his heart brimming with joy. In response to the young master, my surname is Song, and my name is Kursin. She replied, Song Kursin, a beautiful name. I am Zhang Hao. Since you are now my woman, you shall no longer address me in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Song Kursin was momentarily taken aback and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly responded, Yes, my lord. The term my lord sent a jolt through Zhang Hao. It was worth noting that before his unexpected journey to this world, he had never even managed to secure a girlfriend, let alone a wife. As they ran back home, Zhang Hao opened the gate and looked around. The yard was overgrown with weeds. The earthen walls, eroded by the relentless rains, had become jagged and uneven, with the weeds surpassing them in height in several places. The low earthen house required him to bend down to enter, and the thatched roof appeared disheveled and dilapidated due to neglect. Previously, in his haste, Zhang Hao had not taken the time to observe the yard closely. But upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he remarked, This place is indeed lacking. I fear I may impose upon you as my wife. To be the primary wife of my lord is already a stroke of fortune for me. Though the house is in disrepair, with some repairs, it can still be quite pleasant, Song Kursin replied as she approached the wall to retrieve a rusty sickle. Please, my lord, rest in your room while I clear the weeds from the yard and prepare a meal for you. With that, she swiftly set to work, wielding the sickle with remarkable speed. Zhang Hao made no attempt to stop her and walked directly into the house. The room was both small and dark, a stark contrast to the modern apartments he was accustomed to, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Having read numerous time travel novels, his thoughts had always been consumed by how the protagonists thrived using modern knowledge, or by those with extraordinary talents who excelled in the imperial examinations. He had never taken the time to study the manufacturing processes of modern products, often skipping over the methods in web literature to focus solely on the outcomes. As for the imperial examinations, even if he possessed remarkable talent, he had little desire to immerse himself in such tedious knowledge. Reflecting on his school days, he recalled how he struggled to stay focused while reading. The words would dance across the page, evading his grasp. Suddenly, Zhang Hao realized that even in this technologically backward era, he seemed to be a mere useless being. How would he navigate the days to come? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, his phone emitted a notification sound. Having frequently shopped online, Zhang Hao immediately recognized it as a delivery alert. Before he could even unlock his phone, a box of instant noodles materialized from thin air, landing squarely on the rickety wooden table before him, just erupted into the air, causing Zhang Hao to cough involuntarily. Well, isn't this the instant noodles I ordered? He was astonished to discover that even in this strange new world, he could still receive his online purchases. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Hao could no longer contain his excitement and hastily approached to open the cardboard box. Indeed, it was the 10 packs of Baixiang instant noodles he had purchased. Initially, Zhang Hao intended to buy 24 packs, but regrettably, he only had 50 yuan left in his account, which was insufficient. With this newfound ability, could he not acquire modern conveniences to utilize in this ancient era? Would this not lead to his fortune? With this thought, Zhang Hao quickly opened his phone. There was still a connection. All features were operational. However, upon checking his account balance, the smile on his face vanished instantaneously. Alas, he had merely 22 yuan and 10 cents remaining. Unable to go to work, he would certainly not receive any wages. What good was a functional phone without funds? If he could not recharge his account next month, he would be devoid of internet access altogether. What to do? What to do? Huabei. Yes, Huabei. With this thought, Zhang Hao swiftly accessed his phone. Noticing that his 5,000 yuan credit was still valid, and his anxious heart gradually found solace. He would utilize this Huabei for now and ponder solutions later. My dear husband, are we out of rice? Suddenly, a sweet voice called from outside. belonging to Song Kursen. Zhang Hao hurried to the kitchen, which was merely a shed. One end of this kitchen leaned against the only thatched house in the courtyard, while the other was supported by 2 wooden poles, covered with a makeshift roof of assorted grasses. Against the wall of the house, a stove made of earthen bricks was installed, featuring a blackened iron pot, with various worn-out cutting boards and spatulas hanging on the adjacent wall. Beside the stove stood a large water jar, next to which was a smaller jar of similar shape. Song Kursen was squatting by the stove, and upon seeing Zhang Hao approach, she gently remarked, "We have no rice at home, dear husband. I will see if I can borrow some from the neighbors to tide us over." Zhang Hao glanced into the jar and saw a mere 1234 grains of rice. Not even enough for a meal. As Song Kursen prepared to leave, he recalled the instant noodles in their room and immediately suggested, "No need. Let us make do with instant noodles today." With that, Zhang Hao strode back into the room, retrieving 2 packets of noodles to hand to Song Kursen. "What is this?" Seeing the brightly colored and exquisitely packaged items Zhang Hao presented, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhang Hao suddenly realized that people in ancient times had never encountered such a thing, and a wave of superiority washed over him. He declared, "These are instant noodles. Kursen, wait a moment, I will prepare them for you." As he spoke, Zhang Hao fetched water from the jar to pour into the pot. Seeing this, Song Kursen quickly crouched down to start the fire. As Zhang Hao stood by the stove, preparing to tear open the packets, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Song Kursen, who was half squatting by the fire. Her clothing, presumably inherited from her parents, hung loosely on her petite frame, making it appear exceedingly oversized. Zhang Hao felt a sudden warmth in his nose and quickly wiped it, relieved to find it wasn't tea-red. Goodness, did people in ancient times not wear undergarments? Steady yourself. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the force of his emotions was overwhelming, and he found it difficult to suppress them. Fortunately, his robe was ample enough to conceal any indiscretion. "My dear husband, the water is boiling." As Song Kursen observed Zhang Hao standing there in a daze, she gently reminded him, Oh. Zhang Hao finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly tearing open the instant noodle packet and placing the noodles into the pot. In no time, he took a taste, then retrieved 2 worn bowls from the side and served the steaming noodles. After squeezing in the seasoning packet and mixing it well, he handed a bowl to Song Kursen, whispering, "This is all we have. Let us make do with this for now." Song Kursen had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from the noodles, and she could not help but swallow hard. After living for over a decade, this was the first time she had encountered such a delightful scent, and she imagined it must be extraordinarily delicious. Upon receiving the bowl brimming with golden strands, she quickly rubbed her hands on her clothes, took the bowl, and eagerly lifted her chopsticks, savoring several bites. "Husband, what divine delicacy is this? It's simply exquisite." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. The moisture accumulated until her delicate eyelids could no longer withstand the pressure, and tears spilled forth, tracing down her rosy cheeks. Zhang Hao, witnessing this, took a bite from his bowl, staring incredulously at this enchanting young woman before him. "It's not even spicy. Why is she crying?" Chapter 3. Wedding night. Zhang Hao, feeling hungry himself, quickly polished off the noodles in his bowl. Observing this, Song Kursen kindly said, "Husband, you've worked hard. This exquisite meal must be quite precious. Please, have some more. I shall suffice with just the broth." With that, she pushed all the noodles into Zhang Hao's bowl and lifted the remaining noodle soup, savoring it with delight. "Husband, even the broth is so delectable." As she spoke, Song Kursen raised her slender, graceful hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, then flashed Zhang Hao a radiant smile filled with happiness. The evening glow illuminated her joyful face, vibrant like a blooming rose, the corners of her mouth curving upward with sheer bliss. Zhang Hao gazed at Song Kursen's genuine smile, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. What a celestial beauty she is. That sweet smile nearly melts my heart. Watching the tearful yet moved Song Kursen, he gently reached out to wipe away the glistening tears from her eyes. Feeling a profound sense of reflection, consciousness is a product of matter, yet it is not matter itself. Though the noodle soup was merely instant noodles to Zhang Hao, accustomed as he was to modern cuisine, it held no special significance for him. However, for Song Kursen, who had only known hunger and subsisted on scraps, the exquisite flavor of the noodle soup brought her immeasurable joy. As one experiences more in life, the pursuit of happiness becomes increasingly elusive, akin to the unforgettable taste of a childhood snack that can never be recaptured in adulthood. This is why one might feel that, despite their best efforts, they cannot elicit greater affection from the beautiful girl they admire. She may even develop a sense of disdain for your thoughtful gestures, perceiving you as naïve and immature. It is not that you are truly naïve, but rather that she has been marinated in the insincere flattery of countless smooth-talking suitors, rendering her increasingly indifferent to the half-eaten snacks peeking from your pocket. Zhang Hao is suddenly enveloped by a profound curiosity regarding the half-bowl of instant noodle broth in his hands, pondering the essence of this seemingly innocent and naive existence. With this thought in mind, he quickly finished the noodles and poured the remaining broth into Song Kursen's bowl, gently saying, "Since my dear wife enjoys it so much, let her partake in my broth as well." As Song Kursen felt the warmth of Zhang Hao's affectionate gaze, her heart swelled with warmth. She reflected on how, due to her gender, her parents had never regarded her with any favor. Coming from a family of modest means, they had never provided her with a decent meal. She often had to subsist on scraps from home. This perpetual state of barely surviving had left her frail and weak. After being taken by the officials, she had never dared to hope for being chosen by a benevolent family. She merely prayed not to be left behind to serve as a military concubine. To her astonishment, her husband, with his kind heart, had chosen her over more capable young women, bringing her home when no one else would. Now, he was even offering her the delicious broth from his own bowl. This realization ignited a quiet determination within Song Kursen. She vowed to work hard and take good care of her husband. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her face, not due to the flavor of the food, but from the warmth of the home and the care that her husband had bestowed upon her. Noticing the deep emotion in Song Kursen's eyes, Zhang Hao softly urged, "Dear, drink up quickly, it will lose its warmth and flavor." Only then did she snap back to reality, hastily finishing the broth and rising to say, "Husband, please rest in your room. I shall wash the bowl and prepare water for your feet." Zhang Hao, with a playful tone, replied, "I still have several packets at home. Let me prepare another one for my dear wife." Ignoring her protests, he prepared another packet for his sweet and innocent spouse. He then retired to the room, lying on the bed and instinctively reaching for his phone. Oh no, the battery was nearly dead. In this ancient time, without electricity, if the phone powered off, he would be at a loss, as he had no knowledge of how to generate power. Anxiously, he opened an app to purchase the cheapest power bank available. Oh, with this power bank, I can recharge my phone. Thank goodness for my cleverness. Before the power bank arrived, he decided to refrain from using his phone to conserve battery. With that thought, he pressed the power button to turn off the device. As he reclined on the bed, contemplating what to purchase with his flower coins, Song Kursen entered the room carrying a wooden basin. "Husband, I have prepared the water. Please come and test the temperature." Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao immediately rose and sat down on a rickety chair by the door. Song Kursen knelt down, gently placing Zhang Hao's feet into the basin, softly inquiring, "Is the water temperature to your liking?" As his feet submerged in the warm water, he found it to be just right. However, in this position, he caught a glimpse of the delicate curves beneath the wide neckline of Song Kursen's dress. Bathed in the glow of the evening light, her fair skin glistened, each fine hair illuminated with a golden sheen. As Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, a sharp hiss escaped his lips. Song Kursen, observing this, gasped in alarm and hurriedly lifted Zhang Hao's feet from the water, anxiously exclaiming, "Did I scald you, my lord? It is entirely my fault for being so careless and failing to manage this trivial matter." As she spoke, tears of self-reproach began to well up in her eyes. Realizing the situation, Zhang Hao quickly reassured her, "No, the water temperature is just right. It is neither hot nor uncomfortable. You have done splendidly." "Really not hot? But I can see that your expression suggests otherwise." "You must be saying this to spare me from feeling guilty," Song Kursen remarked. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Zhang Hao. After a moment's contemplation, she added a splash of cool water to the basin and dipped her hand in to test the temperature. After considering it carefully, she poured in a little more cool water, nodding with satisfaction. Surely now it must be just right. Before Zhang Hao could respond, Song Kursen gently placed his feet back into the basin and began to wash them with utmost care. How delightful, Zhang Hao mused internally, marveling at the exquisite pleasure of being attended to by such a beautiful woman. No wonder his employer frequently visited the foot-washing establishments. However, thoughts of his employer surfaced. Having missed work today, Zhang Hao wondered if his boss had exploded in anger. What does it matter? I have traversed into a different era. My employer's temper is of no concern to me. A wave of joy washed over Zhang Hao as he thought, "Let him rage. I shall revel in my celestial existence." Song Kursen diligently washed Zhang Hao's feet for a solid half hour, continually adding warm water to the basin. Zhang Hao, ensconced in comfort, felt himself on the verge of slumber. It was important to note that, judging by the light outside, it was barely after 5 o'clock, and he was typically a night owl. After drying Zhang Hao's feet, Song Kursin noticed the hole in his shoe and gently suggested, "You appear a bit weary, my lord. Why not retire to bed and rest? I shall mend your shoes." The sweetness of her voice instantly dispelled Zhang Hao's drowsiness. Rising, he swept Song Kursin into his arms and made his way to the bedside, saying, "There's no rush. Let us sleep first. The shoes can wait until tomorrow." Feeling herself blushing fiercely, Song Kursin whispered, "My lord, please, do not do this. What if someone sees us? How could anyone see us in our own home?" Zhang Hao replied, gently placing her on the bed before lying down beside her. His gaze fixed upon her with uncontainable delight. This was Song Kursin's first experience lying so closely with a man. She felt a heat radiating from her body. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching even to her ears. Though he was her husband, they had only known each other for a day. Having never received guidance in such matters since childhood, she was at a loss and remained frozen in place, too shy to move. After observing her for a moment, Zhang Hao suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to her flushed ear, whispering, "Did you not mention earlier that you were skilled in music and song?" However, before he could finish, Song Kursin abruptly sat up, her expression one of alarm. Zhang Hao, taken aback by her sudden reaction, also shot upright. Upon witnessing this, Song Kursin immediately knelt before Zhang Hao, trembling as she spoke, "My dear husband, please do not be angry. Earlier, I feared that you might not choose me, which is why I spoke as I did. I come from a humble background, and I cannot afford to buy those musical instruments. What I referred to was merely a small tune played on a flute crafted from the outer skin of willow branches. If you wish to hear it, I shall go and gather some willow branches to perform for you." As she spoke, Song Kursin attempted to rise from the bed. Zhang Hao felt an awkwardness well up within him. What on earth had he been thinking? After all, the art of playing and singing in ancient times was simply that, playing and singing. The day was drawing to a close, and Kursin was not anxious. She decided it would be better to perform for him the following day and that it was time for sleep. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursin obediently laid back down beside him, closing her eyes and adopting a sleeping posture. Neither Song Kursin nor Zhang Hao understood the nuances of the situation. As a self-proclaimed underachiever of the 21st century, Zhang Hao had never encountered such experiences. He typically resolved matters through online searches. Drawing upon his previous memories, Zhang Hao summoned his courage and slowly began to unfasten Song Kursin's buttons, completely unaware of his intentions. She simply thought that her husband must have his own reasons for his actions. Thus, she kept her eyes firmly shut, making no movement. Observing her lack of response, Zhang Hao's confidence grew, and he quickened his pace. Before long, the dilapidated wooden bed creaked ominously. After approximately 2 minutes, with a deep sigh from Zhang Hao, the bed fell silent. Gradually, both of them drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 4. Shopping spree. That night, Zhang Hao experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. One so clear that it blurred the lines between reality and the dream world. This time, however, the ethereal figure of an aloof goddess was absent. Instead, he found himself reliving the life of the original owner of this body prior to his arrival. It appeared that the original owner had experienced a blissful childhood. His parents were hardworking and capable, managing their 5 acres of farmland with great care. The relationships with their neighbors were harmonious. The young man who had previously urged Zhang Hao to seek a wife at the village head was named Zhang Xinguang, a childhood friend of the original owner. Due to the indulgence of his parents, the original owner developed a lazy disposition. Last year, a severe drought had drastically reduced the harvest, and many families in the village were unable to pay their taxes in full. Consequently, the authorities seized those who could not meet their tax obligations. And the original owner's father was no exception. After his father was taken away, the original owner's mother fell ill from longing and passed away not long after, leaving him with a dilapidated courtyard and 5 acres of rice paddies that had just been planted. Having never worked the fields, the original owner found the rice paddies overrun with weeds due to neglect, with no food left at home. It was only thanks to Zhang Xinguang's persistent care that the original owner managed to survive. Unfortunately, Zhang Xinguang's own food supply was dwindling, and he could offer less and less to the original owner. Last night, the slothful original owner could no longer endure the torment of hunger and perished upon his rickety bed. At the moment of his death, Zhang Hao experienced a spasm and found himself tightly gripping his phone, suddenly inhabiting the body of the original owner. "My dear husband," he called out, In the depths of slumber, Zhang Hao was awakened by the sweet voice of Song Kursen. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld her raising her hands, caked in mud. Calling out to him. Startled, Zhang Hao sat upright and inquired, "What are you doing so early in the morning? Why are your hands covered in mud?" Song Kursen glanced down at her soiled hands and hastily replied, "I noticed the wall in our courtyard was in disrepair, so I mixed some mud to patch it up. There's a man named Zhang Xingwang outside who says he has business with you." Zhang Xingwang? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Hao recalled the scenes from his dreams and exclaimed to Song Kursen, "That is my childhood friend. I shall go meet him at once." With that, he rose from the bed and stepped outside. "Zhang Hao, did you enjoy your wedding night with your bride?" Zhang Xingwang teased as soon as he saw Zhang Hao emerge. Hearing this, Song Kursen's mind drifted back to the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly lowered her head and hurried to a corner of the yard to continue working with the mud. "You rascal, your sister-in-law is right here. Do you not know how to choose your words?" Zhang Hao retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Only then did Zhang Xingwang notice Song Kursen's embarrassed retreat. Awkwardly scratching his head, he bowed slightly to her and murmured, "My apologies. I did not mean to offend. I am accustomed to jesting with Zhang Hao. Please do not take offense, sister-in-law." Song Kursen ignored him, remaining focused on her task of mixing the mud. "What brings you here early in the morning? Instead of keeping your new bride company?" Zhang Hao asked, somewhat irritated by Zhang Xingwang's presence. "Oh, it is your joyous day. So my mother instructed me to bring some rice to congratulate you. However, we do not have much grain left, so please do not mind the quantity," Zhang Xingwang replied, offering a bag he held in his hand. Zhang Hao accepted the bag without hesitation, weighing it in his hands and estimating it to be 3 or 4 pounds. "I shall not refuse. We are just out of rice at home." Zhang Hao seemed to ponder something further and added, "Wait for a moment." With that, he took the bag of rice and returned to the room, soon emerging with a packet of instant noodles. "It is also a day of celebration for you, and I have little of worth to offer. Please accept this packet of noodles as a token of my congratulations." Zhang Xingwang, astonished by the colorful and shiny packet presented to him, exclaimed, "What is this? It appears quite valuable. I cannot accept such a generous gift." Suddenly realizing that Zhang Xingwang might not know how to prepare the noodles, Zhang Hao turned to the kitchen and fetched a bowl. He squeezed the seasoning into the bottom of the bowl, placed the noodles inside, and handed it to Zhang Xingwang, saying, "When you return home, pour in boiling water and wait a moment for the noodles to soften before consuming." "This is food? I have never seen such a beautiful dish." Zhang Xingwang marveled at the golden noodles in the bowl. "This delicacy came to me by chance and is quite precious. You must share it with your mother and wife when you return," Zhang Hao added, observing Zhang Xingwang's astonished expression. "Then I must thank you, Brother Hao," Zhang Xingwang responded, carefully cradling the bowl with both hands as he made his departure. Upon witnessing Zhang Xingwang's departure, Zhang Hao turned and approached Song Kursen, who was crouched down, her ample neckline revealing 2 small grapes that gently swayed with her labored breaths. While he found this sight rather delightful, he couldn't help but think how drafty her attire was. If others were to catch a glimpse, it would be quite the embarrassment. It was evident that he needed to procure a suitable outfit for his beloved to wear when stepping outside. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao leaned down and planted a kiss on Song Kursen's cheek, cheerfully exclaiming, "My dear, you have worked hard. I entrust these grains to your care." Startled by the unexpected kiss, Song Kursen's face flushed crimson. With a shy and delicate tone, she replied, "Husband, please refrain from such gestures. We must not be seen. My hands are dirty, so kindly place it on the ground for now, and I shall prepare porridge for you once I have cleaned them." Nodding in agreement, Zhang Hao happily set down the sack of rice and entered the house. On the table, a delivery box caught his attention. The power bank had arrived. Zhang Hao hurried over to inspect it. The package bore a shipping address, his name, and phone number, but the delivery address was based on his phone's location at the time of order. So, the merchant was unaware of his exact address and had sent it according to his mobile coordinates. With eager anticipation, Zhang Hao opened the cardboard box and extracted the power bank to charge his phone. However, as it was a new device, the battery was only pre-charged for longevity, and it drained quickly. In a moment of exasperation, Zhang Hao realized the folly of his thoughts. In this ancient era, without electricity, a power bank required charging to function. Frustrated with himself for such a rudimentary blunder, he lamented, "How could you, Zhang Hao, a man of esteemed reputation, commit such a trivial mistake?" Opening his phone, he found solace in the fact that although the power bank's charge was minimal, it was sufficient for temporary use. He resolved to find a device that could continuously charge his phone without needing power. With this in mind, he opened a shopping app and diligently searched solar-powered charging. With sunlight comes electricity. This seemed promising, and without hesitation, Zhang Hao purchased a solar power bank. However, a thought crossed his mind. What if it were perpetually cloudy? He felt uncertain about this option and opted instead for a multifunctional hand crank generator. Recalling Song Kursen's mention of mending his shoes the previous night, Zhang Hao began searching for footwear. Given the historical context, he was wary of buying modern clothing or shoes that might attract unwanted attention as being out of place. Adhering to a principle of prudent development, after much contemplation, he settled on a pair of traditional Hanfu shoes and placed the order. Noticing the tattered straw sandals on Song Kursen's feet, he also ordered a pair of embroidered shoes for her. Based on his recollections from the dream, he spent a considerable amount of time searching online, but found no suitable clothing that matched his current status. Curse it. All the ancient costumes online resemble those of princes and princesses, he grumbled, deciding it was best to forego such attire. The thought of venturing out in this impoverished village, risking ridicule or even attracting bandits, weighed heavily on him. Although Zhang Hao was of modest means, he understood the importance of keeping one's wealth discreet. Subsequently, Zhang Hao placed an order for numerous daily necessities: soap, salt, condiments, shampoo, shower gel, toothbrushes, and slippers. He also decided to stock up on some food items: instant noodles, spicy sour rice noodles, and self-heating hot pot. After some contemplation, he added a bra and a pack of tissues to his cart. Upon calculating the expenses, he realized he had spent over 1,000 yuan. The money truly seemed to vanish swiftly. Gazing at his dwindling balance, Zhang Hao couldn't help but silently lament. After completing his purchases, he opened his chat application. In his previous life, he had few friends, so no one reached out to him. He had set his company's group chat to mute, and it merely displayed a red dot. Upon opening the group chat, he found the messages sparse, consisting solely of mundane work communications. Oddly, he pondered, why was there no reaction from the company despite his absence? Normally, even a slight tardiness would provoke a frenzy from the boss. Chapter 5. Help me unpack the delivery. Oh well, it mattered little, after all. He had traversed into another realm, and such matters were no longer his concern. With this thought, Zhang Hao quietly exited the group chat and cheerfully began scrolling through short videos. Darling, what are you doing? Song Kursen, having prepared porridge, intended to call Zhang Hao out for a meal. However, upon entering the room, she found him sitting by the bed, chuckling at his poem. Realizing that she must have seen him on his phone, Zhang Hao felt no need to conceal it from his wife. Rising, he held up his phone towards Song Kursen and exclaimed, "Ah, this device is called a mobile phone. I am watching short videos, and this fellow's performance is utterly hilarious." As he spoke, he extended his hand for her to see. Seeing Zhang Hao gesturing with his palm and uttering curious words, Song Kursen was further intrigued. "Is my husband unwell?" she asked anxiously, tiptoeing to touch his forehead. "This is a mobile phone, my dear, look." Zhang Hao quickly waved the phone in front of her. "My husband's hand is indeed quite large," Song Kursen exclaimed, smiling as she complimented him while he waved his hand before her. Could it be that only he could perceive this mobile phone? Was it invisible to others in this ancient time? Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy at the thought. This made him feel considerably safer. Previously, he had worried about the possibility of someone snatching it away, but now, such fears dissipated. With a faint smile, he replied, "Yes. Yes, my hand is indeed larger than yours." He set the phone aside and took her delicate hand in his. "My husband's hand is naturally much broader than mine." "The meal is ready. Let us eat," Song Kursen said, bestowing upon him a sweet smile. As the couple dined, the elder who had earlier prompted Zhang Hao to choose a wife stood outside the wall, calling out, "Zhang Hao, after your meal, go to your field and clear the weeds. If you delay any longer, you may end up with nothing to harvest. When the time comes, if you cannot pay your taxes, the officials will conscript you, and I will not be able to save you." Weeding? How could a distinguished white-collar worker from the 21st century be tasked with such labor? With the pinnacle of 21st century silicon-based technology at my disposal, why should I fret over mere taxes? Zhang Hao, delving into the memories of his dreams, recognized the elderly man as the village chief of Zhangjia village, who had attended a few years of private schooling in his youth and was one of the few literate individuals in the village, affectionately referred to as Zhang Lichang by the locals. However, Zhang Hao could not recall his name, likely because the original owner of these memories was rather reclusive, unfamiliar with many of the villagers. Just as Zhang Hao was about to respond, He noticed Song Kursen hurriedly rise and approach the garden wall, offering a respectful bow to the elder and replying softly, "Thank you for the reminder, elder. After our meal, I shall head to the fields to clear the weeds." The elder, stroking his beard, chuckled warmly, "You must be the new bride of Zhang Hao. It is rare to find such understanding. With your assistance in caring for this household, I feel at ease." Seeing Song Kursen's face flush with shyness as she nodded gently, Zhang Lichang cheerfully took his hoe and made his way to the fields. After finishing their meal, Song Kursen turned to Zhang Hao, speaking tenderly, "My husband, since we have fields, I shall tend to them. However, I am uncertain of their location. Would you kindly guide me?" Observing her sincere countenance, Zhang Hao felt a surge of affection. Who could possibly resist such charm? Thus, after their meal, he relied on the recollections from his dreams to lead Song Kursen to their fields. "This is our land, a total of 5 acres. He gestured towards the expansive rice paddies. As she beheld the towering weeds that outgrew the crops, Song Kursen hesitated not for a moment. She promptly removed her straw sandals and rolled up her trousers, plunging into the task of uprooting the weeds. Watching her delicate, jade-like legs sink into the muddy field, Zhang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, regardless of his anguish, he could not bring himself to partake in such labor. As a high-ranking white-collar worker accustomed to the comforts of a 21st-century air-conditioned office, he had no desire to engage in such strenuous work. The weeds, having been neglected for too long, had grown remarkably thick. Song Kursen, despite her determination, struggled greatly, managing to uproot only 3 or 4 stubborn plants after considerable effort. Before long, she was panting heavily from exhaustion. Given her petite frame, it was likely that even a month would not suffice for her to clear the weeds from the entire 5 acres. Observing her gasping for breath amid the sea of overgrown vegetation, Zhang Hao turned to his smartphone, conducting a search. Herbicides. Yes, herbicides. He swiftly navigated a universal shopping platform, discovering the product he sought, a powerful herbicide for rice fields, capable of treating 4 acres with a single bottle. A pressurized sprayer for effortless application, perfect. He placed the order and awaited its arrival. By the time Zhang Hao completed his order, Song Kursen was trembling from fatigue, having cleared only a small patch. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of weeds, she shed tears of despair. Witnessing her struggle, Zhang Hao felt a surge of compassion and called out, "My dear, come up for now. I have a clever plan to tackle the weeds." Upon hearing her husband's call, Song Kursen laboriously emerged from the muddy field, exclaiming, "Husband, it is all my fault. The weeds are too stubborn. I truly cannot." As she stepped away from the field, tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing Song Kursen's legs, caked in mud, Zhang Hao silently took her by the hand and led her to a nearby stream. With a gentle voice, he said, "Look at your legs. They are quite dirty. Sit down and allow me to wash them for you." However, Kursen was hesitant, fearing the mess would sully her husband's hands. "How could I possibly trouble you with this?" she protested in alarm. "Sit down as I instructed. There is no need for so many excuses," Zhang Hao replied, his voice tinged with irritation. Upon seeing his frustration, Kursen swallowed hard, quickly complying and sitting down, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "All right." The sight of her delicate, fair legs, along with her slender little feet, was indeed a captivating one. Zhang Hao gently lifted one of her legs, immersing it in the water, savoring the moment. Although Kursen had been startled by his earlier reprimand, witnessing her husband so earnestly tending to her feet filled her heart with warmth, a sensation that coursed through her body. From her abdomen to the crown of her head, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Never had anyone cherished her in such a manner. Aside from her husband, it seemed no one else would ever be willing to wash her feet. Realizing that beneath his stern exterior lay a tender heart, Kursen felt a wave of affection. Leaning her head against Zhang Hao's shoulder, she found solace in his presence. "Do not be sorrowful, my dear. We shall return home today, and tomorrow I shall devise a clever plan to deal with this overgrowth," Zhang Hao reassured her gently. "Since you have a plan to remove the weeds, I trust you completely," Kursen responded with a slight nod. After washing away the dirt, the two joined hands and made their way home. Upon entering their abode, Kursen was taken aback by the sight before her. "Husband, what is all this?" she exclaimed, astonished to find their home filled with packages. Zhang Hao, equally surprised, noted the swift arrival of their orders. It seemed that deliveries had become remarkably quicker than before. What once took 2 to 3 days now arrived in no time. "This is our little secret. You mustn't divulge it to anyone." He quickly concocted a reason upon seeing her astonished expression. "A secret between us? That certainly must remain confidential." Kursen thought, nodding earnestly. I promise I won't speak of it to anyone. Now, my dear, let us open these parcels together, Zhang Hao said with a smile, handing her a small knife. Open the parcels? How do we do that? She inquired. Zhang Hao casually picked up a package and demonstrated, slicing it open and revealing its contents, placing them neatly on the table. He explained as he went along. Chapter 6. The weeding tool Kursin imitated Zhang Hao's actions, joyfully unwrapping the items. However, many of the contents were unfamiliar to her, leaving her puzzled as she followed her husband's lead, arranging the items neatly on the table. Before long, she managed to open one of the boxes. Before her stood a pair of immaculate white shoes, exquisitely crafted, with a delicate lotus embroidered on the toe. The pink petals blossomed from a slender stem that gracefully extended to the shoe opening, where a golden cord was intricately stitched at the base of the stem. Song Kursin was utterly astonished by the beauty of these shoes, her mouth agape, for she had never encountered such a splendid pair before. Darling, these shoes are truly beautiful, she exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing her joyful outburst, Zhang Hao glanced over. Indeed, these were the vintage embroidered shoes he had purchased for her on Pindoudou for $9.88. Oh, these are specially bought for you, dear. Do try them on and see if they fit, he said. For me. Song Kursin could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard, and immediately asked with curiosity, seeing her husband nod with a smile. She could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly took the shoes to try them on at the edge of the chair. The shoes fit her perfectly. Watching her twirl around, delightedly admiring herself in the shoes, Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, the timeless method of winning a woman's heart is through the act of giving. After a while, Song Kursin removed the shoes, gently brushing off the dust that had settled on them before carefully placing them back in the box. Why have you taken them off again? Zhang Hao inquired, puzzled. This is a gift from you, dear. They are so beautiful that I can't bear to wear them. I want to preserve them well, she replied, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Zhang Hao chuckled softly and said, Silly wife, I bought them for you to wear for me to see. If you tuck them away, how will I enjoy seeing you in them? Oh, I was being thoughtless. I shall wear them now for you to see every day, she responded, realization dawning upon her as she swiftly donned the shoes once more. Yet, she pouted slightly, whispering, but if I wear them, they might get dirty and lose their charm. Zhang Hao, noticing her concern, drew her into his embrace and gently reassured her, My dear, do not fret. If they get dirty, I shall simply procure another pair for you. Song Kursin's cheeks flushed crimson at his sudden embrace, but upon hearing his words, she instinctively turned to gaze at him with wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with joy, happiness, and adoration. After considerable effort, they finally unwrapped all the parcels. With a table full of assorted items before them, Zhang Hao patiently began to explain each one to Song Kursin. This is fine salt. The coarse salt at home is unpalatable, so we shall use this for cooking. This is soap for washing your face. And this is shower gel. With each explanation, Song Kursin's understanding expanded, and she felt as though she was slowly absorbing the wonders of her husband, who appeared to her as a celestial being. Ah, my dear radiates a golden glow, she thought, as the light enveloped her, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ocean of happiness, where no matter how much she struggled, the waves of bliss would gently engulf her. Oh, this is the bra that your husband has specially made for you. Quickly, try it on. As the words echoed, Song Kursin suddenly felt as if she were submerged in a sea of bliss, gasping for breath, and promptly snapped back to reality. A bra? What is that? How does one wear it? Observing the myriad of questions reflected in her eyes, Zhang Hao felt a surge of concealed delight. Clearly, she had never encountered such advanced technology before. With this thought, Zhang Hao lifted Song Kursin and gently placed her on the bed, saying softly, My dear, allow your husband to help you put it on. Before Song Kursin could respond, her pristine back was unveiled before Zhang Hao. Without hesitation, he took the bra and adorned her with it. Not bad. The size seems appropriate, though the front appears a bit vacant. His bride was flawless in every regard, save for that one aspect. It seemed imperative to procure more papaya to enhance her figure. Song Kursin was already blushing profusely, her lips repeatedly whispering, Husband, husband. Sensing her flustered state, Zhang Hao hurriedly assisted her in donning her clothing, gently inquiring, How does it feel, my dear? As Song Kursin, now clothed, gradually regained her composure, she remarked, What you have put on me, dear husband, feels rather comfortable, though I am not entirely accustomed to it. Indeed, it is beneficial for your body. You may find it a tad strange initially, but in time, you shall adjust, Zhang Hao replied. Just then, A couple of thuds echoed through the room as 2 packages were delivered. The arrival of the herbicide brought a smile to Zhang Hao's face, while Song Kursen, startled by the noise, instinctively clung to him. "Do not be alarmed, my dear. I have procured a marvelous herbicide," Zhang Hao reassured her, gently stroking her hair. Before she could respond, he swiftly approached and opened the box, examining the instruction manual for the herbicide. Looking around at the multitude of cardboard boxes, Song Kursen asked, "Husband, how should we dispose of all these boxes?" Contemplating her query, Zhang Hao realized that even these cardboard and plastic materials were rare commodities in ancient times. They might be repurposed in the future. With that in mind, he replied warmly, "Oh, simply categorize and stack them neatly in the corner. They may prove useful later." Heeding Zhang Hao's advice, Song Kursen hurriedly got out of bed and began to tidy up. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao followed the instructions to pour an appropriate amount of herbicide into a spray bottle, filling it with water. He stepped outside to the weedy area by the roadside and began spraying, eager to test its efficacy. The ancient weeds, devoid of any resistance, stood no chance against this modern marvel, refined through countless iterations. Before long, the weeds he had treated began to exhibit signs of wilting and yellowing. Overjoyed, Zhang Hao clapped his thighs, realizing that with this herbicide, he could easily clear the fields in no time. At that moment, Song Kursen had finished organizing the cardboard and plastic packaging as instructed. Hearing her husband's laughter from outside, she curiously approached to see what was happening. "Well, why are all these weeds turning yellow? You truly are remarkable, husband." Upon witnessing the scene before her, Song Kursen joyfully exclaimed. Zhang Hao, noticing her excitement, swiftly grasped her hand, equipped with herbicide, and dashed towards the fields. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Zhang Hao demonstrated the application technique to Song Kursen. Following his instructions, she removed her shoes, rolled up her pant legs, and slung the sprayer over her shoulder, eagerly commencing her task. Zhang Hao, not idle himself, carefully divided the remaining herbicide, preparing for Song Kursen's return after she finished spraying. With the sprayer in hand, Song Kursen worked with remarkable speed, soon emptying the entire container. Observing this, Zhang Hao immediately filled the sprayer from the stream at the field's edge and prepared another batch for her. Before nightfall, through their combined efforts, they had completely treated the 5 acres of land. Watching the areas where they had first sprayed, the weeds had begun to wither, while the seedlings remained unharmed. Song Kursen could scarcely believe her eyes. It was truly miraculous. How could it be that, among the same plants, the weeds were utterly vanquished while the seedlings thrived? Noticing her astonished expression, Zhang Hao merely replied, "The secrets of nature must remain undisclosed." Chapter 7. The online lone scramble. Zhangjia village is not particularly large, and the fields are closely situated. It was too long before news of the weed demise in Zhang Hao's field spread throughout the village. That evening, beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, a conversation ensued. "Did you see? All the grass in Zhang Hao's field has completely perished. Yet the seedlings are perfectly fine," one villager remarked. Zhao, sipping from her bowl of porridge, wiped her mouth and continued, "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. It was truly astonishing." Zhao, munching on sunflower seeds, chimed in agreement. "You know, ever since Zhang Hao's mother passed away, no one has tended to his fields, and the weeds had grown taller than the seedlings. Could it be that his mother, seeing her son in distress, has manifested from the afterlife?" Li, twisting the hemp rope in her hands, murmured softly, "Oh, spare me. If she were to manifest, why did she wait until now?" Zhao exclaimed, spitting out the shell of a sunflower seed onto the ground, unable to contain her sarcasm. "Exactly. Since his mother's death, Zhang Hao has never visited her grave. The grass there is over 2 meters high. If she were to appear, she should have dealt with her own grave first." Chen found Zhao's reasoning quite sound, taking a handful of seeds from Zhao as she spoke. Suddenly, feeling her seeds being taken, Zhao instinctively tightened her grip, looking at Chen in confusion. "Ah, you are indeed fortunate. Those seeds must have been bought for you by your son from the city," Chen remarked, feeling a bit awkward under Zhao's gaze. Upon hearing this, Zhao's skepticism vanished, replaced by pride. "Indeed, ever since her father enlisted, I rely entirely on my dutiful son." Afterward, Chen pulled out a generous handful of seeds from her pocket, distributing them among the onlookers, and continued, "Now that my son works in the city, he often brings me delicious treats. No matter how I advise him, he spends recklessly. I truly find him vexing." As everyone received the sunflower seeds, they eagerly began to crack them open. Previously, Zhang Hao had just married, and some speculated whether his wife possessed any mystical abilities. Li Shi, observing this, placed a well-twisted hemp rope into a bamboo basket, and continued the conversation. Indeed, I've noticed that Zhang Hao's wife is quite different from us. She is so slender that a gust of wind could easily lift her. Chen Shi, upon hearing Li Shi's words, found this notion quite plausible. Indeed, that woman is not only frail but also has a complexion as pale as a corpse, and her delicate features undoubtedly resemble those of a fox spirit. Zhao Shi, while cracking seeds, began to expand on Chen Shi's thoughts. You all are merely speculating here. Why not ask Zhang Hao directly about the matter? Zhao Shi, after finishing the last spoonful of porridge, wiped her mouth and spoke in a bland tone. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, while whispering secrets amongst themselves was acceptable. It would be inappropriate for these women to seek out Zhang Hao directly. Your husband is the village head. This situation is already quite irregular. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to ask the village head to inquire instead, Chen Shi suggested, sensing the silence. Very well, my husband is likely to return soon. So I'll take my leave. Zhao Shi stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and left with her bowl in hand. Zhang Hao returned to the small courtyard, astonished to find that within just a few days, Song Kursen had transformed their home into a well-organized abode. The weeds in the yard had vanished, and the dust on the table had been thoroughly cleaned. Although the place still appeared dilapidated, it now radiated a warmth that could only come from a home. Indeed, it is only with a woman that a house can truly be called a home. Zhang Hao reflected with a sense of melancholy. My dear husband, you've worked hard all day. Please go rest in our room. Kursen said as she finished repairing the remaining wall and prepared dinner for her husband, setting down the spray bottle from her shoulder. Song Kursen walked towards the muddy corner while speaking. Watching Song Kursen busily moving about, Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh. He hurried into the room, lay on the bed, and took out his phone. As he gazed at the dwindling balance of his account, he fell into deep contemplation. Now that he had a home and such a beautiful wife, he needed to find ways to earn more money. Otherwise, he would inevitably face hardships in the future. As he scrolled through short videos, Zhang Hao pondered how to increase his income, whether it's a loan of 49 or 49. All you need is a phone number to apply for up to 200,000. Come check your limit now. Indeed, nowadays, various online loan advertisements abound, being in ancient times. Acquiring such funds would pose no risk of repercussions for non-repayment. With this thought, Zhang Hao felt invigorated and swiftly began operating on his phone. Withdrawable limits of 450,000 will be credited within a minute. What the hell? Where's the promised 200,000? This is false advertising. Oh well, it's still better than nothing. After a frenzy of operations, Zhang Hao managed to download several apps, accumulating over 100,000 in total. This should suffice for quite some time. He mused happily as he deleted the apps he had just downloaded. Husband, the village head is looking for you. Song Kursen's sweet voice suddenly called from outside as Zhang Hao was delightedly gazing at his account balance. Village head, you seek me? Zhang Hao promptly greeted Zhang Li, clasping his hands in respect. I heard from the villagers that the weeds in your fields have all perished, which I found hard to believe. I went to take a look, and indeed, they were all withered. Are you aware of this? Without wasting time, Zhang Li directly inquired upon seeing Zhang Hao. Oh. I employed a secret method, and my wife and I toiled for an entire day to eradicate all the weeds in the fields, Zhang Hao replied. A secret method? You managed to clear 5 acres in just one day? Zhang Li inhaled deeply, astonished. It is known that even the most capable laborers in the village would take about 7 days to clear such an expanse. The fact that Zhang Hao's secret was so effective, completely eliminating the tall weeds in a single day, left Zhang Li impressed. Since you possess such an extraordinary technique, might you share it with me? We are all of the Zhang clan, and with such a method, we could alleviate the labor shortages in the village and free up time for other endeavors to earn some extra income, Zhang Li said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang Hao noted the old man's cleverness. Upon hearing of his effective method, he had hurried over without hesitation. It was ironic, considering the original owner had starved at home without any sign of concern from him. Nonetheless, this presented a lucrative opportunity. Zhang Hao pondered that although he had considerable wealth in his modern-day phone, it was of no use in this ancient setting. To truly live comfortably in this era, one needed a substantial amount of silver. Of course, I can share it, but the secret does come with its costs. Being of the same clan, if anyone requires it, they need only cover my expenses. Zhang Hao articulated his terms clearly to Zhang Li. After a moment of thought, Zhang Li replied with a smile, Indeed. I shall return to inform everyone and see which families are interested in utilizing this weed removal method, so you can prepare accordingly. That sounds splendid, Zhang Hao said, bowing slightly as he watched Zhang Li leave with a cheerful demeanor. My dear, isn't your herbicide merely a transformation? Does it really require expenses? Once Zhang Li had departed, Song Kursin, curious, asked. Zhang Hao gently pinched Song Kursin's little nose and replied softly, transforming things requires considerable effort, and I must earn some money to buy you new clothes. My dear wants to earn money to buy me new clothes. Hearing his words, Song Kursin was so delighted that she nearly jumped with joy. Since it is so arduous for you, come sit down and allow me to massage your shoulders, she said, taking Zhang Hao's hand and guiding him to a chair, where she began to tenderly massage him. Chapter 8. The Thrill of Earning Money After Dinner. The sound of a gong echoed through the village, signaling that the village chief had important news to announce. Hearing the gong, the villagers hurried to the entrance of the ancestral hall. The hall, constructed years ago by the entire village, served to honor the deceased leaders and the esteemed ancestors of the Zhang clan. In front of the hall lay a spacious area, designated for the community to gather and discuss significant matters. In ordinary times, this was a place where crops were displayed and children often played. Before long, after the village leaders had counted the participants and confirmed that everyone was present, Zhang, the village head, stood upon the elevated platform before the ancestral hall and spoke loudly. I believe everyone has witnessed the condition of Zhang Hao's fields. I have confirmed with him that the reason all the weeds in his fields have perished is due to a secret formula he possesses for weed removal. With this formula, one can eliminate the weeds in 5 acres of land within half a day. What sort of miraculous formula is this? To clear 5 acres of weeds in such a short time? Upon hearing Zhang's words, the crowd gathered in the square buzzed with chatter. Silence. Let me finish. Zhang, finding himself at a loss for words, raised his voice to continue. As he persistently called for quiet, the noise gradually subsided. After discussing with Zhang Hao, he is willing to share his secret formula for everyone's use, but each acre will require a payment of 5 to Zhang Hao. If anyone is interested, please come forward to register, so I can arrange for its usage. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet square erupted once more into a cacophony. An acre of land can yield approximately 3 stones of rice, which, at the current market price, can be exchanged for 600 won. Clearing 5 acres of weeds in half a day could save about 6 days of labor. If one were to gather firewood for 6 days to sell, it might yield around 61. And if one were to take up odd jobs, the earnings could be even greater. However, one must be sought after for such work to be profitable. Regardless, the math is certainly advantageous. As the discussions continued, voices began to call out, I'm willing. My family has 5 acres. I'm willing. My family has 8 acres. Zhang instructed those interested to form a line, registering one by one. Zhang Hao, standing in the corner, couldn't he help but smile at the long line of registrants. Without waiting for the registration to conclude, he hurried home and joyfully embraced Song Kursin, exclaiming, My dear, many villagers are eager to use my secret formula. We can earn a considerable fortune. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursin's excitement was palpable. Once we earn money, I'll buy you countless new outfits, and we shall build a grand house. Thank you, my husband. You must also buy yourself many new clothes. Shortly thereafter, Zhang, having tallied the numbers, cheerfully arrived at Zhang Hao's home, saying, Zhang Hao, we have compiled the list of villagers wishing to use the formula. You must promptly arrange to teach them how to apply it. Noticing Zhang's arrival, Zhang Hao quickly set aside Song Kursin, straightened his clothes, and went out to greet him. Zhang Hao, according to the statistics compiled by the heads of the groups, there are a total of 220 households in the village requiring your secret formula, covering an area of 320 acres. How much? Over 1,000 acres. Zhang Hao swallowed hard, astonished by the number. Before he could fully process this information, Zhang continued, Here is the money collected so far, totaling 601. Please count it. Zhang Hao took the heavy bag of coins from Zhang's hand and handed it to Song Kursin, indicating her to count it. With joy, she accepted the bag, pouring its contents onto the table. The coins, illuminated by the evening glow, sparkled like gold. So much money. I have never seen so much money. Song Kursin exclaimed in astonishment upon beholding the table brimming with copper coins. Zhang Hao, noticing her surprise, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The expression on Zhang Lichang's face mirrored his discomfort, prompting Zhang Hao to hastily clarify, My wife is unaccustomed to such sights. I hope she does not cause you any amusement. Not at all. I wonder when the villagers might come to collect the secret recipe? Zhang Lichang inquired. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Given the large number of people, it would be impractical for everyone to receive it simultaneously. I kindly ask for your assistance in maintaining order. I believe it would be best to distribute the recipe according to the order of registration. As he spoke, Zhang Hao took a handful of copper coins from the table and pressed them into Zhang Lichang's hands, continuing, "Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Use it to enjoy a drink." Zhang Hao was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If Zhang Lichang did not take this matter seriously, disputes might arise among the villagers over the order of administration, leading to further complications. Upon realizing this, Zhang Lichang quickly insisted, as the village chief, "It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of our villagers. You need not be so formal." Zhang Hao, with a faint smile, decided to play along. "Dear chief, please accept this gift from me. It is my filial duty to honor my elders, and it is unrelated to this matter." Zhang Lichang, seeing no further reason to refuse, chuckled and accepted the coins, saying, "In that case, I shall gladly accept. Your willingness to share the recipe with the villagers is indeed a noble act, and I will ensure that it is handled appropriately." With that, Zhang Lichang departed, his demeanor cheerful as he pocketed the money. "My dear, I have counted and found only 65 coins of 100 win and 84 copper coins, which leaves us 16 when short." Upon hearing Song Kursen's query, Zhang Hao glanced at the table. To his astonishment, he saw that the coins had been divided into numerous neat piles by her. "What method of counting is this?" Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. Song Kursen's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "My dear, I can only count to 100, so I divided them into this many portions." Zhang Hao finally understood. Given her illiteracy, being able to count to 100 was quite impressive. It was unreasonable to expect her to count so many coins. Realizing this, he replied, "I must have inadvertently given those 16 when to Zhang Lichang earlier." "Oh," she responded, her spirits lifting as she slowly began to place the coins into a pouch. Naturally, she did not question his intentions in offering money to Zhang Lichang, as she trusted his judgment. When Song Kursen extended the pouch toward him, Zhang Hao waved his hand and said, "In our household, you shall manage the finances. I will leave all matters of silver to you." Startled, Song Kursen exclaimed, "You want me to handle all this money? I have never managed such an amount." "Fear not." Zhang Hao reassured her, taking her hand and leading her to the bedside. He lifted a square tile from beneath the bed, saying, "You can keep the money hidden beneath this tile and leave a little outside for any urgent needs." Yes, yes. If we hide it, we need not fear losing it." "You are so clever, my dear." Observing Song Kursen joyfully crouched on the ground, delightfully hiding her money, Zhang Hao experienced, for the first time, the sheer pleasure of earning through business. Once the Pandora's box was opened, closing it again would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhang Hao opened his phone and, in a single breath, purchased over 300 bottles of herbicide, along with more than a dozen spray canisters. He scooped up Song Kursen and took her to bed. "Today, my dear, I am in high spirits. Come and share in my joy." With her face flushed, the old wooden bed creaked under their weight. Approximately 2 minutes later, Zhang Hao reclined on the bed, holding his little lamb, and said, "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city to find ways to earn more silver. My dear, please assist in distributing the herbicide to everyone at home, as we discussed earlier." "All right," Song Kursen replied without hesitation, beaming with happiness. "However," she added, "but you haven't given me the herbicide yet." Just as she finished speaking, a series of knocks resounded as numerous packages tumbled into the room. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Zhang Hao could not help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed that with increased usage, the delivery speed had improved significantly. "Wow, how amazing! You are fantastic!" exclaimed Song Kursen, as she cheered while putting on her shoes and getting out of bed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao opened his phone and frantically ordered a large quantity of instant noodles. Indeed, he planned to promote his new food product in the city the following day. Chapter 9. A dream through time. In the midst of slumber, Zhang Hao was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of an alarm. What was happening? After traversing to this realm, he had turned off all alarms. With a sense of confusion, he glanced at his phone. August 16th, 2023, Friday, sunny. Holy smokes! With an exclamation, Zhang Hao instantly became alert and hurriedly sat up. Indeed, he was lying in a rented room, costing 1,500 yuan per month. What on earth was happening? Had he returned? Reflecting on the joyful life he had shared with his beloved in the Great Xia for so many days, he called out, "Kursen, Kursen, don't leave me. Grandpa, if you don't go to work now, you'll be late. Grandpa, if you don't go to work now, you'll be late. Just then, the phone alarm rang again. After silencing it, he recalled the online loans he had gathered and promptly opened his banking app to check. Fortunately, hundreds of thousands were still intact. Damn it. I want to let this bother me. One must revel in life's triumphs and not let the golden cup face the moon empty. If they wouldn't let him return, he would simply give up. After dressing, Zhang Hao stepped out, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the store. Welcome to the Huabei Don't Touch Me Sales Center. I am your sales consultant, Chen Mo, employee ID 2573. You may call me Mo. How may I assist you? A beautiful young lady in uniform greeted him with a smile upon seeing a customer. Zhang Hao nodded and stated, I am here to purchase a car. May I ask how to address you, sir? She inquired. Zhang Hao, he replied. Mr. Zhang, we have a wide range of models here. Which one are you interested in? Zhang Hao approached the nearest white sedan and asked, How much is this model? Mr. Zhang, your discernment is truly remarkable. This is the latest long wheelbase version of the Beima brand, priced at an astonishing 321,900 to 399,900 yuan. Currently, purchasing this vehicle entitles one to a remarkable package featuring zero down payment and low-interest benefits for 3 years, Chen Mo explained with a smile. Goodness, how exorbitant. Zhang Hao gasped, realizing that he only had a mere 100,000 in his account. Nevertheless, the zero down payment offer was enticing. He thought, why not seize the opportunity? I want this one. Please provide me with the zero down payment package, he declared with enthusiasm. Mr. Zhang, right this way, please. Chen Mo gestured for Zhang Hao to follow her to a more private discussion area. A young lady promptly brought over a cup of tea for him. Mr. Zhang, I will need to use your identification card to process the necessary paperwork, Chen Mo said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao produced his ID and handed it over. Please enjoy some tea while you wait, she added as she took the ID and departed. Shortly after, Chen Mo returned accompanied by a man dressed in a suit. Mr. Zhang, I regret to inform you that, based on our records, you do not qualify for the zero down payment option, the man stated. What nonsense! What qualification is required for purchasing a car? Am I not eligible? Zhang Hao felt a surge of indignation, his modest salary of 3,000 a month suddenly feeling inadequate in this setting. Unable to contain his frustration, he stood up and said, If I do not qualify, then I shall take my leave. Mr. Zhang, although you cannot avail of the zero down payment option, I would recommend a 20 down payment and a 36-month payment plan, the man suggested. Despite Zhang Hao's credit report indicating he did not meet the company's purchasing criteria, the declining sales figures and his own aspirations led him to a resolute decision. Let it be. I can always use the car as collateral. I will sell it and earn my commission, he thought. A 20 down payment seemed reasonable. Zhang Hao settled back down, completing several forms as directed. After finalizing the paperwork and making the payment, he received a temporary license plate and drove the white Beima directly to the office. Zhang Hao, you're late. Your pay will be docked. A colleague from the HR department shouted as he entered. Ignoring the reprimand, Zhang Hao went straight to his workstation and resumed his usual routine. Without Song Kursen around, he could not help but think of the aloof goddess who resembled her so closely. Previously, he had been too timid to engage her in conversation, but now he summoned the courage to send her a message. Do you have time this evening to go out for dinner? The aloof goddess was lost in thought at her computer. Wang Chong owned a house in Jiqing and drove a Passat, though he seemed a bit dull. Li Li drove an Audi but was balding and older. Zhou Xiang had a BYD, and he was handsome, though Zhang Hao had yet to learn more about him. Suddenly, her phone chimed, indicating a new message. Zhang Hao? She pondered, glancing at him from a distance. What audacity does this impoverished fellow have to invite me out for a meal? In the company, numerous affluent suitors have been pursuing me, leaving me with a dilemma of choices. However, despite Zhang Hao's modest background, his striking good looks are quite captivating, and one should never turn down a complimentary meal. With this thought in mind, the aloof goddess typed on her phone, All right, see you downstairs after work. To her surprise, he agreed, causing Zhang Hao to feel a surge of delight, invigorated by the prospect. He hurriedly opened the Matewan app to reserve a table at a fine dining establishment. Time flew by, and Zhang Hao, meticulously timing his exit, rushed out immediately after work. Here, he called out, spotting the aloof goddess as she emerged from the building. Waving enthusiastically. Initially taken aback, she soon approached him. In her mind, Zhang Hao was merely a struggling employee, and she was astonished to see him driving such an impressive car. Could he be the elusive wealthy gentleman spoken of in whispers? Although she was accustomed to being the center of attention, her position in a small company meant limited exposure to true affluence. To her, anyone who could afford such a vehicle was undeniably affluent. Consequently, her demeanor towards Zhang Hao softened considerably. Zhang Hao opened the passenger door for her, inviting her into the car before revving the engine and steering onto the broad avenue. It took quite a bit of courage for me to ask you out. I anticipated a refusal, yet here you are, agreeing. You began, breaking the ice. Seeing his sincere smile warmed the aloof goddess's heart. We are good friends from the same company. It's a rare opportunity for us to gather, so I am indeed delighted to spend time with you, she replied. The unwritten rule of social interactions: engage in romance with the affluent and discuss finances with the less fortunate. Moreover, not only are you handsome, but you also work diligently, traits I have always admired, she continued. Zhang Hao nearly collided with the vehicle before him in his excitement, suddenly realizing he had long been the type she favored, which had caused him much inner turmoil. The abrupt deceleration startled the aloof goddess, prompting her to gently advise, "Oh, Hao, please drive slowly. Safety comes first. We have no rush, allowing us ample time to converse." With a smile, Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a high-end Western restaurant located in the most bustling mall of Jiqing. As they dined and chatted happily, it became evident that the aloof goddess possessed a remarkable ability to capture a man's heart. Within the span of a single meal, she had left Zhang Hao utterly enchanted. After finishing their meal and Zhang Hao settling the bill, the aloof goddess took the initiative to grasp his hand and said, "Hao, I need to buy a few things. Would you accompany me?" He eagerly consented, as the opportunity to shop alongside the goddess was a dream he had long harbored. Along the way, she led him to purchase an array of cosmetics and even a designer handbag, all of which he gladly paid for. After their shopping spree, the aloof goddess was particularly elated. Previous suitors, though wealthy, had been rather stingy. To her delight, Zhang Hao was not only generous but also precisely the type she desired. Today, she was determined to win him over. If not, she would at least cultivate him into an exceptional backup option. On the way back, the aloof goddess remarked, "Hao, my bathroom is broken. May I borrow your restroom for a shower?" Zhang Hao felt a rush of warmth in his nose. Could it truly be this effortless? Without a moment to ponder further, he nodded vigorously and led the aloof goddess to his rented apartment. Upon opening the door, the aloof goddess was taken aback by the sight before her. The place was rather small, comprising merely a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, with no kitchen in sight. While its dimensions were comparable to her own room, it appeared considerably more disheveled and bore an indescribable scent. However, recalling the many web dramas depicting invisible wealthy individuals feigning poverty to seek true love, she steeled herself and stepped inside. After her shower, the aloof goddess, adhering to her usual approach, initiated her advance towards Zhang Hao. He, inexperienced in such encounters, felt painfully juvenile in her presence. In a brief span, under her assertive charm, they found themselves entwined in a pivotal moment. Although this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Kursen, Zhang Hao's thoughts drifted back to his first night with her. In a haze, he contrasted the alluring beauty before him with the innocent visage of Song Kursen, which remained vividly etched in his memory, impossible to erase. "I have some matters to attend to. You should head back," he finally managed to say, unable to suppress his yearning for Song Kursen. Releasing the aloof goddess, he stood up and spoke with a hint of detachment. She was momentarily taken aback, then muttered, "Are you unwell?" With that, she donned her clothes, gathered her belongings, and stormed out in frustration. As the door slammed shut, Zhang Hao lay on his bed, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. His vision blurred. He heard a familiar voice calling, "Husband, husband." Blinking awake, he saw Song Kursen standing at the foot of his bed, her face filled with concern. "Husband, breakfast is ready. Please get up and eat," she gently urged. "Kursen, don't leave me," he exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace, overwhelmed with emotion and weeping. "Husband, I want to leave you. Breakfast is ready. You said you would go to the city today, didn't you?" Song Kursen replied, puzzled by his state, as she softly patted his back. Yes. To the city, to earn money and buy many wonderful things for my wife." Zhang Hao wiped his tears and hurriedly got up. Song Kursen assisted him in dressing, then offered a warm towel to freshen up. And together they made their way to the dining table to share their meal. After finishing his meal, Zhang Hao arrived at the residence of the village chief, only to find the chief's family engaged in their breakfast. With a courteous gesture, he addressed the chief, "Esteemed chief, I wish to venture into the city today. I would be grateful if you could issue me a travel permit. Indeed, in the Great Xia Kingdom, in order to facilitate population management, individuals are required to obtain a travel permit from the local authorities when entering the city. That is quite manageable. You may return home for now. And once I finish my meal, I shall bring the permit to you, replied the chief. Expressing his gratitude, Zhang Hao hurriedly made his way home, eager to prepare for his journey to market his instant noodles. After arranging matters concerning herbicide, Zhang Hao instructed Song Kersen to utilize her spare time to unwrap the dozens of boxes of noodles and replace them with oil paper. Once he had delegated these tasks, he grasped a box of noodles and was about to step outside. My dear, your journey to the city is long. I have prepared some provisions for you to take along, and do not forget this silver, as it may be necessary in the city, Song Kersen said. Zhang Hao, touched by her thoughtfulness, planted a kiss on her cheek and remarked, My beloved, you are truly my comforting quilt, always considering every detail. Song Kersen's cheeks flushed crimson. Momentarily at a loss for words, she could only tug at Zhang Hao's sleeve in playful agitation. Xiao Hao, here is the travel permit you requested. As Zhang Hao saw the chief approaching with the permit, he hurried forward to greet him. Thank you, esteemed chief. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance with the matter of my family's herbicide recipe. He gestured towards Song Kersen, saying, This task will be entirely managed by my wife. You need only maintain order. After observing the exchange of bows between the chief and Song Kersen, Zhang Hao nodded and set off towards the county town. According to his memories from dreams, Zhangjiakan is located beside Nyangyang Mountain, and the walk to the county town takes approximately 2 hours. Along the way, he passed a large lake, beside which stood a tea house. When the original owner accompanied his mother to the city, they would always rest at that tea house. This was Zhang Hao's first time traversing such a distance. Though the weather was not excessively hot, he found himself drenched in sweat and parched. After walking for over an hour, he finally beheld an expansive lake stretching endlessly before him. This must be the place where the original owner used to rest. Zhang Hao murmured to himself as he quickened his pace. Soon, he spotted a few scattered buildings by the lakeside. Hodong Lake Tea House. He read aloud from the wooden sign as he approached. Ah, welcome, esteemed guest. Please, come inside. A young boy, clad in a square scarf and bearing a towel over his shoulder, hurried forward to greet him. Zhang Hao glanced around and chose a table near the edge to sit down. What would you like to order, esteemed guest? We have cool tea, snacks, sunflower seeds, and nuts, the young attendant said while swiftly wiping the table. Just a pot of cool tea will suffice, Zhang Hao replied, surveying the surroundings. Very well. One pot of cool tea coming right up, the young attendant called out as he dashed to the kitchen. Zhang Hao set down the box of noodles and plopped down onto the bench. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. If only there were taxis in this ancient era, he lamented, glancing down at his shoes. Alas, it seems that low prices do not come without their drawbacks. The shoes adorning Zhang Hao's feet were ancient Hanfu shoes, purchased for 299 on a platform called Pindoudou. Signs of cracks and looseness were already evident at the shoe openings. Gazing upon his tattered footwear, a sudden inspiration struck Zhang Hao. If he could receive goods from merchants, could he not also return them? The implication of a return meant not only could he receive modern deliveries, but the items he sent could also be received in the modern realm. With this thought, Zhang Hao could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly took out his phone to proceed, requesting a refund due to poor quality, no longer desired. Zhang Hao recalled that a return required filling out a shipping label, so he purchased various express shipping labels. Your tea, esteemed guest. Hearing the voice, Zhang Hao instinctively covered his phone. However, realizing that people from ancient times could not see it, he relaxed his grip. The attendant placed the teapot on the table and poured a generous cup for Zhang Hao. Enjoy your tea. Famished and parched, Zhang Hao swiftly drank the tea and poured himself another cup. Feeling considerably refreshed, he opened his phone once more. The merchant has agreed to the return and refund. Please send the item to the following address, and the refund will be processed upon receipt of the goods. Suddenly, a cardboard box landed before Zhang Hao, making a soft thud that attracted no attention from those around. The shipping label arrived with remarkable speed. It appeared that the delivery materialized based on his current location. This meant that no matter where he was, the goods would always manifest before him, rather than appearing at his home. With this realization, Zhang Hao opened the box to find a multitude of shipping labels. However, returning them was not feasible at the moment. He would be left barefoot, and he was still uncertain about the mailing process. Surely, a courier from modern times would not fly over to collect the package. Never mind. Promoting instant noodles was of greater urgency. He could ponder the details at home. With this in mind, Zhang Hao tucked the shipping labels into his clothing. Waiter, the bill. Please. Coming right up, esteemed guest. Your total for the herbal tea is 2 coins. After paying for the tea, Zhang Hao rose and continued his journey toward the county town. Chapter 11. Promoting instant noodles having passed through the rear of Long Lake. The county town was not far off, and Zhang Hao could vaguely see the city walls of Rongqing County. The number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased. In no time, he arrived at the city gate. Surrounding the gate were throngs of people, a cacophony of hawkers' calls and lively conversations mingling together. Outside the city formed a vast marketplace. Generally, local farmers would sell their goods here in exchange for money, while also trading for daily necessities. Zhang Hao did not rush into the city. Instead, he strolled through the marketplace. This served the dual purpose of surveying the local prices and observing the wares on display. As for the notion of setting up his own stall, Zhang Hao quickly dismissed it after a few glances. After wandering around, he noted that the items for sale included firewood, wild vegetables, baked cakes, steamed buns, bamboo baskets, wooden basins, and straw sandals, all crafted by local farmers. Prices varied from a few coins to over 10, with nary a product exceeding 50 coins. In modern times, instant noodles may not be regarded as a delicacy. Yet in ancient days, they were indeed considered a splendid culinary delight. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to first explore the offerings of an upscale restaurant in the city. Upon reaching the city gate, Zhang Hao presented his travel permit and entered without any hindrance. The bustling streets within the city were vibrantly alive, yet clearly of a considerably higher caliber than those outside. Rows of diverse shops, adorned with an array of goods, stood in orderly fashion. The attire of passers-by was notably more refined, with numerous dapper young men brandishing folding fans, alongside well-guarded young ladies surrounded by their maidservants. Countless carriages and ox carts navigated the thoroughfares. As Zhang Hao munched on the provisions prepared for him by Song Kurson, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. "Excuse me. Could you tell me where the finest tavern in this county is located?" He inquired of a man dressed as a steward after a while of aimless wandering. The steward, who was selecting goods at the entrance of a general store, turned upon hearing the question and replied, "Is this your first time in the city? The largest tavern in Rongqing County is called Zhuai Shaolu, just a short distance ahead. However, observing your tattered attire, I wonder why you seek this information? Goodness, how arrogant." Zhang Hao thought, silently cursing the steward for his disdainful demeanor. Yet, upon reflection, he conceded that one's appearance often dictated how they were perceived. It was only natural for the steward to look down upon his ragged clothing. If he wished to sell his instant noodles at a good price, he certainly needed to adorn himself appropriately. With this in mind, Zhang Hao thanked the man and entered a clothing store. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Our shop offers a variety of garments, from cloth robes to hemp shoes. Please, let us know what you require." A young attendant promptly greeted him upon his entrance. "How much for this robe?" Zhang Hao inquired, his gaze fixed on a luxurious brocade robe displayed within. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of disdain, "Esteemed guest, this brocade robe is crafted from top-quality silk and is rather costly. Given your attire, I presume you hail from a rural background. I would recommend considering the more practical cloth robes over there, which are more suitable for work." Who does he think he is looking down on? Zhang Hao thought indignantly. "Today, I am indeed purchasing this one," he retorted. "Just tell me the price without all this unnecessary chatter." Noticing Zhang Hao's firm demeanor, the attendant quickly donned a polite smile and said, "My apologies for the excess words. This brocade robe costs 500 coins. May I ask if that suits your budget?" "Goodness!" Zhang Hao gasped, taken aback by the exorbitant price of a single garment. While he had over 100,000 coins in his mobile device, this clothing store did not accept digital payments, and he had only brought a little over 1,000 coins with him. He had thought he was well prepared, but now felt the weight of his purse as a burden. "Perhaps you might consider this cotton robe instead?" The attendant suggested softly, noticing Zhang Hao's awkward silence. Yes, quite right. Though the brocade robe is exquisite, it is indeed impractical for work," Zhang Hao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After some deliberation, he selected a beautifully crafted cotton robe for 500 coins and also purchased a pair of black cotton shoes for 40 coins. Although his outfit could not compare to that of the affluent young masters, Zhang Hao was nonetheless quite pleased with his appearance. Resembling a modest yet respectable citizen of the middle class, he instructed the attendant to neatly pack away the clothes and shoes he had changed out of and, clutching a packet of instant noodles, made his way towards the Zhuai Shao building. Welcome, esteemed guest, greeted the attendant warmly upon Zhang Hao's arrival. Indeed, this attire proved advantageous. Had he arrived in his previous tattered garments, he would surely have been turned away. With a swell of confidence, Zhang Hao strode into the grand hall. The Zhuai building, renowned as the finest establishment in Rongqing County, boasted exquisite decor. The tables and chairs were meticulously crafted from high-quality wood. What may I serve you? Honored guest? The attendant inquired as Zhang Hao settled into his seat. It was Zhang Hao's first experience dining in such an upscale venue, and he was unsure of what to order. After clearing his throat, he asked, "What do you have on the menu?" Please listen closely, esteemed guest. Our establishment offers steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the sea. If you can imagine it, we can prepare it. The attendant's rapid-fire recitation left Zhang Hao utterly bewildered. This individual could easily be likened to a comedic genius in modern times. It was a shame to see such talent confined to the role of a mere server. Little did Zhang Hao realize that not just anyone could serve in the most luxurious restaurant in the county. Every profession is demanding in its own right. Memorizing such an extensive menu is no small feat, especially in a nation where literacy is alarmingly low. Even among those who could commit it to memory, very few could articulate it with such fluidity. Despite the attendant's impressive performance, Zhang Hao retained none of the details. Just bring me 2 reasonably priced dishes along with a jug of your house wine. After purchasing his new attire, he had less than 500 when left. Thus he was cautious not to indulge excessively. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. In no time, the attendant returned with a tray. Your dishes are ready. Sliced mutton, steamed cabbage, and a jug of rice wine. Enjoy your meal. Wait a moment. Zhang Hao called just as the attendant was about to leave after pouring him a glass. Do you have further instructions, esteemed guest? Please, have a seat. I would like to ask you a few questions. The attendant was unperturbed and promptly took a seat, setting the tray aside. Please go ahead, esteemed guest. How much will my order cost? The sliced mutton is 60 yuan, the steamed cabbage is 40 yuan, the rice wine is 100 yuan, and the table fee is 200 yuan, totaling 400 yuan. The attendant adeptly calculated the costs and added, of course, if you find my service satisfactory, a tip would surely make me quite happy. Wow, that's rather expensive, Zhang Hao exclaimed. After all, he had only ordered 2 reasonably priced dishes. A lavish meal would likely cost him several thousand yuan. Esteemed proprietor, I wish to discuss a business matter with your esteemed establishment. Might I request your presence for a brief conversation? Upon speaking, Zhang Hao discreetly placed 10 copper coins into the hands of the waiter. The sight of the coins instantly brightened the waiter's expression, who, while tucking the coins into his pocket, eagerly nodded, certainly. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the proprietor at once. Before long, an elderly gentleman adorned with a scholar's hat and clad in a deep blue robe approached. His rotund visage and ample ears bespoke a seasoned connoisseur of fine cuisine. With hands clasped together, the old man offered a respectful bow and intoned, "Esteemed guest, I am Xie, the proprietor of this Zhuai. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Zhang Hao promptly rose to return the greeting. I am Zhang. With the given name Hao. Please, Master Xie, take a seat so we may converse in detail. Without hesitation, Master Xie settled beside Zhang Hao. Observing Xie's presence, Zhang Hao gently unwrapped an oil paper package from a box. In an era devoid of plastic, he had prudently rewrapped the instant noodles to avoid unnecessary complications. Might Master Xie recognize this item? Xie's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the golden delicacy before him. Zhang Hao, noticing the proprietor's surprise, felt a surge of delight within. He was confident that this instant noodle, in a realm where even traditional noodles had yet to emerge, would undoubtedly captivate the market. This creation is my exclusive invention, aptly named Lu Jin Si. Paired with my proprietary seasoning, it is truly a culinary marvel. Should you find it compelling? It could become a signature dish at Zhuai Xiaolu. Having assigned an appealing name to his product, Zhang Hao proceeded to promote it without waiting for Xie's response. Lu Jin Si. Splendid. How does one consume this? Xie inquired, curiously inspecting the noodles. The preparation is quite simple. Might we proceed to the kitchen, where I can prepare a tasting for you? Certainly, please lead the way, young Master Zhang. With that, Master Xie guided Zhang Hao to the kitchen. Zhang Hao requested the chef to boil a pot of water, then introduced 3 noodle cakes into the pot to cook. He arranged 3 bowls neatly and placed different seasonings into each. As the noodles were retrieved and immersed in the bowls of hot water, an enticing aroma filled the kitchen, causing Master Xie to swallow in anticipation. To enhance the flavor, Zhang Hao instructed the chef to bring forth some roasted chicken, braised pork ribs, and sliced beef, artfully garnishing the bowls with a sprinkle of scallions. Please indulge, Master Xie. This bowl features a rich chicken broth, this one boasts a robust pork bone flavor, and this one is infused with savory beef essence. Eagerly eyeing the 3 bowls of golden noodles, Master Xie could no longer contain himself and swiftly picked up a chopstick full of the chicken broth noodles, relishing the taste. Chapter 12. A partnership forged. All eyes were fixed upon Master Xie, eagerly awaiting his feedback. After a few bites, Master Xie swallowed with a satisfying gulp. Before anyone could pose a question, he quickly sampled noodles from the second bowl. Not long after savoring all 3 distinct flavors of Lu Jinxi, Master Xie set down his chopsticks and, with measured deliberation, inquired, "May I ask, at what price does young Master Zhang propose to transact with Zui Xiaolu? The old fellow is indeed remarkable," Zhang Hao thought to himself with quiet pride, although Manager Xie endeavored to maintain a calm facade. The subtle shifts in his expression had already been detected by Zhang Hao. Manager Xie pondered what price would be appropriate for the golden silk at the Drunken Sky Tower. Taken aback by Zhang Hao's unconventional approach, Manager Xie paused for a moment and replied in a low voice, 30 proportion, which includes both the golden silk and the seasoning. How does that strike you, young Master Zhang? Zhang Hao smiled faintly, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Manager Xie, and replied, "Since you, Manager Xie, do not perceive how the golden silk could enhance the Drunken Sky Tower, I shall not impose further. Farewell." With that, Zhang Hao turned to leave. What a jest! To play such tricks on me. If I were just an ordinary farmer from the village, I might have been easily swindled. But I, Zhang Hao, am a super white-collar worker earning 3,000 a month in the 21st century. Such tactics have long since lost their novelty. Young Master Zhang, please hold on. Indeed. As soon as Zhang Hao turned, Manager Xie could no longer restrain himself. Oh, is there something else, Manager Xie? Zhang Hao turned back, feigning confusion. 51. That is my maximum offer, Manager Xie stated. Ah, now I am the one in a position of advantage. If you refuse, there are surely many others in this vast county who would be eager for it, Zhang Hao said solemnly. Manager Xie, the Drunken Sky Tower is the largest tavern in the city. I came here with sincerity, and since you value this golden silk, I shall not mince words. 100 proportion, with seasoning included. Manager Xie bowed his head, contemplating for a moment before continuing. May I inquire how many portions young Master Zhang could provide each day? I have ample supply. You need not worry about the yield. Just observe how many portions the Drunken Sky Tower can consume daily. Seeing this, Manager Xie approached the counter and began calculating with an abacus. Shortly thereafter, he stood and clasped his hands, saying, "Could you supply 100 portions of each of the 3 flavors daily?" Certainly, Zhang Hao replied readily. Acknowledging that this product was a secret recipe that could not be sold, Manager Xie added, "Young Master Zhang, I hope that this golden silk will be exclusive to the Drunken Sky Tower, and ideally, it should not be available elsewhere in Rongcheng County. As compensation, the Drunken Sky Tower is willing to offer 100 taels of gold as a buyout fee, and should there be any breach of contract, you would owe double the penalty." Indeed, Manager Xie demonstrated remarkable acumen, befitting the owner of the largest tavern in Rongcheng County. Fully aware of the rules of commerce, only through monopoly can one maximize their profits. Zhang Hao felt no need to dwell on this. He had no desire to run from market to market. It was sufficient to build a grand house, hold on to enough coins for comfort, and live a carefree life with his beloved wife. He harbored no grand dreams of wealth. Such thoughts were exhausting. A life of ease was what Zhang Hao truly sought. That is acceptable, he confirmed. Ha ha ha, young brother Zhang, you are indeed straightforward. However, should the demand at the Drunken Sky Tower increase in the future, I hope you can supply accordingly. Of course. Very well, I shall draft the contract now. Please wait a moment. With that, Manager Xie moved to the counter and began writing. Zhang Hao recalled that he had yet to finish the dishes he ordered, so he settled back into his seat, cradling the box, and began to eat. Before long, Manager Xie approached with a contract, beaming with delight. Brother Zhang, take a look at this. If everything is in order, we can commence our formal collaboration. Zhang Hao set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and examined the document carefully. Finding no discrepancies, he readily affixed his signature and pressed his seal. 2 copies were made. With Zhang Hao's swift endorsement, Manager Xie's anxious heart finally found solace. Here. This is 106 taels of gold. 100 taels are the exclusive sales fee for the flowing gold silk, and 6 taels constitute today's supply fee for the 300 portions. Zhang Hao had only dealt with copper coins and was unfamiliar with the conversion between gold and copper. Thus, upon receiving the gold, he inquired, Manager Xia, how does one convert gold and silver to copper coins in our Great Xia? Ah, our Great Xia is currently stable and prosperous, with prices remaining steady. As such, 1 tael of gold is valued at 5,001, while 1 tael of silver is worth 10,001. However, silver is exceedingly scarce here, and it is generally not used for currency circulation. Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp inwardly at Manager Xia's words. How could silver be worth more than gold in this realm? Indeed, the television was not to be trusted. It appeared that I have discovered a new avenue for profit. Reflecting on how silver in the modern world was worth considerably less than gold, Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy within. I see. Thank you very much, Manager Xia. With that, he tucked the heavy gold into his bosom, wiped his mouth, and called out, Waiter, bring the bill. The waiter dashed over and, noticing Manager Xia seated nearby, looked directly at him. Understanding the unspoken cue, Manager Xia stood and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Brother Zhang, now that we are like family, allow me to treat you to this meal. Zhang Hao graciously replied, In that case, I humbly accept your generosity, Manager Xia. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Manager Xia staring intently at the box of instant noodles in his hands. This old fox, indeed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Zhang Hao glanced at the box. Having consumed 3 packets, 6 remained. Oh well. I need not promote these noodles any further. I have grown weary of them in my past life. The mere scent now makes me feel queasy. It would be prudent to gift them to Manager Xia, saving myself the trouble of carrying them back. Manager Xia, since we are now family, consider these flowing gold silks a gift from me. With that, Zhang Hao handed over the remaining instant noodles to Manager Xia. Upon receiving them, Manager Xia's face broke into a wide grin. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Please wait a moment. I will instruct the carriage driver to accompany you for the goods, allowing him to familiarize himself with the route. In the future, we can agree on a time for you to deliver directly to him. Delighted at the prospect of a convenient ride, Zhang Hao felt a surge of happiness within, relieved that he would not need to walk back. Before long, the carriage driver arrived, summoned by Manager Xia's instructions, and invited Zhang Hao to board the carriage, which swiftly set off towards the outskirts of the city. After Zhang Hao's departure, Manager Xia hurried to the back kitchen, devouring the remaining noodles with great enthusiasm. After finishing his meal, Master Xia, while letting out a contented burp and wiping his mouth, murmured to himself, Delicious. I wonder how Zhang Hao managed to create such exquisite flavors. He consumed a bowl of noodles and handed the remaining instant noodles to the head chef in the kitchen, saying, This golden silk noodles are made from flour. But I am curious about the method of preparation. It exhibits a splendid golden hue and does not dissolve in water. The seasoning paired by young Master Zhang is also remarkably delightful. Take this back and study it. See if you can replicate it. The first thought that crossed Master Xia's mind upon receiving the instant noodles was imitation. After all, flour is not particularly expensive, and if he could produce it himself, the cost would undoubtedly diminish significantly. If that young lad Zhang Hao could accomplish it, then with the talented personnel at Zui Xiaolu, replicating it should not pose much of a challenge. With this thought, a barely perceptible smile graced Master Xia's lips. Zhang Hao, holding a bag of gold, asked the coachman to wait and ventured out to procure some daily necessities. He arrived at a dishware shop and began to browse. Dear guest, our shop offers a wide variety of dishes. You may choose freely, greeted a clerk as he approached. These are ordinary white earthenware dishes, priced at 10 won each. These are glazed white earthenware dishes, priced at 30 won each. And these are premium quality Xing kiln wares, featuring double-layered protective glaze and inner lining of cosmetic clay. The finest among dishes, priced at 80 won each. Zhang Hao picked up a wide-mouthed Xing kiln bowl and examined it. The craftsmanship was indeed far superior to the others, and the bottom bore the inscription De Xia Xing Kiln. Now that I have the funds, it is only fitting to use dishes of higher quality. He requested the shopkeeper to wrap up dozens of Xing kiln dishes. After settling the payment, he proceeded to purchase ample quantities of rice, flour, vegetables, meat, eggs, and other daily necessities. After some reflection, he visited a clothing store to buy Song Kursin a beautiful cotton robe. He then stopped by a jewelry shop to acquire a gold hairpin, a pair of earrings, and a headband for himself. Having completed his shopping, he boarded the carriage and swiftly made his way toward Zhangjia village. Chapter 13. Successful return once on the carriage, the speed increased considerably. Zhang Hao could not help but secretly lament that although the comfort level was far inferior to modern taxis, even with a carriage, the ancient roads were riddled with potholes. Vastly different from the asphalt roads of the present. It was likely that such a vehicle would also break down along the way. It seemed that he would also need to procure a carriage for easier travel in the future. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at Zhangjia village. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, he was surprised to find no throngs of villagers lining up to collect the spray buckets as he had anticipated. According to his calculations, 10 spray buckets could only serve 10 households at a time, implying that it would take at least 10 days for families to continuously come for the buckets to apply herbicide. What could be the reason? Did his wife find it too exhausting and cease the operation? That was unlikely. They had already received payment. And the villagers would certainly not be pleased if no work was done. With these questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Hao opened the courtyard door. "My dear, you have returned. You must be exhausted. Come sit down, and Kurson will massage your legs," Song Kurson exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over to greet Zhang Hao. Noticing the lack of villagers coming for the buckets, Zhang Hao directly inquired, "Why are the villagers not here to collect the buckets? Having completed the task long ago." Xin meticulously divided the herbicide into appropriate doses per barrel and subsequently distributed them according to the required quantities for each household. She then requested Zhang Li to organize the 220 farming households into 10 groups, with the first household in each group collecting a spray barrel for self-application, passing it along sequentially to the next household until all had participated. As she explained, her large eyes twinkled with enthusiasm. Zhang Hao, upon hearing Xion's method, felt a jolt of surprise within. It seemed his wife was not only diligent and capable, but also possessed a remarkable talent for organization and distribution. She had cleverly utilized the rules to allocate tasks efficiently, thus conserving both time and effort. In this regard, Zhang Hao felt rather inferior. His own plan was to mix the herbicide with water in proper proportions, fill the spray barrels, and hand them over to the farmers, who would return the empty barrels for refilling after their application. Truly, his wife was astute. "By the way, have you finished packaging the instant noodles?" he inquired. "Yes. They are all packaged and neatly stacked," Xian replied cheerfully. Such a capable partner. Zhang Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that if his wife's abilities were harnessed well, he would only need to focus on purchasing supplies in the future, confident that she would manage the rest without issue. With this thought, he gently addressed her. "I have negotiated with Zui Xiaolu to supply them at a price of 100 yuan per pack, providing 300 portions of 3 different flavors daily. The carriage is waiting outside, so you may deliver the goods to the driver." As he spoke, Zhang Hao retrieved a pouch of coins and a contract from his pocket and handed them to Xian. "This is the exclusive supply agreement and 106 taels of gold. Please take care of it. I spent a little on some daily necessities." "How much?" 106 taels of gold. Zhang Hao responded, and upon hearing this, Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered in astonishment. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and replied softly, "In terms of copper coins, that amounts to a total of 530,001. 530,001. This figure exceeded Xian's comprehension, and she began to count on her fingers, mumbling quietly, "Dear husband, what is 530,001? With a gentle smile, Zhang Hao patted Xian's little head and responded, "It is an enormous sum. Now, off you go to work." "All right." After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Xian set aside the gold and contract beneath a brick on the bedside and stepped outside to chat with the coachman. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao lay back on the bed, lost in thought. The volume of goods would only increase in the future, and this little courtyard would soon prove inadequate. The urgent task at hand was to construct a larger estate. With this in mind, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone to search for options. However, he found it lacking in battery. Considering the purchase of a large generator, he realized that there were obstacles. Firstly, there was no fuel available, as gasoline and diesel were prohibited for delivery. Secondly, the noise from such machinery would attract unwanted attention from neighbors, leading to potential complications. After much contemplation, Zhang Hao decided against the extensive use of electrical appliances. "Dear husband, have you bought so many things?" Zhang Hao was engrossed in his phone when Song Kurson joyfully rushed in, holding the exquisite robe he had purchased for her. "Husband, this garment is truly beautiful. Is it meant for me?" Zhang Hao set aside his device and, filled with happiness, replied, "Indeed, my dear. That tattered attire of yours is ill-fitting. So I bought you a new one. Come here, and let me help you try it on." "You want to dress me?" Upon hearing his words, Song Kursen's cheeks flushed with shyness. She was a person of immaculate cleanliness, though her circumstances had previously limited her. Now, their home boasted soap, shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. Though her clothes were worn, they were impeccably clean. As Zhang Hao drew closer, the scent of laundry detergent wafted toward him, stirring a wave of excitement within. Although Song Kursen was exceedingly bashful, the fact that her husband wished to assist her in changing clothes seemed reasonable. She obediently approached the bedside and handed the robe to Zhang Hao. He slowly removed her old garment, revealing the delicate lingerie he had bought for her. The sight of her fair, unblemished skin was a tantalizing temptation, causing his breath to quicken. Let us attend to more pressing matters. We can change clothes later. With that, Zhang Hao swept Song Kursen into his arms and onto the bed, becoming engrossed in a flurry of activity. Husband, 2 minutes later, Song Kursen nestled against Zhang Hao, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Damn this rickety bed. It ruins my good mood every time, he lamented, staring forlornly at the headboard. Once I build a new house, I shall replace it with a better one. The bed was a crucial piece of furniture in any home, intimately connected to the quality of one's sleep, and should not be taken lightly. After a brief respite, Zhang Hao rose to help Song Kursen don her new outfit, adorning her with fresh earrings as well. Rising, she styled her hair and inserted a golden hairpin. Clothes make the person, and a beautiful woman even more so. Zhang Hao gazed at the transformed Song Kursen, who appeared not only more lovely but also possessed a unique allure. Song Kursen twirled in delight, admiring her new attire, exclaiming, "This outfit is magnificent. My husband is wonderful." Moments later, she removed the golden hairpin and earrings, carefully storing them away. These jewels are too precious. Losing them would be unfortunate. Zhang Hao said nothing further, stepping outside to inspect the items he had brought from the city. Song Kursen had already organized everything, neatly arranging the items in their rightful places. Let us see if these shoes can be returned. With that thought, Zhang Hao retrieved the delivery slip, filling in the address provided by the courier service while instructing Song Kursen to pack the shoes into a box. As he affixed the shipping label to the box, it vanished with a swift whoosh. "Husband, where did the box go?" Zhang Hao observed the astonished Song Kursen and replied nonchalantly, "This item was not to my liking." So it reverted. While Song Kursen was taken aback, she understood that her husband had his reasons and did not dwell on it further. Zhang Hao, meanwhile, hurriedly opened his phone. Successful return. Funds refunded to original account. Zhang Hao checked his bank balance and discovered an additional 299 yuan. Haha, how amusing. It turns out that I can indeed return items from here to modern times. This means I can sell goods from the Great Xiao era in the modern world for profit. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao could no longer contain his excitement and burst into hearty laughter while embracing Song Kursen. Seeing her husband so overjoyed made Song Kursen feel an immense sense of happiness. Chapter 14. Accidental ingestion of herbicide. Xiao Hao, something terrible has happened. Just as Zhang Hao and Song Kursen were reveling in their joy, Zhang Lichang rushed over. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Old Lichang, what has happened?" "That child Yaya suddenly complained of a stomachache and is now lying at home clutching her belly. According to her mother, Jiao Shi. It seems she accidentally ingested your secret formula," Zhang Lichang explained. Zhang Hao's heart sank. Herbicide is highly toxic and should never be consumed. Although modern herbicides have become less lethal since the infamous incident with paraquat, ingesting too much remains fatal. Realizing his oversight and failing to warn everyone about its dangers, he swiftly followed Zhang Lichang towards Jiao Shi's home, with Song Kursen anxiously trailing behind. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found Jiao Shi sitting on the ground, wailing, "Oh my heavens, what am I to do? My poor Yaya." Zhang Ziqiang, Yaya's brother, worked as a manager at a jewelry store in the county. Since the death of their father, he had been the pillar of their family. Given Zhang Ziqiang's decent income, they were considered a well-off family in the village. Hearing about Zhang Hao's herbicide formula, Jiao Shi had decided to purchase it, hoping to ease her burden of weeding. After receiving the formula, she left it at home, filled a bag with sunflower seeds, and went to chat under the old locust tree at the village entrance, curious about the brightly colored liquid her mother had brought home. Yaya mistakenly thought it was a delicious treat. She took a curious lick, unaware that while it looked appealing, it tasted exceedingly bitter. Distressed by the bitter taste, Yaya cried as she stepped outside to find her mother. When Jiao Shi heard that Yaya had ingested the formula, she, unaware of its toxicity, did not take it seriously at first. It was only when she saw her daughter clutching her stomach and crying that panic set in. Unsure of what to do, Zhao Shi collapsed to the ground in tears. Just then, Zhang Ziqiang returned from the city. After learning the situation, he instructed his cousin to fetch a doctor from town while informing Zhang Liqiang of the events. Upon seeing Zhang Liqiang arrive with Zhang Hao, Zhang Ziqiang angrily confronted him. "What exactly is this formula of yours? Why does my sister appear pale and in excruciating pain after consuming it? Is it poison?" Zhang Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare delay and urgently replied, "This is not the time for discussions. Saving her is the priority." As he spoke, he instructed Song Kursin to return home and fetch some soap. "Oh, you have a way to treat her? Please, Brother Hao. You must ensure my sister's recovery at all costs." Upon observing Zhang Hao's resourcefulness, Zhang Ziqiang's demeanor softened considerably. "Quick, fetch more water." As Zhang Hao persisted, Zhang Ziqiang dared not delay, promptly retrieving a basin brimming with clear water from the kitchen. Song Kursin also brought over some soap. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao placed the soap into the basin, creating a mixture, and filled a bowl to hand to Zhang Ziqiang, instructing in a low voice, "Quickly give this to Yaya." Taken aback, Zhang Ziqiang accepted the bowl and gently addressed Yaya. "Yaya, this is the medicine prepared by Brother Zhang Hao for you. It will ease your stomach pain. Please drink it." Yet, Yaya remained curled up on the bed, clutching her abdomen in silence. "How can she drink it like this? Force it into her." Zhang Hao commanded sharply. Zhang Ziqiang found himself in a quandary. Being a scholar, his endeavors were usually confined to bookkeeping and calculations. He had no knowledge of administering medicine. Observing his hesitation, Zhang Hao snatched the bowl, declaring, "Let me do it." He then forcefully propped Yaya up, pinching her nose tightly. Moments later, as Yaya struggled for breath, her mouth instinctively opened. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao swiftly brought the bowl to her lips and began pouring the mixture. As Yaya swallowed a few mouthfuls, Zhang Hao removed the bowl, allowing her to catch her breath. With her gasping for air, he resumed administering the remedy. After several attempts, Yaya could no longer endure. She coughed violently and then retched, splattering Zhang Hao in the process. "Let it out," he urged, undeterred by the mess, as he understood the urgency of the situation. He filled the bowl again and continued his efforts. "Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, unable to watch Yaya's agony any longer. "If you don't want her to die, then be quiet. I'm saving her." Zhang Hao replied coolly without turning around, continuing his task. Thus, while Yaya expelled the contents of her stomach, Zhang Hao relentlessly administered the mixture until the basin was nearly empty. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Is this truly a method of saving someone? What do you know? If you think you can do better, then step up. Even amidst their murmurs, none dared to intervene. After all, if Yaya's life was at stake, who would take responsibility if they hindered someone else's attempt to save her? Once the basin was emptied, Zhang Hao was thoroughly drenched. He watched as Yaya's pale complexion slowly regained some color, finally allowing himself a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, the rescue had been timely, for Yaya had only consumed a little. Gently, he laid her back down and covered her with a blanket. The critical period had passed, and now all she needed was a good rest to recover swiftly. Seeing his sister's color returning and her expression less pained, Zhang Ziqiang felt a surge of joy and quickly clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Zhang Hao, for your timely rescue." However, Zhao Shi, witnessing the scene, was not pleased. Rising to her feet, she pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Hao, scolding, "You, Zhang Hao, what are you scheming? You dare to administer poison to our crops." Before Zhang Hao could explain, a nearby man chimed in. "Zhang Hao, so your secret recipe is poison. My crops have already been sprayed. Does that mean the harvested grain is inedible?" Zhang Hao reassured the crowd, "Fear not. Although my secret formula can be dangerous when ingested directly, it does not affect the crops that have been treated, and the grain produced is entirely safe for consumption." "But you assert it is safe to eat? If anyone were to consume that grain and suffer from poisoning, who would take responsibility?" Indeed, while this secret formula is remarkably effective for weeding, if it is truly toxic, it would be prudent to refrain from using it. Upon hearing this, many began to see the logic in the argument. Although the formula promised ease, the potential repercussions were daunting. Thus, they deemed it wiser to manually remove weeds. Rest assured, I, Zhang Hao, guarantee with my integrity that the grain is absolutely safe for consumption. If anyone doubts this, for those yet to spray, I am willing to refund the original price. For those who have already sprayed and are concerned about toxicity, I will gladly buy back the grain at market price once the harvest is complete. This statement eased many minds. Zhang Hao, you said it yourself, having sprayed your pesticide. You must take back our grain when the time comes, no excuses. I, Zhang Hao, always keep my word, and the village elder can attest to this. The elder, upon hearing this, raised his hands in reassurance. Fellow villagers, rest assured, in front of so many witnesses, Zhang Hao will not go back on his word. He cannot afford to. With the elder's words, the crowd's grievances subsided. Please remember, this secret formula is not for consumption. After spraying, ensure you thoroughly wash your body and hands, and keep the formula well hidden to prevent accidental ingestion by children. The villagers nodded in agreement, hastily returning home to secure the substance. However, Jiaoshi was not pleased and continued, Zhang Hao, my daughter Yaya fell ill due to your secret formula. Even if you can cure her, that does not absolve you of responsibility. It is clear you seek to extort me, Zhang Hao thought. Never one to yield to such tactics. This formula is for weeding. If you did not oversee your daughter, now that I assist you, you dare to blame me? If your child mistakenly ingested rat poison, would you then blame the seller of the poison? Zhangli, the village elder, stepped in to mediate. Let us not quibble. Since Iya is now well, let us all take a step back and consider the matter settled. Seeing the elder's intervention, Zhang Ziqiang also felt that his fellow villagers. And given Zhang Hao's prompt actions to save Iya, she was fortunate to have recovered. This is unacceptable. You owe me compensation. Otherwise, I will report you for poisoning. Jiao Shi persisted. Very well. Go ahead and report me. I am eager to see whether the county magistrate will rule that I am guilty of poisoning or that you are guilty of slander. Since arriving in this realm, Zhang Hao had familiarized himself with the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom. In a modern context, he would undoubtedly bear some blame for failing to provide a warning. However, in this ancient society, it seemed that unless one intentionally poisoned another, sellers of toxic substances used for healing or other purposes were deemed innocent. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Jiao Shi felt a pang of anxiety and quietly asked Zhang Ziqiang, Son, what are the consequences of falsely accusing someone? Zhang Ziqiang replied truthfully, Mother. According to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, making false accusations against others, if the circumstances are severe, is punishable by the severance of the tongue. Upon hearing the mention of tongue severance, Jiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. She trembled in fear and immediately changed her tone, chuckling, Oh dear, I was just caught up in the heat of the moment. Since Yaya is unharmed, let us consider this matter settled. Chapter 15. The urgency of building a house. Although Zhang Hao was unaware of what Zhang Ziqiang had conveyed to Jiao, he could discern her flustered expression, indicating that Zhang Ziqiang wished for her to relent in this matter. It appeared that Zhang Ziqiang possessed a magnanimous spirit. Reflecting on Zhang Ziqiang's role as the proprietor of a jewelry shop in Rongqing County, Zhang Hao contemplated the possibility of future collaboration with him. After bidding farewell to the others, Zhang Hao took Song Kursen's hand and returned home. Husband, what is this? Upon opening the door, Song Kursen noticed a recently delivered package inside the room. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up and began to unwrap it. It turned out that Zhang Hao had thought of his beloved wife's petite figure and decided to purchase some nourishing treats for her. Now, he had the ability to procure items at any moment with swift delivery. Though he was unaware of the underlying principles, the sheer convenience brought him great delight. Oh, this is a new delicacy your husband sent you. It's beneficial for your health. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. New delicacy? Intrigued, Song Kursen opened the package to reveal two golden, oval-shaped objects. Zhang Hao took one, sliced it open, and a multitude of black seeds scattered from the soft, orange flesh. This is called papaya. Aside from the seeds and skin, the flesh is incredibly tender. Do try it, my dear. As he spoke, he cut a piece and placed it into Song Kursen's mouth. So delicious. You must try some too, husband. Joyfully chewing, she offered him a piece. Hee. This fruit is meant for women. I shall abstain. My dear should enjoy it more. Meant for women? Song Kursen pondered, surprised that there could be fruit designated specifically for women. However, she didn't dwell on it. Since her husband claimed it was for women, that was surely the case. In no time, she devoured both papayas completely. Husband, can these black seeds that resemble fish roe be planted? Upon hearing Song Kursen's question, Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, many plants from later times do not exist in the Great Xia Kingdom. If we could cultivate them, it would present a wonderful business opportunity. Yes, my dear, you should plant these seeds in the yard and see what fruits they may bear. All right. Watching as Song Kursen joyfully ran to the yard with the papaya seeds, a flicker of joy crossed Zhang Hao's eyes. Could we possibly purchase some pets to raise as well? With this thought, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone to check. Let us start by buying a few goldfish to test the waters. As he pressed the purchase button, a delivery box appeared. Zhang Hao hurriedly opened the box, only to find it contained a transparent tank filled with water, albeit with all the goldfish lying belly up. This is unexpected. How could they die so quickly after delivery? Filled with confusion, Zhang Hao proceeded to purchase rabbits, white mice, and even a kitten. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhang Hao methodically opened each cardboard box, he found, without exception, that this capability was not infallible. Observing the motionless creature nestled within the box, he arrived at a somber conclusion. Living beings could not be delivered by express courier. Animals were out of the question. He pondered the feasibility of shipping plants instead. His gaze fell upon Song Kursen, who was joyfully planting papaya seeds in the courtyard. And a flicker of unease crossed Zhang Hao's face. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. After planting the seeds, Song Kursen stood up, gazed upward, and remarked, "My dear, it appears the weather is turning. It may rain soon." Since his arrival in this new world, Zhang Hao had experienced nothing but scorching sunshine. It seemed that a refreshing rain was finally on the horizon. As he opened his mouth to respond, a voice called out from outside, "Zhang Hao, I believe a heavy rain is imminent. Your house is quite dilapidated. I'm not sure if it will leak. My mother asked me to check on you." Zhang Hao's home had been destined for demolition and reconstruction several years prior by the original owner's father. However, after the sudden upheaval, the father was conscripted into the army, and the mother and child were left in dire straits, causing the plans for the new house to fall by the wayside. Zhang Hao realized, at Zhang Xingwang's words, that his home was indeed in disrepair. If a heavy rain were to fall, leaks were inevitable. In that case, "I must thank you, Xingwang," he replied. "Oh, come now, we are like brothers," said Zhang Xingwang, as he set up a ladder and began to climb. Zhang Hao assisted him by passing up some straw. Before long, Zhang Xingwang had laid the straw and descended. "Uncle, you've worked hard. Have a drink of water to quench your thirst," Song Kursen said gently, offering him a bowl of warm water. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhang Xingwang scratched his head and drank it all in one go. "This is still warm water." After finishing, he expressed his gratitude. "I noticed a chill in the air today and thought to boil some warm water for you. It doesn't take much firewood." Zhang Xingwang nodded and continued, "Zhang Hao, your house has too many areas in need of repair. This straw will only provide temporary relief if the rain is too heavy. You might still need to guard against leaks. Yes, I have been considering building a new courtyard to move into as soon as possible. For now, I must make do." Zhang Hao replied, "Oh, you plan to build a new house? My cousin is in the business of construction. He oversees most of the houses in the nearby villages. After the rain, I will call him over to discuss it with you." "That sounds splendid. I appreciate your help, dear brother Xingwang." After bidding farewell to Zhang Xingwang, Song Kursen had prepared dinner. As the two dined, a torrential downpour suddenly began outside. The dimness of the house, compounded by the stacks of cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and the instant noodles Zhang Hao had hoarded, made the already small space feel even more cramped. They had no choice but to eat in the courtyard. "My dear, quickly. Let us go inside," shouted Song Kursen, not waiting for Zhang Hao's response as she pulled him into the room. She then hurried outside to gather the dishes. The rain fell heavily. As soon as Song Kursen stepped out, she was drenched. The rainwater soaked her hair, cascading down her cheeks in rivulets. The rain fell in relentless torrents, striking against Song Kursen's body, compelling her to squint her eyes. Observing the flustered Song Kursen amidst the downpour, Zhang Hao felt a tremor of anxiety. Oh no, if the house leaks and the instant noodles get soaked, it would be disastrous. Each morning, the delivery man would come to collect goods, and Zhang Hao had previously instructed Song Kursen to wrap the noodles in oil paper. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao opened his phone and ordered a large plastic sheet to shield the noodles. "Ah, now they shall remain dry." Gazing at the noodles covered by the plastic, Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy within him. "My dear, the rain is too heavy. Dinner has been ruined by the downpour," Song Kursen called out. Hearing her words, Zhang Hao turned to look at the doorway, where she stood holding a bowl of rice. Raindrops cascaded down her hair, glistening on her cheeks like dew. Her soaked garments clung to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette, causing Zhang Hao's throat to tighten. "Oh dear, let us set aside the meal for now. You're drenched. Come here, my love. Allow me to help you change out of those wet clothes, lest you fall ill." Song Kursen paused, then quickly understood. Zhang Hao took the bowl and chopsticks from her and placed them on the table, pulling her closer as he assisted her in shedding her damp attire. "You're completely soaked," he remarked, grabbing a towel to gently dry her off. My dear, achoo. She sneezed. See, you're catching a cold, Zhang Hao said, waving his hand to summon a bottle of ibuprofen from thin air. Here, take this and rest in bed for a while. He lifted Song Kursen and laid her on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. After taking the ibuprofen, she quickly drifted into slumber. Listening to the rhythmic sound of the rain outside, Zhang Hao opened his phone. According to his plans, although electrical appliances were not a concern for the new house at present, it was prudent to install wiring, plumbing, and various other facilities in advance to avoid future rework when the time was right. The yard must be ample, not only to ensure a comfortable living environment, but also to accommodate a storage warehouse. In ancient times, aside from the lavish palaces, ordinary homes were quite cramped due to the lack of quality timber. Thus, it seemed necessary to consider a reinforced concrete structure. After researching some concrete materials and their proportions, he began browsing on his phone. Steel bars, cement, copper wiring, piping, latex paint, tiles. He placed them in his shopping cart, ready to order when needed. Chapter 16. Breaking ground. Thanks to the timely administration of ibuprofen, Song Kursen's condition did not worsen. After staying up late the previous night, Zhang Hao did not awaken until after 10 o'clock. My dear, you're awake, she said, her gaze fixed on him as he opened his eyes to find her neatly dressed. Sitting by the bedside, Zhang Hao reached out to touch her forehead and replied softly, yes, the fever has subsided. With that, he sat up and slipped on his shoes. As usual, Song Kursen wet a towel and helped him wash his face before heading to the kitchen to fetch a steaming breakfast. After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Zhang Hao rose and addressed Song Kursen, stating, I shall visit the home of Zhang Lichang for a while. If anyone seeks me later, kindly ask them to wait for me at Xingwang's residence. With that, Zhang Hao hurriedly exited. Ah, Zhang Hao has come. What brings you here so early, old friend? Zhang Lichang inquired, having just finished his meal and setting down his bowl and chopsticks. I plan to construct a courtyard, approximately 3 acres in size. I wonder if there is a suitable location available? According to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, any household with 3 or more members is entitled to 1 acre of residential land. However, in the village, most families do not require that much. The surplus land is typically pooled together, managed by the village head, and is primarily used for vegetable cultivation. Those in need of building land may seek the village head for coordination. Is 3 acres truly necessary? If you desire that much, you will need to purchase from others. Zhang Lichang remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. My previous dwelling is rather dilapidated, and I wish to build a new courtyard, perhaps to establish a workshop. Hence, I require a larger area. Money is not an issue, Zhang Hao replied. In that case, let us go together to select a suitable plot, Zhang Lichang suggested, leading Zhang Hao towards the village entrance. As they passed the grand pagoda tree at the village's edge, Zhang Lichang paused and pointed ahead, from the foot of the Nanyang Mountain on the west, all the way to the reservoir on the east, lies our village's available residential land. Take a look, young Hao, and see if any spot catches your fancy. Zhang Hao followed the direction of Zhang Lichang's finger, observing the towering Nanyang Mountain, with a small stream cascading from its peak into the nearby reservoir. This natural reservoir is substantial, serving as the irrigation source for the entire village's crops, while the stream above is where villagers fetch water for washing. If I were to build my house next to the stream, I could run a water pipe into the courtyard, resolving all water supply issues, Zhang Hao remarked, pointing to a flat parcel of vegetable land adjacent to the stream. Following Zhang Hao's lead, the two approached the plot. Indeed, this location is quite close to the water source, making it convenient for fetching water. The terrain is elevated, alleviating concerns of flooding. With the mountain at the back and the reservoir in front, the feng shui appears quite favorable. Zhang Lichang nodded in agreement. However, upon contemplating the price, a slight furrow appeared on Zhang Lichang's brow as he continued. Yet, 3 acres of residential land does not come cheaply. In Zhang Lichang's memory, Zhang Hao's family had always been impoverished. Even with the earnings from recent weeding, acquiring 3 acres would still fall short, not to mention the additional cost of construction. How much would I need to pay the village for this plot? Zhang Hao asked directly. According to the regulations, each acre of residential land costs 5,000 yen. If we were to confiscate your original courtyard, deducting 1 acre's cost, you would still owe 10,000 yen, Zhang Lichang explained. Zhang Hao pondered briefly before responding. There is no need for a deduction. Let the original courtyard remain as a memento. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Zhang Lichang was taken aback. Since when had Zhang Hao become so affluent? That amounted to 15,000,001. Previously, Zhang Hao had sold the weeding formula for just over 6,000,001. And aside from a recent trip to the city, his financial status had not changed significantly. Zhang Lichang suddenly recalled the cart that halted daily at Zhang Hao's doorstep. Indeed, it must be that he had engaged in a significant business venture with the local gentry. In light of this, let Xiao Hao accompany me back to finalize the land contract. With that, the two turned and made their way inside, as the land was in close proximity to Zhang Hao's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Hao gestured for Zhang Lichang to proceed first, while he himself retrieved the silver. Upon returning home, Song Kurson noticed Zhang Hao seeking money and, without further inquiry, promptly handed over the silver to her husband. If her husband required funds, he must have his reasons. Having acquired the money, Zhang Hao made his way to Zhang Lichang's residence, where Zhang Lichang had just completed the contract. Xiao Hao, if you find no issues after reviewing, just place your handprint. When you commence construction, I shall summon the villagers to assist you. Zhang Hao took the contract, glanced over it briefly, and after placing his handprint on both copies, folded one and tucked it into his pocket. Here are 15,000,001. Please accept this, Zhang Lichang. Zhang Lichang received the money, setting it aside with a grin as he bid farewell to Zhang Hao. Fortune favors the prepared. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Zhang Xingwang accompanied by another individual heading toward Zhang Hao's home. The three met face to face. "Hao brother," Zhang Xingwang called out, waving as he approached. "This is my cousin, Li Chang. Entrusting your house to him is a surety." Before Zhang Hao could respond, Li Chang hurried forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Greetings. Zhang Hao, I am Li Chang, well-versed in construction. Hearing from Xingwang that you intend to build, I have come to offer my assistance." Zhang Hao returned the gesture with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Please, come inside." He ushered the two men into the courtyard. Song Kurson was busy hanging laundry. Upon seeing her husband return with two guests, she promptly set down her basin and hurried to the kitchen to boil water. Once the three were seated, Li Chang cupped his fist and spoke loudly. "Zhang Hao, please elaborate on your requirements so I may prepare the necessary materials and manpower." Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, recalling the relevant information he had previously searched on his phone, and began to articulate his thoughts. After some time, Song Kurson brought out tea for everyone. "Please have some tea to quench your thirst." After serving the tea, she gracefully exited the room to continue with her chores. Zhang Hao sipped his tea and continued. "I wonder, Li Chang, do you have any questions regarding what I have conveyed?" Li Chang's expression turned serious as he stroked his chin, perplexed. "According to your description, the side room seems manageable, but regarding the main house's 2 stories, given the area, it may prove difficult to procure such long timber. Furthermore, considering the structural weight, I am uncertain if your proposed method is feasible." Zhang Hao's plan involved utilizing reinforced concrete as a substitute for timber to manage weight, which posed no issues. However, Li Chang had never encountered reinforced concrete before and thus felt apprehensive. Should this approach prove unworkable, construction would come to a halt, and obtaining such lengthy timber would undoubtedly be beyond Li Chang's means. Moreover, the scale of the project demanded substantial financial investment. If this issue hindered the recovery of subsequent labor costs and expenses, it would certainly lead to significant losses. Zhang Hao discerned Li Chang's doubts. After a brief contemplation, he spoke loudly. "Brother Li Chang, there is no need for you to be troubled. I shall take responsibility for providing the necessary funds and primary materials for the project. You need only follow my directives during the construction. I assure you that the wages for the workers will be paid promptly." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Li Chang gritted his teeth, rose to his feet, and replied with unwavering determination, "In that case, I shall take on this project. I trust that you are well aware of its magnitude. Therefore, we must prepare a substantial workforce and materials before commencing. Would it be possible for you to pay 5 taels of gold as a deposit?" "No problem," Zhang Hao responded. "I hope you will dedicate yourself fully to this endeavor, ensuring that the materials are utilized properly and that quality is never compromised." Li Chang nodded vigorously. Renowned in the surrounding areas, he would not tarnish his reputation for the sake of trifling gains. The two men amicably signed the contract, after which Zhang Hao instructed Song Kurson to retrieve 5 taels of gold to hand over to Li Chang. After bidding farewell to the two men, Song Kurson cheerfully remarked, "Husband, are we going to build a new house?" Zhang Hao turned around, gently pinched Song Kurson's small nose, and replied softly, "Indeed. How could I allow my dear wife to continue living in such a dilapidated house?" Elated by Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursen exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We shall reside in a grand house." Li Chang was remarkably efficient, and by afternoon, he had gathered a group of workers to begin compacting the earth and taking measurements. Observing the bustling scene, Zhang Hao opened his phone and calculated the expenses in his shopping cart, sighing repeatedly. The issue of funds on this side seemed manageable. Yet his bank card balance was nearing its limit. He had exhausted most of the available online loans. It was imperative to devise a means of acquiring some Huabei promptly. Chapter 17. Teaching my wife to play the flute when considering what to sell from the Great Xia to the modern world. Zhang Hao's first thought was antiques. As a white-collar worker from a large city, holding a bachelor's degree, he would at least be regarded as a promising scholar in Great Xia. Given the years that separate Great Xia from the present, it meant that sending back a stamped porcelain artifact would classify it as a millennium-old antique. The critical issue remained: to whom could he sell these items to successfully exchange them for money? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao took out his phone and began to search. He worried that collaborating with relevant departments in Huabei might lead to being classified as a criminal, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Moreover, should he attract the attention of the authorities, it could result in his phone number and bank account being monitored or frozen, which would be catastrophic. After much deliberation, Zhang Hao concluded that finding private partners would be safer. At worst, he would incur a loss of some Xing kiln wares, but it would not be catastrophic. Zhang Hao's greatest pastime was browsing short videos, and he recalled numerous vloggers specializing in antique appraisal. "Hello. I possess several antiques and would like to request your expertise for an appraisal. If agreeable, please provide your shipping address, and I shall send them to you." Zhang Hao contemplated using video calls for the appraisal, but even if the expert authenticated the items as genuine, it would not alleviate his concerns. He could not engage in face-to-face transactions with these appraisers, so shipping the items remained the only option. However, the risk associated with shipping antiques was considerable, as he might encounter unscrupulous individuals who, upon receiving the items, would block him. Fortunately, these exquisite Xing kiln bowls and dishes are merely a matter of a few coins for me. Thus, I decided to employ a fishing net approach, seeking a person of good character for a long-term collaboration. Before long, Zhang Hao had sent private messages to dozens of bloggers, and he soon received numerous replies, revealing their shipping addresses. Fortunately, during my last trip to the county town, I had purchased a significant quantity of fine Xing kiln bowls and dishes. Following the provided addresses, Zhang Hao carefully packaged the items and dispatched them accordingly. The remaining time was spent in anticipation. After sending off the goods, Zhang Hao stepped outside. Song Kursen had just finished hanging the laundry, and upon seeing Zhang Hao, she immediately approached him. "My dear husband," she said, "would you accompany me for a leisurely stroll?" As she spoke, Zhang Hao extended his arm, inviting Song Kursen to link hers with his. Ever since the heavy rain, the weather had become considerably cooler. The two strolled hand in hand along the meandering paths of the fields. "By the way, my dear, you mentioned singing and playing the flute last time. I have yet to hear it." Zhang Hao suddenly paused, pointing toward the willow tree by the pond. Song Kursen raised an eyebrow, quickly advancing to pluck a willow branch and twisting it. "What tune would you like to hear, my husband?" "Oh, whatever you play, I shall delight in," he replied. After a moment of contemplation, Song Kursen began to play. As the sweet notes of the willow flute filled the air, Zhang Hao crouched down, slowly settling beside the willow tree, lost in reminiscence of his childhood. Noticing Zhang Hao's seated position, Song Kursen continued to play and joined him at his side. The sound, while not particularly melodious, after all, it was merely a toy crafted from willow bark, nevertheless revealed Song Kursen's innate musical talent. Suddenly, Zhang Hao appeared to have an epiphany. With a swift motion, a brown stick fell from above. "Ha ha, the versatile multi-tool," he exclaimed, deftly catching the flute and gently inquiring, "Do you know what this is?" "My dear, this is a shao," Song Kursen cried out joyfully upon seeing the exquisite flute in her husband's hand. "In my childhood, my sister Sher's family had a shao, and I adored listening to her play, though I have never tried it myself. Why not give it a try?" Zhang Hao encouraged, handing the flute to Song Kursen. She took it, recalling her sister's playing style, and began to play, albeit with a more professional air compared to the willow flute. While the willow flute relied on airflow to create melodies, the shao required her fingers to cover the holes along its body to produce sound. After a brief attempt, she paused, a look of disappointment crossing her face. "My dear husband, I am too clumsy. I cannot play the shao well." Zhang Hao affectionately patted her head and smiled. "Who can play perfectly from the start?" Allow me to demonstrate a piece for you. All right. Zhang Hao had, in his past life, played a few melodies, primarily for a talent showcase in college. As the enchanting notes of the shao resonated, Song Kursin rested her chin on her hands, her eyes gleaming with admiration. My husband is truly a talented individual. You seem to know everything. After finishing a tune, Zhang Hao paused, gently handing the flute to Song Kursin, and took her delicate hand, softly saying, "Come, my dear, let me teach you." Thus, while guiding her to sit in his embrace, Zhang Hao began to help her play in rhythm. Like this, "Yes, my dear." Splendid. Indeed, with Zhang Hao's support, the flute produced a melodious sound. Once the piece concluded, Zhang Hao continued, "Playing the flute requires skill. My dear, you must practice diligently to master it. I shall gift this flute to you for your practice." "Is it for me?" "Thank you, my husband." Observing Song Kursin's elated gestures, Zhang Hao helplessly shook his head. He understood that one's happiness does not directly correlate with the material value of possessions, but rather with how they surpass one's expectations. For a little girl who could only play with willow branches, a bamboo flute costing merely a few coins could bring joy for an entire day. Within her realm of happiness, this flute far exceeded her anticipations. However, as he continued to indulge Song Kursin, her expectations would inevitably expand, making it increasingly challenging to bring her joy. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao stood, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and said nonchalantly, "Let us return." Upon seeing this, Song Kursin rose as well, clutching the cherished bamboo flute in one hand while linking her arm with her husband as they walked homeward. Upon arriving home, Zhang Hao gestured for Song Kursin to stay put, explaining that he had matters to attend to before stepping out of the courtyard. Presumably, the foundation at Li Chang's site was nearly compacted. He needed to deliver some materials for experimentation without delay. Although he had researched various concrete mixtures online, it was his first attempt, and practical trials were essential. He had to keep his ability to procure materials discreet. Adhering to the principle of discreet development, Zhang Hao ventured to a secluded location, ensuring no passers-by were in sight. With a wave of his hand, several bundles of rebar and dozens of bags of cement materialized. "Phew, phew, phew," he muttered as he brushed off the dust and made his way toward the new courtyard. "Brother Zhang, you have arrived." Li Chang greeted him with urgency. "The foundation is nearly complete. According to our previous plan, we are currently digging the pile holes." "Excellent. Bring a few men to assist me in transporting the materials for testing the load-bearing capacity of the pile beams," Zhang Hao instructed. "Understood." Li Chang promptly summoned 7 or 8 individuals to push wooden carts, following Zhang Hao to the storage site of the cement and rebar. "These are the rebar and cement. You should mix them with some gravel and sand as I previously instructed." Though Li Chang had listened intently to Zhang Hao's detailed explanation of concrete preparation, he still stared in amazement at the cement before him. Is this truly as miraculous as it seems? However, when he beheld the bundles of rebar, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Zhang Hao, this is top-grade steel. It seems better than the materials used for forging steel blades and blacksmiths. Are you certain you want to use this for construction? Wouldn't that be too extravagant?" In response to Li Chang's inquiry, Zhang Hao merely smiled faintly and said, "I will provide the materials. You simply follow my instructions." Li Chang was astonished, yet it was hardly unexpected. After all, in this era of severely underdeveloped productivity, the steel output throughout the Great Xia was exceedingly scarce. Consequently, prices were exorbitant, with extensive use confined primarily to the military. It was quite remarkable for an ordinary farmer to possess even a single hoe. Little did he know that a millennium later, such industrial products would be commonplace even at recycling stations. However, despite his doubts, Li Chang dutifully instructed everyone to transport the items for experimentation upon Zhang Hao's directive. After addressing the matters at the construction site, Zhang Hao walked home while checking private messages on his phone. Thanks to his expedited delivery, all the bloggers had received the dishes Zhang Hao had sent. As anticipated, the majority promptly blocked him upon receiving their parcels. A few even replied, claiming that the items Zhang Hao had mailed were modern replicas and returned them to avoid wasting shipping costs. Among the responses, one from a blogger named Big Golden Tooth caught Zhang Hao's attention. Chapter 18. Selling dishes for profit. Dear friend, where did you acquire this item? It is a piece of white pottery from the Xing kiln of the Great Xia, dating back over 1,000 years. Its current market value ranges from 300,000 to 600,000. If it were Xing kiln white porcelain, it would be even more valuable. Oh, how much could what I sent you be worth? That is difficult to ascertain. Antique items are typically collected for preservation of value, and the specific price can only be determined when a suitable buyer is found. Indeed, this item is inherently non-standard in the modern context, and its value fluctuates based on the buyer's offer and the ever-changing market conditions. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and typed a message on his phone. If you were interested in purchasing, what would you offer? Noticing the lack of a prompt response, Zhang Hao remained unperturbed. Such items held little value for him. What he sought was a buyer willing to engage in long-term, substantial acquisitions, ensuring a steady influx of funds. As long as the price was reasonable, he had no objections. Allowing the other party to profit slightly would also contribute to a more stable arrangement. Zhang Hao needed merchants willing to take risks for profit in the modern world. After all, many items were simply unobtainable through online shopping platforms. In Zhangjia village, after Zhang Lichang had thoroughly assessed the allocation of funds from Zhang Hao's land purchase, he summoned the entire village to the ancestral hall. As you may have observed, Zhang Hao has bought 3 acres from the village's residential land, totaling 15,000 when according to the market price stipulated by the laws of the Great Xia. Today, I have called you all here. Before Zhang Lichang could finish his statement, he was interrupted by the clamor of the crowd. How did that lad manage to buy so much land? Where did he acquire such wealth? He always seemed quite simple-minded. Who would have thought he could achieve such success? Indeed, ever since he married, he seems to have transformed into a different person. Silence. Those who wish to discuss profits should refrain from speaking. Let me finish. Zhang Lichang had to raise his voice, calling for order amidst the chaos. Upon hearing the mention of distributing money, the atmosphere in the gathering immediately turned subdued. Currently, our village comprises a total of 280 households. After conferring with several elders, I propose that each household receives 51, leaving a remainder of 1,000 to be allocated as communal funds for Zhangjia village. I then announced that whoever I called would come forward to receive their share. Why distribute by household? It is the people who consume, so it should be divided per individual. Zhang Maokai exclaimed loudly. Zhang Maokai, blessed with 4 sons and 2 daughters, was the first to voice his discontent at the notion of distributing by household. As he raised his objections, many others from larger families echoed his sentiments. According to the laws of the Great Xia, land is allocated by household, with each receiving 1 mu. The residential land in our village is likewise registered by household. How can it be divided per individual? Hearing the villagers' discourse, the village head promptly countered. The imperial decree states that only households with at least 3 members are entitled to 1 mu of land. Many families now have only 1 or 2 members remaining. Why has the head not reclaimed their land? Zhang Maokai came prepared and retorted upon hearing the village head's statement. Those left with 1 or 2 members often have husbands or children serving in the military and are not residing in the village. What about those whose husbands or children have perished in battle? Have you reclaimed their land? I am merely a village head. I do not possess the authority to reclaim land allocated by the court, he replied. Observing the villagers quarrel over the distribution of funds, Zhang Hao could not help but roll his eyes. However, he lacked the inclination to engage in such trivial matters. After all, he was the one financing it. How the money was divided was of no concern to him. With that thought, Zhang Hao turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard a notification sound and promptly retrieved his phone to check. My friend, I inquired about the market situation. If you intend to sell, I can only offer 250. 000. Zhang Hao contemplated briefly before responding. Agreed. I also possess a significant amount of Xingye white pottery. Please transfer the money first, and then we can discuss the specifics of our collaboration. After sending his bank account details, he awaited a response. The other party did not elaborate much. Before long, the funds had been transferred to Zhang Hao's account. This appears to be a potential long-term collaborator, he mused. He then sent another message. Brother, I won't conceal it from you. I have sent similar inquiries to dozens of influencers, and you are the only one who replied and transferred the funds. Are you interested in a long-term partnership? I have plenty of antiques. The response from the other side took some time to arrive, indicating that the person was deep in thought. Eventually, Zhang Hao received a message. My friend, what is your profession? From what I gather, if you possess a substantial collection of Great Xia artifacts, your status must be significant. You shouldn't seek collaboration with someone of my humble standing. Zhang Hao understood the implication. If one had a few antiques, it might be due to inheritance or serendipity, which was not unusual. However, if one was willing to part with numerous pieces of Great Xia white pottery merely to find a trustworthy trading partner, it suggested that their collection was vast beyond imagination. Why I seek you is of no concern to you. Simply inform me if you are capable of handling this. My dear brother, ancient artifacts are indeed a matter of nuance. Antiques and cultural relics can pose risks in substantial quantities. There are evident concerns on that front. The money is right here. Do you wish to earn it or not? Zhang Hao gradually lost his patience. This fellow was excessively hesitant. Little did Zhang Hao realize that relics from the great Xia dynasty, given their historical significance, possess immense research value in contemporary times. If things were to go awry, he might find himself laboring in confinement or even being invited to partake in peanuts. How many do you have? The other party seemed to have made a resolution. And after a while, they responded. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao replied, as long as they are from the great Xia dynasty, I can provide as many as you desire. The other side fell silent, clearly contemplating the implications of Zhang Hao's words. In truth, Zhang Hao meant no more than the literal interpretation. He had even entertained the thought of investing in a kiln specifically to manufacture porcelain for modern distribution. It all hinged on whether this broker could afford such an endeavor. As Zhang Hao continued the conversation, he found himself at his doorstep before he knew it. Upon his return, his beloved Xiang Gong had already prepared dinner and awaited his arrival. It was evident that Song Kursen radiated happiness. She was currently enveloped in the sweetness of life. Since being chosen by Zhang Hao, her existence had undergone a profound transformation. The meals she now enjoyed were beyond her wildest dreams. She even speculated that even the local officials must subsist on similar fare. Not only did she relish delightful meals, but she also adorned herself in new garments and shoes. Zhang Hao continually bestowed upon her jewelry and musical instruments. Little did he know that, having grown accustomed to the additives of modern fast food, Zhang Hao found her cooking rather bland. Yet, it was undoubtedly superior to instant noodles. However, Zhang Hao overlooked the fact that the lavish meats and fish he brought home were unfamiliar to Song Kursen. She had hardly glimpsed such delicacies in her lifetime, let alone crafted exquisite dishes with them. Observing the meal laid before him, Zhang Hao merely remarked, "My dear, you have worked hard," before sitting down to eat. After the meal, as was customary, Song Kursen knelt to wash Zhang Hao's feet. While seated, Zhang Hao noted that the broker had yet to respond to his message. After some contemplation, he pinned another note. "How about this? I will send you 10 more items. You estimate a price and transfer the funds to me." This time, he received an instantaneous reply, "No problem." As he read the swift response, Zhang Hao found himself puzzled by the broker's true intentions. Yet, he was unconcerned. As long as the money arrived, that was all that mattered. Just then, while washing Zhang Hao's feet, Song Kursen timidly spoke, "My lord, many of our dishes are missing. It is all my fault for being careless and losing them. You want to punish me, will you?" Zhang Hao could sense her hands trembling slightly as she washed his feet. In a moment of realization, he thought, "Oh no, it was my oversight. I sent the dishes away without informing her, and now I've frightened her. Oh, those dishes were taken away by my husband to give to others. And I forgot to inform you, my dear." Zhang Hao gently patted Song Kursen's little head and replied softly, "So it was my husband who took them away. In that case, Kursen can rest easy. I was wondering how those dishes had suddenly vanished." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursen's anxious heart finally settled, and she joyfully responded. Zhang Hao was unaware of the myriad rehearsals that had transpired in Song Kursen's mind since she noticed the diminishing number of dishes at home. She wanted to tell her husband but feared his reprimand. During dinner, she intended to speak up, yet she could not muster the courage until they finished eating. While washing Zhang Hao's feet, she saw him grinning foolishly at her hands, and that gave her the courage to voice her thoughts. "By the way, when you deliver goods with the coachman tomorrow, could you ask him to purchase some more dishes in the city?" Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before continuing to speak to Song Kursen. "How many should we buy?" Let us get 500 more." Song Kursen was taken aback. 500? Is that really necessary? However, she quickly reconsidered. If her husband deemed it necessary to buy so many, he surely had his reasons. With that thought, she smiled and replied, "All right." Watching Song Kursen lift her head to give him a sweet smile, Zhang Hao felt invigorated. Ignoring the dampness on his feet, he lifted Song Kursen and carried her to bed. At that moment, the creaky wooden bed groaned for a full 2 minutes. Chapter 19. Quarrying stones. Due to the exhaustion from the previous night, Zhang Hao woke to find the sun already high in the sky. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a bank notification message. "Your debit card account 9527 received an income of 280,000,000 yuan on July 18th. Interbank online transfer. Balance after transaction." Glancing at the message, a smile crept across Zhang Hao's face. "My friend, the goods have been received and are of excellent quality. I have transferred the money to you. Please check. After seeing the message, Zhang Hao pondered briefly before typing a response. Yes, I received it. Your integrity is commendable. You did not lower the price despite the large quantity. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, the recipient was already caught in a whirlwind of surprise and fear. It is important to note that those who can navigate the realm of antiques and cultural relics often tread the fine line of legality. They are either powerful figures in a specific domain or part of influential families. The recipient would never dare to pressure for a lower price. And even securing their fair share was a nerve-wracking endeavor, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their disappearance from this world. Thank you for the compliment. You can rest assured that the goods passing through me are legitimate, the recipient replied. This method of earning money is quite effective. However, it is impossible to sell such collectibles in large quantities in a short time. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao continued to write. Can you still handle more? Should I send you another 200? Brother, are you in wholesale? This is Xiao white pottery, not a Yiwu commodity. Please let me digest this first. I will contact you later. Zhang Hao chuckled lightly, recalling that Yiwu goods seemed to be traded as if they were worthless. It might be worthwhile to chat with the proprietor of Wanhuahang. That could also be a lucrative avenue for profit. Upon sending the message, Zhang Hao set his phone down and prepared to rise from the bed. Alas, as he exerted himself, a sharp pang of discomfort struck his lower back, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Perhaps the recent exertions had taken a toll on his already fragile physique. It seems he must engage in more exercise henceforth. My lord is awake. Is there anything troubling you? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's cry, Song Kurson hurriedly entered, her concern palpable. It's nothing, merely a twinge in my lower back. Surely my lord has overexerted himself. Please, lie down, allow me to soothe your back, she insisted, removing her shoes and climbing onto the bed. Once Zhang Hao had positioned himself comfortably, Song Kurson settled at the base of his thighs and began to gently knead his back, inquiring softly, is the pressure acceptable? My lord? To his surprise, Zhang Hao found immense relief under her tender ministrations. Yes, quite nice, do continue. After approximately 15 minutes of this soothing treatment, Zhang Hao felt significantly revitalized, though a gnawing hunger began to surface. My dear, I find myself quite famished. Is there sustenance available? At his words, Song Kurson paused her efforts, rising to respond gently, it is prepared and simmering in the pot. I shall fetch it for you right away. With that, she exited the room, heading towards the kitchen. In no time, a splendid array of dishes was laid before Zhang Hao. Following a hearty meal, he let out a satisfied burp and casually remarked, by the way, has the papaya you planted earlier sprouted? Hearing his inquiry, Song Kurson lowered her gaze, replying softly. My lord, I have failed. The seeds. Observing her expression, Zhang Hao surmised the outcome. Without waiting for her to finish, he rose and made his way to the papaya patch. Gently, he turned the soil to investigate. Logically, after planting the seeds and with the recent heavy rains, there ought to be some sign of growth by now. However, the papaya seeds in his hand showed no signs of sprouting. Rather, they had begun to rot. Could the plant sent via express delivery also be unviable? Undeterred, Zhang Hao waved his hand, scattering a multitude of fruit and vegetable seeds across the ground. He then took a spade and meticulously buried each seed back into the earth. At that moment, Li Chang approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, Brother Hao, amazing news. It worked. Zhang Hao understood the source of Li Chang's exhilaration and replied calmly. It was to be expected. Simply follow the successful ratios for construction. Li Chang paused, taken aback. The implications of this experiment were monumental for the field of architecture, yet why did Zhang Hao appear so composed? Had he already anticipated this outcome? It seemed Zhang Hao possessed profound knowledge in construction. Are you not inclined to see the results for yourself, Brother Hao? Despite Zhang Hao's unexpected demeanor, Li Chang hoped he would personally witness the fruits of their labor. Indeed, Zhang Hao pondered, although he was familiar with modern reinforced concrete, he had never visited a construction site to observe the process firsthand. It would be enlightening to do so. After informing Song Kurson of his plans, Zhang Hao accompanied Li Chang to the site of the new residence. It must be said that Li Chang possesses remarkable expertise in overseeing construction projects. Numerous workers on the site are diligently engaged in their tasks, operating in an orderly fashion. The various safety measures have been meticulously arranged. However, the configuration of the reinforced concrete has completely taken Zhang Hao by surprise. Although Li Chang provided a detailed explanation of the mixing ratios, there were no substantial blueprints. And everything relied on Li Chang's interpretation. Is it cylindrical? Zhang Hao inquired, observing the concrete columns of the main structure taking shape. Are there other shapes for the supporting columns? Upon witnessing Zhang Hao's confusion, Li Chang felt a flicker of anxiety within. After years in this profession, all the columns he had encountered were invariably round. Zhang Hao was merely taken aback, as he had envisioned the columns to be rectangular. However, upon reflection, he recalled that many European-style buildings also feature cylindrical columns. A cylindrical shape could indeed work. Once completed and coated with faux wood paint, they would resemble wooden columns, thus alleviating a considerable amount of trouble. Cylindrical is quite good. You have done well, brotherly. With this thought, Zhang Hao nodded in appreciation. Seeing that Zhang Hao did not blame him for his construction method, Li Chang felt relieved. Given the current progress, how long will it take to complete the courtyard? Zhang Hao continued to inquire. Li Chang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Brother Hao, the method you propose requires a substantial amount of sand and gravel. Due to the constraints of sourcing the sand and stone, I estimate it will take approximately 2 months. In ancient times, without stone-crushing machines, gravel had to be manually extracted from the mountains and then painstakingly broken down into smaller pieces. Those who had long been following Li Chang in construction were skilled masons, adept at bricklaying. While constructing brick houses was certainly within their capabilities, the extraction of stone posed a significant challenge for Li Chang. Zhang Hao perceived Li Chang's predicament and suggested, brotherly, I will find a way to procure the sand and gravel. You need only expedite the construction, and this will greatly shorten the timeline. Li Chang's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. That would be splendid. I appreciate your assistance. Brother Zhang. After bidding farewell to Li Chang, Zhang Hao proceeded directly to the home of the village head, Zhang Li Chang. I have a task that requires manpower. Could you assist in organizing it? Upon meeting Zhang Li Chang, Zhang Hao wasted no time in articulating his needs. Oh, what is it that young Hao requires? Zhang Hao detailed the necessity of gravel and sand for the construction project. I will pay 31, and you can settle the accounts with my wife daily. 31. Such a generous wage. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's offer, Zhang Li Chang's interest was piqued. It is known that villagers have few means of making money aside from farming. Even if they spent an entire day gathering firewood and sold it in the city, they would only earn 10 when at most. Moreover, with many sellers in the market, supply often exceeded demand, making it difficult to sell everything. Very well, how many workers do you need? About 50, Zhang Hao replied. He planned not only to construct the house, but also to raise and reinforce the courtyard walls to enhance security, as he was not constrained by finances. It would also be best to solidify the ground to minimize dust, thereby ensuring a more orderly living environment. Well, I shall personally select some strong individuals for the task. Old village chief, quarrying stones is a perilous endeavor, and I kindly request your assistance in overseeing the work to ensure everyone's safety. Here is a modest token from Xiao Hao for you to enjoy with your tea. With that, Zhang Hao produced a pouch of coins and placed it into the hands of the village chief. He was well aware of the dangers associated with such laborious tasks and certainly did not wish to attract trouble due to any injuries. Fortunately, in the great summer, there is no obligation to provide insurance for workers, nor are there any labor protection laws as in later times. By offering some benefits to the village chief, he aimed to transfer the responsibility, thus averting potential calamity. The village chief, seeing the generous gesture, expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that the opportunity to earn for the community was already a great favor. As for safety concerns, he assured Zhang Hao that he would do his utmost to protect everyone. Despite the village chief's polite refusals, Zhang Hao insisted on placing the coins into his embrace, jesting that should he not accept the money, any subsequent mishaps could lead to significant troubles. After a brief moment of hesitation, the village chief accepted the coins and cheerfully proceeded to gather the villagers at the ancestral hall. Chapter 20. Purchasing a cart with the villagers' participation, Li Chang's progress accelerated considerably. It was unavoidable, residing in that dilapidated little house, especially with the creaking bed that disturbed his sleep, made Zhang Hao quite anxious. However, haste would yield no benefits. He did not wish to sacrifice quality for the sake of speed. Thus, he refrained from pressing Li Chang too much and instead focused on assisting him, allowing the work to unfold at Li Chang's own pace. He certainly did not want the house to collapse while he was enjoying his time within its walls. One day, after breakfast, Zhang Hao contemplated exploring the city, particularly the general merchandise and jewelry shops, to ascertain what goods to procure. Once Song Kursin had completed the exchange of instant noodles with the driver from Zhuai Shaolu, Zhang Hao gently inquired, I perceive that the weather is delightful today. Would you accompany me to the city for a stroll, my dear? Shopping is indeed a woman's nature, and upon hearing her husband propose a trip to the city, Song Kursin eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, please fetch more silver from the house. With a quick response, she dashed into their abode. The driver, already familiar with Zhang Hao's family from his daily deliveries, saw their intention to head into the city and patiently awaited their departure to give them a ride. Just as they reached the door, Song Kursin turned back and softly asked, "Husband, how much silver should I bring?" Zhang Hao smiled gently, signaling the driver to wait a moment, and together they entered the house, lifting a floor tile beside the bed. He retrieved several taels of gold and handed them to Song Kursin, saying, "Along with what Zue Xiaolu provided earlier, I believe this should suffice." Carrying a substantial amount of gold while shopping made Song Kursin wonder if it was perhaps too much. Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself and did not inquire further. The gentleman has his own reasons for bringing so much. After accepting the gold, Song Kursin tucked it into her bosom and joyfully took the gentleman's hand as they exited the room. Securing the courtyard door, they climbed into the carriage, and with a flick of the coachman's whip, the carriage swiftly vanished at the entrance of Zhangjia village. Traveling by carriage was indeed rapid. A journey that would ordinarily take over 2 hours was completed in a mere quarter of an hour, arriving at the city gate. After bidding farewell to the coachman, the two descended from the carriage, and Zhang Hao softly remarked, "Having a carriage is truly wonderful. We should consider purchasing one ourselves." The notion of buying a carriage startled Song Kursin internally. In her memories, families like theirs, from the farming community, were seldom able to afford even an ox, let alone the more expensive carriage. Before she could fully process his words, Zhang Hao took her hand and approached a passerby to inquire about the location of the horse dealer. In ancient times, both oxen and horses were considered valuable assets, requiring official registration. Thus, the buying and selling of horses and slaves alike had to be conducted through the horse dealer. This was Song Kursin's first visit to the city, and the rows of splendid houses and the throngs of bustling pedestrians left her utterly astonished. So much so that Zhang Hao had to guide her by the hand to the horse dealer's entrance while she remained in a daze. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's intention to purchase a horse, the dealer welcomed them courteously and led them into the horse stable. This young gentleman, with his distinguished appearance and striking features, was evidently not an ordinary individual. Thus, the dealer inquired about their horse preferences. In ancient times, horses were indispensable for travel, their status far surpassing that of modern automobiles, affordable only to those of considerable means. The dealer, unaware of Zhang Hao's identity among the city's elite, was keen to provide excellent service. Observing the dealer's politeness, Zhang Hao wasted no time and directly asked, "What types of horses do you have, and at what prices?" The dealer quickly began to showcase the horses, elaborating as they walked, "We have local horses, Mongolian horses, and Turkic horses. The price for a mature local horse is 45,000 yuan, while a young one is 30,000 yuan. A mature Mongolian horse costs 85,000 yuan. The finest among them is the Turkic horse, robust and swift, priced at 150,000 yuan. How exorbitant!" Though Zhang Hao had a rough idea of the costs of horses in ancient times, he was still taken aback by the prices. Song Kursin, upon realizing the cost of the horses, finally comprehended that they were indeed purchasing one. Following the dealer's guidance, she noted that the local horses appeared somewhat small and lacked strength. In contrast, the Mongolian and Turkic horses were considerably larger. The Mongolian horses boasted long manes, exuding an impressive demeanor, while the Turkic horses had short coats with well-defined musculature, radiating vitality and vigor. After careful consideration, Zhang Hao ultimately selected a striking white Mongolian horse. Following his direction, the dealer brought forth the magnificent white horse. Zhang Hao turned to Song Kursin and said, "My dear, why don't you give this splendid white horse a name?" Song Kursin suddenly came to her senses upon hearing Zhang Hao request her to name the white horse. She nervously replied, "My lord, I am not good at naming." "No worries, just say whatever name comes to your mind as you observe it," he encouraged. After some contemplation, Song Kursin softly suggested, "Given its large and pure white stature, how about calling it Dubai?" "Dubai? Quite splendid. Very well, it shall henceforth be your Dubai." With her lord's agreement, Song Kursin's face lit up with joy. She yearned to stroke Dubai, yet hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear in the presence of such a grand creature, especially as someone who had never been so close before. Noticing her hesitation, Zhang Hao gently guided her hand to caress Dubai's neck. "So smooth," Song Kursin exclaimed in delight. It seemed as if the horse recognized that these two had become its new masters, as it let out a couple of soft whinnies. "Rest assured, young master, Our horses possess great spirit. They will know that you two are their new owners, the steward assured. Zhang Hao nodded appreciatively and subsequently spent 5,000 coins to purchase a horse-drawn carriage, signaling Song Kursen to hand over 18 taels of gold. The steward cheerfully accepted the gold and patiently instructed Zhang Hao on the skills of driving the carriage. Not difficult at all, far easier than driving a car. Zhang Hao mused as he gave it a try. Once all matters were settled, Zhang Hao assisted Song Kursen into the carriage and gently called out, "Giddy up." Dabai began to trot forward. As they moved along, Zhang Hao turned to Song Kursen and asked, "Do you see anything you wish to buy, little steward Song?" Caught off guard, she merely stared blankly for a moment. Zhang Hao continued, "Now that we have Dabai, our household has expanded beyond just the two of us. With such a grand estate, it falls upon you, my dear, to manage our home. Thus you are now our little steward." Hearing this, Song Kursen's face flushed with a deep crimson. Though teased by her lord, she earnestly began to compile a list of necessities. "We need cotton cloth and cotton for winter clothing and blankets, as well as some needles and thread, and don't forget the soybean oil." As she earnestly rattled off her list, Zhang Hao felt a stir of admiration within. Though she rarely spoke, it was evident from her meticulous recollection that she was deeply invested in the affairs of their household. "All right, let us be swift and aim to procure everything today. With a carriage at our disposal, we need not fear purchasing more than we can carry," he resolved. With that thought, Zhang Hao tugged at the reins, and the carriage made its way towards the fabric shop. Chapter 21. A frenzied splurge regarding the cotton blankets. Zhang Hao was indifferent. The ancient cotton bedding could not compare to the luxurious down comforters of later times. According to his plans, their main residence would consist of 3 levels, with 2 above and 1 below. The uppermost level would primarily serve daily living purposes, all adorned in the traditional style of the Great Xia. The second level above is designated for living purposes. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Hao plans to decorate it in accordance with the residential style of the Great Xia. The most significant aspect is the underground level, which will serve as the garden he envisions. Every modern convenience imaginable will find its place in this layer. Upon arriving at the fabric store, Zhang Hao gestured for Song Kursen to select according to her preferences. "Can I choose anything I like?" she asked. Her excitement palpable as her brows arched and her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "I adore this color. This would make a splendid robe for my husband. And this one, along with that, would be perfect for quilt fabric." With little effort, Song Kursen selected a multitude of fabrics. Zhang Hao signaled to the attendant to load the materials onto the carriage. Once they exited the fabric store, under Zhang Hao's insistence, the two strolled through a ready-made clothing shop. Initially, Song Kursen believed that purchasing ready-made garments was impractical, preferring to create her own from the fabrics. However, her husband remained steadfast in his desire to buy ready-made clothes, and surely he had his reasons for it. Zhang Hao had previously visited this clothing store, where he had acquired the very attire he was wearing. The shop assistant, seemingly recognizing Zhang Hao, approached with a welcoming demeanor. "Welcome back, esteemed guest. What garments do you seek this time?" It was the same assistant from their last visit. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and, pointing to the brocade robe he had not purchased previously, stated nonchalantly, "Wrap this robe for me." The assistant hesitated, wearing a perplexed expression, but before he could speak, Zhang Hao continued, "I am aware it costs 2,500 won. You shall not lose out." Surprised by Zhang Hao's words, the assistant's face transformed into a broad smile, and he nodded eagerly. "And this one as well," Zhang Hao added, indicating a light blue women's brocade robe. He then selected several cotton robes and a few pairs of shoes. The assistant followed closely behind Zhang Hao and Song Kursen, his face nearly frozen in delight at the prospect of such a substantial sale. Seeing that Zhang Hao had purchased 2 brocade robes, Song Kursen anxiously tugged at her husband's sleeve. The mere thought of brocade robes was overwhelming. Even the cotton robe Zhang Hao had previously gifted her far exceeded her wildest expectations. She had never imagined wearing such fine garments. In her childhood, due to a lack of clothing, she seldom ventured outside her home. It was only when she was a bit older, and the villagers could no longer bear to see her plight, that her father insisted she assist with chores, giving her the tattered hemp robe he had once worn. From the age of 8 until she was forcibly taken away to marry, she had worn nothing but that worn hemp garment. Thus, strictly speaking, from the moment of her birth until Zhang Hao gifted her the cotton robe, she had only donned a single piece of clothing for over a decade. Of course, Zhang Hao was unaware of these circumstances. For him, adorning his wife beautifully and having her by his side was a reflection of his distinguished status. Inquiring about the location of the fitting room, Zhang Hao handed the brocade robe to Song Kursen and gently urged, "Dear wife, please go inside and try on this robe." Husband, am I to wear this?" she stammered. Song Kursen gazed at the brocade robe that Zhang Hao had presented to her. The delicate azure silk fabric shimmered under the sunlight, while the exquisite golden embroidery stood out brilliantly. The robe cascaded down Zhang Hao's arm, gently fluttering in the breeze, reminiscent of a waterfall in the streams of Nyang Mountain. This was a gift for his wife, intended solely for her to wear. Noticing Song Kursen's hesitation, Zhang Hao took her hand and led her into the fitting room. My dear, this is outside, not at home." Song Kursen's cheeks flushed crimson as Zhang Hao continued his actions. "Do not be alarmed, my lady. This is the fitting room, where no one can see us." Zhang Hao reassured her gently as he carefully set aside her cotton robe. However, as he held the brocade robe, ready to help her don it, he found himself momentarily frozen. The light in the fitting room was far superior to that of their modest thatched cottage. Once Song Kursen's cotton robe was removed, her entire form was unveiled before him. She was extraordinarily fair, a porcelain-like hue with a hint of pink. A wave of warmth surged from his abdomen to the tip of his nose, prompting Zhang Hao to instinctively wipe his nose in haste. "This is outside. Stay composed." He suppressed his excitement and draped the brocade robe over Song Kursen. After fastening the golden sash around her waist, he couldn't help but admire her closely. She was breathtakingly beautiful, truly resembling a fairy who had stepped out from a painting. Yet, her simplicity and adornment seemed lacking. She needed some accessories. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao swiftly donned the brocade robe himself and led Song Kursen out of the fitting room. Upon their emergence, even the young attendant outside was taken aback. Were they truly the same two individuals who had entered moments earlier? Now, clad in splendid silk robes, they appeared as the scions of a wealthy family. Yet, something still seemed amiss. The observant attendant quickly grasped the essence of the situation and hurried to the counter to retrieve a folding fan and a round fan. "These are for you, sir and madam," he offered. Zhang Hao graciously accepted them without hesitation. After settling the bill, the couple boarded their carriage, their next destination being the accessory shop. Zhang Ziqiang. It has been a while. Upon arriving at the accessory shop, Zhang Hao spotted Zhang Ziqiang diligently calculating at the counter and called out cheerfully. Zhang Hao had previously visited this establishment, but Zhang Ziqiang had long since moved away from Zhangjia village. As the proprietor of the accessory shop, Zhang Ziqiang had worked diligently to acquire property in the county town. They had little interaction with the original owner, so during Zhang Hao's last visit, they had not recognized each other. Their paths had only crossed again after an incident involving Yaya mistakenly ingesting herbicide. Seeing the two elegantly attired customers, Zhang Ziqiang quickly rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "This gentleman? Do we know each other?" Zhang Hao was taken aback for a moment before realizing that their current attire was entirely different from their last encounter at the Jiao family residence. It was entirely reasonable that Zhang Ziqiang did not recognize him. "It is I, Zhang Hao." You are Zhang Hao? Oh my!" Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him. After a few days apart, Brother Hao appears remarkably distinguished. Zhang Ziqiang scrutinized him for some time before recognizing that the person before him was none other than Yaya's benefactor, Zhang Hao. "Haha. I am merely a humble farmer from the countryside, certainly not comparable to Brother Ziqiang's business in the city. Not at all, I merely assist others. I could never afford such a grand jewelry store." After a round of laughter, Zhang Hao pulled Song Kursen closer and said, "Allow me to introduce, this is my wife, Song. She visited your home last time as well." Upon hearing her husband introduce her, Song Kursen hurriedly bowed to Zhang Ziqiang, "Young Master Zhang." Zhang Ziqiang quickly returned the gesture, "Madam Zhang. By the way, I have come here for two reasons. First, to visit and buy some jewelry for my wife. Second, to discuss some business." Zhang Hao had long contemplated selling silver jewelry in the city, as such items were widely available for a few hundred coins. But he was uncertain about the craftsmanship of Daxia's silver jewelry, hence his visit to gather information. "Oh, please feel free to choose at your leisure." With that, Zhang Ziqiang stepped forward, gesturing for the couple to approach the counter. "These are our best-selling items. Which ones does Madame Zhang fancy?" As Zhang Ziqiang pointed out the dazzling array of jewelry, he gently promoted them. Gazing at the multitude of jewels before her, Song Kursen's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "How fortunate I am to have married such a husband. Now living without worry, adorned in fine silks, with a new house under construction and being chauffeured around. How can I possibly wear gold and silver? My dear husband, I am utterly dazzled by these treasures and truly do not know how to choose." After contemplating for a while, Song Kursin, unsure of what to select, gently tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, seeking assistance. Observing her plight, Zhang Hao affectionately ruffled her hair and said softly, "Allow me to assist you in selecting." With that, he began to examine the items. Following Zhang Hao's lead, Zhang Ziqiang stood by, providing commentary. This piece is a brass-gilded butterfly hairpin, priced at 5,000 coins. This is a pure gold hairpin, priced at 20,000 coins. This is a gold and ruby headdress, priced at 50,000 coins. This is a gold-plated pearl earring, priced at 10,000 coins. This is a silver-threaded pearl necklace, priced at 30,000 coins. Wow, these accessories are truly exorbitant. Hearing Zhang Ziqiang's descriptions, Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed that the jewelry business was far more lucrative than instant noodles. After Zhang Hao requested that Zhang Ziqiang present all the items he had chosen, he personally adorned Song Kursin with each piece. "Husband, these jewels are far too extravagant." Before she could finish, Zhang Hao's expression darkened, and in a lowered voice, he said, "As your husband, I wish to purchase these adornments for you and personally adorn you with them. How can you bear to refuse?" Chapter 22. A return to Zui Xiaolu. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursin couldn't help but swallow hard. Her husband must have his reasons for such actions. "Oh, Song Kursin, how could you dampen your husband's spirits?" With this thought in mind, she ceased her protests and obediently sat before the bronze mirror, allowing Zhang Hao to arrange the jewelry. Perfect. Adorned with these splendid accessories, Song Kursin appeared not only significantly more beautiful, but also exuded an air of aristocracy, an almost unattainable elegance. Zhang Hao could not help but marvel at her transformation. Subsequently, he selected a pair of jade pendants, which he suspended from both his and his lady's waists. After settling the bill, he urged Song Kursin to continue admiring the treasures within the shop, while he led Zhang Ziqiang to a private room. "Brother Ziqiang, I must be candid with you. I have access to a substantial supply of ornaments and wish to discuss a potential collaboration with your esteemed establishment." Upon entering the inner chamber and taking a seat, Zhang Hao got straight to the point. "Oh, the proprietor of this jewelry store is a royal merchant of significant standing. However, I am curious about the quality and craftsmanship of your ornaments, Brother Hao," Zhang Ziqiang replied. "Indeed, discussing such matters without tangible evidence can be challenging. I must bring some samples to facilitate our negotiations." With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao continued, "I came in haste today, but I shall bring some items for your inspection tomorrow." Zhang Ziqiang nodded in agreement. As they hailed from the same village, should Zhang Hao present items of average quality, they could engage in private transactions. Although the Great Xiao had been embroiled in years of conflict with the northern tribes, resulting in a dwindling population, the affluent continued to amass wealth, and the demand for jewelry remained ever high. This was largely due to the fact that each piece required painstaking handcrafting, consuming substantial time and skill from artisans. Moreover, the high standards required for jewelry making meant that skilled craftsmen were exceedingly rare, contributing to the exorbitant prices of these adornments. If Zhang Hao could provide extraordinary products, it would indeed alleviate the urgent needs of the shop. "That is splendid news. I shall eagerly await your favorable response, Brother Hao," Zhang Ziqiang remarked as they established their preliminary intentions. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ziqiang, Zhang Hao departed the jewelry store alongside Song Kursin. They later procured an abundance of rice, flour, oil, meat, poultry, fish, and eggs, filling their large carriage to the brim, to the point where Song Kursin had to sit outside the carriage. After a long day of shopping, they found themselves feeling somewhat famished, so they made their way toward the drunken sky tower, laden with their haul. "How can something so simple be so elusive?" Master Xia exclaimed in frustration, pounding the table as he observed the two chefs before him. "Master, this dough is truly peculiar. It seems to contain more than just flour. I have experimented with numerous ingredients and cooking methods, steaming, boiling, frying, and baking, but none have yielded this particular texture. As for the seasonings, I have tried a myriad of poultry, duck, fish, and meat, incorporating various spices, even exotic ones from the West, but I cannot replicate such exquisite flavor." Seeing Master Xia's ire, the two chefs hastened to explain. Little did they know that Zhang Hao's golden threads were a product of 21st century technology, beyond the basic ingredients. What truly influenced the taste and texture were not natural seasonings, but rather the contributions of industrial additives, regardless of their culinary prowess. In a realm where even the concept of chemistry was unknown, it was impossible for them to replicate such a high-tech food as instant noodles. "Esteemed guests, please come inside." As the innkeeper observed a luxurious carriage, he hurriedly bowed and approached the elegantly dressed young gentleman and the exquisitely attired young lady who had just alighted. The coachman, too, did not dare to be negligent. He took the reins from Zhang Hao and carefully tended to the magnificent steed. Being the largest tavern in Rongqing County, the staff of Zui Xiaolu could effortlessly discern the social standing of their patrons from their appearance. Unlike Zhang Hao's previous visit, this time the couple was promptly ushered to a lavish private room on the second floor by the innkeeper. Before they could settle in, a young attendant approached, carrying a teapot. "This is our newly sourced premium Longjing tea. Please enjoy," he said, pouring the tea while offering a gentle introduction. "What would the esteemed guests like to order?" he inquired as he continued to serve. "Bring us several signature dishes and a fine wine," Zhang Hao replied. "Certainly. For our esteemed guests upstairs, I shall prepare a selection of our best dishes and a fine bottle of wine," the innkeeper exclaimed as he hurried down the stairs. "My dear, might this be rather expensive?" At that moment, Song Kursen leaned closer to Zhang Hao, whispering her concern. Since disembarking from the carriage, she had been awestruck by the opulence of this two-story tavern. She had never encountered such grandeur before. Each place they visited in Rongqing County had continuously reshaped her perception of wealth. Having grown up in a humble mountain village, she had only ever seen the brick and tile houses of the affluent villagers. Were it not for Zhang Hao's company, she would have thought that the finest place in the world was the well-off household in her village. "Let us not concern ourselves with the cost, my dear. Just indulge in the experience," Zhang Hao said soothingly, pinching her little nose as he noticed her anxiousness. Upon hearing her husband's words, Song Kursen's unease began to dissipate slightly. "Esteemed guests, your food and wine have arrived." With a resounding call, the innkeeper approached, dragging a massive food box. "Our house specialty, golden silk delicacy, East Sea fish medley, and premium crab and sauce." "Well," Zhang Hao exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon seeing a large platter of instant noodles before him. Observing Zhang Hao's bewildered expression, the innkeeper raised an eyebrow and proudly explained, "I presume this is your first visit to our establishment. The golden silk delicacy is our signature dish, lauded by the high-ranking officials and nobles throughout Rongqing." Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, 1,000 frustrations surged within Zhang Hao. In this modern world, he had endured a life of poverty, resorting to instant noodles daily. Yet now, having fortuitously traversed into this ancient era, he found himself with wealth, finally able to indulge in a life of luxury. To his dismay, however, he discovered that at the most opulent tavern in the area, he was still faced with this dreaded instant noodle dish. With a slight furrow of his brow, he adjusted his demeanor and inquired solemnly, "May I ask, what is the price of this golden silk delicacy?" "Ah, esteemed sir, this dish is our best-selling signature item, and it is reasonably priced at just 1,800 won," the attendant replied. "Goodness, this is a ripoff." Zhang Hao could no longer contain his indignation. He had previously sold these instant noodles to Zui Xiaolu at a mere 100 won per package and had felt some guilt over potentially overcharging. To one's astonishment, the prices at the Zui Xiaolu have escalated dramatically, with a single serving fetching as much as 1,800 won. Even more infuriating is the fact that so many patrons indulge in this delicacy daily. "Waiter, summon your master. I have matters to discuss," he commanded. The young attendant, taken aback, quickly responded, "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on." Since her initial encounter with instant noodles, Song Kursen had not indulged again. She often found herself reminiscing about their delightful flavor. However, she had always presumed that such a delectable treat must be composed of exceedingly precious ingredients. Thus, unless Zhang Hao himself suggested it, she diligently restrained her cravings. Upon learning from Zhang Hao that a portion was sold for a mere 100 won at Zui Xiaolu, she had scarcely dared to dream of savoring it again. To her utter shock, the attendant's recent claim of a price tag of 1,800 won left her internally gasping. Yet, in the presence of her husband, she dared not express her myriad emotions, choosing instead to sit quietly beside Zhang Hao. After the attendant departed, Zhang Hao noticed the reserved demeanor of Song Kursen. Gently ruffling her hair, he kindly urged, "Wife, the dishes have arrived. Please eat before they cool and become a waste." With her husband's permission, Song Kursen, who had already swallowed countless times in anticipation, eagerly grasped her chopsticks. She filled Zhang Hao's bowl with a generous serving of delicacies, softly saying, "Please, husband, partake as well." Upon seeing Zhang Hao smile and nod in acknowledgement, she could no longer contain her excitement and swiftly began to eat. The very first bite was of the instant noodles she had longed for. Zhang Hao watched as his wife devoured the noodles ravenously, a bemused expression crossing his face. Chapter 23. Sincere collaboration upon hearing of esteemed guests calling from above. Manager Xie managed to quell his rising anger and left the kitchen to ascend to the upper floor. Entering the private room, he was momentarily taken aback before recognizing the elegant young gentleman seated there, Zhang Hao. However, the Zhang Hao of today was a stark contrast to the one who had visited previously. Had it not been for Manager Xie's years of experience navigating the business world, honing his exceptional ability to discern character, he might not have recognized him at all. Looking beside Zhang Hao, he noted the presence of a lady clad in sumptuous attire. Her exquisite silk robe alone was testament to her station. The value of the adornments upon her head was incalculable. Could it be that Zhang Hao was not merely an ordinary farmer from Zhangjia village? Were these extravagant appearances merely a facade? Generally, farmers, accustomed to laboring in the fields, exhibited rough skin, and even when dressed in finery, would appear somewhat awkward. Yet, both Zhang Hao and the lady exuded an unmistakable aristocratic aura. Little did he know that Zhang Hao's smooth and delicate complexion was a result of the original owner's extreme laziness, preferring to starve indoors rather than venture out for sustenance. As for Song Kursen, her fair skin was attributed not only to genetics, but also to the poverty of her upbringing, which had kept her confined to poorly lit rooms, seldom venturing outside. Manager Xie, please have a seat, Zhang Hao greeted as he noticed Manager Xie approaching. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's voice, Manager Xie furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing them and clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Ah, it is you, Brother Zhang. What brings you here today? As he spoke, Manager Xie lifted the hem of his long robe and seated himself opposite Zhang Hao. My wife and I have come to the city to procure some supplies and thought we might enjoy a meal as well. Taking advantage of the moment when Song Kursen was occupied with her food, Zhang Hao managed to calm his emotions. The price set by the vendor was their own affair, and as a supplier, he had no authority to interfere. Thus, he dismissed any thoughts of questioning the pricing and instead engaged Manager Xie in conversation as a customer. I must say, the golden silk noodles at the Zhuai Shao Tower are indeed delightful. However, they seem to be composed merely of ordinary flour. Why then? Is the price so steep? Manager Xie frowned slightly. Normally, he would respond to customer inquiries by citing high costs and complex processes. Yet, Zhang Hao was well aware of the cost, having provided the very ingredients. As for the intricacies of preparation, Zhang Hao knew all too well that it merely required a brief boil in hot water. With this realization, Manager Xie's eyes sparkled as he stroked his beard and replied softly, Brother Zhang, my establishment is vast, and the expenses for decor, chefs, and procurement personnel are considerable. The pricing of all dishes is a result of comprehensive calculations. Furthermore, the esteemed patrons of the city hold this dish in high regard and do not perceive it as expensive. As long as the customers do not feel the price is excessive, it is not deemed so. I trust, as a fellow merchant, you understand this principle. This cunning old fox, Zhang Hao mused, indeed spoke a fundamental truth. He could only blame his own inexperience, having already signed the contract. It would be unwise to breach it. Nevertheless, a glimmer of insight crossed Zhang Hao's eyes as he remarked, Your reasoning is sound, Manager Xie. Besides the golden silk noodles, I have some other delicacies to offer. Might you be interested? Manager Xie's eyes brightened at the prospect, realizing that the Zhuai Shao Tower was about to introduce a new dish. Since the introduction of the golden silk noodles, the number of patrons had significantly increased. Although many were merely seeking novelty, regular consumption dulled the initial excitement, especially since it was merely a flour-based dish. Moreover, the number of individuals in Rongqing County who could afford such delicacies was limited. Thus, the daily orders from Zhang Hao had not seen an increase. Upon hearing of new culinary delights, Manager Xie was naturally elated and eagerly replied, Brother Zhang, do not keep me in suspense. Bring it forth so I may taste it. Zhang Hao stroked his chin and responded, I do not have it with me at the moment, but please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it. Although Zhang Hao could summon his orders instantly, he preferred not to reveal this skill to others. With that, he rose and made his way towards the private room. Noticing Zhang Hao's departure, Song Kursen hurriedly stood and followed him. Zhang Hao smiled gently, caressing her cheek, and softly said, I shall return shortly, my dear. You need not follow. Stay here and enjoy the delicious food. Song Kursen remained silent, casting a wary glance around her. Zhang Hao comprehended her concerns and promptly turned to the shopkeeper, Xie, stating, My wife wishes to indulge in the delicacies here. You all may continue your tasks. But no one shall enter this private room without my wife's permission. Xie, with a respectful gesture, replied, Of course, I shall wait downstairs for you, Brother Zhang. After this, Xie signaled to the waiter, and they departed together. Now, only you remain here, my dear. Feel free to enjoy your meal, lest these exquisite dishes go to waste. Noticing Zhang Hao's insistence, Song Kersen nodded and resumed her meal. Zhang Hao securely closed the door of the private room, descended alone, and made his way toward the entrance of Zui Shao Tower. Upon leaving Zui Shao Tower, Zhang Hao sought a secluded alley devoid of passers-by. With a swift motion of his hand, he acquired spicy sour noodles, river snail noodles, and potato noodles. After a moment of contemplation, he procured several oil paper bags, repackaged the items, and proceeded to the kitchen behind Zui Shao Tower. Having gained experience in preparing instant noodles, the kitchen chef was quite adept. With minimal introduction from Zhang Hao, it wasn't long before 3 steaming bowls of culinary delights were presented before shopkeeper Xie. However, the aroma of the river snail noodles prompted Xie to shake his head repeatedly. As a seasoned chef in the culinary world, upon inhaling the scent of the river snail noodles, he recognized that they were far from ordinary. At Zhang Hao's indication, Xie picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled the spicy sour noodles. Instantly, his face flushed. This is Fanjiao. After swallowing, his eyes widened, and he noticed Zhang Hao's expression had also transformed significantly. Fanjiao? Isn't that chili? Is this what it's called in Xia? Zhang Hao detected the change in Xie's demeanor. A true gourmand has no resistance to chili, and he felt an inner delight. What could this person's true identity be? Xie began to ponder, recognizing that Fanjiao was a high-end ingredient from the western regions, enjoyed exclusively by the royal family and nobility in Xia. He had once been fortunate enough to taste it in Luoyang, a flavor he often reminisced about. After returning to Rongqing, he was unable to procure it and resorted to using ginger, garlic, and scallions for flavor. But their spiciness was entirely different from that of Fanjiao. This Zhang Hao had somehow managed to obtain Fanjiao. Unable to contain his excitement, Xie put down his chopsticks and declared, Brother Zhang, I will take all 3 dishes. Name your price. This time, having learned from his previous experience with the instant noodle pricing, Zhang Hao did not respond directly but instead inquired, what does Zui Shao Tower intend to charge for these 3 dishes? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's question, numerous black lines appeared on Xie's forehead. It seemed that Zhang Hao was aware that Zui Shao Tower's pricing was significantly higher than the procurement cost, demonstrating his newfound wisdom. After thoughtful consideration, Xie stroked his beard and replied earnestly, Brother Zhang, let us collaborate sincerely, grounded in trust. I shall not deceive you. I wish to acquire the exclusive sales rights for these 3 dishes in Rongqing County, just as with the Legency. I am willing to offer 300 taels of gold. And as for the price, I propose 800 won per serving, with a daily quota of 100 servings. What do you think? A portion priced at 800 won. If he insists on selling it for 1,800 won, it might not be entirely unacceptable. However, regarding the exclusive sales rights, Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, Thank you, shopkeeper Xie. Since we are sincerely collaborating, I can accept the price, nonetheless. For the exclusive sales rights, I require 500 taels of gold for each portion. Brother Zhang, are you truly unaware, or is this a deliberate ploy? Do you realize how few people in Rongqing County can afford such a price? Were it not for my Zui Shalu serving as a foundation, coupled with the limited supply, how could such delicacies command such exorbitant prices? Shopkeeper Xie continued, I am aware that the cost of these dishes is not particularly high. Although the peppercorns are currently scarce, as more individuals begin to cultivate them, they will soon lose their rarity. If the streets of the county are filled with these dishes, the outcome will be that no one will earn a profit. The nobility and gentry pursue novelty, but once the novelty fades, prices will naturally decline. If you doubt this, I can present the daily accounts of Lu Jinxi for your perusal. Zhang Hao, lacking experience in business management and disinterested in delving into it, had no intention of opening a shop himself. For someone who aspired to lead a laid-back life, the automatic arrival of wealth was paramount. After careful consideration, he found shopkeeper Ste's words quite reasonable. Otherwise, instant noodles and hot and sour noodles would not be so inexpensive in the future. Noticing Zhang Hao's silence, shopkeeper Xie gritted his teeth and continued, the buyout fee for Zui Shalu can reach 300 taels of gold per portion, but it cannot be more. Should sales diminish in the future, I will renegotiate the sales price with Brother Zhang. Otherwise, I would truly be powerless despite my intentions. Seeing shopkeeper Xie's sincerity, Zhang Hao chose not to persist. Primarily, the thought of selling these items himself seemed exhausting. It was better to take the deal, for there were plenty of lucrative projects available. In that case, I shall agree to your terms, shopkeeper Xie, Zhang Hao responded calmly. Ha ha ha, brother Zhang is a discerning individual. I hope to collaborate more with you in the future. Let us earn money together. Please, brother Zhang, go upstairs and dine. I shall join you shortly. Shopkeeper Xie replied joyfully as he walked to the counter to prepare the contract and funds. As shopkeeper Xie departed, Zhang Hao hurried upstairs to the private room. My lord, you have returned. Upon entering the room, Zhang Hao noticed Song Kersen holding her head up, occasionally pressing her hands against her stomach. He inquired with concern, what troubles you? My dear, are you unwell? Song Kersen replied shyly, No, I simply overindulged. My stomach feels quite bloated, and when I lower my head, it feels as if the food might overflow. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Hao burst into laughter at Song Kersen's words. His beloved wife was indeed adorable, having stuffed herself to such an extent over delicious food. If you enjoy eating, I shall frequently bring you here, my dear. Zhang Hao approached, gently rubbing her belly while speaking tenderly. All right, you should eat, my lord. I am already full, yet you have hardly eaten. As she spoke, Song Kersen tilted her head and began to serve Zhang Hao. He too was quite hungry and devoured the meal with fervor. As the last sip of wine was consumed, Zhang Hao let out a hearty burp. Waiter, the bill, please. The server hurriedly rushed in upon hearing his call. Young Master Zhang, the owner has instructed that this meal is on the house. Just then, Manager Xie appeared, clutching a contract and a bag of silver coins. After signing the contract, Zhang Hao handed the bag to Song Kersen, saying, in that case, I must express my gratitude to the owner for this generous hospitality. Manager Xie, bowing in haste, escorted Zhang Hao and his companion out of the drunken cloud tower. My dear, this bag of coins is quite heavy. Song Kersen whispered to Zhang Hao once they reached the street. Heavy? This is money. Of course, it's substantial. Indeed, carrying silver coins in ancient times was rather cumbersome. A wave of nostalgia for modern cashless transactions washed over Zhang Hao. Upon hearing that the bag contained coins, Song Kersen's spirits lifted, and she eagerly opened it. Wow! So much gold. Realizing the treasure she held, her strength surged, and the bag felt significantly lighter. Reaching the carriage, she waved her hand and tossed the gold into the compartment. Once seated, Zhang Hao called out, Giddy up, and the carriage swiftly departed the city, heading towards Zhangjia village. Chapter 24. Finding helpers for my wife on the road, with one hand on the reins and the other around Song Kersen. Zhang Hao joyfully recounted the details of his new collaboration with the drunken cloud tower. My dear, now you will need to prepare 600 portions daily for the drivers. It's not that I want to shirk responsibility, but the sheer volume is overwhelming. What if I fall behind on your important matters? Song Kersen replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, to prevent plastic bags from being used, we must repackage everything into paper bags. Additionally, with the silver jewelry and sundries planned by Zhang Hao, all will require new packaging. It seems one person alone cannot manage this workload. I must find some helpers for you. Do not worry, my dear. Once we arrive home, I will speak to the village chief about borrowing some assistance. Thank you. My husband. Song Kersen leaned into Zhang Hao's embrace, joyfully patting his thigh and imitating him by calling out to the horse, Giddy up. Zhang Hao was taken aback. What? You're patting my thigh to call the horse? What does that mean? Realizing her gaffe, Song Kersen's face flushed, and she smiled sheepishly at Zhang Hao. With a smile that could dispel 1,000 doubts, Zhang Hao playfully pinched her nose and said, You little rascal. My dear, do you think we'll attract too much attention dressed like this when we return to the village? Considering their humble thatched cottage, Song Kersen expressed her unease. Zhang Hao paused, realizing the truth in her words. If they returned home in such attire, he could only imagine the gossip among the local women beneath the old locust tree. With that thought, Zhang Hao stopped the carriage in a secluded spot, and they changed back into their original cotton robes. Upon returning home, Zhang Hao gestured for Song Kersen to unload the goods while he went directly to the home of the village chief. However, the old man was not at home, having gone to the mountains for stone gathering. Upon seeing Zhang Hao approach, Zhao Shi, who was at home, quickly responded. Indeed, the village chief Zhang has become quite a busy individual now. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shi, Zhang Hao thought of his childhood friend, Zhang Xinguang. Since Zhang Xinguang had been assisting Li Chang in constructing a house, Zhang Hao made his way directly to the construction site. Li Chang was progressing swiftly. The entire courtyard had taken shape, and the framework of the main house was already erected, with concrete being poured into the columns. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Li Chang hurried over, exclaiming, Brother Hao has arrived. With the village chief mobilizing help, we shall finish before the autumn harvest. Zhang Hao clasped his hands together in greeting, replying, "Thank you, brotherly. I have come to find that lad Xinguang." "Oh, please wait a moment, Brother Hao. I shall call him over," Li Chang said. Before long, Zhang Xinguang came running. "Zhang Hao, you were looking for me?" "Xinguang, my household is currently quite busy, and my wife is overwhelmed. I wonder if your mother and wife might be available to assist. I can pay them according to the construction rate," Zhang Hao stated. Upon hearing that Zhang Hao sought assistance from his mother and wife, Zhang Xinguang quickly replied, "We are all fellow villagers, since this is a family matter. There is no need to discuss payment. Wait a moment, and I will summon them to help you directly." Without waiting for Zhang Hao's response, Zhang Xinguang dashed home. Zhang Hao smiled and shook his head, amused by Zhang Xinguang's eagerness. It was not as though he required last-minute help. The task of packaging and organizing would only necessitate more hands in the future, and compensation was certainly warranted. He understood these matters well. Occasional assistance was fine, but regular aid was impractical. Moreover, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. He was not lacking in a few coins at present. Furthermore, paying for labor changes the nature of the arrangement. One would be working for him, not merely helping out. This would simplify the management of affairs for his wife. Arriving at Zhang Xinguang's home, he found that arrangements had already been made, and the three were just about to leave. Zhang Hao, seeing this, led them back to his own home. "Wife, I have found you some help," he called out. Song Kurson, having just finished organizing items bought from the city, hurried out upon hearing Zhang Hao's voice. Zhang Xinguang quickly introduced, "This is my mother, Zhou Shi, you can call her Aunt Zhou, and this is my wife, Chen Shumei." After exchanging greetings, Song Kurson also introduced herself. Zhang Xinguang, having delivered the introductions, exchanged a brief farewell with Zhang Hao before returning to work at the site. Once Zhang Xinguang departed, Zhang Hao signaled to Song Kurson while instructing the two women on their tasks. He stated, "Aunt Zhou, this project cannot be completed in just a day or two. It requires daily commitment. Therefore, I will pay each of you 30 won per day, which shall constitute a formal livelihood. However, I do have a request. It is imperative that you keep this matter strictly confidential. I do not wish for others to know how I earn my income. I trust you both understand." 31. Zhou was taken aback, observing that the tasks undertaken by Song Kurson were rather uncomplicated. She quickly replied, "Xiao Hao, 30 won is excessive. It is not easy for you and your spouse to earn money. Initially, we came here to assist as a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. So how can we justify accepting such a substantial sum? Rest assured, and Zhou, the reason I offer this amount is based on careful calculations. Please accept it without hesitation." Zhou pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After all, if this was to be a daily endeavor, it was indeed more than mere assistance. "Xiao Hao, you need not worry. In the entire village, your family is the closest to us. We will certainly treat this matter as if it were our own." Naturally, Zhang Hao felt secure about the Zhang Xinguang family, as he recalled that since the passing of the original owner's mother, only Aunt Zhou and Xinguang had shown concern for him. Thus, Zhang Hao was determined not to shortchange the three of them. Once he had briefed Song Kurson, the trio set to work. Zhang Hao harbored no concerns about the division of labor since the last instance of distributing herbicides. He had gained considerable confidence in Song Kurson's capabilities. He entered his room and promptly purchased several hundred boxes of spicy sour powder, snail noodles, and potato noodles, entrusting them to Song Kurson. Meanwhile, he reclined on his bed and began browsing various silver jewelry on online shopping platforms. As Zhang Hao contemplated which silver items to purchase, a private message caught his attention. It was from the gold-toothed man who had previously engaged in an antique transaction with him. "Dear friend, after much effort, I have secured a stable channel for antique sales. The individual is named Mikhail, whose father is a leading figure in the international relics industry, Lawrence. He is very interested in supplying you with a substantial quantity of great Xia antiques, but wishes to meet with you to discuss the details. I am uncertain if you have the time." Upon reading the message, Zhang Hao felt a mix of emotions. How has this gold-toothed man managed to sell dishes abroad? However, he quickly realized that with such an abundance of antiques, the domestic market would certainly be unable to absorb them all. Meeting was out of the question. Even if he wished to, it was impractical. A faint smile crossed Zhang Hao's face as he adeptly typed a response on his phone. "I regret to inform you that I cannot meet with this Mikhail. But if he possesses genuine capability, he may first acquire 200 pieces of antiques, and I can communicate with him over the phone." After pressing the send button, Zhang Hao returned to the online marketplace, continuing his exploration of silver jewelry. Pure silver bracelet 116 yuan, pure silver comb 73 yuan, pure silver hairpin 26 yuan. Considering the pricing by weight, the discrepancies seemed excessive. While the price of these items was appealing, he suspected many might not possess adequate silver content. If he ended up with counterfeit goods, it would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment with Zhang Ziqiang. Pondering this, Zhang Hao resolved not to be swayed by trivial savings, especially since he was not short on funds at present. Subsequently, he relied on his memories from the future to search for official stores of reputable gold and silver jewelry brands. Bracelet 399 yuan, longevity lock 299 yuan, necklace 399 yuan. Zhang Hao proceeded to purchase dozens of varieties of silver jewelry, completing each transaction with determination. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao purchased an array of exquisite wooden jewelry boxes. In the courtyard, Song Kursen and her companions were diligently repackaging the spicy and sour noodles. Indeed, under Song Kursen's meticulous organization, the trio worked seamlessly and their efficiency markedly improved. Zhang Hao, carrying a basket brimming with silver ornaments, approached Song Kursen and gently said, "My dear, I have just procured these jewels. Please set aside your current tasks and help me place these ornaments into the wooden boxes." Turning around, Song Kursen gazed at Zhang Hao in astonishment, swallowing hard as she exclaimed, "So many ornaments." Both Zhou Shi and Qin Chunmei also wore expressions of disbelief. Having visited a jewelry store previously, Song Kursen understood the considerable value of such items. And here was Zhang Hao presenting a full basket as if it were mere grain. Zhou Shi and Qin Chunmei, having never even set foot in a jewelry store, lacked the courage to even glance at such precious items from a distance. Zhang Hao regarded Song Kursen earnestly and nodded. Observing her husband's serious demeanor, Song Kursen felt compelled to act swiftly, accepting the basket and immersing herself in the task at hand. Chapter 25. The Silver Business. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Zhang Hao loaded the silver ornaments that Song Kursen had organized onto the cart. "My dear, I shall venture into the city today to attend to business. The home is in your capable hands." With that, Zhang Hao planted a kiss on Song Kursen's lips and leapt onto the cart. Her cheeks flushed. Song Kursen nodded gently. "Return swiftly and safely, my husband." Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at the entrance of the jewelry store. Upon noticing him, Zhang Ziqiang promptly came out to greet him. "Brother Hao, up so early?" "Indeed, the early bird catches the worm," Zhang Hao replied while disembarking from the cart. "Ziqiang, as we previously discussed, I have brought some samples with me. There are quite a few, so I would appreciate your assistance in moving them into the store." Zhang Ziqiang momentarily struggled to comprehend Zhang Hao's request. "This is a jewelry store. You expect me to help you carry jewelry samples?" However, Zhang Hao's subsequent actions left him utterly astonished. Zhang Hao struggled to pull a large cloth bag from the cart, and halfway through, the bag became stuck at the cart's entrance due to its size. "What are you standing there for? Come help me." Seeing Zhang Ziqiang frozen in place, Zhang Hao called out while he continued to wrestle with the bag. Finally, Zhang Ziqiang snapped back to reality and hurried forward to assist. After considerable effort from both men, they successfully transported the large package into the jewelry store. "Brother Hao, what is this?" "Jewelry." As he spoke, Zhang Hao untied the cloth bag. With a rustle, a multitude of wooden boxes of various sizes tumbled out. Zhang Hao picked up one of the boxes and handed it to Zhang Ziqiang, panting, "Take a look at how much this is worth." A flicker of disbelief crossed Zhang Ziqiang's face as he eagerly accepted the box. It was a deep black rectangular wooden box, exquisitely crafted. Upon opening the lid, a silver hairpin came into view. With his wealth of experience, Zhang Ziqiang immediately recognized that the hairpin was made of pure silver. The hairpin's head was adorned with a plum blossom, featuring 2 fully bloomed flowers and 4 or 5 budding ones, crafted from shimmering gold. A delicate silver chain dangled from the branch, at the end of which hung a lifelike silver butterfly. Zhang Ziqiang gently extracted the hairpin and placed it on the scale at the counter. Weighing 6 taels and 2 chien, approximately 16 grams per tael in the Daxia system, he mused incredulously, "Is this hairpin made of pure silver?" "Indeed." "Oh. The petals should be pure gold. However, they are quite small. What could this be worth?" Zhang Hao promptly affirmed. "1 tael of silver is worth 10,000 coins, while 1 tael of gold is valued at 5,000 coins. Zhang Ziqiang muttered as he moved behind the counter to retrieve an abacus for calculations, including labor costs. "I can offer you 75,000 coins for this, Brother Hao." After calculating, Zhang Ziqiang thoughtfully replied, Zhang Hao nodded and pointed to a pile of boxes nearby, saying, "And what of this collection? You must tally this as well. Or all of these." Zhang Ziqiang could scarcely believe it and hurriedly approached, swiftly opening several boxes. Each contained exquisitely crafted jewelry, pure silver bracelets, pure silver necklaces, all without exception. "Where on earth did you acquire so many pieces, Zhang Hao?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not concern yourself with that. Simply assess the worth. Furthermore, I have as much of this kind of merchandise as you desire." Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly after taking a sip of tea. This is far too much. Just a moment. I shall calculate the total for you," Zhang Ziqiang responded, carefully weighing and tallying each piece. Even the combined inventory of all the shops in Rongqing might not match this quantity of silver jewelry. As he busied himself, his hands began to tremble with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao sat nearby, sipping tea and scrolling through short videos. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Ziqiang approached Zhang Hao, holding the ledger. "Brother Hao, I have completed the tally. This collection of silver jewelry comprises 76 pieces, amounting to a total of 552,000 coins in silver and 1,104 taels in gold." Zhang Hao put away his phone and nodded thoughtfully. "How much of such silver jewelry can your shop accommodate?" A flicker of seriousness crossed Zhang Ziqiang's brow. "How much can we accommodate?" What is Zhang Hao's intent with such a bold inquiry? His employer was a grand merchant of the Daxiao Empire, and there were at least 1,000 similar jewelry stores nationwide. However, upon reflection, Zhang Ziqiang considered the sheer volume of samples Zhang Hao had brought with him. After careful contemplation, he clapped his hands and replied earnestly, "Brother Hao, my employer possesses substantial resources. Regardless of how much you have, we can certainly accommodate it." Zhang Hao stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Oh, if I were to provide several hundred pieces of such silver jewelry to each store, would your employer be able to handle that?" "How many?" "Several hundred pieces per store," Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, his body jolting with surprise as he rebuked, "Zhang Hao, do not speak nonsensically. Do you not realize that my employer is a grand merchant of the Daxiao Empire? Just how many stores are there nationwide?" Zhang Ziqiang was clearly agitated, and Zhang Hao's words had evidently surpassed his comprehension. Instead of responding directly, Zhang Hao calmly remarked, "Brother Ziqiang, I understand that you may not believe what I say. However, regardless of the circumstances, I possess the means to acquire not only gold and silver ornaments, but also jade, glass, and everything else that you can imagine." Zhang Ziqiang's face was already flushed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He made an effort to compose himself and replied earnestly, "Brother Hao, this matter is of great significance. Allow me to draft a letter to inform the proprietor before we proceed with any plans." Zhang Hao recognized that this situation was beyond Zhang Ziqiang's capacity, so he nodded in agreement and replied solemnly, "In that case, I kindly ask you to expedite the process." "Naturally," Zhang Ziqiang assured. Once their discussion was concluded, Zhang Hao loaded the silver onto the cart, bid farewell to Zhang Ziqiang, and departed swiftly. As he traversed the bustling streets, noting that the day was still young, Zhang Hao decided to wander around the city. While meandering, he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle ahead. Adhering to the principle that one should not ignore an opportunity for intrigue, he steered his cart towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he found the scene thronged with spectators. Alighting from his cart, he stepped into a nearby tea house and, after handing a few coins to the server, settled down. The server, noticing a distinguished guest, hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Please enjoy your tea." As he spoke, the server skillfully poured a bowl of tea and presented it to Zhang Hao. Taking a sip, Zhang Hao inquired with curiosity, "What is the situation unfolding ahead?" Esteemed guest. What you may not know is that the fight involves Qing Taidan and a group of ruffians from the gambling den." "Oh, pray, enlighten me further." Zhang Hao expressed his interest, prompting the server to continue. "Qing Taidan is quite a remarkable individual, often standing up for the common folk in this area, earning an excellent reputation. However, he has one flaw. He is particularly fond of gambling and has accumulated a mountain of debt at the gambling den. Unable to pay off his debts, the owner has been forcefully demanding repayment. Nonetheless, Qing Taidan possesses immense strength. I doubt these 10 or so ruffians can gain the upper hand against him." The server spoke animatedly, shaking his head in disapproval as he elaborated. Chapter 26. The warrior's skill intriguing indeed. The odds of winning in gambling are notoriously slim, and those who can emerge victorious from such establishments are few and far between. Zhang Hao understood this notion, yet the server's words only heightened his curiosity. "Dear server, please watch over my cart. I wish to join the fray." With that, he tossed a few more coins to the server and made his way towards the crowd. The server, pleased by Zhang Hao's generosity, nodded eagerly and moved to reposition the cart. The gathering crowd was substantial, and after some effort, Zhang Hao managed to push his way to the front. It was quite remarkable. Chang Taidan, with his dark complexion and full beard, donned black attire, rolled up his sleeves, and bared his muscular arms. In stark contrast, the group of ruffians surrounding him appeared particularly feeble. Bravo! Well done, Taidan! As the crowd erupted in cheers, Chang Taidan became increasingly spirited in his actions. With a series of resounding thuds, he effortlessly overwhelmed more than a dozen adversaries, each one sent staggering in various directions. How exhilarating! Chang Taidan seized one of his assailants and hurled him into a bamboo basket against the wall, bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, he was a true man. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, couldn't help but silently applaud. Observing that over a dozen men could not subdue Chang Taidan, the anxious owner of the gambling house stammered, "Well, Chang Taidan, you owe me money, and now you strike people. I shall report you to the authorities and let the magistrate punish you." Upon hearing the owner threaten to involve the authorities, Chang Taidan hurriedly approached him with a grin, saying, "No, please. I haven't harmed anyone. It was you who sent them to attack me. It's just a few taels of gold. Lend me a bit more, and I promise I will repay you when I win." The owner, frightened by Chang Taidan's advance, quickly stepped back and retorted sternly, "Don't come any closer. You already owe me so much. If you borrow more and lose again, how will you repay me?" Feeling embarrassed, Chang Taidan scratched his head, realizing he had little means of his own. With just his strength, he managed to scrape together a few coins, and were it not for the charity of the townsfolk, he would likely be unable to survive even in the county town. However, today, his gambling fervor had led him to a precarious situation, and he now owed a substantial sum. What a predicament! Zhang Hao, overhearing the conversation, contemplated that in this ancient era, his wealth was growing. He must secure some personnel for protection. Otherwise, should he encounter thieves, he would find himself with no recourse. With this thought, he nodded to himself and stepped forward. Addressing Chang Taidan, "Brave Taidan, may I inquire how much you owe this owner?" Chang Taidan, unsure of how to respond to the gambling house owner, turned around at the call of his name. Seeing a dashing young gentleman, he hurriedly bowed, saying, "Esteemed sir, I became overly engrossed in gambling and now owe the owner 5 taels of gold. Having lost everything, he has sent his men to beat me for my inability to repay." Lowering his head, Chang Taidan continued, "Oh, I see that you are a man of great strength. Might you consider employing me? As for the debts, I am not without means. If you would be so kind, I could assist in settling your debts." A flicker of astonishment crossed Chang Taidan's face, and he replied with a deep bow, "Is your offer sincere? I have been struggling in this county, and I have been away for some time, not knowing how my dear mother fares." A wave of melancholy washed over him at the thought of his mother. He felt utterly defeated. He had set out to earn money to repay her for her nurturing, yet he had returned with nothing but a mountain of debt. The owner of the gambling house was truly despicable, surely employing some trickery, for it was unfathomable that he could lose so much. Resolute, Chang Taidan discarded any hesitation. A true man must repay kindness and seek vengeance where due. "Thank you, kind sir, but as the gambling house has taken so much from me, I cannot let it go unchallenged. Might you lend me 10 taels of gold? I shall win back my funds and return them to you in full." Zhang Hao couldn't help but shake his head internally. Indeed, a gambler is just a gambler. He had overestimated the situation. "My friend, I am offering you 5 taels of gold to help you settle your debts, not out of pity for your plight, but because I see you as a man. How could you be so greedy?" Upon hearing this, Chang Taidan also realized that his previous words had been excessive. It was already a rare kindness for someone to offer such a sum to assist him, and yet he had the audacity to ask for more. Alas, the desperation to recover his losses had led him to speak thoughtlessly. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Chang Taidan found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Hao contemplated for a moment. It was evident that, in ancient gambling houses, profits were often made through trickery with the dice. Recalling the videos he had watched on cheating at dice while browsing his phone, he had a fair understanding of the various deceitful tactics employed by gambling establishments. However, having not been deceived himself, he decided it best to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. If the brave soul did not require his assistance, he would take his leave. As Zhang Hao made to depart, Chang Taidan, in a sudden panic, cried out, "My lord, please stay." He hastily knelt down, exclaiming loudly, "I am immensely grateful for your kindness. I have overstepped my bounds, and I beg your forgiveness." Slowly turning around, Zhang Hao spoke gravely. "What I despise most are those devoid of worth. I initially perceived you as resourceful and eager for wealth. If you are willing, I shall pay your gambling debts. And you may work for me. As long as you give your utmost effort, I shall not treat you poorly. However, if you wish to continue living aimlessly, I cannot assist you. Today, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Should you have any tasks for me, I will serve with unwavering dedication." A hint of amusement flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes as he nodded, retrieving 5 taels of gold from his pocket. In a gentle tone, he continued, "In life, one inevitably makes mistakes. Recognizing and correcting them is a virtue. Here is 5 taels of gold. Take it to settle your debts and follow me." Cheng Chudan's heart soared with joy as he promptly accepted the gold. He then approached the gambling house's owner, tossing the gold onto the ground and declaring firmly, "Today, I concede defeat at your hands. This is my debt. Take it, and we will be square. Should you ever cross my path again, I shall not show mercy." The gambling house owner, wary of the imposing figure before him, quickly picked up the gold and signaled for his servants to leave. Turning back, Cheng Taidan bowed deeply to Zhang Hao and solemnly stated, "A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Whatever you command, I shall comply. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Zhang Hao." "Ha. Brother Zhang, I bow to you." With that, Cheng Taidan knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. In ancient times, such straightforward men harbored no ulterior motives, yet they were the most appreciative of kindness. Observing this, Zhang Hao quickly assisted Cheng Taidan to his feet, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such formalities, dear brother Cheng. Rise, please." Acknowledging Zhang Hao's generosity in coming to his aid without pretense, Cheng Taidan resolved silently to follow him. As the others saw that the conflict had subsided, they gradually dispersed. Zhang Hao returned with Cheng Taidan to fetch a cart, subsequently finding a tavern where they ordered several dishes. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they drove the cart away from the county town, heading towards Zhangjia village. Chapter 27. The father-in-law's wrath. With Cheng Tiedan's assistance, Zhang Hao entrusted the driving to him, while he settled into the carriage to peruse his phone. "Dear customer, your subscription for the 30 general data package has been fully utilized as of today. To continue usage, please log in to recharge on the website." Alas, his phone had run out of data. In modern times, whether at home or in the office, mobile devices are indispensable. Now, he found himself relying on data for everything. Fortunately, he was not short on funds. Zhang Hao navigated to the official website and purchased a substantial data plan, which offered 1,000 units of data monthly. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for the automatic renewal feature without data limits. He also topped up his account with a generous sum of 100,000 yuan. Surely, this would suffice. "Dear friend, Mi Gaoyang mentioned that direct collaboration is temporarily unfeasible. What do you think?" Just after purchasing the package, a private message from Big Tooth arrived. Reading the message, Zhang Hao smiled faintly. If direct collaboration was not possible, then so be it. He had no fear that valuable goods would go unsold. "No worries. Even if he doesn't cooperate, I will continue our collaboration. Just let me know how much you can handle at once." Upon receiving Zhang Hao's message, Mi Gaoyang fell into deep contemplation. "Big Tooth, have you truly never encountered Zhang Hao before?" Hearing Mi Gaoyang's words, Big Tooth hurriedly replied, "How could I dare deceive you? The white porcelain was all sent to me via courier, and even the shipping address was left blank. From the logistics information, it can only be roughly determined that it was dispatched from Weihai City. In all my years in this business, I have never seen a seller so audacious. He sent the goods without ever meeting face to face. Do you think Zhang Hao could be an undercover agent from Huabei? I doubt it. Undercover operations would not be conducted in such a manner. These items are inherently legal and tradable collectibles, and his shipping them to us does not imply a transaction exists between us. My remittance to him is merely a service fee, entirely unrelated to these goods." After hearing Big Tooth's explanation, Mi Gaoyang rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. As one of the most formidable dealers in the international collectibles market, he had countless methods to deliver items to buyers across various regions. Furthermore, even if complications arose, it would be Big Tooth's responsibility, not his own. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. You shall handle the transactions with Zhang Hao entirely. Just remember to exercise caution in your dealings. A flicker of surprise crossed Big Tooth's face as he eagerly nodded in agreement, continuing, "What about the 200 pieces of white porcelain that Zhang Hao mentioned?" Mi Gaoyang raised an eyebrow and replied in somewhat halting Chinese, "Isn't there a wise saying in China that goes, taking too large a step can lead to misfortune? I believe it is better to approach him gradually, seeking to ascertain his background before engaging in bulk transactions. Understood. After bidding farewell to McCoyan, the golden-toothed man continued his conversation with Zhang Hao. My dear friend, my capabilities are limited. I can only accept another 20 pieces of white porcelain from you. Do you have any other collectibles? Then I shall first send you 20 pieces of white porcelain, and as for the other items, I will select some suitable ones for you later, Zhang Hao replied. Brother, which way do we go from here? Cheng Taiden asked, halting the horse-drawn carriage at a fork in the road and turning to Zhang Hao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao put away his phone, lifted the curtain, and glanced outside. They were quite close to the village. Allow me, he said, taking the reins and giving a firm pull, prompting the horse, Dubai, to continue forward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Zhangjia village. Zhang Hao's home was not far from the village entrance, and as he approached, he could faintly hear the sounds of commotion coming from his house. Frowning, he quickly drove the carriage to the courtyard gate, leaped down, and hurriedly opened it. Inside the courtyard, Song Kursen was being tugged back and forth by 5 individuals. Clearly at a loss, one of her arms was being pulled by 2 men and a woman towards the door, while her other arm was firmly held by An Zhou and Chen Xiaomei. Upon seeing her husband return, Song Kursen felt a flicker of reassurance amidst her confusion. With tear-streaked eyes, she gazed at Zhang Hao, silently pleading for his help. Noticing her distress, Zhang Hao rushed forward to pry the hands of the assailants away, gently asking, My dear, what has happened? Who are these people? Before Song Kursen could respond, the woman interjected, Oh, so you are Zhang Hao, huh? My daughter has been married to you for so long, yet you have yet to pay the bridal price. Daughter? Bridal price? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao quickly grasped the situation. It turned out that after Song Kursen was taken by the authorities, her parents did not mourn her absence. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. When Song Kursen was born, her parents had contemplated drowning her, believing a daughter to be a burden. However, Songjia village, despite its poverty, was under the protection of the village chief, who would never allow such a heinous act against one's offspring. Under the chief's authority, Song Kursen's parents were compelled to keep her, albeit reluctantly, while refusing to pay the household tax on her behalf. They concealed her identity, leaving her to fend for herself at home. The village chief, understanding the villagers' hardships, tacitly allowed such concealment as long as it did not breach the village's moral code. Eventually, when the authorities conducted a forced search in the village, Song Kursen was taken without exception. With their burden removed, Song Kursen's parents felt a weight lifted from their hearts. However, upon hearing that their daughter had fortuitously married Zhang Hao, who was wealthy enough to purchase an extravagant carriage and build a 3-acre estate, they could not resist the temptation of exploiting this newfound fortune. Thus, they conspired to approach him, seeking some form of compensation. My wife was brought back to me by the officials. If there is a bridal price to be paid, it is owed to them. Who are you to come here and cause a ruckus at my home? Zhang Hao positioned Song Kursen behind him and spoke sternly. At that moment, Cheng Taidan led his horse into the courtyard. It was Cheng Tidan's first visit to Zhang Hao's home, and he was unaware of the unfolding situation, recognizing no one but Zhang Hao. Consequently, he refrained from speaking much, merely securing his horse and standing behind Zhang Hao to observe. I am her mother, and this is her father. Who are you to intrude? The woman exclaimed. Now that you have married my daughter, is this how you treat your in-laws? The officials forcibly took away those whose names did not exist in the household registry, primarily orphans and individuals whose parents concealed their identities to evade the head tax. These unregistered individuals were often impoverished girls. Since Song Kursen was forcibly taken by the authorities, it was evident that her parents had concealed her identity to avoid taxation. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth as he replied calmly, Your daughter? Do you have any proof? The woman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes darting as she pointed at Song Kursen behind Zhang Hao. Kursen, now that your husband does not recognize your real parents, tell him, are we not your father and mother? As she spoke, she advanced, attempting to pull Song Kursen from behind Zhang Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly stepped forward to block the woman while casting a gentle glance towards Song Kursen. Cheng Taidan felt an internal struggle. It seemed that the woman behind Zhang Hao was indeed his elder brother's wife, while the woman and the 2 men accompanying her were likely his brothers-in-laws. Yet, it appeared that his elder brother did not recognize them. If he intervened, and they truly were his brothers-in-laws, it could lead to complications. When Song Kursen noticed Zhang Hao looking at her, she assumed her husband was about to inquire about the woman's claims. Thus, she hurriedly nodded. However, Upon reflection, although they were her parents, they had never treated her as their daughter over the past decade. After a moment's thought, she hesitantly shook her head at Zhang Hao. What kind of person was Zhang Hao? He had initially brought his wife back from the officials. Now, several individuals claiming to be her in-laws had appeared, demanding a bride price. They had already consummated their marriage, and their union was registered with the authorities, both in name and in reality. Even if Song Kursin were to plead with him for a bride price, he would not comply, let alone in this current situation. She is my wife. You have no right to question us. If you know what is good for you, leave at once, or I will have to expel you, Zhang Hao declared. Sensing Song Kursin's intentions through her gaze, and turned to shout at the woman. The older man behind the woman stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Hao. How dare you drive away your father-in-law? Boy, do you want me to teach you a lesson and show you the might of your in-laws? Chapter 28. Taidan takes action. So you wish to show off in front of me, do you? Zhang Hao chuckled lightly before speaking in a grave tone. If you can present the household registration proving that Kursin is your daughter, I shall concede. Otherwise, do you believe I won't incapacitate you right now? As he spoke, Zhang Hao playfully rolled up his sleeves, feigning an eagerness to strike. Cheng Taidan, witnessing Zhang Hao's demeanor, felt a surge of enthusiasm. He stepped forward, tugging at his collar to reveal his impressive pectoral muscles, which nearly pressed against the man before him, towering and robust. Cheng Taidan's formidable stance made his dense chest hair almost brush against the man's chin. Suddenly confronted by two dark, muscular pectorals and a tuft of thick chest hair, the man instinctively recoiled, only to recognize the bearded figure before him, his eyes wide with alarm, the whites of his eyes bulging as if they might pop out, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. The young man behind him, with blonde hair, seemed undeterred by the unfolding scene. Seeing his father gearing up for confrontation, he rushed forward and threw a punch. Cheng Taidan, with a simple grin, effortlessly caught the young man's arm. Ouch! Let go! Let go! The blonde youth cried out in pain, his arm firmly grasped by Cheng Taidan. A flicker of disappointment crossed Cheng Taidan's eyes as he gently twisted the wrist, eliciting a sharp crack, causing the young man to kneel on the ground, wailing, "Ah, father, mother, sister, I thought I was facing a master. But it turns out you're just a brat." With a sigh, Cheng Taidan lifted his arm slightly, releasing his grip, leaving the young man crumpled on the ground, cradling his arm. The entire exchange transpired in an instant. "My son." The woman finally reacted, rushing over to embrace the young man, her voice rising in anguished cries. The man, witnessing the scene, was momentarily at a loss, his face flushed with anger, gasping as he pointed at Zhang Hao. You. What are you stammering for? If you wish to acknowledge your daughter, go to the authorities and obtain proof. If you cannot provide it, then be gone." Zhang Hao barked sharply. The man, realizing he was not gaining the upper hand, helped the young man and the woman to their feet and staggered away. Once they departed, Song Kursin burst into tears. "My husband, they came to demand money from Kursin. I was too frightened to decide, and they insisted on taking her away, but she didn't want to go with them." And Cho stepped forward to clarify the circumstances preceding Zhang Hao's arrival. It turned out that Song Kursin and her family were at home repackaging sour and spicy noodles when her parents and younger brother barged in. Upon seeing her family, Song Kursin was momentarily paralyzed with fear. As soon as they entered, the woman began clamoring for the betrothal money, lamenting how she had toiled to raise her, only to have her daughter forget the debt of gratitude owed to her parents now that she was living well. With no other option, Song Kursin knelt down, weeping while trying to explain. The family's finances were entrusted to her by her husband, and without his permission, she dared not use them lightly. When they saw Song Kursin's refusal to part with money, they attempted to forcibly take her away. Fortunately, Aunt Zhou and Qin Chunmei intervened, or else Song Kursin would surely have been dragged away by the three of them. Understanding the situation clearly, Zhang Hao ground his teeth in anger. Cheng Taidan, equally enraged, bellowed, in broad daylight, "How dare you act so audaciously, intruding into someone else's home to seize a person? Brother, allow me to give them a lesson." With that, Cheng Taidan rolled up his sleeves and dashed out. "You coward! Your son has been beaten to such a state, and you don't dare to utter a word. How did I end up so unfortunate, marrying a scoundrel like you?" After departing, the woman supported her injured son, Huang Mao, and began to complain. "That is your own daughter. After raising her for so many years, she has now foolishly become part of another family, accomplishing nothing. What are you thinking? Shut your mouth. You shrew. Say one more word, and I swear I'll hit you." The man raised his hand, pretending to strike, his voice harsh and commanding. He was already simmering with anger, and his wife's nagging only intensified his agitation. The woman paused, then pressed her face forward, lamenting, "Fine. Go ahead. Beat me to death if you wish. You good for nothing. Apart from hitting your wife, what else can you do? Why is my life so miserable? You." The man could no longer tolerate her biting words and swung his hand toward her face. The woman, startled by her husband's sudden aggression, instinctively shut her eyes. However, the slap never landed. Cautiously opening her eyes, she saw that her husband's arm was firmly grasped by the imposing figure of Ching Tai-dan, causing her legs to weaken and her body to crumple to the ground. What is the matter? Afraid to fight me and taking it out on your own wife instead? If you're a man, come and face me. Ching Tai-dan chuckled, releasing the man's arm and gesturing for him to come forward. The man, feeling intimidated by the tuft of chest hair before him, trembled and stammered, "You." Ching Tai-dan swiftly slapped the man across the face, inquiring, "You what?" "I." Another slap followed. "I what?" "Don't push your luck." A third slap landed. "Pushing my luck." "You say?" The man, dazed from the blows, hastily knelt and pleaded, "Please, noble sir, spare me." Ching Tai-dan responded with a kick that sent the man sprawling on the ground, demanding, "Why should I stop?" The man, now on the ground, continuously begged, "I realize my mistakes. Please, noble sir, spare my life." Ching Tai-dan approached, delivering several kicks while scolding, "Realizing your mistakes, is it? Spare your life?" Seeing that begging was futile, the man gritted his teeth against the pain and scrambled to his feet, fleeing into the distance. Wang Mao, witnessing his father's desperate escape, was initially taken aback, then shouted, "Father, wait for me." Ignoring the pain from his dislocated arm, he chased after him. "Damn it, be careful. If I see you again, I'll beat you again." Ching Tai-dan shouted at their retreating figures. Once they had vanished from sight, he finally turned around, preparing to return. As soon as he turned around, he beheld a woman standing behind him, her legs trembling like sifted flour, tears welling in her eyes as she stared imploringly at him. Her face a portrait of desperation. "Please, good sir, have mercy on me," she pleaded. Ching Tai-dan glanced at the woman, his impatience evident. "Sister, do not be foolish. I do not strike women. You may leave," he replied. Thank you, noble sir," the woman stammered, visibly shaken, as she slowly turned to depart. "If you dare to cause trouble in Zhangjiakan again, I shall break your son's legs," Ching Tai-dan warned, his voice low and resolute as he watched her retreating figure. The woman halted, not daring to turn around, but she nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Having released his pinned-up frustration, Ching Tai-dan returned to Zhang Hao's courtyard. "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Song Kurson," Zhang Hao said, gesturing towards the trio upon Ching Tai-dan's return. "I am Ching Tai-dan. Pleased to meet you, sister-in-law," he stated. Then knelt down and performed 3 deep bows with a loud thud of his forehead against the ground. This unexpected display left Zhang Hao momentarily bewildered. "What is happening?" Song Kurson, equally startled, cast a glance at Zhang Hao, seeking assistance. "Do people in ancient times really enjoy bowing so much? You are not a servant. There is no need for such gestures," Zhang Hao quickly interjected, helping Ching Tai-dan to his feet. He then pointed to the 2 women beside him, saying, "This is Aunt Zhou, and this is Chun Mei." Ching Tai-dan offered them a slight bow but remained silent. Subsequently, Zhang Hao grasped Ching Tai-dan's arm and said to Song Kurson, "Dear wife, Tai-dan is someone I met on my journey. He will be residing with us as a guard." Upon hearing this, Song Kurson promptly stepped forward and performed a respectful bow to Ching Tai-dan. Startled, he knelt once more, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you must not bestow such great courtesy upon me." Seeing Ching Tai-dan's naive demeanor, Song Kurson couldn't help but smile. Unaware of the reason for her amusement, Ching Tai-dan scratched his head awkwardly and stood up. As Aunt Zhou and the others realized the day was growing late, they bid farewell to Zhang Hao and his wife, heading home to prepare dinner. Once they departed, Zhang Hao turned to Song Kurson and said, "My dear, Tai-dan is a simple man. Please provide him with 3,000 won each month for his expenses." Upon hearing this directive, Song Kurson nodded and retreated to their room, counting out 3,000 copper coins to hand to Ching Tai-dan. Ching Tai-dan was taken aback. "What is this? 3,000 won? Such a sum." He knew that in the county town, he struggled to earn a few hundred coins a month through various means. "Brother, I have just arrived, and I have not yet performed any tasks." This is rather excessive," he protested. "Take it. You will need it in daily life." "A man of your stature cannot be without funds," Zhang Hao replied, feigning seriousness as he lowered his voice. He understood that by providing unexpected benefits to those who were useful, he could elicit extraordinary returns, and since he was not lacking in wealth, he felt justified in his generosity. Cheng Taidan was not one to ponder over such complexities. He simply recognized kindness and resolved to reciprocate in kind. Acknowledging Zhang Hao's words, he ceased his objections, expressed his gratitude to Song Kursen, and tucked the money into his pocket. "My husband has worked hard today. I shall prepare dinner now," Song Kursen said, regaining her composure as she noticed that night had fallen. "In this day and age, with Tai Dan now a member of the household, it is only fitting that my wife prepares a more abundant feast." Tai Dan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and requested, "Sister-in-law, please prepare a little more for me, as I possess a hearty appetite." Song Kursen chuckled softly, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to head towards the kitchen. However, Zhang Hao suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. His beautiful wife was now to prepare meals for another man daily, which simply would not do. He resolved to procure a cook from the city the following day. "Brother, I see you are quite generous. Why reside here?" Taidan curiously surveyed the modest courtyard and inquired. "Oh, the courtyard is still under construction, but it should be completed soon. For now, we are merely in temporary lodgings," Zhang Hao replied. Taidan did not press further but expressed, "Brother, having just arrived, I wish to explore and familiarize myself with the surroundings." "Ah, splendid. Allow me to show you around," Zhang Hao responded, and together they stepped out of the courtyard. After inspecting the perimeter of his own yard, Zhang Hao led Tai Dan to the construction site of the new courtyard. At this hour, Li Chong had already wrapped up for the day, leaving only 3 individuals to guard the site. Upon noticing Zhang Hao's approach, they hurriedly welcomed him. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Hao entered the premises with one of the leading workers. Typically, Zhang Hao did not visit frequently, so this was an opportune moment to assess the current progress. The 3-acre courtyard had its walls constructed as per Zhang Hao's specifications, comprising concrete pillars supporting red brick facades, soaring over 3 meters high. The framework of the 2-story main building was complete in the front plaza. Following the indicators, Zhang Hao cast a glance at the basement, though the dim light made it difficult to discern the interior details. The side rooms adjacent to the main building were also finished and currently served as temporary resting quarters for workers. According to Zhang Hao's design, these side rooms would eventually be enclosed by courtyard walls for the use of servants and maids. Behind the main building lay various storerooms and a garden, through which a stream flowed, enhancing the aesthetic appeal of the courtyard. Beyond mere beauty, Zhang Hao had directed the stream to serve a functional purpose, intending to generate electricity for various planned uses in the basement. Li Chong had indeed impressed Zhang Hao. He never questioned the purpose of the constructions and diligently executed Zhang Hao's directives. After surveying the site, Zhang Hao silently nodded in approval, recognizing that Li Chong had exceeded his expectations in many areas. Having completed the tour, Zhang Hao surmised that his wife's culinary preparations were nearing completion, so he departed the construction site with Tai Dan. Chapter 29. Tai Dan's gambling addiction. Upon returning home, Zhang Hao was greeted by a table laden with sumptuous dishes, and he gestured for Tai Dan to take a seat. Aware that there were now 3 diners, Song Kursen had thoughtfully prepared a large basket of steamed buns. The table displayed an array of 7 or 8 plates, both meat and vegetarian. However, the sight of Tai Dan devouring the buns left both Zhang Hao and Song Kursen momentarily astonished. Tai Dan reached into the basket, seized a bun, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, chewing only a few times before swallowing it whole. "The steamed buns made by my sister-in-law are truly delightful, though they are somewhat smaller in size." As he spoke, Cheng Taidan once again reached into the basket, pinching 2 buns with his fingers. He stuffed one into his mouth and, as he was about to take a bite of some vegetables, the bun had already been swallowed. He was compelled to place the vegetables in his mouth and hurriedly shoved the remaining bun inside, with one hand wielding chopsticks and the other reaching into the basket. It wasn't long before a dozen buns had disappeared into his belly. Is this really a bun? Why does it feel like he is devouring dumplings? Zhang Hao couldn't help but silently critique the scene before him. "Hey, brother and sister-in-law, why aren't you eating? Why are you just staring at me?" Cheng Taidan, relishing his meal, suddenly noticed that Zhang Hao and Song Kursen were staring at him intently, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon hearing Cheng Taidan's words, Zhang Hao and Song Kursen exchanged glances, as if a shared realization had struck them, and they both instinctively picked up their chopsticks to eat. Yet, for some reason, the food did not taste as delightful to them as it did to Cheng Taidan. Just as Zhang Hao finished one bun and was about to take another, he discovered that the basket was now completely empty. Seeing this, Song Kersen said apologetically, "My dear, it seems I made too few. Please wait a moment, and I will go make some more." Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need. My dear, just bring me a jar of wine." Nodding, Song Kersen rose and walked toward the room. "More wine. How splendid." As Song Kersen emerged carrying a jar of wine, Cheng Taidan hastily got up to take it from her, deftly uncorking it. He first filled a bowl for Zhang Hao, then poured a generous serving for himself. After setting the jar down, Cheng Taidan lifted his large bowl high and proclaimed to Zhang Hao, "Brother, cheers." Zhang Hao, noticing this, quickly raised his bowl in return, but before he could take a sip, Cheng Taidan had already gulped down the contents of his bowl. "Huh, what fine wine!" Cheng Taidan exclaimed, and promptly refilled his bowl, continuing to drink. Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, taking a sip of his own wine before resuming his meal. After downing 2 bowls, Cheng Taidan felt insatiable and considered lifting the jar directly to drink. However, just as he raised it, he seemed to remember something and, feeling shy, set the jar back down. Song Kersen watched Cheng Taidan intently, her eyes filled with disbelief. Having grown up in poverty, neglected by her parents, she seldom had the luxury of even drinking porridge. After marrying Zhang Hao, she had witnessed a man eat voraciously, consuming 3 or 4 buns in one sitting. Yet today, witnessing Cheng Taidan's voracious appetite, she realized that meals could indeed be devoured in such a manner. Looking at the half-bun in her hand, which she had broken due to her inability to finish it, she fell into a deep self-doubt. Zhang Hao noticed Song Kersen's uncertainty and gently patted her shoulder. Smiling as he said, "Taidan is robust, so it's natural for him to eat more. My dear, you should eat quickly. Otherwise, if he finishes the food, there won't be anything left for you." Upon hearing her husband's words, Song Kersen finally came to her senses, lowered her head, and continued to eat. After satisfying their hunger, Zhang Hao realized that there were no spare rooms in the house, leaving him puzzled about where Cheng Taidan would sleep. Just as Zhang Hao was lost in thought, Cheng Taidan let out a belch, squinted his eyes, and said, "Elder brother and sister-in-law, I'm full now. You may eat at your leisure. I'm off to sleep." With that, Cheng Taidan stood up unsteadily, staggered over to the pile of straw in the kitchen, kicked aside some of the straw, and promptly lay down, falling into a deep slumber. Soon, the unmistakable sound of his thunderous snoring filled the air. Seeing this, Song Kersen said nothing further, recognizing that there was indeed no space for him to rest. She simply got up and fetched a mattress to cover Cheng Taidan. Originally, Zhang Hao had planned to hire a cook, but upon witnessing Cheng Taidan sleeping atop the straw pile, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Alas, this small courtyard cannot accommodate more people. It seems we must wait until the new house is completed." While Song Kersen was busy clearing the dishes, Zhang Hao glanced at the seeds he had previously sown in the yard. To his dismay, they had all rotted without exception. It appeared that the plants were equally unviable. The items from the future were non-renewable resources. Once used, they were gone, unable to be replanted or revived. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and prepared 20 bowls and plates to send to Dynasty. Before long, his account reflected an increase of over 5 million in service income. "Dear friend, the collection has arrived, and the funds have been deposited into your personal account." "Very well. I shall promptly select some other types of antiques for you to consider." "Husband, the water is ready. Please sit down and soak your feet." Upon hearing Song Kersen's words, Zhang Hao put away his phone and settled into a chair. Song Kersen crouched down, carefully washing his feet while Zhang Hao sat on the chair, intently admiring his wife. Indeed, the papaya was effective. Observing the slight swell of her clothing, Zhang Hao couldn't help but nod approvingly. It was not just that. Since marrying Zhang Hao, Song Kersen's diet had notably improved, and her figure was no longer as excessively slender as before, now appearing much more pleasing to the eye, with her delicate face growing increasingly radiant. After they finished washing up, the couple lay in bed together. Zhang Hao gazed at his increasingly enchanting wife, and his hands instinctively began to wander. "Husband, Taidan is lying right beside us." Song Kersen blushed and whispered to Zhang Hao, "There's a wall in between. What is there to fear?" As he spoke, Zhang Hao skillfully prepared for their cherished moments, immersing them into their private bliss. Days passed, yet no news arrived from Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang Hao considered the slow pace of communication in ancient times as an imperial merchant residing in the capital. A prompt reply was unlikely, so he refrained from pressing Zhang Ziqiang too hard. In contrast, he had engaged in numerous exchanges with Dynasty. sending various jars and vessels from the city, all of which, without exception, were traded for substantial sums that enriched his bank account. In this small county town, Zhang Hao found it quite challenging to discover any extraordinary artworks. Most items were merely commonplace household goods. Fortunately, at present, Zhang Hao did not feel an overwhelming need for currency, and thus, he was not particularly invested in searching for remarkable treasures of the Dynasty era. However, his companion, Cheng Taidan, had not visited a gambling house for quite some time and was feeling a bit restless. With a modest amount of silver in his possession, Cheng Taidan approached Zhang Hao several times, expressing his desire to indulge in some excitement in the city, yet each time he was met with a firm refusal. Zhang Hao understood that, given Cheng Taidan's lack of skill, a trip to the gambling den would merely result in donating money to others. Nonetheless, the unfulfilled craving was quite distressing for Cheng Taidan, and observing his anguish plunged Zhang Hao into deep contemplation. Video games. Zhang Hao mused on the fact that others could not see the mobile phone in his hand. Perhaps if he purchased new electronic devices online, they too would be invisible to prying eyes. This notion ignited a profound curiosity within him. After much deliberation, Zhang Hao procured a tablet and instructed the seller to install numerous single-player games. Upon receiving the package, he first experimented with some of the mini-games to ensure they functioned properly before approaching Cheng Taidan with the tablet in hand. Taidan, can you see what I'm holding? Chapter 30. Taidan plays on the tablet. Zhang Hao forbade himself from visiting the gambling house, causing Cheng Taidan considerable discomfort. Thus, he frequently found himself striking the old locust tree in the yard. Over time, he had even damaged the thick bark of the tree, exposing the wood beneath, which eventually suffered the same fate, resulting in 2 deep fist-shaped indentations. One day, while Cheng Taidan was busy hammering away at the tree, he noticed Zhang Hao approaching with a black, flat object. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's inquiry, Cheng Taidan took the item from him, examining it with confusion. Is this a shovel? No, it's a piece of iron, but it doesn't quite resemble that either. What is it? Ha ha ha, he can see it. This means, aside from my personal mobile phone, other electronic devices are visible to others, Zhang Hao thought, suppressing his inner excitement as he solemnly stated, this object has been enchanted. You can play dice on it. Upon hearing about the dice, Cheng Taidan's interest peaked. He had been cooped up for far too long. This tablet can be used to play dice? How does that work? He asked, while slapping the tablet a few times in his hands. But there are no dice here. Isn't tossing them in a bowl far superior to this flat piece? Zhang Hao shot him a disapproving glance, took the tablet from his grasp, and pressed the unlock button. What? How did it light up? Is there a candle inside? Cheng Taidan could hardly believe his eyes as the flat surface suddenly illuminated. With Zhang Hao's input, an old-fashioned single-player game featuring dice and guessing began to load. As an ancient electronic melody began to play, a white porcelain bowl appeared on the screen, containing 3 dice, with a display showing the player's initial score of 100 points below. The game is quite simple, consisting of merely 3 buttons, 2 for selecting big or small, and 1 for start. First, you choose either big or small, then press start. The dice within the bowl will begin to shake. If you guess correctly once the shaking ceases, you will gain 10 points. If you guess incorrectly, you will lose 10 points. When your score reaches 0, it will revert to the initial state. You see, it's quite similar to what you would encounter in a gambling establishment. As Zhang Hao explained while operating the game, he looked up to signal Cheng Taidan to join him in playing, only to find that Cheng Taidan was not standing beside him. Confused, Zhang Hao began to scan the surroundings, calling out loudly, "Haven't you developed a gambling addiction? I'm kindly teaching you, and yet you've run off." At that moment, a large head cautiously emerged from behind an old locust tree. "Big brother, what is this strange object? What exactly are you? Are you even human?" It turned out that upon witnessing the iron plate in Zhang Hao's hands amid a bright light, Cheng Taidan was already taken aback. When Zhang Hao initiated the game and the background music began to play, Cheng Taidan was so startled that he instinctively hid behind the locust tree. This iron plate not only radiated light but also displayed images of dice that appeared to roll on their own. Even more astonishingly, the plate emitted sound. The more Cheng Taidan contemplated, the more incredulous he became, causing his substantial frame to tremble involuntarily. Hearing Zhang Hao's query, he gathered his wits and cautiously peeked out. "Of course, I am human," Zhang Hao replied, somewhat irritated. "Given your imposing stature and formidable fighting skills, how can you be frightened by this seemingly insignificant iron plate?" Cheng Taidan scratched his head and replied, "Being capable of fighting and being afraid are two entirely different matters, you know. Stop hiding behind the tree and come over here, Zhang Hao urged. After observing that nothing particularly unusual was occurring, Cheng Taidan carefully approached Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao earnestly reiterated the rules of the game to Cheng Taidan and demonstrated several times. Gradually, Cheng Taidan lowered his guard and took the tablet to give it a try. Hey, big brother, these dice are just like the real thing. Shaking in the bowl with an even crisper sound than in a gambling house. But what are these strange symbols underneath? Cheng Taidan exclaimed with delight, pointing to the 100 points displayed below. Strange symbols? Zhang Hao slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that in the Great Xia, there were no Arabic numerals. It was perplexing how something so simple could be so difficult to explain to someone from ancient times. These are not strange symbols. This represents your currency, he explained. Then took the time to detail how Arabic numerals corresponded to Chinese characters. Given the gambling context, Cheng Taidan listened attentively. After Zhang Hao patiently elaborated for quite some time, Cheng Taidan gradually began to comprehend. So, how do I withdraw this currency? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Hao slapped his forehead again. Oh, spare me. What was I thinking? Attempting to teach this simpleton how to use a tablet. Forget it. When helping others, one must go all the way. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, You play first. Later, I will convert the points you earn into cash for you. Cheng Taidan nodded with delight and happily began to play. Zhang Hao, curious, watched from the side. A lackluster game is merely a lackluster game. It seems designed to entice players, as the probability of winning is exceedingly high. Before long, Cheng Taidan had amassed over 5,000 points. Haha. It seems luck is on my side today. You must reward me generously, big brother, he exclaimed, continuing to press the start button joyfully. Suddenly, the tablet emitted a beep and the screen went dark. Cheng Taidan, taken aback, anxiously asked, Big brother, what happened? Why did it turn off? My money. Zhang Hao took the tablet and discovered it had run out of battery. Fortunately, it died. Otherwise, with the way you're winning, I might soon find myself bankrupt. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said calmly, The gambling den is closed for today. We shall play again tomorrow. With that, he tucked the tablet into his pocket. Closed? My money is still in there. Cheng Taidan exclaimed. Fear not, your funds shall remain intact. Tomorrow you can continue with the same amount. Zhang Hao interrupted impatiently. Upon hearing this, Cheng Taidan ceased his complaints. After a brief spell, he overcame his gambling itch and felt much better. Just then, Li Chong came running over, out of breath, exclaiming, I've been looking for you for ages. So it's you, brother Hao. Zhang Hao was taken aback and promptly replied, What brings you here, brotherly? The courtyard is nearly finished. I called you over for an inspection, Li Chong said. Zhang Hao's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly stood up, exclaiming, It's completed. Wonderful. Let us go take a look. He then dashed towards his new home, with Cheng Taidan and Li Chong hastily following behind. Indeed, Li Chong had persevered and successfully completed the courtyard just in time for the autumn harvest. Upon reaching the courtyard, a grand structure stood majestically in the center of the 3-meter-high courtyard wall, marking the entrance. 2 enormous stone lions guarded the entrance with fierce majesty. Passing through the gate led into the front yard, where various flowers and plants had already been planted in the flower beds. Beyond the front yard lay the 2-story core building of the entire estate. Opening the door revealed a spacious living room, study, bathing area, and all necessary rooms, with 2 independent bedrooms on the side. Ascending to the second floor led to the exclusive private space of Zhang Hao and Song Kersen. In addition to a rooftop garden spanning several hundred square meters, it also featured swings, a gazebo, and other leisure facilities. Upon entering the room, the first sight was a massive solid wood bed. Zhang Hao sat on the bed and gave it a gentle shake. Satisfied with its unwavering stability, he nodded approvingly. He did not take the time to explore the study, dressing room, or even the small spare bedroom on the second floor in detail. His mind was preoccupied with what the underground level must be like now. According to Zhang Hao's instructions, there were 3 entrances to the underground level. Besides a concealed door in the corner of the first floor, one could also access the underground directly from the second floor. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhang Hao descended. The ventilation was quite adequate. Upon entering, he did not feel any sense of oppression. Although Li Chong had placed oil lamps in various locations, the illumination still seemed insufficient. However, this was not a concern, as Zhang Hao intended to install electric lights once the generator was operational. After surveying the layout and the piping, he nodded in approval and proceeded down the lengthy underground corridor, exiting through the 3rd entrance. This third exit led directly to the rear of a large tree in the courtyard, primarily designated for emergency escape. Despite the current peace and prosperity of the Great Xia, Zhang Hao believed it prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Emerging from behind the tree, he re-entered through the back gate of the courtyard. After inspecting the generator's location in the garden and several warehouses, he made his way to the front yard, systematically checking several side rooms, the kitchen, and other outbuildings. Nodding in satisfaction. Truly, Li Chong lived up to his reputation. Zhang Hao was thoroughly pleased with the construction of the courtyard. Oh, it was merely my responsibility to implement it. Many of the methods were suggested by you, Brother Hao. I have learned a great deal from building this courtyard. Li Chang replied modestly. Zhang Hao smiled faintly, wishing to avoid an endless exchange of compliments with Li Chang. After settling the remaining payments, Li Chang continued. The material you referred to as cement, after my repeated experiments, has proven to be an excellent building material. Although steel is precious, using wood as a substitute, combined with sand and gravel, can still yield remarkably sturdy results. I was wondering if you could supply me with cement for my future construction projects. Chapter 31. Encho's Guidance. Yet another source of income. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing to Li Chang's request. Once this matter was concluded, Li Chang left Zhang Xingwang and a few others to wrap up the remaining work and departed with the group. In the small courtyard, Song Kersen, Aunt Zhou, and Chen Chumei were busy with their daily tasks. Kersen, our Chumei is expecting. I was thinking of letting her rest at home and not come to work. Perhaps you could mention it to Zhang Hao and find someone else to help? Aunt Zhou began to chat while they worked. Mother, it's fine. This work isn't overly strenuous, and I can still earn a fair amount of copper coins each day, Chen Chumei replied hastily. Expecting? Upon hearing Aunt Zhou's words, Song Kersen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she realized that both she and Chen Chunmei had married into Zhangjia village on the same day. And now Chunmei was expecting a child. When would she be able to bring a child into the world for her husband? Although her heart was filled with mixed emotions, she maintained a bright smile and responded, Oh, Sister Chunmei is expecting. That's wonderful. Kersen is truly happy for you. Song Kersen continued. As for whether you should continue with this work, just discuss it between the two of you and don't overburden yourselves. I am also concerned for her well-being, fearing that her fatigue might affect the vitality of the unborn child. Since she is willing to continue, let her work for a while longer. We can allow her to rest when her belly grows too large for her to bend. Aunt Zhou replied. Kuxian was married to our village alongside Chunmei. And now that Chunmei has given birth, it is likely that before long, Kuxian will also bear offspring for Zhang Hao. Aunt Zhou seemed to notice the subtle change in Song Kuxian's expression and, after a moment's thought, hastily added, You must understand, in ancient times, a woman's paramount duty was to ensure the continuation of her family's lineage. I feel that mentioning my daughter-in-law's pregnancy in front of you may come across as boasting. Song Kuxian lowered her head and gently caressed her abdomen, speaking with a hint of sorrow. Who can say? I have no experience in such matters. Indeed. Like Chen Chunmei, Song Kuxian had been forcibly betrothed by the authorities, and her own mother had never shared such knowledge with her. Reflecting on how Chunmei had been completely ignorant when she first married her son, Aunt Zhou was grateful for the knowledge she had imparted to Chunmei, which had swiftly led to the continuation of Zhang Xingwang's lineage. Zhang Hao's mother had passed away early, and Zhang Hao, being a man of integrity, seldom ventured out. Thus, he too lacked experience in this regard. Were they not both utterly in the dark? As the mother of Zhang Hao's childhood friend, Aunt Zhou felt a sense of responsibility, especially given how well Zhang Hao cared for her family. She resolved to support Song Kuxian as if she were her own daughter, offering her guidance. With this thought, Aunt Zhou slapped her forehead and replied, You see, I have been remiss in my considerations, forgetting that your family has no elders. Kuxian, if you do not mind, I would like to become your godmother. Song Kuxian's heart leapt with joy. Throughout this time, apart from her own husband, Aunt Zhou had shown her the greatest kindness. As a senior, she had taught her many things, especially during the last incident when Aunt Zhou had helped her so much that she feared she would have been taken away by her parents otherwise. That would be wonderful. Godmother, she exclaimed, kneeling before Aunt Zhou, bowing her head joyfully. Seeing this, Aunt Zhou could not suppress her smile and hurried to help Song Kuxian up, saying, Kuxian, there is no need for such formalities. From now on, we are family. Chen Chunmei chimed in, joyfully calling her sister. Once their relationship was established, Aunt Zhou continued, the continuation of the lineage is a significant matter for women. Ordinarily, a mother would personally guide her daughter on the wedding night. However, given that your situation is akin to Chun Mei's, I shall take on that role now that I am your mother. The wedding night? Upon hearing Aunt Zhou's words, Song Xian's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, murmuring softly. Noticing her shyness, Aunt Zhou rose, took her hand, and led her into the room. Sitting by the bed and speaking in hushed tones, the matters of the wedding night are intricate and profound, with women playing a crucial role. Though slightly embarrassed, now that they were alone in the room and Aunt Zhou was her mother, Song Xian gradually raised her head, attentively listening as Aunt Zhou began to elucidate. In matters concerning the relationship between men and women, there exist 8 essential principles: to embrace tranquility as strength, to cultivate a heart unperturbed, engage in playful joy first, aligning minds and spirits, prioritize the kidneys before the heart, avoiding forceful desires, allow the 5 desires to intertwine, achieving a harmonious union, proceed gradually and with patience, valuing harmony above all, observe the 8 movements, scrutinizing the 5 sounds, emphasize the importance of method, healing ailments and enhancing well-being, enter gently and exit strong, facilitating the flow of energy to nourish the mind. As Ms. Zhou's discourse captivated Song Xian, she was taken aback by the depth of knowledge contained within. Lacking understanding herself, she transformed into a compliant rabbit in her husband's presence, yielding to his will. Noticing Song Xian's earnest attention, Ms. Zhou inquired, "Xian, have you previously engaged in such matters with your husband?" Embarrassed, Song Xian nodded. "And how long does each encounter last?" Ms. Zhou persisted, slowly lifting her gaze. Song Xian replied softly, "Each time, it is approximately less than the duration of half a stick of incense." "Oh dear, that will not suffice. To achieve gradual and prolonged intimacy, one must adhere to the prescribed methods. Your husband requires you to consider his needs more deeply, ensuring that you both benefit from this experience," Ms. Zhou stated gravely. Observing the increasing confusion on Song Xian's face, Ms. Zhou felt a heavy weight of guilt. As someone closely associated with the Zhang family, she lamented her previous negligence, nearly jeopardizing significant matters. "Wait here. I shall send Chunmei to fetch a book for you." With that, Ms. Zhou rose and whispered to Chunmei, who was busy repackaging items. Chunmei nodded and promptly left the courtyard. Ms. Zhou returned swiftly to her seat beside Song Xian and earnestly began to dissect each of the 8 principles. As Ms. Zhou meticulously elucidated these concepts, Song Xian gradually attained a deeper understanding. Witnessing Song Xian's dawning comprehension, Ms. Zhou felt a sense of joy, nodding in approval. Before long, Chunmei entered, carrying a book. "Mother, here is the book you requested." She handed it to Ms. Zhou and resumed her tasks outside. Ms. Zhou presented the book to Song Xian, gently advising, "Now that you are married, as a wife, you must remember these 8 principles and follow the methods outlined in this book." Song Xian nodded, accepting the book and beginning to peruse its contents. Although termed a book, it was largely devoid of text, presented instead in the form of sequential illustrations. In ancient times, as most common folk were illiterate, the authorities commissioned such illustrated narratives to disseminate essential knowledge within the community. Unaware of such resources, Song Xian felt a rush of embarrassment as she glanced at the illustrations. Closing the book and concealing it beneath her pillow, she excitedly exclaimed, "Were it not for your guidance, dear mother, I might have remained in ignorance. Now that I understand, I shall surely tend to my husband well." Ms. Zhou nodded approvingly, saying, "In that case, I am at ease." With that, the 2 women clasped hands and ventured out to continue their activities. Chunmei said little. Among women, such matters were universally understood, although the bustling scene of the 3 individuals appeared to be no different from their usual routine. The bond among them had deepened significantly in their hearts. Chapter 32. Aches and pains. After Zhang Hao completed his tasks in the courtyard and bid farewell to Li Chang, evening had already descended. The courtyard was now constructed, and he planned to venture into the city the following day to procure essential items for their swift relocation. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao, accompanied by Chang Taidan, joyfully made his way towards the small courtyard, eager to share the delightful news with his beloved wife. My dear, Zhang Hao exclaimed, opening the courtyard door with enthusiasm. "You're back, my husband. Just in time, dinner is nearly ready. You and Taidan should wash up quickly and join us for the meal." Song Xian responded cheerfully as she emerged from the kitchen, having toiled outside for an extended period. Both men were ravenous. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, they eagerly sat down to eat. Song Xian placed the final dish on the table and took a seat beside Zhang Hao. "My dear, our new courtyard is complete. Tomorrow, I shall go to the city to purchase some necessities so we can move in as soon as possible. What do you think? Zhang Hao said joyfully as he ate. That would be splendid. May I accompany you to the city tomorrow? Song Kursen replied. Zhang Hao playfully pinched Song Kursen's little nose, exclaiming, Of course, my dear. But remember, Taidan is watching. Realizing the implications of his words, Song Kursen's face flushed crimson, and she quickly whispered, My husband. Zhang Hao, catching on to her embarrassment, awkwardly withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, Cheng Taidan seemed oblivious to the exchange, engrossed in devouring his meal with his head bowed. Zhang Hao contemplated that having Taidan dine with them was indeed inconvenient. Once they settled into their new home, he would hire additional servants to accompany Taidan, allowing him to eat with them instead. My husband, Aunt Zhou has taken great care of me lately, and I have taken the liberty of recognizing her as my godmother. You won't blame me for this, will you? Song Kursen spoke softly, observing Zhang Hao's smiling face. Taken aback at first, Zhang Hao quickly responded. I have been friends with Xingwang since childhood, and during my mother's burial, we were greatly aided by Aunt Zhou and Xingwang in Zhangjia village. They have shown us the most concern. If you can address each other as mother and child, I could not be more delighted, and how could I possibly blame you? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursen felt her anxieties dissipate. After dinner, Zhang Hao instructed Song Kursen to give a bedding set to Cheng Taidan, blessing him. Taidan, our new courtyard is complete. Your role is to guard the premises, and you shall reside there from now on. All right, big brother, Cheng Taidan replied, accepting the bedding and bidding farewell to the couple as he exited towards the new courtyard. While Song Kursen busied herself with washing his feet, Zhang Hao took the opportunity to charge his tablet and delve into his studies. Squatting down, Song Kursen looked up and noticed her husband holding a glowing device. Her curiosity piqued. What is that, my husband? Why does it emit light? Ah, we have another curious soul, Zhang Hao chuckled. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness as he explained, This device is known as a tablet computer, conjured by my husband to help Taidan overcome his gambling addiction. If you fancy it, my husband can certainly create one for your use. Song Kursen was not overly astonished. After all, her husband had already produced countless miraculous items, and she had grown accustomed to such wonders, lacking a penchant for gambling. She felt that if this device was meant to curb such habits, her husband need not provide her with one. As she diligently scrubbed, she replied thoughtfully. Zhang Hao gently patted Song Kursen's little head and nodded in agreement. The tablet undoubtedly possessed numerous utilities, however. Zhang Hao's thoughts were entirely consumed by the dice game at hand, leaving little inclination to elaborate further. If things continued as they were, with Cheng Taidan perpetually winning, that would be untenable, and he needed to devise a plan. Zhang Hao opened the tablet and began to examine it closely. After a considerable time, he finally noticed a rather inconspicuous button resembling a menu on the interface. Upon opening it, he discovered a settings function. Within the settings, under the sound option, he found the capability to adjust various background music tracks or even mute all audio entirely. Although it was an offline single-player game, it still allowed for multiple account logins. Zhang Hao created a new account and continued his exploration. In the settings menu, he located the entry for selecting game difficulty. Upon opening it, a smile crept onto his lips. It appeared that the game offered 4 difficulty levels: novice, easy, hard, and expert, with the system defaulting to novice. After experimenting with the 4 varying levels of gameplay, Zhang Hao gradually grasped the probabilities of winning and losing within the game. Switching back to the account previously used by Cheng Taidan, he adjusted the game difficulty to hard. Noticing that the battery was nearly charged, Zhang Hao unplugged the charging cable, set the tablet aside, and began to browse on his phone. Since everyone else could use their phones, he felt a surge of excitement and decided to purchase a new phone card along with a new device. Once the phone card and phone were in his possession, Zhang Hao hastily inserted the card and powered it on. However, the phone displayed a lack of signal. Was it due to insufficient balance? Contemplating this, he used his original phone to top up the new number with 200 yuan. After a lengthy wait, the new phone still showed no signal. Could it be a problem with the device itself? Upon this realization, Zhang Hao swapped his original phone card with that of the new device. This time, the new phone received a signal, while his original device displayed none. Dear wife, do you see what I hold in my hand? After changing the phone card, Zhang Hao pondered whether others could perceive his new device and called out to his wife. However, after Song Kursen's assessment, Zhang Hao reached a conclusion. The reason others could not see the new device was not due to the phone itself, but rather the phone card. In other words, whichever phone his original card was inserted into, that device would remain invisible to others. After confirming, Zhang Hao switched his phone card back. Although the new phone was more advanced, he was accustomed to the old one and had no desire to replace it just yet. While Zhang Hao was lost in thought, Song Kursin approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and sweetly said, "My dear, it is getting late. Let me attend to you and help you rest." What a situation. Seeing Song Kursin's demeanor and the tone of her voice unconsciously reminded him of the compressed files he once had on his computer. In a moment of impulsivity, Zhang Hao smiled and nodded, taking Song Kursin to the rickety wooden bed. However, unlike before, once on the bed, Song Kursin instructed Zhang Hao to sit properly and willingly began to assist him in removing his clothing. What transpired next left Zhang Hao both astonished and delighted. Has his wife awakened to new understandings? Before long, the sounds of heavy breathing filled the straw-thatched hut, but this time, it was not Song Kursin who was gasping. Oh. Feeling his wife's various movements, Zhang Hao found himself aligning each sensation with the contents of his past files, discovering many experiences he had never encountered before. Song Kursin diligently recalled the teachings from the Zhou family, attentively serving her husband. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, when the creaking of the wooden bed resumed, rhythmically echoing into the night before finally settling into silence. In immense comfort and satisfaction, Zhang Hao gradually drifted into slumber. He was unaware of how long he had slept when he suddenly opened his eyes, his mind still replaying the events of the previous night. "My dear, you are awake. It is already evening. Are you hungry? The porridge is prepared. I will bring it to you right away," Song Kursin cheerfully announced as she headed to the kitchen. "Evening? Have I slept for so long?" Remembering his initial plan to go to the city for shopping that day, Zhang Hao hurriedly propped himself up with his hands, attempting to sit up. However, the effort made him feel utterly drained, as if his body had been hollowed out, and a wave of pain surged through him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 33. Preparations before meeting the Emperor's merchant. My dear. Seeing Zhang Hao's pained expression, Song Kursin quickly set down the porridge she had just brought and rushed to support his arm. It is easy to become fatigued after sleeping for so long. Your body aches. Allow me to massage your back. Zhang Hao nodded and turned to lie on his side. Given that it is already late, perhaps we should postpone our trip to the city until tomorrow. Song Kursin sat on Zhang Hao's legs, gently massaging while speaking. Zhang Hao nodded. Perhaps I was simply too exhausted and overslept. Why did you not wake me? Furrowing her brow, Song Kursin replied, feeling wronged. I could not bear to disturb your sweet slumber, thinking it best to let you rest a while longer, yet it has drawn your reproach. That was not my intent, Zhang Hao hastily explained. I had planned to complete our shopping today and move, but it seems we must stay here for another night. He continued, by the way, what prompted your behavior yesterday to differ so greatly from your usual self? Yesterday, my godmother shared many insights with me and gifted me a book for my studies, which has indeed led to some progress. Are you satisfied with my performance, my dear husband? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's inquiry, Song Kursin's lips curled into a smile as she replied with pride. Another book? Allow me to see. Zhang Hao nodded eagerly. His curiosity piqued. I placed it beneath my pillow. As she spoke, Song Kursin rose to the head of the bed, her left hand reaching under the pillow to retrieve a book with a blue cover, which she then handed to Zhang Hao. Sitting up with a sudden motion, Zhang Hao took the book and began to peruse its contents. The Illustrated Sutra of the Pure Maiden, he murmured, captivated by the title as he flipped through the pages. How remarkable it is that such an extraordinary text exists in ancient times. The book was indeed intricately detailed, and after only a few pages, Zhang Hao found himself thoroughly engrossed in its content. While massaging Zhang Hao's legs, Song Kursin recounted the events of the day. By the way, this morning, the village head mentioned that the crops in the fields have ripened and advised that you should harvest the rice soon, lest it be damaged by the rain later on. Upon hearing Song Kursin's words, Zhang Hao felt a pang of anxiety. Without modern harvesting machines, managing their 5 acres of rice with just a sickle was a daunting task. Though his mind raced with thoughts, he maintained his focus on the book in his hands. Noticing Zhang Hao's silence, Song Kursin continued, and Taidan came by earlier looking for you. He wanted to find that iron board for dice, but left when he saw you were still asleep. That Taidan, always preoccupied with play. You should take him to the fields and explain to him that he can play with the dice only after the rice is harvested. Closing the book, Zhang Hao added, give him 5,000 copper coins and tell him it's the winnings from last time. I took it out for him. Sometimes, one must give a little incentive to motivate. Understood. I shall do that right away. With a nod, Song Kurson stood and headed toward the new courtyard. And let Taidan know that once the rice is harvested, it should be spread out to dry in the new courtyard. As she departed, Zhang Hao supplemented his instructions. The newly constructed courtyard featured a large expanse of cemented ground, perfect for drying the rice. Once Song Kurson left, Zhang Hao glanced at the meal on the table, quickly rising from the bed to grab a bowl and begin eating. Brother Hao. Just as he took a few bites, he heard someone calling from outside the courtyard. Who is it? Oh, can't I have a moment of peace? Zhang Hao set down his bowl and grumbled as he rose. To his delight, it was Zhang Ziqiang. Have you received news from the master? Upon recognizing his visitor, Zhang Hao's heart leaped with joy. The money bag was on its way. He hurriedly approached and clasped his hands in greeting. After receiving your letter, the master arrived in the county last night. Today, he dispatched me to inform you that he wishes to meet with you tomorrow at the Zui Shao Tower. Zhang Ziqiang stated directly. Zhang Hao, having acquired some knowledge of the prosperous merchants of ancient times, felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of conducting business with someone of great wealth and status in the Daxia era. Steady, in moments like these, one must maintain composure and not allow others to underestimate oneself. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao nodded slightly, refraining from responding to Zhang Ziqiang's words, and instead stated solemnly, Brother Ziqiang, having traveled a great distance, you must be weary. Please, come in for a cup of tea. Thank you, Brother Hao. But the hour is late. I must return home to visit my mother and younger sister, so I shall not impose further, Zhang Ziqiang replied. Since Brother Ziqiang has matters to attend to, I shall not insist. Please convey to your employer that I shall not fail to keep our appointment tomorrow, Zhang Hao said. As Zhang Ziqiang clasped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave, Zhang Hao then returned to his room to continue his meal. After dining, he opened his online shop, browsing through various items. Tomorrow, when meeting the imperial merchant, he needed to dazzle him with high-tech marvels. Only by shattering his preconceived notions from the outset could he secure greater leverage in their forthcoming collaboration. After sifting through numerous glimmering glass products, Zhang Hao selected several large silver ornaments and oversized moissanite gems to place his order. Reflecting further, he added a few boxes of matches, 2 metal oil lighters, and a bottle of fragrant kerosene to his cart. Surveying the pile of packages before him, Zhang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. Indeed, these items will surely leave him astounded. No matter how esteemed the imperial merchant, before me, he is but a mere trifler. In the new courtyard, Cheng Taidan reclined at the entrance, a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his teeth as he hummed a tune. Spotting Song Kurson approaching from a distance, he sprang up with a sudden burst of energy. Sister-in-law, has my older brother awakened? Can I resume playing dice? Song Kurson cast a sidelong glance at him, responding gently. My husband has instructed that you must first harvest the 5 acres of rice in the field and lay it out to dry in the courtyard before you may continue your games. As she spoke, Song Kurson produced a long string of copper coins from her sleeve and handed it to Cheng Taidan. This is the 5,000 when you won last time. My husband has asked me to give it to you now. Cheng Tiedan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the coins, and with a delighted grin, he rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, All right, just 5 acres? I will attend to it right away. For someone of his stature, harvesting rice was child's play, and Cheng Taidan was accustomed to hard work. Compared to the arduous labor he once performed in the city, harvesting crops felt like a breeze. With that, Cheng Taidan grabbed a length of hemp rope and a sickle, turning to Song Kurson. Sister-in-law, where is the rice field that my brother mentioned? It is already late, and I can go tomorrow if needed. Song Kurson glanced at the sky and replied, Oh, the day is still young. I will harvest an acre first. You need only guide me there. Cheng Taidan was eager to finish the harvest swiftly so he could return to his dice games. And hearing Song Kurson's suggestion of waiting until tomorrow, he impatiently replied, But the day is still early. I'll go and finish an acre first, sister-in-law. Just lead the way. Initially, Song Kurson felt quite anxious about how to harvest the 5 acres, considering her delicate build, even with half a month. She doubted she could complete the task, feeling a pang of reluctance to see her husband toil in laborious tasks. Song Kurson couldn't help but smile at Cheng Taidan's enthusiasm for farming. Since you are so eager, I shall take you there, she said, turning to lead him towards their fields. Along the way, Cheng Taidan urged her, Sister-in-law, please do hurry. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Song Kurson explained the area of their land, after which Cheng Taidan removed his shoes and rolled up his trousers, brandishing a sickle with vigor. For someone like Cheng Taidan, who had grown up amidst the fields, Harvesting crops was as easy as pie. With his robust physique, he swiftly cut down a significant portion in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Witnessing his prowess, Song Kursen's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen anyone harvest rice so swiftly. "Sister-in-law, you may return now. Do remember to save some dinner for me," he called out. Noticing her lingering at the field's edge, realizing it was time to head home, she nodded in acknowledgement and made her way back. "Did you eat well, my dear?" Upon entering, Song Kursen noticed that the meal she had prepared was already half consumed. Zhang Hao, who was engrossed in scrolling through short videos, glanced at her and nodded. Observing her husband reclining on the bed, deeply focused on his work, she felt a surge of joy. She then tidied the dishes and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 34. Overwhelmed as Zhang Hao continued scrolling through his phone, he suddenly received a text notification. It was a message from the tax bureau, indicating that based on his recent income, he was required to pay taxes promptly and in full according to the national income tax laws, or else face penalties for late payment. What on earth? For someone earning $3,000 a month, Zhang Hao had never encountered such matters. Initially startled by the message, he soon reflected on his recent earnings. Although he was in the Great Xia, his phone, bank account, and Alipay remained linked to his past life, so it would be wise to settle the tax. While he wasn't at risk of arrest, a frozen account due to tax evasion would certainly be inconvenient. With this in mind, Zhang Hao researched taxation and downloaded a tax application. Fortunately, it was quite user-friendly. After inputting his information, the required tax amount was displayed. Once he settled his taxes, he recalled the substantial debts he owed from borrowing on various lending platforms. Thus, he reinstalled the previously uninstalled apps. After all, he wasn't too short on money at the moment. Settling these debts would prevent a barrage of collection calls that could become quite bothersome. After all, borrowing and repaying responsibly fosters trustworthiness. Although he was financially secure now, who could guarantee that would always be the case? Following through with the necessary steps, Zhang Hao repaid all his outstanding loans. Due to his timely repayments, several platforms, including Huabei, increased his credit limit significantly. Regarding this, Zhang Hao merely smiled and dismissed it. As for his current wealth, he had long ceased to regard the meager allowances provided by these platforms. "Husband, dinner is ready," Song Kursen called out to Zhang Hao, who was resting on the bed. Upon hearing her, Zhang Hao rubbed his stomach and replied, "I just ate, and I'm not hungry yet." Realizing her husband had only recently dined, Song Kursen felt a twinge of embarrassment and acknowledged him softly. However, while Zhang Hao was not hungry, Ching Taidan was famished. Eager to indulge in a game of dice, he toiled relentlessly in the rice fields. After harvesting over an acre, his stomach began to growl. Ching Taidan looked up. The sky was gradually darkening. Never mind. I'll finish tomorrow," he said, hoisting the last bundle of rice and heading towards the new courtyard. To reach the new courtyard, he had to pass by the old one. As he approached the gate, he caught the aroma of food wafting from within. His heart leaped with joy, and he dropped the rice bundle, pushing the door open. "Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, what delicious feast have you prepared? It smells amazing." Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out before him, Ching Taidan wiped his hands and sat down to eat heartily. After satisfying his hunger, he wiped his mouth and timidly said, "Elder brother, look at how much rice I've harvested. Over an acre. May I play with the dice for a little while, just a brief moment?" Zhang Hao cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "You say you harvested how much?" "Over an acre. It nearly exhausted me. I carried it all back." "If you don't believe me, you can check in the courtyard," Ching Taidan asserted earnestly. "Can you really harvest over an acre in such a short time? Why do I find that so hard to believe?" Zhang Hao's interest was piqued, and he stood up, exclaiming, "Let us go have a look." Song Kursen, too, was filled with curiosity. Although she had observed Ching Taidan's speed in harvesting, she was somewhat skeptical about his claim of over an acre in such a brief period. So she accompanied Zhang Hao to the new courtyard. Upon opening the courtyard door, they were taken aback by the sight of a vast expanse of rice. Ching Taidan was indeed a skilled worker. If he and his wife had harvested together, they would likely not have gathered so much in a single day. Seeing the two nodding in agreement, Ching Taidan joyfully proclaimed, "Elder brother, I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Look at the dice." Zhang Hao could hardly contain his delight. To control a robust man with an old single-player game was a stroke of fortune indeed. "Very well, but you may only play for a short while, not too long," he conceded, producing his tablet and handing it to Ching Taidan. Having already given him the 5,000 coins he had won earlier, Zhang Hao created a new account, resetting the initial points to 100 and changing the mode to difficult. Observing Qing Tiadan's joyful demeanor as he accepted the tablet, Zhang Hao secretly reveled in his own cleverness. This time, let us see how you managed to win. Upon returning home, after Song Kursen had helped Zhang Hao wash up, night had fallen. Husband, it's getting late. Kursen believes you should rest early, she said, moving to tend to Zhang Hao, who was half reclined on the bed. Ahem, ahem. Ah, dear wife. I think it's best if we forego that. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Hao was startled, coughing several times before hastily rising to intervene. This fellow had already exhausted himself yesterday, and even now, his body ached all over. Although there was indeed a sense of satisfaction, if this continued daily, the original owner of this body would soon be unable to endure it any longer. Seeing her husband's refusal, Song Kursen's expression hardened. Her nose tinged with sorrow as tears began to flow. She whimpered, "Does my husband no longer like me? If I have erred in any way, please feel free to scold me. I will strive to amend my faults. Do not disdain me, dear husband." Oh dear, where was this leading? Observing Song Kursen's tearful visage, Zhang Hao felt his heart nearly shatter, were it not for the frailty of the original body. Encountering such a beautiful wife would certainly have inspired him to embrace her fervently. Wherefore would my wife think this? How could I not cherish you, my beloved? He reassured her, drawing her into his embrace, gently wiping away the tears adorning her delicate face. Then why do you refuse me? Song Kursen inquired, gazing up at him with her large, innocent eyes filled with confusion. Zhang Hao rubbed his nose, cleared his throat softly, and replied gently, "Today, I am simply too fatigued and a bit drowsy. Perhaps another day, my wife could attend to me. As a man of the 21st century, how could Zhang Hao admit to his wife that he was unable? However, he considered the multitude of tasks awaiting him the next day and resolved to restrain himself tonight. Fatigued? It seems you have not ventured outside all day. How could you possibly be tired? Moreover, you have only recently awakened," Song Kursen remarked, her puzzlement deepening. This woman, was she genuinely oblivious, or was it deliberate? Zhang Hao felt a surge of frustration rising within him, yet upon seeing her innocent gaze, he found himself unable to voice his irritation. Instead, he was left blushing, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Song Kursen seemed to have an epiphany and earnestly declared, "Earlier, my godmother mentioned the importance of harmony for healing and nurturing the body. Since you have just awakened and are feeling drowsy, it must be a sign of poor health. I should procure additional nourishing ingredients for you tomorrow. Who is unwell? The greatest humiliation for a man must be to have his wife declare him incapable. I am not drowsy. I am quite awake. Did you not discern that I was merely deflecting?" Zhang Hao felt increasingly discomfort. Yet recognizing Song Kursen's genuine concern for him, he understood the warmth derived from being regarded as fragile by his beloved. "Indeed, I shall replenish myself," he murmured softly. On the rickety wooden bed, his wife rested her head upon his arm, faces nearly touching, as she gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 35. Negotiating with the imperial merchant. Having slept excessively the previous day, Zhang Hao awoke before dawn, at precisely 4:30 a.m. He sighed, slowly sitting up to greet the day. With the faint glow of his phone, Zhang Hao glanced at his wife, Song Kursen, who was still peacefully asleep. This was his first time observing her while she slumbered. Usually, he would succumb to sleep first, and by morning, she would have already prepared breakfast. Under the dim light of the phone screen, her already fair complexion appeared even more ethereal. Song Kursen lay there motionless, sleeping soundly, her small face radiating an aura of serenity. Zhang Hao stared for a moment, puzzled by the tranquility enveloping his slumbering wife. In a moment of whimsy, he extended a finger to gently probe her breath. Ah, her breathing was steady. Amused by his own antics, Zhang Hao chuckled to himself, pondering what was going through his mind. Shaking his head with a smile, he leaned down to place a soft kiss on her lips. Perhaps stirred by the kiss, Song Kursen pursed her lips and turned slightly. Ah, so refreshed, and yet she showed no sign of sleepiness. Zhang Hao rose from the bed, stretched lazily, and stepped out into the courtyard. The sky was dotted with stars, and in the distance, the peaks of the mountains began to reveal a faint hint of dawn. Suddenly, Zhang Hao remembered that the tablet was still with Cheng Taidan, so he ventured out, striding towards the new courtyard. From afar, he could hear the familiar background music of a game emanating from the tablet. This Cheng Taidan, is he truly that addicted? Upon opening the courtyard gate, Cheng Taidan sprang to his feet and called out to the entrance. Though engrossed in his game, as the guardian of the courtyard, he had never neglected his duties and remained alert to the surroundings. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you," Zhang Hao replied. "Oh, it's you, big brother. You startled me, Zhang Taidan responded, stifling a yawn. Have you been awake all this time? Still playing dice? Zhang Hao inquired. Oh, don't mention it, big brother. My luck has been terrible today. I keep losing while trying to win back my losses, Zhang Taidan complained. A sly grin crossed Zhang Hao's lips as he gestured for Zhang Taidan to hand over the tablet. Wow, brother, you're impressive, Zhang Hao exclaimed upon glancing at the screen, which displayed a staggering score of 64,300. You've lost over 60,000 in one night, and still haven't stopped? Go to bed now, Zhang Hao admonished, promptly locking the tablet and tucking it under his arm. Zhang Taidan pouted slightly, replying in a hushed tone, Big brother, I really don't have that much money. Don't worry about the money. Just get some sleep. We have to harvest rice during the day, and once that's done, you'll have plenty of time to recover your losses. Zhang Hao reassured him. Zhang Taidan, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, nodded and returned inside to lie down. In no time, his thunderous snores filled the air. Zhang Hao took a moment to check the tablet, noting that the battery was in the red. Remarkably, the tablet's battery had endured the entire night. After strolling around the courtyard and appreciating his home, Zhang Hao strolled back into the house. You woke up so early today. Song Kursen exclaimed cheerfully as she turned from the kitchen, where she was preparing breakfast, upon seeing Zhang Hao in her. Zhang Hao nodded and entered the room to load the items he had previously purchased to impress the royal merchant onto the carriage. Since he was to meet this esteemed merchant today, Zhang Hao had deliberately donned a splendid brocade robe. After finishing breakfast, the two packed a bag of gold and set off towards the city. Upon arriving, noticing that the day was still young, they decided to visit a furniture store to select exquisite furnishings. After clearly communicating their address to the shopkeeper, Zhang Hao turned to Song Kursen and said, My dear, I must attend to some matters at the Drunken Sky Tower. Will you accompany me, or would you prefer to continue browsing on your own? Familiar with the county, Song Kursen contemplated that if she accompanied her husband to discuss business, they might be delayed, leaving little time for her to purchase necessities. Thus, she replied, You go ahead. My dear, I shall procure some daily items and will meet you at the Drunken Sky Tower later. Zhang Hao nodded, leaving Song Kursen to continue her shopping as he directed the carriage towards the tower. Brother Hao. Upon reaching the entrance of the Drunken Sky Tower, Zhang Hao spotted Zhang Ziqiang approaching from a distance. The proprietor has been waiting for quite some time. Please, let us proceed. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Hao followed Zhang Ziqiang to a private room on the second floor. As they entered, he was taken aback to find a refined gentleman seated at the center of the room. As a royal merchant, Zhang Hao had always envisioned such a figure to be a wise elder with a white beard. However, this young man exuded an air of nobility that naturally commanded admiration, a quality not possessed by those like Zhang Hao, who merely flaunted wealth through ostentatious attire. Zhang Ziqiang introduced, Brother Hao, this is the proprietor, Master Shintong, the eldest son of the Shin family. Shintong did not rise, but rather set down his teacup and remarked coolly, I presume you are young Master Zhang. To have garnered such attention from Master Zhang, you must possess some merit. Please, take a seat. Zhang Hao, feeling no need for formality, sat directly across from Shintong, while Zhang Ziqiang stood respectfully behind him. As Zhang Hao pondered how to initiate the conversation, Shintong continued, Surely, you have heard of my esteemed name. I am the heir to the Shun family's enterprises. Zhang Hao secretly scoffed at Shintong's audacity, realizing that this was the first time he had ever heard such a name. Yet, the confidence in Shintong's tone suggested that anyone unfamiliar with him was a fool. Zhang Hao could only manage an awkward smile. I have heard much about you. However, this insincere response evidently irked Shintong, as his expression shifted and he frowned. You haven't heard of my name, have you? Uninterested in engaging in trivial banter, Zhang Hao found Shintong's self-promotion rather excessive. Master Shin, let us discuss matters of collaboration, he stated directly, bypassing Shintong's question. Shintong's gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment before he spoke. Master Zhang has informed me of your capacity to supply silver ornaments in substantial quantities. Upon inspecting the craftsmanship of your offerings, I find it quite impressive. I stand here today as a full representative of the Shin family to engage in negotiations with you. Clearing his throat, Shintong continued, the Shin family is a prominent merchant clan of the Great Xia, with a vast array of shops and enterprises scattered throughout our realm. Yet, we possess over 1,000 jewelry stores alone. Young Master Zhang, simply inform me of the quantity you can handle at once and the frequency of your transactions. Zhang Hao, uninterested in Shintong's grandiose claims, interrupted him before he could finish. Shintong was taken aback by Zhang Hao's demeanor. It is well known that the Shin family commands considerable influence across the Great Xia, Wherever they venture, suppliers invariably acquiesce to their demands. Who is this Zhang Hao, exhibiting such audacious confidence as a supplier? However, considering that he managed to procure such rare silver mines for the Great Xia and create such exquisite ornaments, and recalling the favorable prices Zhang Ziqiang had offered during their first transaction, Shentong recognized the substantial profit margin involved. Suppressing his frustration, he glanced at Zhang Ziqiang, who immediately stepped forward and said, "The Shen Silver Pavilion boasts a total of 753 stores, conservatively estimating that we can initially stock 20,000 pieces." Zhang Ziqiang then proceeded to present the styles they had selected from the range provided by Zhang Hao, specifying the quantity required for each design. After sharing the details, he handed the prepared document to Zhang Hao and continued, "Might I inquire if Brother Hao can deliver such a vast quantity of goods as scheduled?" Having previously noted the inventory levels while selecting these silver ornaments at various flagship stores, Zhang Hao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The total for this inaugural collaboration amounted to 14 million won, equivalent to 280,000 taels of gold. According to the contract, the Shen Silver Pavilion would pay Brother Hao 84,000 taels of gold upon signing, with an additional 84,000 taels to be paid a month later, and the remaining balance to be settled within 3 months. Is this a game of cash flow? Zhang Hao mused inwardly. The implication was clear. They would profit from his goods before remitting payment. As he listened to Zhang Ziqiang's explanation, he couldn't help but internally critique the arrangement. Why should the payment be divided into 3 installments? Despite realizing the machinations at play, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Brother Hao, given the sheer volume of these high-priced silver ornaments, what provisions are in place should any discrepancies arise regarding the quality?" Zhang Ziqiang replied confidently, "All these items have been sourced from authorized brand stores, complete with anti-counterfeiting codes. I have no concerns regarding their quality. Should anyone attempt to pass off inferior imitations, I possess the means to identify such forgeries." While their apprehensions were understandable, the influx of such high-end ornaments into the market would undoubtedly yield a significant competitive advantage. With the initiative firmly in his grasp, Zhang Hao recognized that those who reached the status of royal merchants were astute individuals. If his conditions weren't met, he could easily seek alternatives. In this partnership, the game was one of psychological strategy. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep tone. "I assure you that the silver ornaments I provide are entirely genuine. Should they be found otherwise in the future, I am willing to compensate at the original price and cover the losses incurred by the Shen Silver Building. As for the payment, my bottom line is that at least 70% must be paid up front, with the remaining 30% settled within 3 months. Shentong furrowed his brow and replied loudly, "Young Master Zhang, if you insist on such terms, then there is nothing left to discuss. Zhang, show our guest out." With that, Shentong stood up, indicating his intention to leave. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he feigned indifference, saying, "Ah, what a pity. As one of the 8 royal merchants of the Great Xia, I had hoped to assist the Shun family in curbing their competitors. It seems I must seek negotiations with other royal merchants instead." He then retrieved a glass ornament he had prepared and placed it on the table, striking a match with a flourish, watching the flame dance with laughter. Chapter 36. Shentong, the eldest son of the Shen family, would ask this? Really glazed glass? Shentong and Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed in unison, gazing at the translucent glass ornament on the table. Observing their exaggerated expressions, Zhang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Royal merchants of the Great Xia, and yet you appear utterly unworldly." As he leisurely tucked the ornament back into his pocket, he remarked nonchalantly, "What this is no longer matters. I shall proceed to converse with other royal merchants." With that, Zhang Hao stood and began to exit. "Brother Hao, please wait," Shentong called out anxiously. Upon hearing Shentong's plea, Zhang Hao scoffed. "A mere royal merchant attempting to assert dominance in front of me, how amusing. Science and technology are the foremost productive forces. At best, you could be regarded as an oversized basket carrier. Out of courtesy, I acknowledge you as a royal merchant. Yet you dare to act superior before me." Turning back, Zhang Hao said with disdain, "What further matters does young Master Shen wish to discuss?" It was not only the vast quantity of silver ornaments that Zhang Hao had presented, which far surpassed competitors in both craftsmanship and pricing, but also the 3 glass ornaments he had displayed, which were unlike anything Shentong had encountered before in terms of form and clarity. Although Liuli had been brought over from the western regions, most of it was rudimentary in craftsmanship and riddled with impurities, rendering it incomparable to what Zhang Hao had showcased. Even so, such items were priceless within the entire realm of Great Xia. And then there was that miraculous object, which ignited with merely a gentle strike. Ahem. I did say that I cannot engage in such pretentious displays, and the old man truly has made this too exhausting for me, Shintong remarked, appearing almost transformed as he rubbed his neck, speaking in a casual tone. Seeing Shintong reveal his true self, Zhang Ziqiang couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Zhang Hao, however, was bewildered, wondering what was transpiring between the two. Just as he pondered, Shintong rolled up his sleeves and, stepping closer, placed an arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder, leading him back toward a seat while laughing. Hey, dear brother Hao, you may not be aware that this collaboration has garnered significant attention from the entire Shin family. Before my departure, my father repeatedly urged me to uphold the dignity of the Shin household and to appear as imposing as possible. Having been accustomed to a casual demeanor since childhood, I never anticipated that maintaining a facade of seriousness could be so exhausting. Presently, Shintong appears notably more approachable than before. He refrains from interrupting my actions and takes a seat beside me. As he speaks, he picks up his chopsticks and selects a piece of fish, savoring it before nodding enthusiastically. The seafood from Rongqing remains as authentic as ever, brother Hao. You must try some, he insists, offering me a pair of chopsticks. I am taken aback by his familiarity. Accepting the chopsticks, I refrain from taking any food and instead inquire earnestly, what role are you playing here, young Master Shin? There is no need for such formality, brother Hao. Simply call me Shintong. To be candid, I felt an immediate connection upon meeting you. I am 19 this year. May I ask your age? Shintong responds. After a moment's reflection, I recall that the constable mentioned I am 20, thus I reply, I am precisely 20 years old. I knew it. You exude a maturity that surpasses mine. If you do not mind, I wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with you, though we share different surnames. What say you? Shintong proposes. Having recently traversed into this world and possessing but a few acquaintances, namely Zhang Xingwang and Cheng Taidan, I recognize the necessity of cultivating relationships with powerful allies to establish my roots in this society that heavily favors agriculture over commerce. Given that this royal merchant has approached me, I find it impossible to decline the offer. With the backing of a royal merchant, I can expedite the conversion of numerous high-tech products into tangible benefits. Contemplating this, I nod in agreement. Zhang, go fetch a chicken, Shintong exclaims. Zhang Ziqiang promptly exits the private room, returning shortly with a rooster. Shintong adeptly slaughters the bird, allowing its blood to flow into 2 bowls. After setting the chicken aside, he pricks his finger, letting his blood mingle with the chickens in the bowls, then eagerly looks at me. Isn't this just a brotherhood ceremony? Why the dramatics with finger pricking? I silently lament. However, as events unfold, I steel myself and bite into my finger. Ouch! This truly connects one's heart and soul. I suppress a cry of pain and allow my blood to drip into the bowl. I will certainly need a box of Band-Aids after this. Shintong lifts the bowls, presenting one to me as he proclaims loudly, I, Shintong, today take Zhang Hao as my sworn brother. We may not share the same birthday, but let us share the same fate. He then drinks the contents of his bowl in one gulp. Taking the bowl, I can't help but reflect on the extravagance of this ritual. Isn't it merely a vow of brotherhood? Does the universe not bear witness to our intentions? Must we go so far as to drink blood to validate our bond? Shintong, do you have any infectious diseases? Zhang Hao, despite his complaints, raised his head, gazing at the beams above, and declared, I, Zhang Hao, today forge a brotherly bond with Shintong. I do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year, but rather to depart this world on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. With that, he held his breath, steeling himself, and downed the bowl of fresh blood in one gulp. Elder brother, allow your younger brother to bow before you. Before the blood had even settled in his stomach, Shintong shouted and knelt, striking his forehead 3 times against the ground before Zhang Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly helped Shintong to his feet, mimicking the gesture and exclaiming, younger brother. In response, Shintong enveloped Zhang Hao in a warm embrace, leaving Zhang Hao awkwardly chuckling. After their oath of brotherhood, the two resumed their seats, but Shintong's expression turned grave as he spoke. Elder brother may not know, but the reason the Shun family silver shop has entered into this contract with you, brother Hao, is due to certain unspoken difficulties. Upon finishing, Shintong glanced at Zhang Ziqiang. Goodness, am I being ensnared in some elaborate scheme? Is this all a ruse by Shintong to manipulate my payment terms? As Zhang Hao reflected on this, Zhang Ziqiang nodded and stepped forward, saying, brother Hao may not be aware, But the sum of 280,000 taels of gold is no trifling matter. Transporting such a quantity would require numerous carts. Shintong immediately interjected, surely. Elder brother is well aware of the amount of gold in question. Why speak of it? He continued, although the Great Xia appears prosperous on the surface. Years of warfare against the northern tribes have drained the nation's resources. Currently, the emperor is excessively enamored with Yang Zhenjin, neglecting state affairs, while Yang Zhao, leveraging his sister's influence, exerts tyrannical control in the court, making it increasingly difficult for Minister Qin to navigate these turbulent waters. As the Shin family serves as Minister Qin's right hand, we have faced various forms of exclusion from the royal merchants aligned with Yang Zhao, and our operations have suffered considerably. After deciding to collaborate with you, we, the Shin family, made every effort to gather the necessary funds. However, with our business spanning the nation, it has proven challenging to amass such a sum swiftly, which is why we sought to negotiate with you. Observing Shintong's earnest demeanor, Zhang Hao felt inclined to believe him. 280,000 taels of gold, especially without paper currency in the Great Xia, would indeed constitute a substantial amount. It was understandable that gathering such a sum would take time. Having already sworn brotherhood, it was only right to be empathetic to their difficulties, especially since he did not find himself in dire need of funds. Rather, an abundance of silver brought a sense of security. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, stating, "Younger brother makes a valid point. However, preparing such a large quantity of silver ornaments entails significant expenses on my part. Now that we are sworn brothers, please speak candidly about how much silver you can currently gather." After a moment's contemplation, Shintong replied, "At present, I can secure 100,000 taels. Once additional funds arrive from other locations, I will ensure they are promptly delivered to your household." Zhang Hao nodded again, continuing, "In addition to the silver, I possess a variety of novel items that could assist the Shun family in competing with other royal merchants in the market. But matters concerning the court must be managed by you." With that, he began to unpack the glassware, matches, and other goods he had prepared, placing them on the table. "Indeed, this golden silk is my exclusive secret recipe. However, I have already entered into a contract with Zue Xiaolu in Rongqing County. Beyond that region, dear brother, you may promote it extensively." Zhang Hao continued, gesturing towards the plate of instant noodles on the table. Holding the exquisite glassware, Shintong admired it and remarked, "Brother, you are truly remarkable to have acquired such treasures. This item is exceedingly precious, and I hesitate to mention a price at this moment. May I take it back to the capital to discuss with my father?" Rest assured, sincerity is the fundamental principle of our Shun family's business dealings. We will not seek to take advantage of these items, and our collaboration will be entirely transparent. After my father and I confer with the decision-makers of the Shin clan, we shall promptly provide you with a reasonable price for all the goods you supply." Shintong continued. Zhang Hao, however, was not particularly concerned about this. He held all the leverage now and was unafraid of the Shin family attempting to deceive him financially. After all, long-term cooperation hinges on trust. Most importantly, these glass trinkets held little value for Zhang Hao, mere handfuls of coins at best. "What you propose is quite manageable. You may certainly take these items for your business endeavors. However, I require your assistance with 2 matters, Zhang Hao replied. "Oh, please do not hesitate, brother. I shall do my utmost to assist you with anything within my capability," Shintong responded. "Firstly, I need the Shun family to leverage its extensive network to procure some fine ceramics and other high-quality crafts from the Great Xia. Secondly, I would like you to scout a property in the capital. It is possible that one day I may wish to reside there permanently. We can settle the finances at a later time," Zhang Hao stated. "These matters are trivial. You may leave them to me, brother," Shintong assured. After reaching an agreement, the two engaged in cheerful conversation on various topics. Through their discussion, Zhang Hao gained a fresh perspective on the current state of the Great Xia dynasty and the conditions across the nation. As they dined and conversed, a waiter knocked on the door and announced, "Sir, there is a young lady outside who wishes to see Master Zhang Hao." Shintong was taken aback. "A young lady? Seeking you, brother?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao realized it was his wife returning from her shopping excursion. He quickly rose in excitement, bidding farewell to Shintong before rushing downstairs. Chapter 37. Acquiring Servants, Part 1. Halfway down the stairs, he spotted Song Kursin standing at the entrance. Indeed, the impulse to shop is an intrinsic trait of women. Beside her lay numerous assorted bags and baskets. "My dear," Zhang Hao called out as he descended. Song Kursin, anxiously scanning her surroundings, brightened at the sound of his voice. "You bought so many things. Come, Let us go upstairs to rest and have a bite to eat." As she spoke, Zhang Hao lifted the heavy bundle she had purchased. With a joyful nod, Song Kursen linked her arm with his, and they ascended together to their private room. "Dear brother, this is my wife, Song, and this gentleman is my newly sworn brother, Shintong," Zhang Hao introduced. "Greetings, sister-in-law." "I am Shintong," he offered respectfully. Shintong respectfully clasped his hands and bowed in greeting to Song Kursen. In response, Song Kursen slightly bent her body and offered him a courteous nod and smile. After the introductions, Zhang Hao, dismissing any formality, gestured for his wife to sit and enjoy the meal. Having spent the better part of the day wandering, Song Kursen was quite famished upon receiving her husband's nod. She took her seat. Upon surveying the table laden with delectable dishes, Song Kursen swallowed hard and reached for a plate of instant noodles. Zhang Hao, observing his wife's preference for the noodles over the exquisite array of delicacies, was at a loss for words. Little did he know the profound significance that instant noodles held for her. For Song Kursen, that very bowl of noodles Zhang Hao had first served her marked a pivotal moment in her life. A moment that not only introduced her to the exquisite flavors of the world, but also bestowed upon her the warmth of familial love. Thus, this taste would remain an irreplaceable presence in her life. As she savored her meal, Zhang Hao and Shintong engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the specifics of currency and goods. Once the contract was finalized, Zhang Ziqiang remarked, "The 100,000 taels of gold are currently secured at the silver shop and can be dispatched to your home later today. However, the goods will need to be transported to different branches using various carts, and I would appreciate your assistance in coordinating this to avoid any errors." "What do you mean? You expect me to sort out the goods needed for your over 1,000 stores?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow in response. "I scarcely have time for such an endeavor. Just the repackaging of those 20,000 pieces of jewelry will consume all my energy. You know the specifics of Shin's silver shop far better than I do, dear brother. It would be more efficient for me to have the goods delivered directly to your shop, allowing you to manage the distribution," Zhang Hao concluded. After a moment of contemplation, Shintong agreed, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Hao's words. "Your suggestion is indeed prudent, brother. Zhang, I entrust this matter entirely to you." The task of distributing silver ornaments valued at 280,000 taels across more than 1,000 stores was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Shintong carefully considered the workload and earnestly stated, "Esteemed brother, it is not that I wish to shirk my duties, but with the current manpower at Ronqing Silver Shop, I fear. Rest assured, I have made prior arrangements. Additional personnel will arrive over the next few days, and you will simply need to oversee the process." Shintong interjected before Zhang Ziqiang could finish. Once all arrangements were settled, the two conversed for a while longer. Rising to his feet, Shintong said, "Brother, with matters now in order, I must take my leave and return to the capital." "Oh, since you've come all this way, why not stay a few more days?" Zhang Hao inquired. "You are unaware, dear brother, that the various enterprises of the Shun family are currently at a critical juncture. I truly cannot afford to linger. After reporting back to my father, I must also travel to Jiangnan," Shintong replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but reflect on the burdens borne by the immensely wealthy merchant class, realizing that even they often found themselves ensnared by obligations beyond their control. "Given the circumstances, my dear brother shall not linger any longer." After bidding farewell, Shintong and Zhang Ziqiang, accompanied by their servant, departed from the Zui Shaolu. Zhang Hao, having been quite famished from their lengthy discussions, wasted no time in indulging himself in a hearty meal as soon as the others had left. "My dear, this is delectable," exclaimed Song Kursen, feeling at ease in the absence of others, as she delicately placed a piece of ribboned fish in a Zhang Hao's bowl. Once they had satiated their appetites, Zhang Hao called out robustly, "Little second, bring the bill." He relished the sensation of being well fed and having the means to settle the account afterward. The waiter entered the room, responding, "Young Master Shun has already settled the payment." Zhang Hao was taken aback, impressed by Shun Tong's reliability. After handing the waiter a few coins, the two of them, along with the items purchased by Song Kursen, exited the private room. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Hao inquired, "Why isn't your shopkeeper present today?" The waiter replied, "Oh, the shopkeeper has gone out to discuss matters regarding the flow of golden silk. He is not in the shop today. The golden silk, once a novelty, has lost its allure among the county's elite, leading to a decline in sales at the Zui Shaolu shopkeeper. Xia was in a state of agitation, having already purchased the goods and needing to find new avenues for sales. Zhang Hao merely asked out of curiosity, and since the shopkeeper was absent, he felt relieved by the lessened obligation to make an acquaintance. When the waiter summoned a carriage, they loaded their purchases and climbed aboard. "Shall we return home?" Song Kursen asked after settling comfortably. "It's still early. We shall first visit the pawn shop. With the expansion of our estate, we need to arrange for some assistance." Zhang Hao replied. Upon arrival at the pawn shop, the manager, noticing the couple's opulent attire, warmly welcomed them inside and instructed a servant to pour tea. After hearing Zhang Hao's requests, the manager smiled courteously, saying, "Please enjoy your tea. I will be back shortly." In a short while, the manager returned with a group of individuals, approximately 20 in number. Observing the weary faces of those before him, all with downcast eyes awaiting selection, Zhang Hao could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Strictly speaking, these individuals could not be regarded as human in the realm of the Great Xia. They were akin to cattle, mere commodities, perhaps even less valuable than livestock. Nonetheless, despite his reflections, the necessity of purchasing remained. With that thought, Zhang Hao rose to examine each individual with care. Song Kursen, curious, followed closely behind her husband, unaware that she would soon become the mistress of servants herself. As they scrutinized the selection, the manager explained, "These are the Kunlun slaves transported from the western regions, robust in stature and possessing amiable temperaments, making them well suited for labor. Many also show promise as guards." The individuals before them were all dark-skinned and sturdy, their appearance distinctly different, likely indicative of Southeast Asian ancestry. Zhang Hao meticulously surveyed his surroundings and chose a robust individual with a kindly visage. In a deep voice, he inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing the question, the man hastily knelt down, responding softly, in answer to the young master's inquiry, "I am called Tai Mo Lu, and I am willing to heed your commands henceforth." Zhang Hao nodded and gestured for Tai Mo Lu to rise, who then fell in line behind them. Casting a glance at Song Kursen, Zhang Hao gently asked, "My dear, do you have any preferences?" Taken aback by Zhang Hao's unexpected offer to choose, Song Kursen hesitated before replying, "I know little about these matters. I shall leave everything to your judgment, my husband." Seeing her reluctance, Zhang Hao did not press further and instead approached a group of women nearby. These were Silla maidens transported from Goguryeo, fair-skinned and beautiful, with graceful figures and melodious voices, highly suitable for serving in the boudoir. The steward continued, "If the young master desires, he may select a few to take back as instruments of pleasure." Cough. Zhang Hao, upon hearing the steward's words, momentarily lost his composure, choking on his saliva and coughing twice. Chapter 38, The Purchase of Slaves, Part 2, as a modern office worker of the new century. Zhang Hao instinctively glanced back at Song Kursen, relieved to see her attentively listening, her expression unperturbed. Instruments of pleasure. He scrutinized the group of women once more. They bore a striking resemblance to the stars from the entertainment industry in later times. "My husband, if you fancy any of them, would it be acceptable for me to assist you in selecting two to serve you?" Song Kursen suddenly proposed. Zhang Hao instinctively shivered at her suggestion, questioning whether she was being sincere or merely speaking out of frustration. However, her earnest gaze, filled with concern, was hard to dismiss, stirring emotions within him. Yet, casting a glance at his own belt, he shook his head in resignation. It was futile. With his current state, having one fierce woman at home was already quite sufficient. Recalling the previous day's experience with Song Kursen attending to him, he cleared his throat and replied softly, "I am already quite content with you by my side, my dear. I believe I shall forego the Silla maidens." Song Kursen, understanding his stance, nodded earnestly without further protest. The following are local slaves. Some are of ancestral lineage, while others have been relegated to servitude for transgressions against the law. Each possesses unique qualities, and the young master may select as needed, the steward elaborated. Zhang Hao attentively observed the diverse group, which included older middle-aged individuals, several young men and women, and even children of around 10 years old. "Is there anyone among you who can read and write?" Zhang Hao inquired. A middle-aged man stepped forward, kneeling as he replied, "I am Gao Liangkai. In my youth, I once passed the examination for student status, but later, due to my family's misfortunes, we were all reduced to servitude. If the young master sees fit, I am willing to dedicate my knowledge to alleviate your burdens." Zhang Hao couldn't help but marvel, in the context of the Great Xia. Passing the student examination was akin to being a prestigious graduate from a top university in modern times. In an era marked by a high illiteracy rate, Achieving the status of a Tongxing indicates that this individual not only possessed remarkable diligence in their studies, but also displayed considerable innate talent. Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Since you are literate, come with me." Gao Liangkai felt a surge of joy within, but remained seated, continuing, "I am grateful for your kindness, young master, but I have a humble request, if it pleases you." Zhang Hao was taken aback. It was rather unusual for a servant to make such a request when being purchased. Curiosity piqued, he nodded and said, "Speak. Since being brought to this establishment, my family of 3 has never been apart. I dare to request that you consider purchasing my entire family. In the future, we shall toil together in your service." Gao Liangkai implored. Zhang Hao, not one to maintain idle servants, furrowed his brow upon hearing this request and asked sternly, "What skills does your family possess?" Gao Liangkai, sensing the gravity of the question, turned to glance back. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman and a young girl approached, bowing their heads as they knelt beside Gao Liangkai. "This is my wife, Lu, and my daughter, Gao Ping. My wife has worked diligently by my side and is adept at managing the household, as well as being an excellent cook," he explained. Zhang Hao considered. Indeed, Dongxing's wife would surely not lack in capabilities. She appears amiable as well. He nodded in approval, saying, "We are currently in need of someone to oversee the kitchen, so we shall purchase her as well. However, what skills does your daughter possess?" Gao Liangkai hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth before responding, "My daughter is merely 13 and still quite young. I beseech you to show us mercy. If she were to be left behind at this establishment, it would be a troubling situation." Zhang Hao's expression darkened, he thought. "Am I to purchase 2 servants and then also support their daughter? I cannot be so foolish." Observing Zhang Hao's increasing displeasure, Lu quickly added, "Young master, although Pinger is frail and cannot perform heavy labor, I have been strict in her upbringing. She has some knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I implore you to consider buying her as well. If nothing else, she could assist me with minor tasks." Upon hearing that Gao Ping had skills in the arts, Song Kursen became intrigued. With her husband often away and their business flourishing, she feared being a burden to him. Reflecting on her own illiteracy and inability to play the flute gifted by her husband, she found encouragement in the prospect of acquiring someone knowledgeable in the arts. Summoning her courage, she turned to Zhang Hao and stated, "Husband, this young girl has a kind demeanor, and her upbringing must be commendable. I wish to purchase her so that she may teach me about music and the arts." "Ah, that would indeed be splendid, since my wife desires it. We shall purchase her as well." Zhang Hao, troubled by Song Kursen's illiteracy and lacking the patience to teach her daily, considered that this young girl could serve well as a maid to his wife. Upon receiving Zhang Hao's consent, Song Kursen was filled with joy, and the family of 3 expressed their gratitude with repeated bows. However, with so many new additions to the household, it would become increasingly challenging to manage them. After some contemplation, Zhang Hao turned to the steward and inquired, "How much silver will these 4 require?" Upon witnessing the situation, the steward promptly instructed the young servant to escort the remaining slaves back, while he accompanied Zhang Hao to the tea room. The price for the Kunlun slave is 50,000 won, while the other 2 are 30,000 won each, and the young girl is worth 10,000 won. The steward muttered as he calculated with an abacus. Although his voice was barely audible, Zhang Hao still caught snippets of the steward's murmurs. Should I regard the Kunlun slave as excessively priced, or should the pricing for the family of 3 be seen as remarkably cheap? The disparity in these prices is astonishing. Young Master Zhang, the total for the 4 individuals amounts to 120,000 won. With a procurement fee of 30,000 won and a first-year tax of 1,600 won, bringing the grand total to 151,600 won. Zhang Hao gasped. "There is also a procurement fee and this tax?" The steward, noting Zhang Hao's confusion, elaborated, "According to the laws of the Great Xia, those with a scholarly title or above are exempt from procurement fees and household taxation. Since young Master Zhang possesses no title, he is subject to these fees. Furthermore, until young Master Zhang acquires a title, each person in the household, including slaves, must pay an annual population tax of 400 won." Such regulations were unfamiliar to Zhang Hao, yet upon reflection, he realized he could easily bear the cost, and thus nodded in acknowledgement to the steward. Observing this, Song Kursen approached the carriage, counted out 31 taels of gold, and handed them to the steward. By this time, the agents had prepared the contracts and presented them to Zhang Hao. The steward accepted the payment, instructed the young servant to provide change, and informed Zhang Hao, "Young Master Zhang, you need only sign the contracts. The agents will handle the registration with the county office thereafter. Zhang Hao took up the pen and inscribed his name on 4 contracts, affixing his seal. After signing, the steward produced the slave contracts, explaining, "The contracts for Timo Lu and Gao Liangkai are irrevocable. Should any issues arise in the future, young Master Zhang may deal with them at his discretion. However, the contracts for Lu Zuolan and Gao Ping are revocable. Any future misdeeds must be reported to the authorities before action can be taken. Please keep this in mind. Young Master Zhang." Zhang Hao accepted the contracts and handed them to Song Kurson, nodding in acknowledgement to the steward. As dusk approached, Zhang Hao and his companions climbed aboard the carriage. With the addition of 4 individuals and their purchases, the carriage was now quite full. Zhang Hao and Song Kurson sat inside the cabin, while Timo Lu drove from one side, and Gao Liangcai's family huddled on the opposite side. Fortunately, Dao Bai was strong and sturdy. With a commanding shout from Timo Lu, the carriage rumbled towards Zhangjia village. At the entrance of Zhangjia village, Cheng Taidan stood anxiously, constantly straining to catch a glimpse of the road ahead while muttering, "Where's my elder brother? What shall we do about the matters at home?" Chapter 39. Moving into the new home along the way, Zhang Hao heard Cheng Taidan's distant cries, "Elder brother, elder brother." He lifted the curtain of the carriage to see Cheng Taidan running towards him from beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, shouting, "Elder brother. So many carriages have arrived at home, bringing a great deal of items, but I have no idea where to put them." As he reached the front of the carriage, Cheng Taidan exclaimed in distress, "What a trivial matter. Look at how anxious you are." Zhang Hao replied while motioning for Timo Lu to proceed. As they turned a corner, Zhang Hao was taken aback by the sight before him. Is there a traffic jam? Even in ancient times, traffic jams exist? The narrow path at the entrance of Zhangjia village was already constrained, and as Zhang Hao observed the lengthy procession of carts, he shook his head, signaling for Song Kurson and the Gao family to dismount from the carriage. "Timo, please watch the cart while we head home to assess the situation." Timo nodded, and the group cautiously proceeded along the roadside. The convoy was extensive, with each driver anxiously scanning the horizon. What is happening? It's just a delivery. Yet we are caught in this traffic jam. Who knows? There's no way forward. We must patiently wait. 2 drivers conversed amidst the commotion. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, they found the large gate bustling with people, comprising both the delivery team and several curious villagers from Zhangjia. Are all these carts belonging to Zhang Hao? His business has grown so significantly. Who can say? Just look at this queue. It stretches endlessly. It seems Zhang Hao has truly transformed. Perhaps we should foster closer ties with him. Oh, spare me. He was once so impoverished he could scarcely afford a meal. Now that he has prospered, do you think he would welcome you back? We are of the same clan. It would not hurt to seek a decent position. In the crowd, various individuals whispered amongst themselves. Upon spotting Zhang Hao, the village head promptly beckoned him over. "Xiao Hao, these people are looking for you. You should attend to them." It turned out that many pieces of furniture Zhang Hao had purchased, alongside some items that Song Kurson acquired, were arriving in succession. The sheer volume of goods was staggering upon arrival. Zhang Ziqiang, following Shintong's arrangements, also brought a convoy carrying 100,000 taels of gold. Zhang Hao nodded to the village head and turned to Song Kurson, saying, "My dear, these carts are delivering our goods. Please coordinate with Gao Liangkai to ensure everything is placed in the appropriate locations." Song Kurson nodded, well versed in such matters, as most of these items were indeed her purchases. Methodically, she began to manage the goods according to the order of the carts, while the lengthy procession slowly advanced. "Brother Ziqiang, please place the gold in the designated room, as instructed. I have matters to attend to, so I will excuse myself for now." With Zhang Ziqiang's nod, Zhang Hao made his way to the warehouse in the backyard. Fortunately, the designs for the silver ornaments had already been added to his shopping cart, making the ordering process much more convenient. Following the list provided by Zhang Ziqiang, Zhang Hao settled in a corner of the warehouse, initiating his purchases one by one. Bang, bang, bang. With each payment, a delivery box descended from above. Before long, a substantial pile accumulated before him. More and more delivery boxes cascaded down like rain, when suddenly, one came hurtling toward Zhang Hao's head. Instinctively, he ducked and waved at the box. To his astonishment, it seemed to be guided by an unseen force, altering its descent to follow the direction of his arm. Zhang Hao was taken aback. What is happening? Oh, can my gestures influence the landing spot and trajectory of the delivery boxes? To confirm his intentions, Zhang Hao placed numerous orders for silver jewelry. At the moment a delivery box fell, he joyfully waved his hands in experimentation. Ha ha ha, it can be played this way. He laughed, observing countless delivery boxes descend from the sky in accordance with his gestures. It turned out that within the realm of his influence, he could manipulate the direction of the falling boxes before they touched the ground, akin to a game of Tetris, albeit with greater flexibility. Once he mastered the technique, Zhang Hao no longer allowed the boxes to haphazardly accumulate, but arranged them neatly by model. According to his earlier plans, the warehouses in the backyard were quite spacious, yet they were still overflowing with countless silver ornaments. Upon realizing there was no more room left, Zhang Hao proceeded to the second warehouse to place more orders. 20,000 pieces of silver jewelry filled 2 warehouses to capacity. These merchants, wrapping such a small accessory in such large packaging, take up too much space. Zhang Hao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Fortunately, these were all brand-name items, each intricately housed in a sturdy box, sealed within a plastic bag. After reviewing his purchase list once more, he closed the warehouse door and made his way to the front yard. Song Kursen's efficiency was indeed impressive. In no time, many items had already been arranged in their designated places. Upon entering the living quarters, Zhang Hao noticed that the newly acquired furniture greatly enhanced the room's comfort. If the space felt like a bare shell upon his arrival with Li Chong, it now resembled a luxurious, fully furnished home. My dear, everything is nearly in place. But Zhang Ziqiang has brought in a substantial amount of gold, and Kursen is unsure where to store it, Song Kursen said, busily attending to her tasks as she approached Zhang Hao. Come with me, he replied, taking her hand and leading her to a corner of the main hall. Pressing on an inconspicuous tile on the wall, it gradually shifted aside, revealing a vast room before them. From now on, we shall keep our silver and gold in this room, Zhang Hao declared. Regaining her composure, Song Kursen nodded in agreement. Before long, she had efficiently managed the long line of carts at the village entrance, and everyone wore smiles at the sight of the rejuvenated courtyard. Brother, I've finished harvesting the rice. Can I play some dice now? Cheng Taidan cheerfully asked Zhang Hao after completing his tasks. All harvested? That is 5 acres. And you did it in just 1 day? Zhang Hao was taken aback. Observing the incredulous expressions on Zhang Hao and Song Kursen's faces, Cheng Taidan reassured them. How could I deceive you? If you don't believe me, feel free to check the fields. Pointing to the vast expanse of rice ears in the front yard, he continued, look, it's all right here. Zhang Hao understood that someone with Cheng Taidan's honest nature would never fabricate such a story. After a moment of contemplation, I retrieved the tablet and said, we can only play until dusk. Cheng Taidan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the tablet. He eagerly nodded and took it to begin playing. After Song Kursen had arranged accommodations and tasks for the 4 individuals, she led Lu Tsuelan to the kitchen. From now on, the family's meals would be entrusted to Aunt Lu. Lu Tsuelan, noticing this, hurriedly replied, Madam, you flatter me. To receive young master's favor and to work alongside my family is a profound gratitude for which I cannot express enough. Song Kursen nodded and produced a few ingredients she had purchased in the city, handing them to Lu Tsuelan. Aunt Lu, these are specifically for my husband's nourishment. Please prepare them and deliver them to our room along with dinner. Lu Tsuelan accepted the items and busied herself in the kitchen. Chapter 40. Spraying herbicide on grain. Zhang Hao brought Song Kursen to the storeroom, pointing to the overflowing boxes. My dear, these ornaments are to be delivered to Zhang Ziqiang in the future, but before handing them over, we must remove the plastic packaging. As he spoke, Zhang Hao demonstrated the process for Song Kursen. Once she understood, Song Kursen nodded, saying, rest assured, I will complete these tasks as swiftly as possible. If we lack sufficient manpower, I will find others to assist you, Zhang Hao added. Song Kursen thoughtfully replied, with Aunt Lu, Uncle Gao, and Pinger at home, they can manage these tasks. Furthermore, with my godmother and Chun Mei, I believe we will have ample help. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement and explained the daily quantities to be coordinated with Zhang Ziqiang. After closing the door, the two departed the backyard. My dear, this courtyard is quite vast. I almost feel as if I am in a dream, Song Kursen remarked as they walked. Huh, look at your foolish expression. This will be our home, and you are the mistress of this household, Zhang Hao said, playfully pinching Song Kursen's small nose. Young master, dinner is ready. Please enjoy. Young master and young mistress, Lu Tsuelan said, hastening forward to bow as they reached the entrance. Indeed, having servants has made life significantly easier, Song Kursen mused silently. In the past, she had to prepare meals quite early. It was not overly troublesome, but was still a considerable effort. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, felt little concern about this, having never cooked himself. My dear, this is the deer tendon soup I specifically prepared for you. Please Please enjoy, Song Kursen said as she served Zhang Hao a bowl of soup upon sitting down. Dear Tinan soup, Zhang Hao exclaimed as he accepted the bowl, simultaneously surveying the spread of dishes on the table. These are all specially prepared for you, young master, as per young mistress's instructions. Lu Zuolan explained while introducing the dishes. Stir-fried kidney, winter worm summer grass stewed with beef kidneys, and goji berry lamb porridge. Wow, are they trying to nourish me to death? Zhang Hao thought to himself, looking at the feast before him. My dear, these dishes are not only delicious, but also exceptionally nourishing. You must try them, Song Kursen urged, adding a piece of kidney to Zhang Hao's plate. It was a sumptuous feast, and Zhang Hao, having toiled throughout the day, was ravenously hungry. He devoured his meal with great gusto, exclaiming, Indeed. Lu Zuolan's culinary skills are remarkable, far superior to those of my own wife. The money spent was well worth it. Meanwhile, in the side room by the main entrance, Cheng Taidan was engrossed in play when Tai Mole approached with curiosity, asking, What is that you're playing with? Black charcoal. It emits light. How fascinating. Cheng Taidan was taken aback, pondering who this black charcoal was. Setting aside his tablet, he looked up to find that the towering figure before him was only marginally lighter in complexion than himself. Cheng Taidan had an oily dark hue, while this fellow resembled the color of tree bark. Standing up, he realized he was shorter than this tree bark-like individual. Fortunately, the latter did not appear as muscular, leading Cheng Taidan to believe that he possessed greater strength. Thus, he boldly confronted Tai Mole, declaring, Young man, do you understand manners? Are you itching for a fight? Tai Mole hesitated. Although he was a servant purchased by Zhang Hao, he sensed that this black charcoal was of similar standing, not one to back down from a challenge. He met Cheng Tiedan's defiance with equal fervor. In any group, hierarchy tends to emerge, and both were driven by competitive spirits. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. After a brief moment of intense eye contact, they engaged in a sparring match. Cheng Tiedan's arms were short, but he had the advantage in strength. Conversely, Tai Mole, though slightly weaker, was tall and imposing. After numerous exchanges, neither could claim superiority. Haha. It has been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much, they exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of their encounter, feeling an inexplicable camaraderie as if they were long-lost friends. Zhang Hao, deeply engrossed in his meal, was suddenly startled by the sounds of combat from the courtyard. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he rushed outside. From a distance, he spotted Cheng Taidan and Tai Mole entwined in a struggle, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I invited you two here to ensure the safety of the courtyard, not to engage in a brawl. He shouted, Cease at once. Seeing Zhang Hao approach, both men were taken aback and quickly halted their scuffle, greeting him with respectful bows. Big brother, what are you two doing? Zhang Hao inquired sternly. The duo exchanged glances and replied in unison, just practicing. During their tussle, both had come to recognize each other's prowess, and as the rounds progressed, mutual respect blossomed. After sharing a laugh, Zhang Hao felt relieved, realizing their antics were merely playful. He then continued, Taidan, it is getting late. You are not to play any longer today. Please return the tablet to me. Cheng Taidan, his face a picture of grievance, contemplated a retort but ultimately refrained. Reluctantly, he retrieved the tablet and handed it over to Zhang Hao. Upon inspection, Zhang Hao noted the loss of over 10,000 points. It seemed necessary to lower the difficulty. Despite Cheng Taidan's playfulness, his skills were lacking. After taking the tablet, Zhang Hao offered some final advice to both men before returning indoors. My dear, Song Kursen inquired anxiously upon his return, having heard the commotion outside. Did something happen? Oh, it's nothing. Taidan and Tai Mole are just playing around. After saying this, he sat down and continued to eat. The nourishing food was indeed extraordinary, once finished. Zhang Hao felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, as if all his strength had nowhere to be released. Song Kursen also indulged herself, and after their meal, the two ascended the stairs, cherishing their unforgettable first day in the new home. Early the next morning, Zhang Hao was roused from his slumber by Song Kursen, who called out, Dear husband, Zhang Lichang is looking for you, stating there is an urgent matter. Please hurry downstairs. Zhang Hao stifled his inner irritation. It seemed he could not enjoy a moment's peace. Upon opening his eyes and descending the stairs, he found Zhang Lichang anxiously pacing in the hall. Seeing Zhang Hao approach, Zhang Lichang hurriedly said, Xiao Hao, a group of villagers has come to me, insisting that you must collect this autumn's grain, fulfilling the promise you previously made. Promise? Zhang Hao pondered carefully. What Zhang Lichang referred to was likely the commitment he had made to purchase all crops that had been treated with his herbicide at market price. Previously, There were over 1,000 acres of fields that had been treated with his herbicide. Given Zhang Hao's current wealth, acquiring these grains seemed inconsequential. Moreover, it was common for ancient landowners to hoard grain, as agricultural technology was primitive and harvests depended heavily on the weather, leading to significant price instability. Besides gold and silver, grain also served as an essential hard currency. Old Li Chong, since I previously stated I would collect it, I shall indeed do so. Please compile a list so that the villagers can transport the grain directly to me, Zhang Hao replied. Zhang Lichang was taken aback for a moment before responding. Xiao Hao. The fields treated with the secret formula amount to over 1,000 acres. If you collect all of it, it may require several 100,000 won. Have you thought this through? Chapter 41. The Curious House calculating at a yield of 3 shur per acre. The rice treated with Zhang Hao's secret formula would yield nearly 4,000 shur. Could he truly manage such a substantial collection? Indeed, even though his circumstances had improved, he was in the midst of building houses and purchasing carts, and it was likely that his funds had already been depleted. Just yesterday, he had seen her bring several individuals over, and judging by their demeanor, they were likely purchased servants from the city. If he lacked the funds, they would not extend him credit. Rather, they would prefer to exert themselves and transport the grain to the city for sale. As the grain shops, there would be oblivious to the secret formula used on their crops. How do you know the grain shops are unaware? One villager interjected. Zhang Hao has earned such wealth. He must have sold this formula in the city. We shall not concern ourselves. After all, we will not consume this grain. Everyone witnessed how that girl behaved previously. In front of the ancestral hall, the villagers were engaged in a lively debate. Silence. This morning, I already spoke with Zhang Hao. Those wishing to sell grain should bring it directly to his residence. Payments will be settled on the spot, Zhang Lichang proclaimed, striving to maintain order while vociferously calling out. Come, let us give him the grain. Would it not be better to exchange it for silver and buy food in the city? Upon hearing Zhang Lichang's words, many began to leave the ancestral hall, returning home to collect their grain. Before long, Zhang Hao's courtyard was teeming with villagers carrying grain. Brother, what should we do? Chung Tai-dan, observing the bustling crowd before him, found himself at a loss. Gao Liangkai, at the price of 21 per dough, collected all the grain from these individuals and transported it to the warehouse, where it was neatly stacked. The required funds could be obtained from the young mistress. Observing this, Zhang Hao turned to Gao Liangkai behind him and said, Tai-dan, Mole, you two assist him. The three nodded in agreement. Gao Liangkai approached Zhang Lichang, exchanged a few pleasantries, and began moving the grain from each household to the warehouse in the backyard. In the backyard, Song Kurson was busy organizing the sorting of silver ornaments. Let us put in more effort. A carriage will arrive shortly to take these goods away. She called out while swiftly tearing off the plastic bags from each silver piece and arranging them neatly. The courtyard was bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. Once Zhang Hao had delegated his tasks, he descended to the basement, ignited a candle, and took out his phone to browse. The Nintendo gaming console was a beloved item for most men, and Zhang Hao was no exception. Upon reaching the basement, his first order of business was to purchase the latest gaming console. A 110-inch curved high-definition screen, he mused. The visual experience must be optimal. He then proceeded to order 2 water-cooled gaming PCs and a large display monitor, along with a high-end gaming chair, a leather sofa, and a crystal chandelier. In no time, the entire hall was filled with an array of luxurious electronic devices. An air conditioner is a must for a comfortable indoor temperature, he decided, adding one to his list. And a refrigerator. One cannot enjoy celebratory moments without chilled soda. As he hummed a tune, admiring the scene before him, Zhang Hao's spirits soared to new heights. These possessions were once the unattainable dreams of his past life, and now, with wealth and a home, he could indulge freely. Just electricity is needed. Once that is secured, the gateway to another dimension can be opened, he thought. With that, Zhang Hao exited the basement and made his way to the creek in the backyard. Unsure of its reliability, he ordered the pre-selected axial flow hydropower generator. The item was quite heavy, and with considerable effort, he managed to place the generator into the water trough that Li Chong had reserved earlier. After clearing the obstructing soil, the water surged in. With the rush of water, the generator emitted the long-awaited sound of machinery whirring to life. Watching the indicator lights illuminate one after another, Zhang Hao joyfully dashed back to the basement. Upon opening the basement door, he was astonished by the sight before him, a long-lost sense of modernity. In the hall, the luxurious crystal chandelier cast a warm glow. while the enormous television displayed exquisite graphics of the gaming interface. The water-cooled computer filled the air with the familiar sound of startup music. Coca-Cola, Jianlibo, and Qingdao beer. He murmured to himself as he neatly arranged these delightful beverages in the double-door refrigerator, reclining on the sofa with a comfortably designed game controller in hand. Zhang Hao indulged in his gaming experience, not merely a well-crafted game. The sensation of being idle while others are engrossed in busyness imbued Zhang Hao with an additional layer of satisfaction. Once engaged in a joyful pursuit, time seemed to slip away rapidly. As dusk approached, the crowd, having toiled throughout the day, anxiously searched the entire courtyard. Song Kursen, tearfully calling out, was in distress. Indeed, her husband had gone missing. In the garden of the back courtyard, Tai Molo crouched, intently fixated on a small house that buzzed incessantly. Yet he hesitated to take a single step closer. Tai Molo, what are you doing here? Are you searching for the young master? At that moment, Gao Liangkai arrived at the scene and, noticing Tai Molo's peculiar demeanor, called out from a distance. Uncle Gao, this house is strange. It seems to harbor some ferocious beast. Could the young master's disappearance be related to this creature? Approaching closer, Gao Liangkai was startled, as he too was taken aback by the strange sounds emanating from within. You stay here. I will summon the young mistress, he said hurriedly, dashing away from the back garden towards the front yard. Are you certain? Song Kursen cried, her voice trembling. Sister-in-law, I assure you, I have been guarding this place all day. My elder brother has certainly not left the courtyard, Cheng Taidan replied emphatically. Then where could he have gone? Song Kursen bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face once more. Young mistress, there is something happening in the back garden. Gao Liangkai shouted as he ran, noticing that Song Kursen and the others were at the entrance. A glimmer of hope sparked in Song Kursen's heart as she hurried toward Gao Liangkai, exclaiming, Have you found my husband? Where is he? Well, how should I put this? Gao Liangkai hesitated, unsure of how to explain, and led the group to the side of the mysterious house in the back garden. From a distance, Song Kursen heard the strange noises emanating from the small house and hastened towards it, her heart racing. It was a windowless structure, the door secured with a large lock. Beneath the house, a stream of water rushed in from one side and swiftly flowed out from another. The group stood beside the small house, exchanging puzzled glances. Taidan, pry it open, Song Kursen resolutely declared after much contemplation. Cheng Taidan nodded. Cautiously approaching the door with a crowbar, he glanced back to see everyone's focused gaze upon him, swallowing hard. Positioning the crowbar, he closed his eyes and steeled himself, bracing his muscles. With a crack, the iron chain fell to the ground. Then, Cheng Taidan kicked the door open, brandishing the crowbar defensively across his chest. However, the sight before them rendered everyone momentarily speechless. At the center of the room stood a colossal green iron mass, spinning rapidly with the swirling water below. Beneath a transparent cover nearby, flickering yellow lights danced. What on earth is this? Cheng Taidan scratched his head, probing the iron mass with the crowbar. The metallic clash produced a crisp sound. This must be something extraordinary that my husband has transformed into, thought Song Kursen, and she said, Since my husband is not here. Taidan, please secure the door. Let us search elsewhere. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Dear wife, what are you doing here? Chapter 42, The intimidation from the bandits. Zhang Hao sipped on his divine elixir of joy while engrossed in his gaming console. It was blissful, indeed. The happiness of a man is so uncomplicated. After an indeterminate period, the excessive consumption of the divine elixir led to an uncomfortable pressure below. Zhang Hao reluctantly set down the controller and dashed towards the restroom. As the sound of rushing water echoed, the entire world felt rejuvenated. The air conditioning was set too low, causing Zhang Hao to shiver involuntarily in the restroom. After shaking off the chill and pulling up his trousers, he instinctively glanced at his phone. Goodness, it was rather late. Time had flown by. He wondered how his wife was faring with her tasks. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhang Hao exited the refreshing underground room and entered the living room. Where did everyone go? Looking out from the living room, the courtyard appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. Perplexed, Zhang Hao ventured to the backyard, where he discovered the group had pried open the power room, all gazing in astonishment at the generator he had just installed. Who dares to pick the lock in my own yard? What audacity! To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Hao had locked the power room tightly before leaving. In shock, he quickly approached. My husband, young master, big brother. The group turned at the sound of Zhang Hao's voice, their anxieties dissipating upon seeing him behind them. My husband, where have you been? We searched for you for quite a while and worried everyone. Song Kurson stepped forward, her concern evident. Who permitted you to pry open this lock? Zhang Hao retorted angrily without answering Song Kurson. Cheng Taidan, feeling guilty, cautiously hid behind Taimol, secretly dropping the iron rod he was holding. My husband, we couldn't find you. Hearing strange noises from the room, we feared for your safety, which prompted Kurson to have Taidan open the door, she replied softly, looking down. So that is the case. I suppose I should not have lost track of time while enjoying myself downstairs, Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. He approached to close the door firmly and, after locking it again, solemnly declared, from now on, no one is permitted to approach this room without my consent. The group nodded in unison. By the way, how did everything go? Zhang Hao inquired. My husband, we delivered a total of 5,000 silver ornaments to Zhang Ziqiang today. It is anticipated that the full delivery will be completed in the next 4 days. As for instant noodles and spicy sour noodles, we entrusted a total of 600 portions to the driver sent by Manager Xie, Song Kurson answered earnestly. After speaking, she glanced at Gao Liangkai, who understood her cue and immediately added, we have harvested a total of 4,106 stones of grain, all neatly stored in the backyard warehouse, costing a total of 821,200 coins, equivalent to approximately 164 taels of gold. Zhang Hao nodded, gesturing for everyone to attend to their tasks while taking Song Kurson's hand and leading her into the main house. My dear, he began, earlier. The village head came by and mentioned that officials have arrived from the city. It appears that several villages to the east have been ravaged by bandits. We must organize a group to bolster our patrols and report any strangers swiftly to prevent further losses. Bandits? Zhang Hao was taken aback. Indeed, the ancient times were fraught with peril. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance by hiring 2 strong men as guards, which should mitigate the dangers. Nonetheless, such matters could not be taken lightly. After some contemplation, he turned to Song Kurson and said, my dear, I shall visit the village head to ascertain the situation. Inform everyone to refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary. With a nod from Song Kurson, Zhang Hao called for Taimol and set off towards the village head's residence. Xiao Hao, come in quickly. Upon seeing Zhang Hao approach, the village head, who was dining, hastily rose to greet him. Zhang Hao clasped his hands in salute and remarked, Old village head, I heard from my wife that there are bandits about. I came to gather more information. As Zhang Hao's wealth grew, having built houses, hired workers, and collected a substantial amount of grain from the villagers, people began to regard him with newfound respect. The village head, who had assisted Zhang Hao in managing the quarrying operations, had also reaped considerable benefits from this partnership. Upon noticing Zhang Hao's arrival, Xiaoshi promptly set down her bowl and hurried to the inner room, retrieving a precious pouch of tea that the village head usually reserved for special occasions, and brewed a pot. The village head invited Zhang Hao to sit down, and Xiaoshi cheerfully served the tea. Xiao Hao, enjoy some tea to quench your thirst. Nodding in appreciation as he lifted the cup, the village head stroked his beard and said earnestly, now that the autumn harvest is complete, it is likely that the bandits have descended upon us. Seeing that every household has grain to steal, you, Xiao Hao, have amassed a considerable fortune and resources. Vigilance is paramount. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your warning, old village head. I will certainly advise my family to be more cautious. However, if bandits are indeed rampant, why does the government not send officials to eradicate them? The village head sighed deeply and responded, alas, bandits are a perennial menace, and the government has been trying to eliminate them year after year, yet their numbers seem to multiply. I have heard from the county constable that these bandits have entrenched themselves in the vicinity of Nyoqing Mountain by the northeastern coast, where the terrain is steep and dense with forest, making it easy to defend and difficult to assault. The county magistrate is quite troubled by this. Since the county's officials cannot manage to eliminate them, why does the magistrate not report to the prefecture and request military assistance? If many farmers are robbed, they may be unable to pay this year's taxes, Zhang Hao inquired. We are unaware of the higher-ups' decisions, but I trust that the magistrate has considered various approaches. Currently, a maritime capture order has been issued, promising rewards for anyone who can slay the bandits. Yet, how can the common folk be expected to eradicate bandits that the government cannot handle? Zhang Hao shook his head in disbelief. I cannot be foolish enough to risk my life for a handful of silver against ruthless bandits. In the past, the bandits only plundered near Nyoqing Mountain, but now they have ventured as far as Nyangyang Mountain. Last night, the small Liang village across the mountain was nearly emptied by these marauders. The thought alone fills one with dread. I plan to organize the able-bodied men of our village for a rotating patrol to prevent the bandits from taking advantage of us. Zhang Lichang continued. It seems that the issue with the bandits is far more severe than one might have imagined. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lichang, Zhang Hao returned home and summoned everyone to the main living room. Hearing that the bandits have become increasingly rampant near the village and have already raided a neighboring village, we must enhance our vigilance, he began as everyone gathered. Is it really that serious? My dear, will these bandits affect our silver and noodle business? Song Kurson exclaimed in alarm. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Zhang Hao quickly reassured her this should not pose a significant threat. The bandits typically operate at night and are unlikely to be overly brazen during the day. Moreover, our business transactions are conducted by Zhang Ziqiang and manager Xia S. Associates. And even if they were intercepted en route, it would not reflect poorly on us. When they come again tomorrow, just remind them to be cautious. Taidan and Mo Lu, you two must be particularly vigilant moving forward, especially at night. We shall seal the back door and refrain from using it. Tomorrow, I will take you both to the blacksmith in town to forge some reliable weapons. It is better to be prepared, Zhang Hao continued. The two nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions, Zhang Hao conducted another inspection of his courtyard walls, which had been constructed robust and tall. Although his yard was quite conspicuous in the village and could easily attract the attention of bandits, as long as they secured the main gate, the walls would deter most intruders. In the dead of night, although his large bed was incredibly comfortable, Zhang Hao found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After all the struggles to build a prosperous life, to enjoy food and drink without worry, and to have his beloved wife by his side, the thought of being attacked by bandits in his sleep was utterly disheartening. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. Whether the bandits were aware of him was uncertain, but knowing that they were in the vicinity made it difficult to relax. Zhang Hao, who had never been particularly brave, found his mind racing after the unsettling news. Eventually, he sat up in bed and began to browse through his phone. Though he had never encountered bandits before, he had heard from the village head that many lives had been lost in other villages, which left Song Kurson in constant fear. Seeing her husband awake in the middle of the night, Song Kurson nestled closer to him and softly asked, "Are you hungry, my dear?" Surprised that she was still awake, Zhang Hao playfully pinched her small nose and replied gently, "There's some self-heating hot pot in the cabinet. Why not prepare 2 bowls?" Song Kurson nodded and got out of bed. The preparation for this self-heating hot pot was quite simple. Zhang Hao had previously enjoyed it with her. As she got up, he returned to his phone, scrolling through the contents. Despite the plethora of utility knives available, he found it frustrating that the regulations in modern-day Huabei were exceedingly stringent regarding weapons, and he could not find even a decent armament, only toy guns suitable for children. Even simulated toys can only temporarily intimidate modern individuals. Placed in the grand era of the Xia Dynasty, they would be rendered less formidable than a mere brick. After much contemplation, Zhang Hao could only rely on his ability to drop packages from the sky, stockpiling heavy tools such as wrenches, hammers, and dumbbells in his shopping cart. In dire circumstances, purchasing these items to hurl at mountain bandits might yield unexpected results. After a lengthy session of browsing, Zhang Hao's cart was filled with an array of metallic objects and various oddly shaped, heavy items. "My dear, it's time to eat," Song Kurson said gently, carrying a steaming self-heating hot pot to the bedside table. Observing her, Zhang Hao set down his phone and approached the table to take a seat. This is braised beef brisket. Do give it a try," he said with a chuckle, as the two of them began to enjoy their meal, sharing bites in a delightful manner. As the night deepened and their hunger was satisfied, drowsiness began to creep in. After climbing into bed, Song Kurson quickly fell asleep in Zhang Hao's embrace. Watching his beloved wife, he couldn't resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. At that moment, inspiration struck Zhang Hao, and he swiftly opened his phone, typing rapidly in the chat window, "Big Golden Tooth, is it possible for your International Antiques Mobile to procure firearms? If so, I wish to discuss matters with him." Chapter 43. A suitable weapon. During this period, Big Golden Tooth had maintained regular contact with Zhang Hao, frequently sending numerous pieces of Xiao porcelain. "It seems we may have overthought this," Mikhail said to Big Golden Tooth. "Indeed, if he were truly an enforcement officer from Huabei, he wouldn't merely bait the hook without reeling in the line. Over this time, he has sent us over 100 pieces of Xiao white pottery, including not only bowls and dishes, but also several other vessels." Big Golden Tooth replied with a smile, raising his glass of red wine. "I have investigated Zhang Hao's background. He hails from Shandong, born into an ordinary farming family. His ancestors have lived in poverty for generations, his academic performance was quite average, and his entire profile is unremarkable. Currently, he works as an employee at a small company in Jiqing, yet it remains a mystery where he acquired so many antiquities from the Xia dynasty. Mikhail continued. As long as he is not an enforcement officer, we need not concern ourselves with the source of his goods. What matters is that he can supply us continuously. Perhaps his village has unearthed an ancient tomb, and he is merely exporting the findings, Big Golden Tooth remarked. I had experts examine the items he provided. They were not excavated from tombs. Although they are ancient, they appear remarkably new, as if they had just been used, which is quite peculiar, Mikhail noted. Why overthink it? As long as we have a source, and your buyers are interested, that is all that matters. Big Golden Tooth chuckled lightly, raising his glass. Indeed, to our bright future. Cheers. Mikhail lifted his glass, a slight smile gracing his lips as he toasted Big Golden Tooth, then drained the wine in one gulp. Just then, Big Golden Tooth's phone chimed, signaling a new message. After finishing his wine, he picked up his phone to see what had occurred. Mikhail gazed intently at the phone screen, his expression growing increasingly grave, prompting him to inquire softly. Dejina offered no response, merely handing over the phone with a look of deep suspicion. Upon reading the message displayed, Mikhail's pupils dilated, and he promptly questioned its meaning. Dejina shrugged his shoulders, replying, "What do you mean?" The literal meaning, of course. It is asking if you can procure a firearm. I have plenty of guns, but you know well that the regulations regarding firearms in Huabei are exceedingly stringent. I could never transport such items here, Mikhail stated with utmost seriousness. As a titan in the international antiquities market, the Lawrence family boasts a sales network that spans the globe, engaging in both legitimate and illicit transactions to safeguard their interests and ensure the safety of key personnel. Their security team is vast, even establishing a substantial mercenary group at sea for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, it is not just firearms. Even weapons of mass destruction are accessible to the family through various channels. However, such items can only be utilized in regions where national policies permit or where political instability prevails. As for Huabei, it has consistently remained a forbidden zone for their operations. Even Mikhail, one of the most favored sons of the Lawrence family, traveled to Huabei with unarmed bodyguards. Moreover, what could his sudden request for a firearm signify? Could it be that law enforcement is planning to tighten the net around us? Mikhail pondered for a moment before adding. Dejina was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of anxiety as he quietly asked, "Could it be? What should we do now?" "What to do? You decide. I have some matters to attend to with the eagle, so I'll take my leave. Stay in touch with him." With this ominous thought in mind, Mikhail felt an urgent need to leave Huabei without delay. As he spoke, he signaled to his bodyguard to make preparations. The bodyguard nodded in understanding and swiftly exited the room. Before long, the bodyguard returned and whispered a few words to Mikhail, who nodded affirmatively and rose to take his leave. "Brother Yang, don't leave me behind. Take me with you." Dejina, realizing Mikhail was about to depart, panicked and quickly urged him. "Mr. Ya, let us keep in touch," Mikhail replied, departing amidst the escort of his bodyguards. Entering a sleek black Mercedes that sped towards the airport. "Oh dear. I should find somewhere to hide for a while," Dejina realized, hastily opening his phone to enroll in a travel group heading to Fusan. At Zhang's residence, Zhang Hao woke early, had breakfast, and after giving a few instructions to Song Kurson, set off towards the county seat with Cheng tied in and Taimol. Sitting inside the carriage, Zhang Hao perused his phone. Why has Dejina responded to my messages? A simple answer would suffice. He sighed. Perhaps I should refrain from pressing too hard on such sensitive matters. While contemplating this, Zhang Hao began to explore information related to the structure and principles of firearms. To his astonishment, he discovered that a single firearm comprises dozens, if not hundreds, of components, each of which cannot simply be fashioned with a hammer. Aside from firearms, Zhang Hao also sought knowledge regarding ammunition. The implementation proved to be more challenging than anticipated. He had not realized that the firearm merely acted as a catalyst. The immense power of the bullet stemmed from the ignition of the propellant in its base, functioning similarly to a skyrocketing firecracker, albeit with far more intricate craftsmanship. This was in stark contrast to Zhang Hao's previous assumption that bullets were solely propelled by the spring mechanism within the gun. In this primitive era, where even gunpowder was rudimentary, such thoughts caused him considerable mental distress. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Taimo Lu lifted a corner of the curtain and peered inside, saying, "Young master, we have arrived at the blacksmith shop." Zhang Hao nodded and disembarked from the carriage. Although this was the most renowned blacksmith in the county, all the tools and equipment were remarkably archaic. Inside the shop, several burly men were vigorously hammering away, while an assistant stoked the furnace with a bellows. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, the shop steward promptly approached. "Esteemed young sir, might you be looking to forge some implements?" Zhang Hao nodded and replied, "What weapons do you have available?" The steward, recognizing a substantial customer, responded with a beaming smile. "Young sir, ours is the most famous iron shop in Rongqing. We offer a complete array of weaponry, both ready-made and custom-made. There is nothing that you can imagine that we cannot create." Such boastfulness was unsubstantiated. Indeed, there were many items Zhang Hao desired. He smiled faintly and said, "Please, show me what ready-made weapons you have." The steward nodded and led Zhang Hao and his companions to the inner room. "Take your time, young sir. We have swords, spears, staves, axes, hooks, and forks, every conceivable weapon you could desire," he explained, gesturing toward the racks of weaponry. The room was spacious, filled with an assortment of wooden racks displaying an eclectic array of peculiar weapons. Qing Taidan and Tai Mo Lu, both strong and competitive individuals, were immediately captivated by the dazzling array of armaments, eagerly stepping forward to inspect them. After a thorough examination, Zhang Hao selected a finely crafted sword and a dagger, handing them to the steward. As for the sword, Zhang Hao had little knowledge of it, but he chose it primarily for psychological comfort. The dagger, however, would serve as a means of self-defense until he obtained a firearm. Qing Taidan surveyed the selection and ultimately chose a pair of heavy iron axes. After demonstrating a few moves, he gleefully exclaimed, "Haha, brother, these axes have the perfect weight. They can slice and chop with ease, making them very suitable for me. I shall take them." The steward, witnessing Qing Taidan wielding the axes with vigor, complimented, "Brave warrior, you possess remarkable skill. Each axe weighs 20 pounds. Making a pair a hefty 40 pounds, it requires considerable strength to wield them effectively." Such weight. Zhang Hao gasped upon hearing this. He realized that he would struggle to even lift such heavy axes, let alone wield them with any proficiency. Tai Mo Lu, on the other hand, selected a long spear, swishing it through the air and finding it to his liking. Unlike Qing Taidan, Tai Mo Lu believed that a longer weapon provided a distinct advantage in combat. Zhang Hao observed Tai Mo wielding the long spear with remarkable ease, which sparked his own interest. He gestured for Tai Mo to pass the spear to him, eager to try it out. However, upon taking hold of the weapon, he found himself compelled to plant it firmly into the ground. To his astonishment, despite Tai Mo's seemingly effortless handling, the spear was far heavier than he anticipated. Upon closer inspection, he noted that both the spearhead and shaft were forged from solid iron, likely weighing over 10 pounds. If one were to be pierced by it, the consequences would be nothing short of fatal. After selecting the spear, Zhang Hao also chose a dozen or so daggers for unforeseen circumstances. Once he settled the payment with the blacksmith, the trio boarded the carriage and departed the county town, heading towards Zhangjia village. It was not that he lacked the desire to stroll through the market, but rather the presence of two capable fighters at his side and the frailty of the elderly at home weighed heavily on his mind. Should bandits seize the opportunity to invade, the repercussions would be dire indeed. Chapter 44. A personal letter from the chancellor in the county office of Rongqing. Shi Xiaoyong slammed his palm on the table upon receiving a report from a constable, exclaiming with fervor, "These bandits have grown increasingly brazen. I shall seek an audience with the county magistrate to request an expedition against them." With that, he hastened out the door. However, midway through his thoughts, he reconsidered and made his way to the county deputy's office. Xia Hongda was in the midst of reviewing household registrations. Upon seeing Shi Xiaoyong approach, he took a seat in the adjacent guest chair, his expression grave. He set aside his brush and inquired, "County Constable Shi, have you encountered a particularly vexing matter?" Shi Xiaoyong drained his cup of tea and sighed deeply, replying, "Brother Xie, you may not be aware, but the bandits of Nukingshan have become increasingly rampant. Last night, they pillaged Kongjia village to the north of Nyangyang Mountain, committing arson and murder, resulting in the deaths of several villagers. As the county constable, I find it unbearable to face my fellow townsfolk. Rongqing County is vast, with countless villages. By the time the county office receives word and dispatches constables, the bandits have already vanished without a trace. In previous years, Shi Xiaoyong had led a search party from the county office to locate their lair, only to discover that the terrain of Nukingshan was nearly impregnable. Now, years later, it was rumored that this band of bandits had grown to over 100 strong. Even if all the constables were gathered, they would number barely 100. although well-trained, capable of 1 against 3. The resources of Rongqing County alone could never hope to mount a successful assault. Do not fret too much, my dear brother. The county magistrate has already reported this matter to the provincial government. I anticipate that reinforcements will arrive soon to conduct a sweep, Xie Hongde reassured him. But I cannot simply wait idly by. Shall we not consult the county magistrate together to inquire about the situation? Shi Shaoang proposed. Ah, my brother. The county magistrate is likely far more anxious than either of us. I suggest you simply report the events in Kongjia village honestly. In such matters, Xie Hongde admitted. There is little more we can do, for we are merely county officials, without any influence over higher authorities. Moreover, this situation lies outside our jurisdiction. Our camaraderie merely leads us to assist one another in private. Upon witnessing the situation, Shi Shaoyong could only clasp his hands in a gesture of respect and depart from the county magistrate's office. I come to pay my respects to the county lord, he announced as he knelt and bowed his head upon arriving at the official residence. Rise. What brings you here? Inquired County Magistrate Fong, lifting his gaze and speaking gently. To report, my lord, that last night, Kongjia village was besieged by bandits, resulting in 17 casualties and an immeasurable loss of grain and property, Shi Shaoyong replied. Standing upright and clasping his hands once more, Fong furrowed his brow slightly and responded, I understand. You may leave now. My lord, Shi Shaoyong began. But Fong raised a hand, interrupting him with a calm voice, Shi County Lieutenant, I am well aware of your predicament. I have already submitted multiple petitions to the provincial government, imploring them to dispatch troops to eradicate the bandits. For now, all we can do is await their response. Shi Shaoyong sighed inwardly, pondering the inefficacy of merely waiting while the provincial government delayed action. Had they intended to send troops, they would have done so by now. What good does it do to linger here while the villagers nearby are being slaughtered? If I had the authority to report these events myself, would I need to come to you repeatedly for assistance? Yet, despite his frustrations, Shi Shaoyong gritted his teeth and declared emphatically, My lord, I am willing to lead a contingent to station near Nyoqing Mountain, though we may not be able to breach the bandit stronghold. I assure you that if they dare to emerge, I will see to it that for every one that appears, there will be one less to contend with. I beseech your permission. Preposterous. That den of thieves has amassed hundreds. Should you lead troops there, the county office will be left vulnerable. What then? Fong slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in admonishment. Upon seeing this, Shi Shaoyong immediately knelt again. It is my lack of foresight. Forgive my lord for my impetuosity. Fong waved his hand, signaling for Shi Shaoyong to depart. With no other options, Shi Shaoyong rose and exited the official quarters. In truth, whether it was Shi Shaoyong, County Magistrate Fong, or the governor far away at the provincial capital, they all understood that to eradicate the banditry at Nyoqing Mountain, the court would need to mobilize at least 1,000 soldiers to ensure absolute security. However, according to the laws of the Great Xia, any troop mobilization exceeding 500 requires the emperor's approval and must be sanctioned by the Ministry of War, complicating the process considerably. Yet, even with such intricacies, it should not take years to resolve. Unbeknownst to them, the current emperor had long since succumbed to the allure of Yang Jinjin's charms, neglecting state affairs. Minister Chen, after receiving reports of the banditry, had petitioned the court multiple times, yet received no reply. After much contemplation, he decided to take an unconventional approach by issuing a decree compelling the county magistrate of Rongqing to organize the young and able-bodied men from all villages, led by the county lieutenant, to eliminate the bandit threat. The bandits, having established a base, should not be underestimated, if allowed to flourish. They could quickly evolve into a formidable local power, potentially rising against the court. History, rife with peasant uprisings, bore testament to this, which Minister Chen could not afford to overlook. With their newfound weapons, Cheng Taidan and Tai Mole were overjoyed. Upon the return of Zhang Hao and the others, the two began to consider testing their skills in a friendly competition. Zhang Hao did not oppose this, as he too was eager for some excitement. He merely cautioned the two to exercise utmost caution and to refrain from causing harm to their own brothers. In the Zhang family courtyard, Zhang Hao sat majestically in the center, while Song Kursen and Gao Liangkai stood on either side. At Zhang Hao's commanding shout, the two prepared to engage. Taiamola bellowed, Heighten, you go first. He then positioned his spear defensively across his chest. Cheng Taidan chuckled, brandishing his axe as he charged forward, proclaiming, I shall slice your dark head. With a loud cry, Cheng swung his massive axe towards Taiamola's neck. Upon witnessing this, Taiamola swiftly kicked the butt of his spear, raising it to block the strike. The clash of the axe against the spear produced a shower of sparks and a sharp sound, causing Song Kursen to instinctively cover her ears. Zhang Hao, although aware that both men were robust individuals he had carefully selected, was still taken aback by the intensity of their duel. The physical prowess of these ancient warriors was indeed superior to that of their modern counterparts, and Zhang Hao could not help but marvel at it. Within the courtyard, the two wrestled fiercely, and after numerous exchanges, even their formidable physiques were glistening with beads of sweat. Observing that the fight had reached a critical point, Zhang Hao stood up to call a halt, fearing that fatigue might lead to an accidental injury. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Upon seeing this, both combatants ceased their efforts, bursting into hearty laughter. You two shall take turns keeping watch. One will guard the gate while the other patrols the courtyard. Do not be careless. Zhang Hao instructed in a commanding voice. The two nodded in agreement, and after a brief discussion, Cheng Tai-im positioned himself at the entrance while Tai Mo Le began to circle the courtyard with his spear. Once the arrangements were made, Song Kursen joined Zhang Hao in the living room and said, "My dear, I have recently learned a flute piece with Pinger. Would you like to hear it?" Zhang Hao's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded in affirmation. He then settled down, savoring the delicacies meticulously prepared by Lu Tsuelan, while relishing the melodious notes of his wife's flute. Meanwhile, in the Rongqing County office, County Magistrate Fong received a personal letter from a messenger. The letter bore the inscription, to Fong Huazhi, County Magistrate of Rongqing. Signed, Chen Ziming, Chancellor of the Great Xia. Upon reading the envelope, Fong's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he quickly placed it on the desk, prostrating himself 3 times in reverence. As the highest local official, this was the first time he had received a personal letter from such a high-ranking court official since his own elevation to the position. How could he not be astonished? It is important to note that the Chancellor of the Great Xia was a figure of immense authority, second only to the Emperor. After perusing the contents of the letter, Fong's expression grew increasingly grave. After a long period of contemplation, he called out to the constable at the door. Quickly summoned County Lieutenant Shi and County Assistant Xie to discuss matters at the office. Once the constable departed, Fong closed the door, returned the letter to its envelope, and held it to the candle flame. The letter ignited swiftly in the firelight, and Fong's demeanor grew even more solemn and contemplative. It seemed that the only course of action was to recruit local volunteers and muster the young citizens to eradicate the bandits. Chapter 45. The bandits enter the village. Your humble servant pays respects to you, my lord. The two men received a summons and arrived at the official residence, kneeling in unison to pay their respects. The two officials, without the need for excessive formalities, took their seats to converse. As they spoke, Fong Huazhi gestured for the servant nearby to serve tea to the two men. They exchanged startled glances. After many years of serving in Rongqing County, this was the first time Magistrate Fong had permitted them to sit for a discussion. This could only indicate that something significant was at hand. After a moment of contemplation, they complied with the magistrate's command and seated themselves. Sir, may I inquire as to the purpose of summoning us? Xie Hoda was the first to speak. Fong Huazhi stroked his beard and replied solemnly, County Lieutenant Shi, regarding the bandit troubles in Yukingshan, what do you propose for their eradication? Shi Shaoong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Could it be that the provincial government was dispatching troops? With this thought, Shi Shaoong immediately rose, cupping his hands in salute. In response, my lord, I have previously sent men to survey the terrain. The Yukingshan area is bordered by the sea on 3 sides. If we were to launch an assault, we would have to break through from the tiger's mouth. A front line of over 100 men armed with shields could breach the bandit S-gates, followed by a fierce attack from our pikemen. Shi Shaoong grew increasingly animated as he spoke, confident that with 1,000 elite troops dispatched from the provincial government, the bandit stronghold could be easily crushed. Fong Huazhi nodded and continued, Xie County Chief, what are your thoughts on what County Lieutenant Shi has proposed? Upon hearing this, Xie Honda hastily stood and cupped his hands. My lord, I am not particularly knowledgeable in military affairs, but based on County Lieutenant Shi's account, I believe that with 1,000 elite soldiers, we can achieve a decisive victory. Fong Huazhi nodded again, rising to declare, in that case, County Lieutenant Shi, I hereby command you to organize the local militia from the villages, along with the 100 elite soldiers stationed in our county, to assemble a total of 2,000 men to eradicate the bandit stronghold in Yukingshan. County Chief Xie shall be responsible for assisting in the registration of personnel and logistical support. Initially, both men were filled with excitement, ready to showcase their skills, anticipating the arrival of elite troops to eliminate the bandit threat, thus enhancing their own records. However, Upon hearing Magistrate Fang's words, they were both taken aback. What did he mean by organizing the local militia? My lord, what about the provincial government? Shi Xiaoyong began, but Fang Huaiji interrupted him. Speaking in a grave tone, the elite troops from the provincial government are prepared, but the journey is long. I cannot bear to see the common folk suffer further bloodshed. If you two can handle this matter adeptly, I shall certainly speak favorably of you before the governor. Before either man could respond, Fang Huaiji continued, this matter is settled. Time is of the essence. You must go and prepare. I have many other affairs to attend to. With that, he approached the desk and began to write. The two men, recognizing the urgency, could say no more and responded in unison, we shall follow your orders. They then exited the official residence. Brother Shi, what do you think we should do? Xia Hongda inquired once they were outside. Shi Xiaorong sighed deeply, what can we do? We shall proceed as directed. Both men were troubled by the implications of their roles. According to the laws of the Great Xia, privately recruiting local militia was a grave offense punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. Yet, since the magistrate had issued his orders with such conviction, it must surely have received approval from higher authorities. Otherwise, he would not have committed such a fundamental error. However, the crux of the matter is that even if thousands of local militia were recruited, this battle could not be fought. Not to mention that these common folk have not undergone systematic training. Gathering them together cannot be equated with the elite troops of the court. They simply cannot form an effective fighting force. Even if every one of these civilians were courageous, what would they use to fight? Would they wield pitchforks and shovels? Despite the inner turmoil, one must still proceed with the task at hand. Returning to their respective offices, the two began to busy themselves. In the county magistrate's office. After the two departed, Fang Huaiji set down his brush, his expression growing increasingly grave. He was well aware of the sensitivity and severity of the situation. Yet, he was merely a 7th-rank official. A higher-ranking official could easily crush him, especially in these times when the hierarchy was so overwhelmingly vast. Faced with such circumstances, he could only inwardly lament. Oh, Minister Chun, I hope that what you have told me is spoken from the heart. Late at night, in Zhangjia village. Damn it. How have we searched so many households without finding a single grain? Lei Biao drew his long knife and swiftly ended the life of a kneeling villager, barking orders. They had just completed the autumn harvest, and having previously looted other villages, they had returned laden with spoils. As the hall master of King Feng's High, Lei Biao had earned the trust of the chieftain due to his recent performance. It was a time of rising fortunes. Today, descending the mountain to pillage Zhangjia village, he was confident he would return with a bountiful harvest. Yet, after visiting several households, he found not a morsel of grain. Let us go to the next house. After dispatching the villager, Lei Biao licked the blood from his blade and let out a sinister laugh, calling out loudly. With his shout, the group, each wielding their knives, marched forward into the village. Hallmaster Lei, that house up ahead looks promising. It surely has grain. A man named Kalami shouted as he ran towards them, brandishing a torch. The group turned to see a grand brick house, a stark contrast to the surrounding thatched cottages. Meanwhile, the patrol team organized by the village head had spotted the band of mountain bandits. However, seeing the overwhelming number of foes, they could only sneak back to report the situation to the village head. Old village head, I counted secretly. There are at least 18 or 19 bandits, each wielding large knives. What should we do? Old village head, these brutes kill without a second thought. Several households at the village entrance have already been slaughtered. We should just fight them. Fight. With what shall we fight? With hoes or pitchforks? They are armed with knives. Before the old village head could respond, a few individuals began to argue heatedly. The village head's expression grew serious. Their opponents were armed and formidable, arriving unexpectedly. Based on previous encounters in other villages, it was clear they could not confront these bandits head-on. Everyone quiet. The only course of action now is to quietly inform the villagers to leave the village and hide in the back mountains. Tomorrow, we shall go to the county office to report to the magistrate and request his assistance. Upon reflection, the village head suddenly interjected, raising his voice above the clamor. He was the most respected figure in Zhangjia village, and upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, each departing to carry out their tasks stealthily. Outside the courtyard of the brick house, Lei Biao kicked the courtyard gate open, and the group surged inside with haste. Zhang Maokai was sound asleep when he was abruptly awakened by a noise outside, and he couldn't help but curse at this hour of the night. Who dares to kick down Zhang's gate? Are they tired of living? As he muttered under his breath, he threw on a coat, rose from his bed, and opened the door. However, as soon as the door swung open, he froze in place. Chen, who lay in bed, was also roused by the commotion. Upon seeing Zhang Maokai getting up and cursing, she chimed in, "Who is this scoundrel? Old man, go teach him a lesson." Yet, noticing that Zhang Maokai stood motionless in the doorway, she inquired, "Old man, what's wrong? Who's out there?" As she spoke, Chen hurriedly put on her shoes and fastened her belt while making her way to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. Lei Biao cast a glance at the fallen Chen behind Zhang Maokai, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. He maintained his grip on the knife pressed against Zhang Maokai's neck and said cheerfully, "Old man, hand over your money and grain promptly, or I will take your life right here." Just as he finished speaking, Lei Biao suddenly inhaled sharply, bewildered by an unexpected odor, and exclaimed, "What in the world is that smell?" At that moment, the young Karami thrust a torch forward and shouted, "Leader Lei, someone has urinated." Lei Biao, taken aback, felt speechless and swiftly slapped the young Karami across the face, bellowing, "You better clarify who urinated." The young Karami, dazed from the blow, covered his face and stammered, "No, I misspoke. It was this old man who urinated." Zhang Maokai had never encountered such a scene. He trembled uncontrollably, and in a state of panic, he pleaded, "Spare me. Great King, spare me. Great King? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that? This old man called me Great King." Lei Biao burst into laughter, sharing a jovial moment with his companions. As they joined in the laughter, Lei Biao raised a hand, silencing them instantly, and turned his fierce gaze back to Zhang Maokai, declaring, "Did you hear what I said? Hurry up and hand over the money and grain." "Spare me, I have no money or grain." Zhang Maokai stuttered in reply. "What the hell? Is it my method that's wrong, or does my knife fail to convey the message?" Lei Biao found himself engulfed in self-doubt upon hearing Zhang Maokai's response. "Old man, I have the knife at your throat. How can you say that? Don't play tricks on me. Be quick about it. I have limited patience." With that, Lei Biao pressed the blade a bit harder, causing a trickle of blood to seep from Zhang Maokai's neck. Were it not for the sharp pain radiating through his mind, Zhang Maokai would have fainted from terror. In a moment of desperation, he stammered, "Great King, I wouldn't dare deceive you. The villagers sold all their grain to Zhang Hao at the village entrance. He is the wealthiest man in our village." Chapter 46. The bandits attack the courtyard wealthiest man? Lei Biao's interest was piqued as he grinned slyly. "Old man, take us to this Zhang Hao's house right now. If you dare to deceive me, I will first drown you and then slit your throat." Zhang Maokai nodded repeatedly, and at Lei Biao's gesture, everyone followed Zhang Maokai towards the foot of the mountain on the other side of the village. Brother, Zhang Hao, who had been sound asleep, was abruptly awakened by the knocking of Cheng Taidan at the door. "My dear, is something amiss?" Song Kursen yawned, her eyes still closed. Zhang Hao kissed Song Kursen gently and replied softly, "Taidan is knocking outside. You continue to rest while I check the situation." Song Kursen pursed her lips and turned to her side, drifting back into slumber. Zhang Hao's lips curled slightly as he rose from the bed, opened the door quietly, and called out, "Taidan, is there something happening outside?" As he spoke, Zhang Hao closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Cheng Taidan followed closely behind, speaking as they walked. "Brother, a neighbor just informed me that bandits have entered the village and are pillaging on the other side. They will likely reach us soon. The village chief suggests we retreat to the mountains for safety." "Retreat? Am I, Zhang Hao, a coward? I fear not for my life, but rather for the treasures within these walls to be plundered." Zhang Hao inquired as he continued down the stairs. "Did that person mention how many bandits there are?" Cheng Taidan hesitated and then shook his head. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes in response and said, "Our courtyard walls are quite high. They cannot easily breach them. You and Taimol, quickly prepare your weapons, just in case." Cheng Taidan, initially worried that Zhang Hao might insist on fleeing with the villagers, felt invigorated by his words and nodded vigorously, grabbing an axe and heading towards the door. Hao Liangkai and his family, hearing the commotion, emerged from their room. "Young master, is there a problem?" Noticing this, Zhang Hao instructed Taimol to fetch a knife and handed it to Hao Liangkai, saying sternly, "Liangkai, the bandits may come to rob us. Take this knife and be ready to respond." Hao Liangkai accepted the knife and nodded at Zhang Hao. However, Lu Zuolan and Gao Ping appeared pale with fear. "Zuolan, take Pinger upstairs to stay with the young mistress. Do not come down without my word." Zhang Hao glanced at the two before continuing. After they nodded in agreement, Lu Zuolan took Gao Ping to Zhang Hao's main room. At that moment, indistinct noises of commotion began to drift in from outside. Zhang Hao climbed onto the roof of the house, peering into the distance. In Zhangjia village, a long line of villagers holding torches approached slowly from afar, resembling a winding fire dragon. As Zhang Hao observed, he meticulously counted 9, 10, 11. When the procession drew near, the elderly leader at the forefront caused Zhang Hao's heart to race. Goodness! Zhang Mokai. So this fellow is a traitor. In that moment, Zhang Hao was filled with a seething anger, his teeth grinding audibly. The procession halted outside Zhang Hao's courtyard. Zhang Maokai pointed to the imposing courtyard gate and whispered, "My lord, this is Zhang Hao's home. May I take my leave now?" Upon seeing the towering gate before him, Lei Biao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. I was utterly astonished to discover such a wealthy household nestled within the mountains of Rongqing County. It seems this evening may bring me considerable fortune. I could already envision the delighted expressions of the village chief and the two heads of families upon seeing the treasures I had brought back. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Lei Biao called out to his companion, "Karami, you, go and kick the door open for me." Karami understood the command and swiftly approached the door, assuming a stance, and with all his might, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Ouch! A tremendous sound reverberated, followed by Karami's anguished cry. Another Karami rushed forward to check on him, then shook his head and informed Lei Biao, "Master Lei, his leg is broken." Startled, Lei Biao dismounted his horse and exclaimed, "What? No, wait, it's Chun-san whose leg is broken." Ignoring the other Karami, Lei Biao proceeded to inspect the door. After a thorough examination, he lightly scraped his knife against the door, producing a sharp sound of metal scraping. Good heavens! It's iron, concealed on the roof. Zhang Hao observed the commotion below with a bemused smile. "Look at these fools. This is a solid iron door I purchased at great expense. I doubt even a car could budge it, yet they think they can kick it down." Meanwhile, at the door, Chung Taidan and Tai Mol had already assumed a stance, their eyes fixed on Zhang Hao, displaying an impatient demeanor. Zhang Hao merely shook his head and gestured with his palm, indicating them to remain calm. "Listen up inside. If you know what's good for you, come out with your money and provisions. Otherwise, I want to hold back," Lei Biao shouted from outside. "Big brother, allow me to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." Chung Taidan could no longer contain himself and yelled at Zhang Hao on the roof. Zhang Hao descended and addressed the two. "There are about 20 strong men outside. We are outnumbered, so let us not act impulsively. If they manage to break in, we can retaliate then. Hey, big brother, it's just 20 men. I can take one down with each axe swing. It will be like cutting through vegetables." "Shut your mouth. Are you going to listen to me or not?" Before Chung Taidan could finish, Zhang Hao's expression hardened as he admonished him sternly. Seeing Zhang Hao's anger, Chung Taidan pouted but replied with a grin, "Hee. I'll heed big brother's advice for everyone that comes in. I'll take one down for you." Lei Biao, hearing the murmurs from within and noticing the door remained shut, glanced around at the several-meter-high courtyard walls and instructed a few Karami nearby, "You lot, circle the courtyard and see if there's a low spot." The Karami nodded and promptly dashed off to either side. "Listen up inside. If you bring out the money and provisions now, I may spare your lives. But if I have to come in, none of you will survive. Think carefully." In response to Lei Biao's shouts, Zhang Hao merely smiled faintly. "You can shout as much as you like. I have no intention of going out." He then whispered a few words to Gao Liangkai, who looked taken aback for a moment before nodding and quickly leaving the doorway. Not long after, Gao Liangkai and Lu Tsuelan brought a table and several chairs to place at the entrance of the house and opened a few boxes of self-heating hot pot. Zhang Hao sat in the center, gesturing for everyone to come and sample the food. Outside, Lei Biao and his companions were shouting with enthusiasm when suddenly a rich aroma wafted into the courtyard, tantalizing their senses and causing their mouths to water. Goodness! After running around all day, Lei Biao and his crew were famished. The enticing scent intensified their hunger. Unable to resist, Lei Biao peeked through the crack in the door and caught sight of Zhang Hao devouring a large piece of beef brisket. To add to his irritation, it seemed Zhang Hao was aware of Lei Biao's clandestine observation, as he chewed with a knowing smile directed at him. Enraged, Lei Biao erupted, grabbing his long knife and began to slash furiously at the door. The blade scraped against the iron gate, sending sparks flying. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. This is infuriating." As he continued to chop, he huffed and puffed in frustration. Just then, a Karami approached, calling out loudly, "Leader Lei." Weivyi looked around, and the courtyard is surrounded by walls several meters high. If we want to get in, we'll need to find a ladder. Upon hearing this, Lei Biao ceased his assault, suppressing his anger as he replied, "Let us go find a ladder nearby." You lot stay here and keep watch." With that, he mounted his horse and rode off with a group of Karami into the village. Zhang Hao, hearing the sounds of departure, set down his bowl and climbed onto the roof to take a glance. Outside, 7 or 8 Karami remained, but the leader had taken a group into the village in search of a ladder. A surge of joy filled Zhang Hao's heart. He quickly whispered to Cheng Taiden and Tai Mol, "There are still a few people outside. You two go and deal with them." Elated by the command, the two hurriedly set down their hot pot, flung open the door, and charged out with a shout. At that moment, Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and placed 3 orders. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 nearby Karami had barely registered what was happening when they were knocked unconscious by 3 large wrenches that suddenly fell from above. "Wow. The effect is remarkable," Zhang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he surveyed the 3 fallen figures and the wrenches on the ground. With Lei Biao gone, the remaining Karami were no match for the 2 formidable fighters, especially since Zhang Hao had already incapacitated 3 of them. In a matter of moments, the remaining 5 were swiftly defeated by the duo. "Ha! What a thrill!" they both shouted in unison, sharing a triumphant smile before turning back to the courtyard and securely locking the gate once more. Chapter 47. Direct confrontation thanks to the timely organization by Zhang Lichang. While Lei Biao and Zhang Hao were at a standoff, the majority of the villagers had secretly departed from Zhangjia village and taken refuge in a cave in the back mountains. Zhang Maokai led the band of mountain bandits to the entrance of Zhang Hao's courtyard. Throughout, Lei Biao did not utter a word to him. His mind solely focused on how to breach the courtyard's defenses. The nearby Karami were equally indifferent to the old man, for they were all there to seize riches and supplies, showing little interest in him. Noticing the lack of attention, Zhang Maokai took advantage of the encroaching darkness to stealthily slip to the back of the crowd. As the enticing aroma of food wafted from within Zhang Hao's courtyard, he seized the moment, unnoticed by the bandits, and deftly rolled into a ditch by the roadside. Time passed, and from within the ditch, Zhang Maokai seemed to hear sounds of a skirmish. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to peek outside, discovering that the area was deserted. He quickly climbed out of the ditch and sprinted toward the village outskirts. Meanwhile, Lei Biao and his men searched frantically, eventually locating a few ladders and hastily returning. "Leader Lei, trouble? The brothers at the entrance are all dead," a breathless Karami exclaimed as he rushed in front of Lei Biao. Lei Biao was taken aback. What happened? Could it be that Zhang Hao is a formidable opponent? In his confusion, Lei Biao led his men, ladders in tow, to the courtyard. Of the 8 Karami left behind, aside from 3 in a corner, the other 5 exhibited gruesome fates, with 2 of them in a particularly disheveled state. The nature of their wounds suggested they had fallen victim to axe blows and spear thrusts. Was there more than one skilled fighter within the courtyard? As Lei Biao pondered this, a Karami approached, clutching a large wrench. "Leader Lei, we found this in front of our fallen brothers." "What is this?" Lei Biao inquired, taking the wrench with curiosity. "I'm not sure. It appears to be a heavy iron object, weighing several pounds. Could it be some sort of concealed weapon?" The Karami replied. A concealed weapon? Lei Biao, seasoned in the ways of the world, had encountered various hidden arms, darts, needles, and flying knives, but had never before seen an iron object of such weight used as a weapon. "Put it away for now. Quickly set up the ladders. I intend to confront Zhang Hao," Lei Biao shouted as he handed the wrench back to the Karami. The Karami nodded and hastily called for the others to bring the ladders. "Leader, the wall is too high. The ladders are insufficient in length. What shall we do?" Fuming, Lei Biao snapped. "Are you all devoid of sense? If they are too short, can't you simply tie 2 together?" The Karami, struck by the sudden slap, spun around several times before timidly covering his face and stammering, "Yes, yes. Quickly, let us bind the 2 ladders together." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao remained concealed atop the roof of the gatehouse, his heart racing at the sight of the bandits attempting to scale the wall. There were still 10 or so mountain bandits outside. Should they all manage to infiltrate the courtyard, chaos would ensue, endangering both himself and the woman above. Given the prowess of his 2 guards, if they charged out to confront the intruders, perhaps they could hold their ground. No, they must not be allowed to breach the courtyard. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Hao addressed the 2 individuals behind the door, open the door and charge out. "Slay these mountain bandits." Understood," replied Cheng Taiden and Tai Molu, their voices brimming with excitement upon receiving Zhang Hao's command. Just as the bandits had secured their ladders, they were startled by the sudden opening of the grand door, revealing a burly man emerging from within. The man wielded a pair of hefty axes, his face adorned with a thick beard and under the glow of the flames. The muscles on his chest gleamed with a dark luster. Once he had taken his stance, another towering figure appeared behind him, brandishing a gleaming spear. As the duo emerged, Lei Biao was immediately reminded of the wounds inflicted upon his comrades left guarding the entrance. Unable to suppress his fury, he shouted, "Damn it! Were my brothers slain by you two? I was just about to avenge them. Now that you've come out, you've saved me the trouble. Prepare to pay with your lives." As he yelled, Lei Biao swung his long knife and lunged towards Cheng Taidan. Come at me." Cheng Taidan grinned, raising his axe to meet the attack. The clash of metal rang out as the knife and axe collided, sparks flying. Lei Biao felt a numbness in his hands, nearly losing grip of his blade. Cheng Taidan was also jolted back several paces before regaining his footing. "Well, you certainly have some skill," they both thought, realizing they faced a formidable opponent and needed to remain vigilant. At that moment, a throng of Karami warriors surrounding Lei Biao responded, charging forward with their knives drawn. Tai Amola bellowed and surged into the fray. Zhang Hao, observing the chaotic melee from his concealed position atop the roof, wished to assist yet hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently harm his own allies. Amidst the scuffle, a Karami, spotting a gap in the open door, attempted to sneak in with a blade, hoping to take advantage of the confusion. However, as soon as one foot crossed the threshold, a brick unexpectedly struck him on the forehead. Bang! Ouch! With a cry of anguish and the sound of breaking brick, the Karami collapsed to the ground. "Foolish child, attempting to ambush me in my domain. You should know the prowess of Zhang Hao in such matters." Zhang Hao, holding his phone, bore a barely perceptible smile. The quality of these bricks is rather poor. They shatter so easily. Yet, at merely a few cents, they are far cheaper than a wrench." The struggle between Lei Biao and Cheng Taidan continued, neither side gaining the upper hand after numerous exchanges. However, witnessing his comrades fall one by one to the towering figure wielding a spear filled Lei Biao with urgency. Realizing victory was out of reach, he feigned an attack and leapt out of the fray. Without waiting for Cheng Taidan to react, he shouted, "Retreat." As he called out, Lei Biao hastened to his horse, leaping onto it and galloping away with a swift squeeze of his legs. The Karami, hearing the leader's command, followed suit, scattering in all directions. "Hey, don't run. I'm not done with you yet," Cheng Taidan shouted, preparing to pursue. "Taidan," Zhang Hao called out urgently, descending swiftly from the roof to intercept the two. "We are outnumbered. Do not pursue. Our home still holds the vulnerable." Two individuals nodded, sheathing their weapons and surveying the scene. Including the one whom Zhang Hao had dispatched with a brick at the entrance, they had eliminated 5 foes this time. After such an arduous engagement, everyone was fatigued and hastened to return for some much-needed rest to replenish their strength, lest the bandits return with reinforcements. As he spoke, Zhang Hao entered the courtyard, gesturing for Gao Liangkai to drag the deceased bandit outside. Gao Liangkai, being a man of letters and of advanced age, was not skilled in combat, yet he remained undaunted, clutching a knife and standing guard at the entrance. Upon receiving Zhang Hao's command, he promptly set down his weapon and moved to the door to drag the bandit out. Once everyone reconvened in the courtyard and secured the gate, Zhang Hao ascended directly to the second floor of the main house, making his way to his bedroom. As Zhang Hao descended the stairs, Song Kurson awoke and, upon seeing Lu Tsolan and Gao Ping ascend to discuss the events, the three stood anxiously by the second-floor window, observing everything at the entrance. However, the distance to the gate and the encroaching darkness hindered their view. "My lord, are you injured?" Upon his return, Song Kurson hurried forward, scrutinizing Zhang Hao with concern. "What sort of man do you think your husband is? How could he possibly be harmed by such petty bandits?" Zhang Hao reclined on the bed, responding loudly. Lu Tsuelan and her daughter, upon seeing Zhang Hao return, bowed and quietly exited. Song Kurson nodded to them and continued, "Thank the heavens for your safe return, my lord. You must be utterly exhausted." As she spoke, she sat by the bedside and began to massage his shoulders. "Thank the heavens? My triumph over the bandits is solely due to my own valor and intellect. It has nothing to do with divine intervention. My dear, you cannot fathom it. I fought barehanded against 4 or 5 bandits," Zhang Hao said, eyes closed, relishing the moment. Defeating 4 or 5 barehanded. From the vantage of the second floor, Zhang Hao had remained hidden on the roof of the gatehouse, only descending to assess the situation after the bandits had fled. Although the view was not entirely clear, Song Kurson could discern her husband's figure. "How impressive you are, my lord," she replied with a smile, continuing her massage. The confrontation with the bandits had occurred in the dead of night, and after an exhausting ordeal, Zhang Hao soon succumbed to slumber. Hearing his rhythmic breathing, Song Kurson gently removed his shoes and socks, tucked him under the covers, and lay down beside him. The villagers of Jiangsuan remained hidden in the cave until dawn broke. And upon hearing no further commotion from the village, they gradually descended the mountain. Upon returning to the village entrance with Zhang Lichang, they were taken aback by the scene before Zhang Hao's home, rendered speechless and hesitant to advance any further. "Old village chief, I shall take a look," Zhang Xinguang said. Realizing that Zhang Hao's family had not entered the mountains the previous night, the sight before him stirred an unsettling feeling within, prompting him to address Zhang Lichang. Nodding in response, Zhang Lichang encouraged Zhang Xinguang, who steeled himself and cautiously approached the entrance. At the entrance, numerous bodies lay sprawled in disarray, a scene too grim to articulate. The gate of the courtyard bore numerous gashes from slashing blows, indicating that the previous night's battle had been exceedingly fierce. However, as Zhang Xinguang scanned his surroundings, he found no familiar faces among the fallen. Judging by their attire, it was evident that they were all members of Niu Qingshan's bandits. Not spotting Zhang Hao among the corpses, Zhang Xinguang felt a sense of relief and approached the gate, gently knocking a few times. "Who is it?" A robust voice echoed from within, responding to the knocks. Zhang Xinguang cleared his throat and called out, "It is I, Zhang Xinguang, the neighbor of Zhang Hao." The door creaked open slightly, revealing a dark head peering out. After glancing around, the figure smiled and said, "Ah, it is the young master's neighbor. Please, come in." With that, the door swung fully open. Zhang Xinguang nodded to the group of villagers led by Zhang Lichang in the distance before stepping into the courtyard. Young master, Zhang Xinguang has arrived," Iron Mole exclaimed, leading Zhang Xinguang toward the main house. Concerned about the bandit situation, Zhang Hao had already risen early. Upon hearing the shout, he emerged from his room into the courtyard. "Ah, it is Xinguang. Did anything happen at your home last night?" he inquired, hastening toward them. "Last night, our family took refuge in the mountains with the village chief. Fortunately, we encountered no danger," Zhang Xinguang replied, his brow furrowed with curiosity. "I observed that there was a fierce struggle outside. Is everyone in your family unscathed?" Zhang Hao smiled, his lips curling upward as he nodded. "These bandits were easily defeated. We managed to kill several of them, and the rest fled." Outside, seeing the area secure, Zhang Lichang approached with the villagers. After surveying the scene, he grasped the gravity of the previous night's events. He gestured for a few villagers to tidy up the entrance while he swiftly entered the courtyard. After learning about the events of the night before, Zhang Lichang smiled and said, "Xiao Hao, you have done a tremendous service for everyone, not only the village, but even the county magistrate will surely reward you handsomely for this." As he spoke, he urged Zhang Xinguang to hurry to the county office to share the good news. Understanding the urgency, Zhang Xinguang quickly exited, borrowed an ox cart from a villager, and set off toward the county town with several others. Just as Zhang Hao was conversing with Zhang Lichang, a villager rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Old chief, everyone has returned home. We counted and found 13 bandit corpses at Zhang Hao's doorstep. 5 villagers were killed, and 1 is missing." Zhang Lichang's brow furrowed in concern as he asked urgently, "Villagers have died. Who are the deceased?" The villager promptly recited the names of the 5 who perished, adding, "Zhang Maokai is missing." Upon hearing this, a wave of shock swept over the group. Last night, after Zhang Maokai fled, he had been too frightened to return home and instead had run along a small path into the distance. He thought to himself, "I must run as far away as possible. I will return once this situation has settled." Unfortunately, his luck was dire. After running for a while, he heard a group pursuing him from behind. In a state of panic, coupled with exhaustion from a night of turmoil, I lost my footing and fell to the ground. Before I could rise, a group approached. To my dismay, it was none other than Lei Biao, who was galloping on horseback. Suddenly noticing movement ahead, he hastily reined in his steed. Upon drawing closer, Lei Biao dismounted with agility and came forward to investigate. "Damn it, it's you, old thief. You led us to that cursed place, causing the loss of so many of my brothers." As he shouted, Lei Biao seized Zhang Maokai and hoisted him up. Just as Zhang Maokai attempted to rise and flee, he was yanked up by Lei Biao. Looking up, he recognized the very bandit chief who had previously brandished a knife at his throat. Instantly, terror gripped him, and a warm sensation spread from his loins as he fainted. As Lei Biao finished his tirade, he was suddenly reminded of that familiar scent. After inhaling a few deep breaths, his face contorted in disgust. "Damn it. Encountering you has brought me nothing but misfortune. How much have you drunk?" "So much urine," he lamented while disdainfully tossing Zhang Maokai back to the ground. Lord Lei. At that moment, the remaining Karamis rushed forward, calling out to him in unison. Seeing this, Lei Biao nodded and instructed the nearby Karamis. We've suffered a great setback today, all because of this old man. Take him back to Qifengjai. Chapter 49. The hero against bandits just as dawn broke. Lei Biao led the remaining few to the entrance of the Tiger's Mouth, the main gate of Qifengjai. Having run through most of the night and after the fierce battle, the group was utterly fatigued and appeared disheveled. Riding his black horse, Lei Biao arrived at the gate and bellowed, "Open the door." Upon hearing his voice, the Karamis on the gate looked down and, recognizing him as Lord Lei, urgently called to those guarding the entrance, "Lord Lei has returned. Quickly, open the door." As the gates swung open, the group hurried into Qifengjai. The remaining Karamis, utterly spent, collapsed into a heap as soon as they entered, falling into a deep slumber. Observing this, Lei Biao sighed heavily and addressed the Karamis at the gate. "Lock this old man up first. I must see the Zhai master." With that, he tightened his legs and galloped into the compound on his black horse. Crossing through the Tiger's Mouth of Nyoqing Mountain, the landscape opened up before him. A vast plain lay beyond. This plain was surrounded by the sea on three sides, north, east, and south, while the only land connection to the west was blocked by Nyoqing Mountain, forming a natural barrier, akin to a secluded paradise. To the east of the plain lay a long mountain range, adjacent to the western side of Nyoqing Mountainous Plain, while the eastern side plunged into the sea, creating a lengthy cliff that kept the fierce sea winds at bay. Riding towards the coastal cliffs, Lei Biao was greeted by numerous patrolling Karamis along the way, who acknowledged him and made way. At the Grand Hall of Qifengjai, a voice announced, reporting, "I bring word to the Zhai master. Lord Lei Biao requests an audience." The leader of the stronghold, Zhang Hao, was engaged in a convivial gathering with the second leader, Lu Xiangshan, and the third leader, Yan Ling, when a messenger hurriedly approached to deliver news. "Oh, Lei Biao has returned triumphant. Allow him to enter," Zhang Hao exclaimed, setting down his cup with delight. No sooner had he spoken than Lei Biao strode in, and upon seeing the three leaders, he hastily knelt in reverence. "I, Lei Biao of the Qingmu Hall, pay my respects to the three leaders." Zhang Hao nodded and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Pray tell, how much grain did you bring back from your expedition?" With his head bowed and a heavy sigh escaping his lips, Lei Biao stammered, "Alas, on this journey, I encountered formidable opponents, and not only did I fail to procure any supplies, but I also lost several brothers." Upon hearing Lei Biao's words, Zhang Hao was taken aback, his smile evaporating instantly. "You worthless fool! What kind of formidable opponent could possibly dwell in a mere village like Zhangjia? They are but simple villagers. As the hall master, how can you be bested by such a trivial place? What use are you to us? Someone, take this useless wretch away and execute him." Brother, please quell your rage. We are well aware of Lei Biao's capabilities. He would not have succumbed to mere villagers so easily," Lu Xiangshan interjected urgently, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Indeed, brother is correct. Judging by Lei Biao's disheveled state, he must have encountered a true challenge. I am curious to see what kind of experts could possibly reside in a village like Zhangjia. I shall go and confront them to avenge our brothers." Yan Ling declared as she rose, "Dear sister, do not be hasty. It would be wise to ascertain the full situation before making any decisions," Lu Xiangshan advised. Suppressing his fury, Zhang Hao gestured for the two to sit and, with a measured tone, asked, "Lei Biao, please recount the events of last night in detail." Lei Biao quickly nodded and recounted the events of the previous night. "What? Two mere ruffians bested you so thoroughly? Hall Master Lei, you must be lacking in skill. Were I in your position, I would have chosen to end my own life rather than return in such disgrace," Yan Ling remarked, her curiosity piqued. "By my grandmother. What a humiliation! As the master of Qifeng Stronghold, since aligning with my brother at Nyoqing Mountain, I have never endured such a disgrace in all my years of plunder. Not only have I suffered defeat, but now I am the subject of ridicule by this woman. I cannot fathom how my brother could permit a woman to lead. Yet the evidence was undeniable. They had suffered defeat, and what could be done now?" The more Lei Biao contemplated the situation, the angrier he became. In a moment of desperation, he raised his blade to his own throat. Quick as a flash, Lu Xiangshan flicked his fingers, sending a stone flying that struck the back of Lei Biao's hand, causing him to stumble and drop the blade to the ground. "You fool! To consider ending your life at the first sign of adversity is a grave insult to Song Ji's years of guidance," Lu Xiangshan chastised. "Second leader, I," Lei Biao stammered, clutching his injured hand, his face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Had he not been lacking in skill? He could have simply practiced harder after such a setback. It was hardly a grave matter. You are right, second leader. I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Lei Biao replied, shamefacedly lifting his gaze to meet Zhang Hai's approving nod before bowing to the three leaders and exiting the hall. Brother, I shall swiftly go and behead that Zhang Hao, presenting his severed head as reparation for our fallen brothers. After Lei Biao departed, Yanling could no longer contain her emotions and rose to speak. For many years, Qingfeng's stronghold had never endured such indignity. Being bullied by a mere local landlord from a mountain village, Zhang Hai was acutely aware of Lei Biao's capabilities. While he might seem inconsequential before the three siblings, he was more than capable of handling a robust villager. If Lei Biao's words held any truth, that brutish black charcoal would likely prove no match for him. It was primarily out of compassion for their brothers that he had retreated in haste. Noticing Yanling's fervor for revenge, Zhang Hai pondered for a moment and said, Sister, take Lei Biao along with 30 more brothers, and bring me back the head of that Zhang Hao. I refuse to take that good-for-nothing with me. Brother, we need not so many. How much prowess can a mere local landlord possess? You shall await my good news, Yanling retorted. Flipping her braid and striding out of the great hall, Zhang Hai and Lu Xiangxing were confident in Yanling's abilities, and upon hearing her words, they did not deter her. They merely exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. This Yanling is still as hot-tempered as ever. Descending from Mount Tianling, Yanling summoned a few trusted confidants, mounted swift steeds, and galloped towards Zhangjia village. At the Rongqing County office, Fang Huaji's heart leaped with joy upon hearing Zhang Xinguang's account. Over the years, even the county's finest troops had not achieved such remarkable victories. This Zhang Hao had not only repelled bandits with the aid of his household guards, but had also slain over a dozen men. Contemplating this, Fang Huaji rose and declared, Prepare the ink. He then inscribed the characters hero against bandits on a sheet of paper brought by a servant. As the current recruitment of local heroes was crucial, it was imperative to reward Zhang Hao generously and establish him as a paragon for all. You shall personally make a journey to Zhangjia village, he instructed, nodding thoughtfully as he scrutinized the characters. Curious about the events from the previous night, Shi Shaolong hastily clasped his hands and replied, I shall obey your command. Once prepared, Shi Shaolong had the county magistrate's inscription crafted into a plaque and, accompanied by a procession, set off towards Zhangjia village, beating drums and sounding gongs. Chapter 50. Shi County officer to the rescue in Zhangjia village. After Zhang Lichang and the villagers cleared the corpses from the courtyard, they returned home to await news from Zhang Xinguang. Zhang Hao, enjoying a rare moment of peace, spoke gently to his wife after concluding a transaction with a city cart driver. My dear, your flute playing earlier was truly enchanting. Might you grace me with another performance? Seeing her husband delighted by her music, Song Kursin eagerly nodded and replied sweetly, Please wait a moment, my dear. I shall fetch the bamboo flute and play for you. Before long, the melodious sound of the flute filled the courtyard. Zhang Hao reclined in a chair in the hall, savoring delicacies while relishing the music. Zhang Hao, come forth and present yourself. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. As Song Kursin sang, a sudden shout startled her, causing her to nearly drop the bamboo flute in her hand. Do not be alarmed, my dear. I shall step outside to ascertain the situation, Zhang Hao declared, rising to stride toward the courtyard. Brother, there is a woman on horseback outside, accompanied by several others, hurling insults at our door. Should I go and deal with her? Cheng Taidan exclaimed, rushing to Zhang Hao's side, his eyes wide with fervor as he brandished the axe in his hand. A woman? Zhang Hao, perplexed, ascended the roof to gaze outside. Before the entrance, he beheld a woman clad in red, seated atop a white steed, brandishing twin butterfly knives and vociferously berating them. Hey, over here, Zhang Hao called out, gesturing toward her from the rooftop. Yanling paused, taking a few steps back to glance upwards. Who are you, woman? And why do you dare to insult others at my doorstep? Zhang Hao inquired. Are you Zhang Hao? Before you meet your end, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yanling, the third chief of the Qingfeng gang from Nyoqing Mountain. Be wise and come out to face your demise, lest I be compelled to act, she retorted, having not anticipated Zhang Hao's presence atop the roof. Goodness, this fierce woman appears rather attractive, yet her tongue is most unrefined. The chief of a bandit gang, is it? How bold of a woman to dare to commit robbery and murder in broad daylight. It seems the law here is rather lax. However, how formidable can a woman truly be? Zhang Hao mused, observing the few companions she brought along. He turned to the two men at the entrance and declared, that fierce woman outside is a bandit. Whoever among you can capture her shall be rewarded with her as a prize. Ching Taidan and Taimol exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement as they hastily cupped their hands in acknowledgement and rushed out, armed and eager. Black charcoal, just watch me this time, Taimol declared, recalling how he had only dispatched a few weaklings the previous night without encountering any true fighters. Seeing Taimol's eagerness for glory, Cheng Taidan refrained from holding him back and instead stood behind him as support. Upon witnessing a towering figure armed with a spear approach, Yin Ling dismounted gracefully, a smile gracing her lips. I do not slay nameless fools. You, the black giant before me, state your name. With that, she gestured for her companions to withdraw. Intending to teach this oaf a lesson, Taimol, momentarily taken aback, shouted, I'll have you know my grandmother Eslake, and charged at her with his spear. Ah, so you disregard the rules of the martial world? Very well, I shall teach you a lesson for your impoliteness, Yin Ling replied with a smirk, drawing her butterfly knives to confront him. Initially thinking that her longer weapons would easily allow her to lift this man, she soon found herself up close, where Taimol could not effectively wield his spear. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Despite his efforts to block with the spear's haft, he sustained 3 wounds from her knives in the blink of an eye. Observing Taimol falter, Cheng Taidan reacted swiftly, calling out as he rushed to assist. Instantly, the 3 stood together in confrontation. Zhang Hao was taken aback by the agility of the woman. Despite Cheng Taidan's relentless attacks, Yin Ling effortlessly dodged and countered with remarkable precision. You possess considerable strength, but alas, your speed leaves much to be desired. Have you had your fill of play? Allow me to introduce you to the taste of my butterfly knife, she chuckled lightly while evading his strikes. With a swift motion, a cut was inflicted on Cheng Taidan's thigh, causing blood to flow. Both combatants gritted their teeth against the pain, valiantly defending themselves. As the rounds progressed, their movements grew increasingly labored. This woman is quite formidable, thought Zhang Hao, anxiously observing the unfolding struggle and seeking an opportunity. Take this, he shouted, launching a brick towards Yin Ling's head. With remarkable quickness, she raised her butterfly knife and cleaved the brick in 2, causing it to fall harmlessly to the ground. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, Yin Ling felt a tingle in her arm, nearly losing her grip on the knife. Zhang Hao was equally surprised by her agility, realizing that amidst the chaos, she had managed to thwart his ambush. Let us see how many you can deflect. With that thought, he furiously tapped on his phone. In an instant, a barrage of bricks rained down upon Yin Ling, realizing the imminent danger. She prudently leaped out of the fray, dodging left and right. Well, you are indeed skilled. None of these bricks can touch you, she remarked, observing the situation with a mix of admiration and disbelief as Cheng Taidan and Taimol stood astonished by Zhang Hao's rapid dexterity. However, just as Zhang Hao was in the throes of his onslaught, a spinning circle suddenly appeared on his screen. Stuck? No, the signal is poor. Damn it. At such a critical moment, the network provider has chosen to fail me. In a panic, he raised his phone high, swaying it left and right in search of a signal. Noticing the absence of further bricks flying her way, Yin Ling exhaled deeply and looked up. What on earth is he doing up there? She wondered, seeing Zhang Hao above, wildly gesticulating. Dismissing him, Yin Ling took a deep breath and charged once more at the 2 men. Startled, they immediately prepared to defend themselves. At that moment, a procession from the county town appeared at the village entrance, clanging gongs and beating drums, creating a lively atmosphere. Shi Shaoang, who had been contemplating how to approach Zhang Hao later, suddenly spotted the trio engaged in a fierce battle in front of Zhang Hao's courtyard. He also noticed someone on the roof, seemingly dancing. As an officer, Shi Shaoyang instinctively drew his twin cudgels and rushed forward. From his elevated position, Zhang Hao recognized a figure in official attire charging towards them. He shouted, "Officer, that woman is a bandit from Yo Qinshan." Upon spotting the armed men standing behind her, Shi Shaoyang immediately recognized their attire as that of the bandits encountered during a previous campaign. His eyes blazing with fury, he bellowed, "There is nowhere for the bandits to run," and swung his cudgel with such force that it sliced through the air with a resounding crack. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Ling was taken aback, swiftly raising her dual blades to defend herself. Bang! The force of the impact caused her arms to tremble violently, and the ensuing agony made her feel as though her limbs might detach from her body, compelling her to involuntarily retreat several meters. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she looked up to see a man clad in official attire approaching, and a sense of dread washed over her. Without hesitation, she mounted her horse and galloped towards the edge of the village. What the hell? The third village chief is fleeing? Realizing this, Karami and the others also took off in a hurry. Stone Xiaoyong sensed the urgency and hurriedly turned to dash towards his horse. However, upon mounting, he quickly discovered that the bandits had already made their escape. With a heavy sigh, he dismounted and called out, "Who was Zhang Hao?" Chapter 51. The courage of the 10 villages of Nyangyang Mountain. Indeed, the might of the officials was formidable. As Zhang Hao waved his arms, having just found a signal, the female bandits swiftly fled upon the arrival of the soldiers. Just as he caught his breath, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Ding. Order placed successfully. Ding. Order placed successfully. What the hell? Network latency. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a multitude of bricks began to rain down at the entrance of the courtyard. Watch out, officer. With Zhang Hao's urgent warning, the airborne bricks came crashing down upon Stone Xiaoyong's head. It's over. Instinctively, Zhang Hao closed his eyes. Seeing this, Stone Xiaoyong hastily reached for his twin hammers at his waist. Huh? Where are my weapons? Turning around, he realized that his hammers had been left on his saddle after the fight had concluded, and he had not brought them along. The thought crossed his mind, but it was too late to evade. In a moment of desperation, he raised his hands to shield himself. Crack, 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 with the sounds echoing around him. Zhang Hao gathered his courage and cautiously opened his eyes to glance below. Incredible. He is chopping the bricks like a seasoned fighter. As the sounds continued, Stone Xiaoyong unleashed his palms like the wind, slicing the incoming bricks in half. While dodging, he swiftly retreated, managing to leap out of the fray in no time. Hey up there, you come down. While others were fighting, you were dancing up there, and now that I come to your aid, you dare to strike me. Stone Xiaoyong bellowed in anger. Ah, no. A misunderstanding, my lord, a misunderstanding. The brick basket was placed too close, and I inadvertently knocked it over. Zhang Hao explained as he descended from the rooftop. Recalling the purpose of his visit, Stone Xiaoyong quelled his inner rage and called out. Which one of you is Zhang Hao? I am the county officer of Rongqing, sent by the magistrate to commend the hero who resisted the bandits. At that moment, the team had arrived at the entrance, with 2 constables carrying a plaque, standing beside Stone Xiaoyong. I am Zhang Hao. You are Zhang Hao. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Stone Xiaoyong's expression turned incredulous, as images of Zhang Hao dancing on the rooftop flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow. A hero resisting bandits, yet dancing? Cough, cough. Straightening his attire, Stone Xiaoyong cleared his throat and proclaimed, Zhang Hao, heed my command. Gao Liang tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve. Exchanging a meaningful glance, Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, wondering what it meant. However, upon witnessing Gao Liangkai and Cheng Taiden kneel before him, Taimo Lo promptly comprehended the gravity of the situation and, albeit reluctantly, joined them on the ground. Zhang Hao of Zhangjia village in Rongqing County stood resolute in the face of banditry, exhibiting remarkable composure and unwavering courage. Ultimately vanquishing over 10 bandits and earning the title of anti-bandit hero. Henceforth, he was appointed as the leader of the 10 villages of Nyangyang Mountain. Shi Xiaoyong proclaimed loudly. Leader? What rank is that? Is it a civil office that requires no imperial examinations? Faced with a barrage of questions, Zhang Hao could not afford to ponder further and immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the honor, my lord. Well, rise, Shi Xiaoyong replied. As the group stood, Zhang Hao instructed Gao Liangkai to assist the officials in hanging the plaque at the entrance while ushering Shi Xiaoyong into the courtyard. To his surprise, within the mountain village of Rongqing County, there lay such an expansive and splendid courtyard, suggesting that Zhang Hao possessed considerable capability. Upon entering the courtyard, Shi Xiaoyong not only felt a sense of awe, but also experienced a shift in his attitude towards Zhang Hao. Please, County Lieutenant, take a seat. Zhang Hao graciously offered as they entered the main hall. Shi Xiaoyong nodded and sat down. After Lu Tsuelan poured tea, Shi Xiaoyong raised his cup and took a sip. Clearing his throat to say, Leader Zhang, the county magistrate has issued an order for me to organize local militia to assault Noqing Mountain and eradicate the bandit menace. Now that you are the leader of the 10 villages of Nyangyang Mountain, your full cooperation is essential. Huh? Suppress bandits? What does that entail? I knew this position would be challenging, Zhang Hao thought. Yet, as a commoner, he feared the dire consequences of defying the government's orders. With this in mind, he could only manage a bitter smile and replied anxiously, County Lieutenant, sure, I have never held an official post. My previous success in vanquishing the bandits was merely fortuitous. I am completely unaware of how to organize a militia. Do not fret, Leader Zhang. The official notice for recruiting militia has already been dispatched to the heads of each village. Each of the 10 villages of Nyangnyang Mountain is to enlist 50 local militiamen. Tomorrow, the village heads will come to seek you out. Here is your leader's token. In 3 days, you are to bring your men to the military camp in the county town to meet me, Shi Shaoang explained, producing an iron token and handing it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glanced at the token, which was crudely crafted, featuring a circle with the characters inscribed within. Subsequently, Shi Shaoang elaborated on various details regarding the assembly of the militia and the necessary preparations for weaponry, all of which Zhang Hao diligently committed to memory. Once the discussion had reached its conclusion, Shi Shaoang rose and stated, "This matter is of utmost importance. I implore you, Leader Zhang, to approach it with utmost sincerity." "I shall take my leave now." Zhang Hao stood and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure that this matter is handled with care." After bidding farewell to Shi Shaoyong and his entourage, Zhang Hao ascended to the second floor and recounted the events to Song Kursin in detail. As she listened, her emotions fluctuated from anxiety to joy, and then to concern, leaving her with a tumultuous mix of feelings. "Is my husband truly going to war?" Song Kursin inquired anxiously after Zhang Hao concluded. "Do not worry, my dear. I have several hundred men under my command as leader. Your husband is not foolish enough to recklessly charge into danger, and besides, have you forgotten? I am quite resourceful." Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Song Kursin nestled into his embrace and softly said, "My dear, I do not care about the rank you attain. I only wish for your safety." Zhang Hao gently stroked her head and nodded in agreement. Remembering that Ching Taidin and Tai Mo Lu had been injured during their previous altercation, he took out his phone to check. Medical iodine disinfectant, wound healing anti-inflammatory powder, medical self-adhesive elastic bandage. Ah, right. Taidin was hurt during the fight with Mo Lu. Please take these and instruct Sui Lan to bandage them up. Zhang Hao handed the items he had just purchased to Song Kursin, explaining how to apply them. After she nodded and accepted the items, she descended the stairs. Lying on the bed, Zhang Hao opened a private chat window with Dajinya. "Brother, can you give me a word? What does your silence mean?" Dajinya had just arrived in Fusong, still in the process of settling into his accommodations, when he received Zhang Hao's message. "Well, I don't know how to respond to your question. We haven't even met face to face. And you're already asking to buy a gun. As a law-abiding citizen, where would I procure such items?" Zhang Hao stared intently at his phone, lost in contemplation. After replying, Dajinya arrived at the hotel, secured a room, and collapsed onto the large bed, complaining, traveling is truly exhausting. Moreover, this was not merely a vacation. If things did not go well, he feared he might never return. Fortunately, he had profited considerably from his dealings with Zhang Hao, and given his connections with Mikhail, obtaining a green card abroad would not prove too difficult. With that thought, Dajinya's anxiety eased somewhat. At that moment, the phone on the bed suddenly rang. Startled, Dajinya quickly picked up the phone and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to initiate a video call with Dajinya. Chapter 52. Video call. As the call connected, Dajinya was taken aback. "Brother, are you filming a scene?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and replied, "Dajinya, we have conducted numerous transactions. I have received over 50 million from you alone. My situation is dire, so I will not beat around the bush." With that, Zhang Hao stood up and walked outside, continuing, "You may not believe this, but I have crossed over, and I have my phone with me." At that moment, Lu Suilan happened to pass by with a basket of cabbage, and Zhang Hao pulled her over, saying, "Suilan, come greet my friend." Seeing Zhang Hao extend his hand for her to greet some friend, Lu Suilan appeared bewildered. "Young master, there is no one else here?" Zhang Hao then realized that others could not see his phone, and he became flustered. Dajinya chuckled. "Keep acting." "What do you mean, Dajinya? Do you think I am deceiving you? What benefit would that bring me?" Zhang Hao retorted angrily. Lu Suilan stood transfixed, utterly bewildered as she witnessed Zhang Hao speaking to his own palm, momentarily at a loss for how to react, simply rooted to the spot. "One cannot deny. Your acting skills are quite commendable. Just observe the expression on that amp beside you. Truly a powerhouse of talent," chuckled the big-toothed man. "You," Zhang Hao retorted, momentarily speechless. But a spark of inspiration struck him, and he continued, "This is no mere performance. See that amp beside you? She is my purchase servant." With that declaration, Zhang Hao turned to Lu Suilan and thundered, "Lu Suilan, do you recognize your error? Kneel before me." Startled by his sudden outburst, Lu Suilan trembled, her basket of vegetables tumbling to the ground, scattering cabbages everywhere. Forgetting her fallen basket, she hurriedly knelt and repeatedly bowed her head to Zhang Hao, stammering, "Young master, This lowly servant is erred. I beseech your forgiveness. Yet, amidst her bowing, she was inwardly perplexed, questioning, what have I done wrong? The young master is usually so kind to everyone. What has changed today? In ancient times, servants were mere commodities in the marketplace. Their lives at the whim of their masters, making them exceedingly cautious, fearful of inciting their master's wrath for any slight misstep. As Lu Tsuelon knelt, her body involuntarily began to tremble. Can this be acted out? Zhang Hao directed towards the big-toothed man. Brother, that medicine of yours truly works wonders. After applying it, I feel remarkably at ease, remarked Cheng Tai-dan, who approached wielding an axe. Seeing this, Zhang Hao swiftly turned the camera towards Cheng Tai-dan, proclaiming to the big-toothed man, observe. This is my little brother. I assure you, he is formidable. Any future boxing champion would pale in comparison to him. As he watched the unfolding scene on video, the big-toothed man fell into deep contemplation. What exactly is Zhang Hao attempting to orchestrate? If he were indeed engaging in undercover operations, there would be no need for such theatrics. Having traded multiple times before, he could have easily captured them earlier instead of concocting additional charges against the culprits. It seemed he bore no personal vendetta against Zhang Hao. Noticing the big-toothed man's grave demeanor and silence, Zhang Hao grew anxious and shouted to Cheng Tai-dan, Tai-dan, come. Let us unearth the bandits we previously dispatched. Cheng Tai-dan hesitated, perplexed, but before he could fully process the situation, Zhang Hao had already dragged him toward the back mountain. Earlier, the village head had instructed the villagers to bury the bandits' bodies here. Upon reaching the sizable mound of earth, Zhang Hao called out, Tai-dan, quickly. Dig up the bandits for me. Uncertain of Zhang Hao's intent, Cheng Tai-dan nodded at his serious expression and stepped forward to begin digging. Before long, the buried bandit corpses were exposed. Instantly, a foul stench wafted through the air, causing Zhang Hao to hastily cover his mouth and nose. What now, brother? Cheng Tai-dan asked. His features contorted in confusion. The sight before him left the big-toothed man agape, exclaiming, Brother, you are playing a rather audacious game. Now you must believe me. I am truly in the Great Xia, a realm of antiquity. Otherwise, how could I have sent you so many relics from this era? Zhang Hao asserted. Observing that the man with the golden teeth remained silent, he called out to Cheng Tai-dan, Hurry, drag one out and behead him. What the hell? Are you serious? Cheng Tai-dan, though fond of brawling and harboring a deep-seated hatred for the merciless bandits, was taken aback by Zhang Hao's demand. Brother, these bandits are already dead, he exclaimed. Bewildered. Stop with the nonsense. My friend does not believe me, and the ensuing matters are of utmost importance to us all. I have no choice. Just do it. Zhang Hao insisted. Very well, Cheng Tai-dan scratched his head, responding reluctantly. Despite his confusion, he recognized that his brother must have his reasons for such a request. With that, he raised his axe, prepared to strike at the bandit's neck. All right, I believe you already. The golden-toothed man could no longer bear the unfolding scene and hastily interjected. Upon seeing the golden-toothed man nod, Zhang Hao immediately halted Cheng Tai-dan, saying, Enough. Although they are bandits, they are already deceased. Let us bury them and grant them peace. Brother, you. Cheng Tai-dan hesitated, sensing something was amiss with his brother today. Hold your phone further away so I can see, the golden-toothed man suggested. Although he had come to largely trust what Zhang Hao had said, a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. As Zhang Hao lifted his phone high and rotated it, the golden-toothed man leaned in to scrutinize the screen closely. This position on the mountainside is excellent. From here, one can behold the entirety of Zhangjia village, as well as the distant fields and the reservoir at the village entrance. After examining for quite some time, the golden-toothed man found no traces of modern technology within several kilometers. Young master, dozens, even hundreds of strong men have arrived at our village entrance, led by those seeking an audience with Zhang Yong. At that moment, Taimol, bandaged and limping, approached and announced loudly. Zhang Hao waved at Taimol and turned back to the golden-toothed man, reassuring him, Do not worry, I shall not deceive you. Furthermore, I have entrusted the royal merchants of Great Xia to transport many high-quality goods, which will be sent to you in the coming days. Upon hearing about the high-quality goods from Great Xia, the golden-toothed man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded. Very well, I believe you. However, the matter you requested is rather special. Allow me to clarify things with Mikhail before I respond. You must be swift. My time here is limited, Zhang Hao replied. With the golden-toothed man nodding in agreement, Zhang Hao ended the call. Meanwhile, Cheng Tai-dan had finished reburying the bandits and approached. Let us go to the entrance and take a look, Zhang Hao said as he stowed away his phone. The two men nodded, and the three of them hastened towards the courtyard entrance. Chapter 53. Gathering local heroes. Zhang Hao, we have received an official document from the government, and we gathered everyone at the first opportunity. Here is the list, Zhang the village head said, handing over the document he held. Zhang Hao nodded and handed the list to the neighboring Gao Liangkai, while he surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was teeming with people. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao climbed onto the roof and called out, I kindly ask the village heads to submit their lists to Gao Liangkai, and then to enter the courtyard in an orderly manner, arranged by village. Upon finishing, he gestured for Zhang Lichang to lead the group inside to stand neatly. As everyone gradually presented their lists and entered the courtyard, Zhang Hao commanded, stand in formation. Straighten up. He glanced around, exclaiming, with this disarray, how can they possibly take on the bandits? Is the county captain jesting with me? Deep in thought, he produced the badge given to him by the county captain and declared loudly, this is the bravery badge bestowed upon me by the county captain. Holding this badge, I am now your commander, with the authority to make decisions. Should anyone disregard my orders, do not blame me for my harsh words. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur erupted among the crowd. What does authority to make decisions mean? It means he calls the shots. What else could it imply? What rank is this commander? Who knows? But certainly higher than us. Observing the chaos below, Zhang Hao shook his head in disbelief. How on earth is this supposed to work? Indeed, as stated online, leading a team is no simple task, let alone one with combat capability. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Hao called out, all right, all village heads may stay behind. The rest should return home. Upon hearing they could leave, the crowd buzzed with excitement, rushing toward the exit until the courtyard was soon empty. Zhang Hao descended from the roof and gathered everyone in the hall. After Lu Tsuolan served tea to the attendees, Zhang Hao addressed the village heads. As you have all witnessed, with such a disorganized group, how can we confront the bandits? The county captain requires me to assemble troops at the Rongqing military camp in 3 days. What strategies do you propose for organizing our team? Listening to Zhang Hao, the group exchanged glances, falling into silence. After a moment, Zhang Lichang stroked his beard and spoke, Xiao Hao, we are merely village heads. We are adept at farming and mediating local disputes, but leading troops is beyond our expertise. Upon saying this, Zhang Lichang shook his head. At that moment, Cheng Taidan, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and exclaimed, brother, leading troops is not difficult. If someone disobeys, just execute them, and I doubt anyone would dare oppose. As he spoke, he brandished his axe. The village heads, witnessing this display, trembled in fear. We are here under the orders of the government to organize the strong men of the village to assist the officials in dealing with bandits. The orders do not state that disobedience warrants execution. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Hao hurriedly interjected, Taidan, do not speak foolishly. We are not military personnel. We cannot enforce martial law. I shall clarify my authority with the county captain before making any decisions. Nevertheless, Taidan's words sparked a thought in Zhang Hao's mind. While killing was certainly out of the question, giving a good thrashing to those who disobeyed might not pose a significant issue. It seems that I must urgently supplement my knowledge of the military this evening. Observing that no useful advice could be gleaned from the village heads, Zhang Hao rose and declared, esteemed village heads, your efforts today are commendable. We shall conclude here for now. Tomorrow morning, please gather your people here. I have an important announcement to make. Upon hearing this, the village heads appeared visibly relieved, hastily taking their leave. After bidding farewell to them, Zhang Hao turned to Cheng Taidan and Taiamo Lu, inquiring, you both sustained injuries during the fierce battle with that chieftain. Are your wounds severe? Cheng Taidan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, brother, I am fine. It is merely a minor flesh wound that poses no hindrance. It's just that this piece of bark is rather unfortunate. Taiamo Lu shot Cheng Taidan an exasperated glance and replied, I never anticipated that woman to be so formidable. Little slave underestimated her, resulting in numerous cuts. Now, Mo Lu, focus on recuperating from your injuries. Taidan, you must take on the responsibility of safeguarding the courtyard these next few days to prevent any further ambushes by the bandits, Zhang Hao instructed. Both men nodded in agreement. Rest assured, brother. As long as I am here, not even a mosquito shall dare to enter, Cheng Taidan confidently responded, thumping his chest. Zhang Hao nodded, gesturing for everyone to attend to their tasks before swiftly ascending the stairs. My dear, you must be exhausted after such a long day. Allow me to help you relax. Song Kursin exclaimed as she noticed Zhang Hao's return, promptly setting aside her bamboo flute and rising. Relax. Zhang Hao tightened his pants, quickly retorting, today, I am a bit weary, my dear. Please come and massage my shoulders. With that, Zhang Hao settled into a chair. Song Kersen smiled and nodded, approaching to gently knead his shoulders. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao retrieved his phone, perusing information related to the military with great diligence. In the Qingfeng village of Niuqingshan, Yanling hurried back to the Grand Hall of Mount Tian, where she found her two brothers enjoying tea. She swiftly approached the table and filled their cups with a hearty pour from the teapot. After finishing her tea, Yanling took a deep breath and declared with fierce determination, this time, Zhang Hao is fortunate. Tonight, I will surely take my revenge on him and those two charcoal-like fellows. Song Hai and Lu Xiangxing exchanged puzzled glances and simultaneously asked, Sister, did you encounter some unforeseen circumstances? Yanling plopped down onto a chair and waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, do not mention it, this time. I truly have had the worst luck. She then recounted her experience in Zhangjia village earlier that day. What a coincidence. That's Shi Xiaodong. I have crossed paths with him before. He is exceptionally agile and possesses tremendous strength, indeed a formidable opponent, Lu Xiangxing remarked. Song Hai, however, flung his blanket aside, growling. If it weren't for the over 100 officials and soldiers from the county town backing Shi Xiaoyong, I would have dealt with him long ago. How dare he act so arrogantly now? Both Lu Xiangxin and Yanling were well aware of their elder brother's prowess, having previously engaged with Shi Xiaoyong. Lu Xiangxing believed that Shi Xiaoyong was not a match for Song Hai. Yet, due to the elder chief's status and prior conflicts with the authorities, Song Hai had refrained from taking direct action. Sister San, I believe tonight, Brother De shall accompany you to Zhangjia village to capture that Zhang Hao and bring him back to the stronghold. I am quite eager to see what prowess he possesses. If Shi Xiaolong still resides in Zhangjia village, I shall apprehend him as well and bide my time to launch an assault on the county seat, allowing us to savor the taste of authority ourselves. Upon hearing this, both individuals erupted in hearty laughter. A report. A scout from the foothills has informed us that the county constable is organizing all the villagers, intending to mount an offensive on the mountain shortly. At this moment, a man named Kalami entered the hall, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback. But do we know how many they have organized? When are they planning to attack? Lu Xiangxing inquired. I do not know the specifics, Kalami trembled in response. Continue to investigate and instruct the brothers outside to ascertain the details thoroughly, ordered Song Hai. Understood. Kalami quickly exited the hall and hurried towards the gate. Brother Heir, how many brothers do we currently have in our stronghold? After Kalami's departure, Song Hai turned to Lu Xiangxing. Besides the scouts dispersed outside, we currently have 350 brothers among the 5 hall leaders within the stronghold, and an additional 100 brothers on Matian Ridge, Lu Xiaoxing replied. Song Hai nodded and continued. Pass the word down. From this moment forth, each hall shall take turns guarding the gate for 12 hours. And we must intensify our training to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Xiangxing nodded and swiftly exited the hall, making his way down the mountain. Sister San, given the changing circumstances, I suggest we allow Zhang Hao to live a little longer. Guarding the mountain takes precedence. I shall heed your advice. And I will intensify the training of our troops, replied Yanling, quite excited at the news of the county office's impending attack. Song Hai nodded. With the news of the county office's offensive spreading, the entire stronghold became bustling with activity, each person diligently preparing for the impending battle. Having perused numerous articles on military leadership and organization, Zhang Hao's mind gradually began to formulate a plan. Early one morning, Zhang Hao rose with the dawn, and shortly after finishing breakfast, the village leaders arrived at his courtyard accompanied by local valiant men. Chapter 54. Training the soldiers as per the arrangements made yesterday. Once everyone was in position, Zhang Hao called out loudly, listen closely, I shall divide you into 10 squads based on your villages. And each squad will select one person to serve as the squad leader. If you believe you possess the capability to fight, step forward for a demonstration. The chosen individual shall be rewarded with 5,000 won and a broadsword. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement. 5,000 won. That is a substantial amount. One would toil for an entire year at home to earn such a sum. Indeed, the money is considerable. But the valiant leader stated that only those who can fight may step forward. You, with your slender arms and legs, do you think you can fight? Haha, fortunately. I am robust. This is a splendid opportunity for wealth. Not only is there money to be earned, but I could also become a squad leader, akin to the village chief, and everyone would have to heed my command. I do not care. I shall step forward to showcase my abilities. Amidst the clamor, several individuals began to emerge from the ranks, eager to demonstrate their prowess. Observing such enthusiasm, a smile spread across Zhang Hao's face. At a signal, those who had not stepped forward dispersed around the courtyard, forming a large circle. Those willing to compete were organized into numerous pairs under the arrangement of the village leaders. Commencing the first round, after clearly explaining the rules, with a resounding command from Zhang Hao, each group began their contest. As the sounds of clashing echoed, the onlookers erupted with cheers. Well done. That move is impressive. Li Godin is formidable. Amidst the applause, each village produced its own champion of combat. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the village leaders, 10 robust men stood in a neat line, brimming with excitement. Zhang Xingwang, splendid. Among the 10, Zhang Hao immediately spotted his childhood friend Zhang Xingwang, who stood there grinning foolishly at him, clearing his throat. Zhang Hao retrieved the 10 shoulder insignias he had purchased the previous night from the blacksmith shop. Approaching them, he personally affixed the insignias onto their left shoulders. Subsequently, he instructed Gao Liangkai and Cheng Taidan to distribute 5,000 copper coins and a blade they had previously acquired. Each person grasped their coins in one hand and their blades in the other, glancing at the exquisitely crafted insignias on their shoulders, their faces beaming with joy. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances at them. Then, Zhang Hao addressed the 10 men. Listen carefully, you are now responsible for your respective ranks in the village. If anyone disobeys, as long as they are not killed, make sure to deliver a thorough beating. Our militia must rely on strength, and if any of you misbehave, as your leader, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, responding loudly, rest assured, Captain Zhang. We will do our utmost to lead the team well. Zhang Hao nodded and continued, I have assigned numbers to everyone, from now on. Each rank will be referred to by these numbers. Zhangjia Village is rank 1. Xingwang, you are the leader of rank 1. You are the leader of rank 2. And you, the leader of rank 3. Then what shall I do? Cheng Taidan, feeling a bit unsettled with everyone else's assigned roles, stepped forward and asked. Zhang Hao turned to him and replied, You will do as I instruct. Henceforth, you will remain by my side. Cheng Taidan grinned and responded, All right. Whatever you say, brother. I will do. The 10 rank leaders, witnessing this, also began to laugh, and soon someone led the group in unison, calling out, All right. Whatever Captain Zhang commands. We will obey. Excellent. Rank leaders, heed my command. Now, in numerical order, each rank shall lead their team to run a lap around Zhangjia Village, declared Zhang Hao loudly. Running? Everyone was momentarily taken aback before realizing and promptly leading their teams out of the courtyard. Zhangjia Village is not small, and running a lap around it would cover several kilometers. Once the teams had all exited, Zhang Hao summoned the 10 village leaders and said, You esteemed leaders are respected figures. I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing the militia of your villages. Should any rank leader abuse their power, please inform me immediately, and I shall personally discipline them. Initially, the arrangement made by Zhang Hao left the village heads with a sense of dissatisfaction. As the village leaders, they had invested considerable effort in organizing the mountain assault, only to find that the official accolades were bestowed upon the villagers below. However, upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, their discontent began to dissipate, and they collectively nodded in agreement. When the battle commences, I kindly ask each village head to tally the number of bandits slain in your respective villages. For each bandit dispatched, our leader shall reward you with 1,000 coins. Zhang Hao announced. The prospect of earning money for vanquishing bandits invigorated the village heads, though, as the elder leaders, they were not inclined to charge into the fray. The prospect of distributing the rewards for their village's efforts made them exceedingly eager. Consequently, the leaders enthusiastically pledged to Zhang Hao that their villages would certainly excel in defeating enemies, living up to their leaders' expectations. Observing that the once disorganized militia had been effectively mobilized and was now brimming with enthusiasm, Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief. He could only hope that when they faced the front line, they would not scatter at the first charge. After conferring with the village heads, urging them to prepare hoes, sickles, dung forks, and shovels, the squad leaders returned with their teams. Remarkably, the anticipated chaos did not materialize over the few kilometers they traversed. Indeed, the physical prowess of these ancient individuals surpassed that of their modern counterparts, particularly as they were all the strongest men selected from each village. It appeared that this mountain assault had a genuine chance of yielding a decisive victory, freeing them from the fear of bandit raids henceforth. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, The organizational efficiency of the militia from other areas was far inferior to that of his own. The bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold, under the leadership of Zhang Hao, were well-trained and comprised numerous skilled fighters, having already formed an impressive force. After a day's training, the entire unit demonstrated marked improvements in discipline. Zhang Hao directed each squad leader to select 5 robust individuals from their ranks to serve as squad leaders, organizing each squad into 10 members. This hierarchical responsibility would facilitate smoother command of the entire unit. On this day, as Zhang Hao was conducting basic training in chopping and blocking techniques with the squad leaders, Song Kursin entered the courtyard after delivering goods and softly said, "My dear, Zhang Ziqiang is outside and wishes to speak with you." Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Please invite him into the hall." After relaying a few instructions to the squad leaders, he returned to the main room. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ziqiang entered, clasping his hands in greeting. "Brother Hao, it has been several days since we last met. Why are there so many soldiers in the courtyard now?" "Ah, my brother Ziqiang, you are unaware of the situation. It is a lengthy tale. You city dwellers have walls and guards for protection. You cannot comprehend the hardships faced by us in the countryside," Zhang Hao jested. Zhang Ziqiang had heard some rumors regarding the recent bandit raids on numerous villages within Rongqing County. Zhang Ziqiang let out a bitter smile and said, "It is indeed wise to take precautions, Hao brother. I have come this time for 2 reasons. First, young Master Shin entrusted me to bring you a plethora of exquisite decorative items, including porcelain, lacquerware, jade, and some renowned calligraphy and paintings. Second, the glass that young Master Shin took last time has caused quite a stir in the capital, and he wishes to know if you could prepare more for transport. Additionally, he has asked me to deliver a letter to you." Upon hearing of the luxurious goods, Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy within. This would certainly facilitate a delightful conversation with the imposing golden tooth. Accepting the letter, he opened it and began to read. "Dear brother, since our parting at the Zui Xiao Tower, how have you been? Upon my arrival at the Shin residence, I received quite the thrashing from my father. My back and behind have yet to heal, and I can only sleep on my stomach. Fortunately, the pleasures of intimacy require only the front. But had it not been for your glass and matches, I fear I would never see you again. By the way, thanks to your glass, the Shin family has managed to avert disaster this time. I have gathered 100,000 gold to send to Rongqing, and you shall receive it shortly. As for your requests, everything has been arranged, and you are always welcome to stay in the capital. When you arrive, I shall take you to indulge in the joys of the world. Lastly, please convey my regards to your wife." What a comical fellow. Isn't it customary for ancient letters to be written with solemnity? Zhang Hao chuckled heartily as he read the letter, leaving Zhang Ziqiang looking utterly bewildered. However, upon reaching the end, Zhang Hao's expression suddenly darkened. "Convey my regards to your wife? What on earth does he mean by that?" Though Zhang Hao understood that Shin Tong was merely being polite, he couldn't fathom why his wife was on the mind of someone he had only met once. Having exchanged but a few words, seeing Zhang Ziqiang beside him, Zhang Hao refrained from expressing his thoughts further. After folding the letter neatly and placing it on the table, he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, Ziqiang brother. I shall write a letter to Shin Tong. I would appreciate your assistance in delivering it." Zhang Ziqiang nodded, and Zhang Hao proceeded to the study, picking up a brush to begin writing. After only penning a couple of characters, he found himself in a quandary. "This is truly difficult to use," he muttered as he waved his hand, allowing a ballpoint pen to fall into his grasp. Yet, as he held the pen, he was at a loss for words, having grown accustomed to chatting on his phone for so long. The sudden need to write a letter proved to be quite a challenge. After pondering for a while, he finally wrote, "Thank you, dear brother. I will arrange the glass matches promptly. However, the costs for preparation are considerable, so I kindly ask you to expedite your funds. As for the capital, I shall certainly make an effort to visit when the opportunity arises. Lastly, please extend my greetings to your wife, concubine, mother, aunt, and sisters-in-law." Sealing the letter, Zhang Hao returned to the study and handed it to Zhang Ziqiang, just as Cheng Taidan rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother, there's a person below who refuses to practice. What should we do?" Zhang Hao was taken aback and briefed Zhang Ziqiang before making his way out to the training ground. "Brother, look," Cheng Taidan said. There, amidst the entire training squad, a villager sat on the ground, starkly contrasting with the others who were diligently practicing their strikes. Following Cheng Tiedan's lead, Zhang Hao approached the man and inquired with genuine concern, "May I ask your name, brother?" As Zhang Hao approached, the man stood up, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and said, "I am Chen Bao, a local militia from Qinjia village. Zhang Hao nodded and continued, Chen Bao, feel free to express any grievances you may have. As your leader, I shall ensure justice is served. He added, they claim to be eradicating bandits. Yet they merely wander aimlessly with hose in hand. What purpose does that serve? Moreover, look at those squad leaders, amassing wealth while we toil under the sun, while they enjoy tea in the shade. Why is that fair? Chen Bao remarked. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. This brother speaks with wisdom. Which squad do you belong to? I shall seek justice for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Bao perked up and eagerly replied, it is wise of you, Leader Zhang. I am from the 4th squad, and the squad leader is Chen San. Zhang Hao nodded, turned, and shouted, Chen San of the 4th squad, come here. Chen San, engaged in conversation with several squad leaders by the wall, hurried over upon hearing his name. Leader, you called for me? Before Chen San could steady himself, Zhang Hao delivered a swift kick, scolding, I appointed you as squad leader to manage your subordinates effectively. How have you been managing? Now, I hear reports of discontent among your men, and they have come to me. Do you no longer wish to be a squad leader? Having knocked Chen San down, Zhang Hao was not yet satisfied and stepped forward to deliver 2 more forceful kicks, exclaiming, you cannot handle such a small matter. Do you remember what I told you previously? Chen San, in pain, quickly covered his head and pleaded, Leader, I was wrong. Please, do not strike me again. Seeing that it was enough, Zhang Hao halted his assault, dusted off his clothing, and proclaimed loudly, being appointed as squad leader is a sign of trust in you. From now on, anyone who fails to manage their subordinates will have Chen San as a cautionary tale. The squad leaders in the corner, witnessing the scene, were filled with alarm and hurried back to their teams to reinforce their training. Anyone who is dissatisfied, feel free to come to me. I will certainly teach your squad leaders a lesson and ensure justice for you, Zhang Hao continued. After finishing, he turned to Chen Bao with a cheerful demeanor and asked, Brother, are you satisfied with my actions? Chen Bao was taken aback. It was evident that Zhang Hao was assisting him, yet he felt an ominous cloud looming over him. However, seeing Zhang Hao's warm smile and concerned expression, Chen Bao could only nod repeatedly. I am satisfied. Thank you, leader. Zhang Hao nodded and replied, Good. You should train diligently. If there is anything you are unhappy about in the future, come to me anytime. I will ensure justice is served. With that, Zhang Hao departed with Chang Taidan, his thoughts now occupied with what exquisite goods Shintong had brought him, as they represented substantial wealth. Outside, Gao Yang was directing the carriage driver as he unloaded the cargo. Due to the large amount of items, Lu Zuolan, Gao Ping, Aunt Zhou, and Qin Chunmei were assisting. Song Kursen and Zhang Ziqiang stood nearby, discussing something. Zhang Hao approached, casually unwrapping the oil paper from one of the items. Is this a summer 3-colored porcelain horse? He exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the exquisite porcelain steed within the packaging. Faint memories linger, recalling detailed descriptions of such items found within future elementary school textbooks. I have also stumbled upon auction records for Xia San Kai on Hong Kong Island, with even the least expensive pieces fetching hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's exclamation, Zhang Ziqiang promptly stepped forward to elucidate. This is a fine item specifically sought by young Master Shin for you, Brother Hao. The craftsmanship is exceedingly intricate. Currently still in the research and improvement phase, and there are not many available in the entirety of Xia. The challenge lies in the difficulty of embedding the colors, resulting in a high defect rate. Zhang Hao nodded, expressing his gratitude politely. He was indifferent to the production process. As long as the finished product arrived, he was content. Once the goods were transported, Zhang Ziqiang retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket. Addressing Zhang Hao, almost forgot. This is a token from young Master Shin for Madame Zhang. He mentioned that during your last meeting, due to time constraints, he couldn't prepare anything. And this time he wished to make amends. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Was a mere greeting insufficient? Wasn't there an expectation for his wife to be pleased upon receiving it, followed by her selecting a fitting return gift for him? He accepted the box, opening it to reveal a necklace crafted entirely of pure gold. Goodness! A necklace, a token of affection? At that moment, Zhang Hao felt an urge to tear Shintong's heart out, but then he reconsidered. Such convoluted notions were merely marketing gimmicks devised by unscrupulous merchants in later times to incite female consumerism. Surely, individuals in ancient times were less entangled in such complexities. Perhaps Shintong's intentions stemmed from politeness and genuine regard for their friendship. Caught between apprehension and trust, Zhang Hao inquired, Brother Chang, does gifting a necklace in Xia hold any special significance? Zhang Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback. As a shop owner, he had witnessed affluent young masters exchanging jewelry frequently, yet he had never heard of any special meaning attached to it. He could only respond with a perplexed expression. Young Master Shen's gesture is merely a reflection of his esteem for friendship. It is customary to reciprocate. With this reassurance, Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief. Nonetheless, he was resolute that this necklace would never adorn Song Kursen's neck. The reason was simple. He was displeased. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ziqiang, Zhang Hao turned to Gao Ping, saying, "Pinger, your recent rapid progress in music, thanks to your diligent guidance, deserves a reward from me." With that, he personally placed the golden necklace around Gao Ping's neck. Gazing at the brilliant piece resting upon her, Gao Ping hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Young master, that is merely my duty. This is far too precious." Lu Tsuelan, witnessing this, rushed forward to kneel, pleading, "Young master, our family are all servants. How could we wear such an extravagant item?" Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he retorted, "Why shouldn't you wear it? In the Zhang family, if I say you may wear it, then you shall." Seeing Zhang Hao's insistence, the two dared not argue further, nodding gratefully. Song Kursen observed this scene with a look of contentment. Recognizing her husband's truly benevolent nature, his generosity towards those he cherished was boundless. The following morning, as the local militia gathered, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow upon reviewing the attendance list, and in a somber tone, he inquired, "Why are there only 49 men from the 4th Squad present?" "Captain, Chen Bao is unwell today and cannot attend the training." Chen Sin stepped forward and replied loudly, "Chen Bao is absent?" Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Zhang Hao nodded and addressed the village chief, "Chen Li, there is a member of the 4th Squad who is ill. Please extend my regards to him. Here are 10 copper coins. Buy him something nourishing to restore his strength. Furthermore, tomorrow we shall assemble in the city with the county magistrate. If Chen Bao is still unwell, we must find someone else from Chen family village to fill his spot." Chen Li nodded, took the coins, and hurried back towards Chen family village. "Today is the final day. We must intensify our rehearsals. Should any squad embarrass themselves before the county magistrate tomorrow, do not blame me for being unsparing," Zhang Hao declared. "Understood." With a unified shout from the squad leaders, the training resumed with renewed vigor. Observing the militia's synchronized movements and the squad leader's earnestness, Zhang Hao nodded and turned to head towards the storage room in the back courtyard. "My lord, do you require anything from me?" Song Kursen, who was organizing daily tasks in the warehouse, hurriedly approached upon seeing Zhang Hao. "Where are the ornaments that Zhang Ziqiang delivered?" Zhang Hao asked. Song Kursen nodded and led him to another section of the warehouse. "They are all here. Ah, you may return to your duties. I shall handle these myself." Zhang Hao gently kissed Song Kursen and said softly. Song Kursen nodded and resumed her work, gazing at the pile of high-end goods before him. Zhang Hao initiated a video call with Jinya. "Brother, how's the situation progressing? What is Mikhail's attitude? Tell him that money is not an issue. Bro, when you mentioned wanting guns last time, we thought you were just fishing for information." Mikhail flew back to the thieving eagle from Huabei that very night. "I've only just contacted him. Regarding your identity as an ancient person, I cannot clarify. He wishes to speak with you directly. You should download an app, and I will send you his account later." Damn it, procuring firearms is indeed challenging. I initially thought to dazzle them with these high-end items, but it seems I must wait. After nodding, Zhang Hao ended the call and registered an account online. Realizing he was soon to enter the battlefield, and unable to acquire firearms, he decided to search for other useful items. Zhang Hao returned to his bedroom and began browsing. Villain composite bow and arrow adult slingshot. Tang broadsword integrated manganese steel knife for outdoor self-defense. Looking at the array of products, Zhang Hao shook his head, recalling a whim from his past life when he attempted to cook and bought a knife from a bargain site, only for it to break while chopping bones. Most of the items online were more for show than practical use. They could serve as toys, but on the battlefield, they were hardly suitable. It would be wiser to visit the blacksmith in the county to forge some practical blades. Regarding the quality of Qing Tiadan's battle axe, Zhang Hao is well aware that it was meticulously forged from pure iron, each blow a testament to craftsmanship, devoid of any compromise. In combat, wielding it felt as effortless as chopping vegetables. As for the impending mountain assault, Zhang Hao was far from enthusiastic. Who would willingly abandon their comfortable life for the chaos of violence? He felt compelled to cooperate with the authorities. The mere thought of parting with a few coins for the squad leaders pained him greatly. How could he justify further expenditures for these individuals when, after the battle, they would all return to their own lives? It is easy to give, but far more challenging to reclaim after the fight. While contemplating this, he was browsing on his phone when a particular item caught his eye. Chapter 57. Modern Weapons. Lightweight soft anti-cut anti-stab stainless steel long sleeve. Level 5 anti-cut and anti-stab tactical clothing. This was worth purchasing for a trial. With that thought, Zhang Hao waved his hand, and a metallic chainmail suit landed on the table. To test its durability, he drew the sword from the wall and struck the garment with vigor. After a moment, he sheathed his sword and inspected the outfit closely. Aside from a few scratches, the chainmail remained intact. Still uneasy, he carried the protective suit downstairs, placing it on the table, and called out to Cheng Taidan. Taidan, come quickly and chop this outfit with your axe. Cheng Taidan, engrossed in observing the training below, hurried over upon hearing Zhang Hao's summons. Upon seeing the iron attire, he was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Brother, you possess such a garment. The craftsmanship is exquisite and must be quite valuable. Exquisite craftsmanship is of little use. What I require is sturdiness. Enough talk, strike it with all your strength." Zhang Hao commanded. Cheng Taidan nodded, swung the axe in the air twice, and shouted before bringing it down upon the iron suit. With a resounding crash, the entire table split in two, and the suit tumbled to the ground. Zhang Hao rushed forward to examine it closely. Ah, indeed, you get what you pay for. Observing the long gash on the iron suit, Zhang Hao shook his head. However, upon reflection, he considered that Taidan's strength was exceptional. Few could match it. If he could strike it repeatedly without damaging it severely, then while the suit might not withstand attacks from masters, it should suffice against ordinary soldiers. With this in mind, Zhang Hao placed 3 orders, preparing a set for both himself and Cheng Taidan. After donning the suit, he remarked, "Taidan, this iron attire should provide adequate protection against superficial injuries. Wear it tomorrow as a layer of insurance. Go fetch Xingwang." Cheng Taidan, admiring the suit, eagerly nodded and dashed outside. Before long, he returned with Zhang Xingwang in tow. "Xingwang, tomorrow on the battlefield, wearing this suit offers multiple layers of protection." As he spoke, Zhang Hao handed over the iron attire. Zhang Xingwang's eyes lit up. He accepted the suit and quickly began to try it on. "This garment fits snugly. Let us wear it beneath our outer clothing to avoid inciting envy among others," Zhang Hao suggested. Both individuals nodded in agreement and, after donning their iron garments, returned to their training. Although the attire provided some degree of protection, it was undeniably cumbersome. Zhang Hao found it rather oppressive and decided to remove it. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, his phone chimed unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Big Gold Tooth containing an account. As he climbed the stairs, he opened it, added this Zhang Hao as a friend, and promptly initiated a video call. Despite Big Gold Tooth's prior explanations, Mikhail was still taken aback upon the call's connection. "Are you Zhang Hao?" "I am Mikhail," he stated in somewhat halting Chinese. "Mr. Mikhail, Big Gold Tooth has already informed you of my situation, and I am in urgent need of weapons. What do you have available, and can we negotiate the price?" Zhang Hao responded directly, not wishing to engage in idle conversation with this foreigner any longer. "I am quite curious. While I trust Big Gold Tooth, I still want to verify the details," Mikhail replied. Zhang Hao shook his head and sighed. What a nuisance. He then descended the stairs once more and approached the entrance, directing the camera towards the local militia training nearby. "Look, I am set to assault the bandits tomorrow. This is the team I have organized, and they are still armed with hoes and carrying poles." As he spoke, Zhang Hao ran toward the warehouse in the backyard, holding his phone aloft. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Mikhail was also taken aback and whispered something to an elderly man beside him. Zhang Hao, not understanding the foreign language and not particularly concerned, proceeded to the warehouse and directed his phone at the artifacts sent by Shintong. "See, I have acquired the exquisite Xia Kai, along with these jade pieces, all of remarkable craftsmanship, as well as these calligraphies and paintings," he said while showcasing the intricate items. On the other end, Mikhail and the old man widened their eyes. If these items were indeed authentic, their value was incomparable to the ordinary white pottery previously discussed. "What problems are you facing over there?" Mikhail inquired after a brief exchange with the elder. "Oh, where do I even begin? I have been besieged by a band of mountain thieves who have attacked my courtyard multiple times." Those well-versed in the history of ancient Huabei would understand, Zhang Hao continued. "If I cannot eradicate these bandits, I fear I will be unable to provide you with such exquisite crafts in the future." After a moment of silence, Mikhail handed the phone to the elderly man. "Zhang Hao, greetings. I am Lawrence, your future ideal partner. Upon hearing about your situation, I was quite astonished. Given your circumstances, I recommend that you establish your own army, the elder suggested. Lawrence? Zhang Hao recalled that Big Gold Tooth had mentioned this individual was Mikhail's father, a figure of influence in both the lawful and illicit realms, known for maintaining mercenary forces in numerous regions around the globe. Indeed, I share your sentiments. I have only recently traversed into this realm, and all matters are still in the planning stages. If you could furnish me with weaponry, I would be able to offer you an array of ancient artifacts from the Great Xia. You have seen what I possess. Now, allow me to witness your prowess. Zhang Hao stated. Lawrence whispered a few words into Mikhail's ear, who nodded and took the phone, stepping out of the room. Mr. Zhang Hao, after discussing your situation with Dejenia, my father and I specifically came to the island base to converse with you, Mikhail explained. As he spoke, he directed the camera forward, revealing a bald man in the frame. Goodness, what a formidable figure, Zhang Hao exclaimed inwardly, as Mikhail proceeded to showcase the weaponry while providing descriptions. This is the one we utilize the most. It employs 7.62mm ammunition, with an overall length of 88 centimeters and a weight of 36 kilograms. The practical firing rate ranges from 40 to 100 rounds per minute, with an effective range of 400 meters. Additionally, with the purchase, you receive 60 rounds of ammunition. As Mikhail continued his detailed presentation, Zhang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. They had rifles, handguns, sniper rifles, grenades, flashbangs, mortars, and even tanks and howitzers, everything one could desire. With such armaments, not only could one easily conquer a small den of thieves, but in the Great Xia, it would be nearly impossible to encounter a worthy adversary. However, amidst Zhang Hao's elation, Mikhail voiced a concern. Mr. Zhang, we possess all the items, and the prices are quite reasonable. However, I must inquire how I am to deliver the goods to you. Zhang Hao was taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. He promptly detailed the shipping methods to Mikhail and sent his location and phone number. Mikhail opened the location but shook his head repeatedly, saying, Mr. Zhang, you are aware that Huabei is a prohibited zone for our mercenary group. I cannot deliver the goods to your current position. Goodness, what is this? No. I must devise a plan, Zhang Hao thought rapidly. If they could not deliver to Huabei, what about outside its borders? Opening a map, he meticulously examined the surroundings. The nearest location was Simida, and after some searching, he discovered a small island named Billionaire to the west of the peninsula, approximately 200 kilometers away in a straight line. Zhang Hao took a screenshot of the island and sent it, inquiring, is this location suitable for delivery? Mikhail glanced at the map Zhang Hao provided, then retreated into the room to confer with Lawrence for a moment before returning to say, Mr. Zhang, this location is indeed deliverable. However, as he paused, Mikhail cleared his throat and continued, Mr. Zhang, due to the sensitive nature of this location, a minimum order of 5 million US dollars is required for delivery. Goodness, there's a minimum purchase requirement? Initially, Zhang Hao intended to procure merely a couple of Desert Eagles for personal use and 2 for protection. This is unreasonable. Why impose a minimum? He exclaimed without thinking. Mr. Zhang, the delivery location you provided is situated in a disputed area along the northern and southern borders. We must liaise with the relevant authorities in Simida, and the procedures are exceedingly intricate. If mishandled, it could potentially incite regional conflict. McCoyan's expression was grave as he continued. If the delivery address is in those smaller nations or countries experiencing political turmoil, it would be considerably easier to manage. All right, I understand what you're saying, but I currently lack the means to place an order on that island. Please prepare for now. We'll discuss this further once I have dealt with the bandit situation. Zhang Hao replied, his brow furrowed in impatience. He was indifferent to how the other party would prepare. The pressing issue was that they were about to launch an assault, and he could not reach Bailing Island to place an order at this moment. The Great Xiao had suffered years of defeats against the northern barbarians, and the army had retreated to Yuzhou and Pingzhou, rendering land routes impassable. By water, it was a distance of 200 kilometers. And given the subpar shipbuilding technology of Great Xia, it seemed he would have to find a way to purchase a large vessel online. Then we can first trade antiques. We can discuss weapons once Mr. Zhang is ready, McCoyan suggested. All right, provide me with an address, and I will send a few items your way. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Hao hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, the address was sent over. Zhang Hao casually packaged 2 pieces of Xia Sankai, several jade artifacts, and a painting to send off. After dispatching the goods, he proceeded to the front courtyard. Noticing that the day was growing late, he summoned the village heads and squad leaders to gather close, saying, Let us call it a day for now. All squad leaders stay behind. Village heads, please lead your teams home. Make sure to count your numbers and bring extra weapons tomorrow. The village heads nodded and departed the courtyard with their village militia, while the squad leaders exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Zhang Hao intended to instruct them. Recalling Lawrence's earlier suggestion to organize his own troops, Zhang Hao contemplated rallying some support. Gentlemen, you are the finest men in your villages. Once we defeat the bandits tomorrow, those willing to continue working with me may sign up. I will offer a monthly stipend of 2,001, and those who achieve great feats will receive substantial rewards. The mention of 2,000 caused an immediate uproar among the crowd. These individuals were villagers who found it challenging to earn additional income apart from farming. Even the best jobs in the county yielded only a few hundred a month. The prospect of earning such a sum by following Zhang Hao was enticing. I am unworthy, yet I am honored to be recognized by Zhang Yong. I am willing to face any peril for him. Qin-san exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling. Me too. Me too. Others, seeing Qin-san's eagerness, followed suit, each vying to kneel in agreement. Indeed, money is a marvelous thing, Zhang Hao remarked with a smile, nodding. Rise, everyone. Tonight, we shall feast here together, and tomorrow morning, we will march to conquer Noqing Mountain. Yes, let us conquer Noqing Mountain, the crowd shouted in unison, causing Cheng Taidan to beam with excitement, his axes clashing together with a resounding thud. That evening, the courtyard was particularly lively. Tomorrow, I aim to slay 10. If you can slay 10, then I must start with 20. The group boasted and feasted on lamb legs, reveling until sunset before dispersing. Sated in content, Zhang Hao, attended to by the attentive Song Kursen, soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the county office of Ronqing, the county captain inquired, Brother Shi, do you have confidence in tomorrow's assault on the mountain? Xia Hongda took a sip of tea, stroking his beard as he spoke. Shi Shaoang pondered for a moment before responding, to be frank, I am uncertain. I do not know how much impact these local militia can have. Xia Hongda nodded in agreement, saying, in my view, although there are many local militia, they are ultimately villagers lacking combat experience. You could command them to charge fiercely, overwhelming the enemy with numbers to diminish the bandits' morale. The 100 soldiers from the county office can then strike decisively. Indeed, that is my plan as well, Shi Shaoang replied. But I cannot bear the thought of the significant casualties among the common folk. His brow furrowed, conflicted with mixed emotions. With the provincial soldiers delayed and the county magistrate pressing for action, there seemed no alternative. Regardless, I wish you victory, Lord Shi. Xia Hongda stood and bowed respectfully to Shi Shaoyong, speaking loudly. Shi Shaoyong quickly returned the gesture, expressing, with your auspicious words, I shall exhaust my efforts to eradicate the bandits and restore peace to the citizens of Ronqing. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhang Hao, with Song Kursen's assistance, donned the formidable blade artifact and selected a resplendent robe. With a sword at his waist and a dagger concealed, he prepared himself, bidding farewell to Song Kursen before descending the stairs and exiting the room. Captain Zhang. The assembled crowd called in unison upon his appearance. Zhang Hao, pleased to see the orderly formation, nodded and swiftly approached his steed, mounting with agility. Drawing his sword, he shouted, let us depart. With that exclamation, the entire contingent surged forth towards the county town. At the entrance, Song Kursen and the others watched the procession leave, her lips whispering prayers for her beloved's safe return. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling forth unbidden. Once the troops had vanished beyond the horizon, she slowly turned, murmuring, there is much to attend to today. Taimo Lu, guard the gate well, the rest shall follow me to the warehouse. The group nodded in agreement, trailing after her to the rear courtyard. At the gate, Taimo Lu, with his arm bandaged, wore a despondent expression, lamenting his own inadequacy for being too injured to join the fight against the bandits and protect his master. When the various militia leaders arrived at the barracks, Shi Shaoyong surveyed the scene before him. Local men armed with hoes, shoulder poles, and manure forks, and could not help but smile ruefully. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the impressive formation of Zhang Hao's troops. Though orderly, their combat effectiveness remained uncertain as the imminent battle loomed. Taking a deep breath, Shi Shaoang led the contingent towards Noqing Mountain. The nearest village, Little Stone Village, had long been desolated due to persistent bandit raids. By the time the main force arrived, dusk was settling in. With a grand gesture, Shi Shaoang commanded the troops to make camp here, instructing them to prepare for the assault at dawn. After a long day of travel, the weary soldiers gladly collapsed in various positions, eager for rest. Xia Hongda dispatched men to prepare provisions before the battle, boiling rice, and once everyone had finished their meal, they succumbed to a deep slumber. In the Grand Hall of Mount Tianling, upon learning that Shi Xiaoyong's troops had already stationed themselves in Shaoshi village, Zhang Hao chuckled. I thought they were the soldiers of the provincial government. It turns out they are merely villagers wielding hoes. Tonight, who among you would dare to create a disturbance? Let us treat them to a drink first. Upon hearing this, Yanling became excited and promptly stood up, declaring, Elder brother, I've heard that Zhang Hao is among their ranks. Grant me 50 men, and I shall take him down, avenging Qingfeng village. Chapter 59, The Surprise Attack. Previously, Qingfeng village had clashed with Shi Xiaoyong multiple times, yet the village chief had never had the opportunity to engage directly, leading Zhang Hao to dismiss the threat posed by Shi Xiaoyong. Moreover, the news that he had mobilized a large number of villagers for an assault on the mountain only amused Zhang Hao. Truly, Shi Xiaoyong would not shed tears until he faced the grave. This time, he must be captured alive. Understanding Yanling's swift agility and formidable martial skills, Zhang Hao nodded at her request, saying, Sister, go forth and diminish their morale. These villagers lack combat experience. Your ruckus will surely throw them into disarray. Your brothers await your good news. Yanling nodded and left the hall with a smile. As night fell, Yanling gathered 50 agile Karami and exited the village gates. She stealthily approached the hillside near Shaoshi village and gazed downward. Aside from a few patrolling soldiers, the rest were deep in slumber. The central tent was brightly lit, with vague silhouettes visible within. A group of dozens crept to the edge of the encampment, and with a leap, Yanling swiftly dispatched a nearby patrolling soldier. With a wave of her hand, the group charged into the throng. Many were still lost in dreams when their throats were cut. Set fire to the tents, Yanling whispered after dispatching several local militia members. As the Karami nodded in agreement, countless tents ignited in flames. It's on fire. Help! With the flames rising, chaos ensued as many struggled desperately amidst the inferno. Yanling and her companions moved through the fray, delivering swift blows. Shi Xiaoyong, deep in thought about how to breach the village gates with minimal casualties the following day, suddenly heard the commotion outside and realized the gravity of the situation. Grabbing his twin hammers, he dashed toward the source of the outcry. Hearing the shouts, Cheng Taidan jolted awake, seizing his axe as he exited the tent, only to be taken aback. Elder brother, the bandits are upon us. Wake up. Zhang Hao, startled by the commotion, quickly drew his sword, anxiously asking, bandits, where? As he emerged from the tent, Cheng Taidan bellowed, come on, then, and charged toward the bandits with his axe. By heavens! Zhang Hao exclaimed, his face darkening. Taidan, I sent you to protect me, not to rush into battle. Yanling, reveling in the chaos, heard Cheng Taidan shout and felt a surge of excitement. Isn't that the black coal from Zhang Hao's household? She thought. Zhang Hao must be nearby. Following the sound, her gaze met his, and they both paused in surprise. Yanling then grinned mischievously, saying, Zhang Hao, we meet again. This time, where do you think you can escape? Oh my goodness, my great-grandmother. Zhang Hao was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this woman. A mere shiver almost caused him to wet his pants. What now? I must flee. With this thought, Zhang Hao bolted with all his might. Do you think you can escape? Yanling smirked, brandishing her butterfly blades as she pursued him. How infuriating. With so many others around, why does this wretched woman insist on chasing me? Zhang Hao lamented as he ran. In desperate situations, an individual's latent potential often emerges. And Zhang Hao's flight surprised Yanling. Who would have thought Zhang Hao could run so swiftly? Pondering this, Yanling inhaled deeply and exerted herself to close the distance. Zhang Hao, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Yanling's martial skills, felt a surge of anxiety as she drew nearer. How can this fierce woman run so fast? In no time, she was upon him, and with a light chuckle, she declared, prepare to meet your end. With her smile, the butterfly knife slashed through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sound echoed as 3 long gashes appeared on the back of Zhang Hao's shirt. Holy moly, he's wearing armor. You coward. Yanling's expression darkened, and she shouted in anger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a chill down his spine, and his legs propelled him even faster. As he ran, he muttered, thank you, Divine Blade God, for saving my life. Metal anti-cut suit, 5-star review from Zhang Hao. That's right, Divine Blade. While running, Zhang Hao rummaged through his phone, searching for items in his shopping cart. Where's the brick? Damn, there are too many items in the cart. Swish, swish, swish. Yanling closed the gap, delivering 3 more strikes. Oh my. No time to waste. Feeling the chill on his back, Zhang Hao abandoned his search for the brick and frantically pressed the order button. Yanling exerted herself, swinging her butterfly knife toward Zhang Hao's neck, a slight smile gracing her lips as she said, "Farewell, Zhang Hao. You may have armor on your body, but not on your neck." Just then, an unfamiliar object suddenly obscured her vision. Yinling was taken aback. Oh no, a hidden weapon. Realizing she had lost her sight, she hastily halted, discarding her butterfly knife and reaching for her face. Good grief. An invincible bumblebee. A bulging-eyed creature. As Yinling stopped, Zhang Hao turned back, equally startled. In a moment of panic, he had accidentally ordered the yellow bikini he had previously chosen for Song Kursen, which had now flown onto Yinling's face, perfectly covering her eyes. Shameless. Using a hidden weapon. Yinling tore the object from her face and hurled it to the ground, letting out a furious roar as she charged forward once more. Coming again. Zhang Hao couldn't afford to examine his phone closely. He turned and sprinted while frantically placing orders. Black stockings, thong panties, high heels, fishnets, cat ears. A whip. Watching the bizarre items flying toward him, Yinling dared not confront them directly, opting instead to dodge left and right, exhausted from the effort. This provided Zhang Hao a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Leaning against a tree, he gasped for air, desperately placing orders while searching for something useful. The nylon fishing net for pond cleaning. The 3-layer sinking net for sticky fishing, a splendid item. Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy and hurriedly placed an order. In an instant, 2 expansive nets descended upon Yinling. The sheer size of the nets left her unable to evade, forcing her to wield the remaining butterfly knife in a desperate attempt to slash at the net. Yet, the material of the net was unknown, despite sustaining multiple gashes. It clung stubbornly to her. Yinling exerted all her strength to pull at it, nearly breaking free. 304 stainless steel mesh for household windows, whoosh. 3 stainless steel nets fell upon her as well. Ah, scoundrel, shameless, resorting to hidden weapons. Yinling screamed in anguish while struggling fiercely. Zhang Hao, feeling uneasy, hurled several more fishing nets onto her. Countless nets ensnared her, tangling more tightly with every attempt to escape. Losing her balance, Yinling collapsed to the ground. Her body twisting in frenzy, her gaze fixed on Zhang Hao like a knife ready to strike. Observing her state, Zhang Hao cautiously approached, grinning mischievously. "You wretched woman. Let us see what you can do now. Rogue. You disregard the code of the martial world, employing such despicable tactics. What kind of hero are you?" Yinling roared back. "Hero? I have never aspired to be anything of the sort. If not for being forced into this predicament, I would be at home cherishing my beloved wife, living a blissful life, rather than suffering this torment and nearly losing my life to this fierce woman. You are the ones who have driven me to this." As Zhang Hao spoke, he picked up the stockings that had fallen earlier and stuffed them into Yinling's mouth. With her mouth gagged, she could utter no words, left to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Hao, still uneasy, bought a length of hemp rope and bound this fierce woman several times. Bending down, he hoisted Yinling onto his shoulder and made his way towards the main force. As they attacked the mountain stronghold, with the addition of Shi Shaoyong and Cheng Taidan, there was a flurry of furious chopping. With the absence of the third chieftain, the morale of the bandits plummeted, leading to a swift loss of half their number. The remaining bandits, seeing the situation, attempted to flee, but their retreat was blocked by the arriving soldiers. In desperation, they discarded their weapons and surrendered. After the battlefield was cleared, a soldier reported, "Sir, the bandits launched a surprise attack, resulting in 195 casualties on our side, with 32 bandits killed and 18 captured." Shi Shaoyong nodded, commanding the soldiers to detain the prisoners and clean up the battlefield before returning to the main tent. Just as he sat down, a burly man wielding an axe burst in, exclaiming anxiously, "Sir, my elder brother is missing." Chapter 60, Bounties for Slaying Bandits, Charge Forward. Shi Shaoyong paused, inquiring, "Who is your elder brother?" "Oh, my elder brother is the valiant leader Zhang Hao from the 10th village of Nyangnyang Mountain." Cheng Taidan quickly added, realizing the significance. Among the leaders of dozens of villages, Zhang Hao is the one Shi Shaoyong valued most, as he had previously been the only one to slay bandits at his doorstep. Moreover, only Zhang Hao's team appeared exceptionally organized on this occasion. "Bring more men. Quickly search for leader Zhang." Shi Shaoyong rose and bellowed. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers at the entrance promptly dashed out. The 2 followed suit, emerging from the main tent, accompanied by the soldiers, brandishing torches and calling out into the surrounding woods. "You, young lady, it seems you are quite youthful. Instead of seeking a proper life, why have you turned to banditry in the mountains? Such a splendid visage and remarkable skills wasted." Zhang Hao, carrying Yinling, grumbled as he walked. Alas, you are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been anyone else, you would have been slain by now, despite Yinling's repeated attempts to end Zhang Hao's life. Leaving him exasperated and contemplating whether it would be simpler to just kill her, he found himself unable to strike her down upon gazing at her captivating face. He sighed heavily, thinking how splendid it would be if such talent could be harnessed for his own purposes. As he continued forward with Yinling in tow, he suddenly heard a series of shouts ahead. "Big brother!" Zhang Youling. Looking in the direction of the sound, he spotted a torch-bearing group approaching. "Hey, I'm right here." Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. This young lady is the third chief of Qingfeng village, quite skilled. Yet she has fallen into the hands of our brave leader. Upon reaching them, Zhang Hao proclaimed with pride. The crowd gasped in surprise. Shi Xiaoyong had encountered Yinling multiple times during previous campaigns against bandits and was aware of her agility, although she was not his match. Capturing her would certainly not be an easy feat. Cheng Taidan, upon seeing Yinling, was immediately reminded of the searing pain in his thigh from her previous attack, which had yet to heal. "Big brother, quickly lay this young lady down. I shall chop off her head with my axe to avenge our fallen comrades." Cheng Taidan stepped forward, brandishing his axe and yelling, "Taidan, do not act rashly. She is now our prisoner. All matters should be left to the county magistrate for disposition." Saying this, Zhang Hao shrugged his shoulders and unceremoniously tossed Yinling to the ground. With a cry of pain, she writhed upon landing. "Take her back to the village. After our victory, we shall leave her fate to the magistrate." "As you command," Shi Xiaoyong bellowed, and two soldiers stepped forward to carry Yinling away. "Big brother is indeed formidable. This young lady possesses considerable skill, and I am humbled in comparison," Cheng Taidan chuckled, growing more in awe of Zhang Hao. Without further ado, as the daylight waned, everyone returned to the camp. Inside the tent, Zhang Hao lay down on his bedding, stifling a yawn as he addressed Cheng Taidan. "Taidan, remember to wake me for the morning assembly before the assault on the mountain." Already fatigued, the added exertion left Zhang Hao feeling even more drained, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Cheng Taidan nodded and crouched at the entrance, meticulously cleaning the blood from his axe. This battle had been exhilarating. He had felled several bandits in quick succession. The following morning, Shi Xiaoyong assembled the troops, and they set forth towards Newkingshan. Upon reaching the vicinity of Niuyinzue, approximately 300 meters from the gates of Qingfeng village, Shi Xiaoyong raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers armed with bows and arrows emerged. Swiftly positioning themselves in a straight line, kneeling on one knee, raising their bows, knocking arrows, and drawing their strings with fluid grace, executing the entire sequence in one seamless motion. Release. With a commanding shout from Shi Xiaoyong, a volley of arrows was unleashed, soaring uniformly into the sky. At the gate of Qifeng's stronghold, upon learning that Shi Xiaoyong's troops had arrived, Song Hai and Lu Xiangshan hastily assembled their forces atop the gate tower. "Where has Sanmei gone for so long? Could something have gone awry?" Lu Xiangshan inquired. "Sanmei is remarkably agile. She is likely unharmed. With the enemy closing in, we must first secure the gate. Perhaps she is seeking an opportunity behind enemy lines," replied Song Hai. At that moment, a cry rang out from Kalami atop the lookout tower. "Dodge the arrows." Startled, the two quickly crouched down, just as a rain of arrows descended, causing numerous casualties on the spot. Lu Xiangshan reacted swiftly, shouting, "Everyone, raise your shields. Take cover." As he spoke, several Kalami nearby lifted their shields, providing ample protection for the two. On the front line, as the soldiers readied their arrows once more, Shi Xiaoyong commanded, "Release." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A new cascade of arrows whistled through the air. The common folk, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were exhilarated to see the orderly volleys targeting the bandits. "These soldiers are formidable. Those bandits will surely be riddled with arrows. Yes, yes, we can finish them off." The county magistrate had promised rewards for slaying bandits, 2,000 won for each Kalami and 5,000 won for each leader. Indeed, if we manage to kill the stronghold's chief, the reward is 100 taels of gold. Ha ha ha, the chief is mine. Don't even think of competing with me. After 5 volleys, at the county lieutenant's signal, the soldiers methodically withdrew to the sides. Shi Xiaoyong raised his twin hammers and shouted, "Rewards for slaying bandits. Charge." With that, countless local heroes brandishing hoes, carrying poles, and wielding pitchforks rushed towards the gate, shouting fervently and charging forth. Dust and smoke billowed, and the battle cries resonated through the air. Shi Xiaoyong's arrows followed a parabolic trajectory, relying on the gravity-driven descent to strike the enemy. Although the range was extensive, the lethality was limited. Due to their preparedness, the subsequent arrows did not inflict substantial harm on the bandits. Noticing the rain of arrows had ceased, Zhang Hao and Lu Xiangxing rose to find the enemy advancing rapidly. Zhang Hao raised his brows and said in a deep voice, "Prepare." Instantly, numerous Kalami atop the gate stood in unison, drawing their bows and knocking arrows, awaiting the command. With his hand raised and his gaze fixed intently ahead, Zhang Hao silently counted, "Wait, just a moment longer." When the distance was deemed sufficient, he forcefully waved his hand downward and shouted, "Release." In an instant, those at the forefront of the charge cried out in anguish, collapsing one after another. The rear ranks trampled over their fallen comrades, pressing forward. The Kalami atop the gate divided into two lines. The front line released their arrows and quickly withdrew to ready their bows again, while the rear line immediately took their place, creating an unbroken torrent of direct fire. The arrows flew relentlessly toward the local heroes at the gate, their proximity amplifying their deadly force. "Release! Release!" Zhang Hao moved in rhythm, commanding resolutely with his outstretched arms. As more local valiant fighters fell to arrows, murmurs of discontent arose among those at the rear. What kind of strategy is this? At this rate, we'll be decimated before we even reach the gate. Brothers, let us not throw our lives away any longer. Retreat. One brave leader, unable to bear the mounting pressure, shouted loudly. This cry had a profound effect, prompting everyone to turn back and flee. Those at the front dashed backward, while the rear, confused by the sudden retreat, also turned to escape. In an instant, the entire formation disintegrated, and soon the area before the fortress fell silent, littered with the bodies of countless local fighters. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. "Is this all? I have yet to begin." Lu Xiangxin raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Now, my sister can have her fill of slaughter from behind." Zhang Hao bellowed, "Prepare the horses." He then leapt down from the battlements and, accompanied by a group of Karami, surged outward in pursuit. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiangxing, taken aback, had no time to intervene and could only shout from the battlements, "Brother, do not pursue a desperate foe. Beware of treachery." By then, Zhang Hao had already led his men into the fray, and in a moment of urgency, Lu Xiangxing hastily descended and mounted his horse to follow. Chapter 61. Turning the tide from a distant hill, Shi Xiaoyong observed the charge, noting the grievous casualties in the ensuing rout, filling him with profound anxiety. Report. County Magistrate. The leader of the Zhengqi Mountain has fled the battlefield, spreading rumors and sowing discord, leading to the collapse of the assault. A sentinel knelt before him. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoyong's fury ignited, and he unsheathed his sword, rushing down. I wondered why they were charging forward, on the brink of reaching the mountain gate, only to suddenly retreat. At this critical juncture, we must seize the momentum. Quickly, block the retreat. As Shi Xiaoyong descended with his sword, he shouted to the soldiers below. Hearing his command, the soldiers quickly formed a line, brandishing their halberds to obstruct the fleeing fighters. As the troops halted, four valiant leaders approached. Shi Xiaoyong, brandishing his sword, confronted the leader of Zhengqi Mountain, delivering a fatal strike. At such a pivotal moment, to disrupt our morale, this infuriates me to no end. Damn it. Nearby, Zhang Hao overheard the ruckus and, seeing the retreat, had no choice but to lead his troops back as well. However, he was astonished by Shi Xiaoyong's decisive execution of the valiant leader before everyone's eyes, nearly causing him to soil himself in fear. Report. The bandits from Qingfeng's stronghold are in pursuit. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, shouting, "Prepare the horses to meet the enemy." Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoyong sheathed his sword and commanded loudly. As the black horse was brought to him, Shi Xiaoyong mounted swiftly, raising his twin cudgels, declaring, "Whoever dares to disrupt our ranks shall be executed without mercy." With that, he spurred his horse forward, leading the soldiers into the fray. Encouraged by Shi Xiaoyong's boldness, the others rallied behind him closely. Upon witnessing the opposing party regrouping, Zhang Hao hastily reined in his horse, halting 100 meters away. Before him stood Shi Xiaoyong, the county lieutenant of Rongqing. After observing for a moment, Zhang Hao called out. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoyong tightened his legs and rode forward. "I am Shi Xiaoyong, the county lieutenant of Rongqing. A thief approaches. Quickly reveal your name, and I shall spare your life," he declared. Zhang Hao chuckled to himself, recalling how Shi Xiaoyong had repeatedly attacked the mountain without ever giving him a chance to engage. This time, he was determined to personally take him down. With that thought, he spurred his horse forward. "Brother, I have faced Shi Xiaoyong numerous times. He is a formidable opponent, immensely strong. You must not underestimate him in this battle." Lu Xiangxing urged anxiously. Nodding, Song Hai retorted, I am Song Hai, the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold. If you are wise, dismount and surrender, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, prepare to feel the wrath of my thunderous hammers. Shi Xiaoyong's eyes widened with rage as he shouted, You vile scoundrel, cease your insolence. He then swung his twin clubs toward Song Hai. Not daring to be complacent, Song Hai quickly raised his hammers to parry. The clash of weapons erupted, sending sparks flying and creating a thunderous noise. Nearby, Zhang Hao felt his head reverberate from the sound. Goodness, the battles of ancient warriors are truly extraordinary. Today, I am witnessing something remarkable. As the two combatants clashed atop their steeds, they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. However, as time wore on, Shi Xiaoyong began to tire, realizing with alarm that he had underestimated Song Hai's prowess. Defeat in front of their troops would undoubtedly demoralize his soldiers. With that thought, Shi Xiaoyong steeled himself, searching for an opportunity. Zhang Ling, you are the only one mounted here. Why do you not lend assistance? A brave leader shouted as he noticed Zhang Hao's hesitation. Startled, Zhang Hao's horse, Big White, misinterpreted the nudge and began to advance. What the? Who slapped my horse's rear? Zhang Hao exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety. With the battle between the warriors ahead, he thought, am I merely delivering myself to my doom? Despite his reluctance, Big White continued to move forward, and with no alternative, Zhang Hao pulled out his phone to place an order. Take this, you scoundrel, he shouted, sending a brick flying toward Song Hai's head. The impact was sudden and unforeseen. Song Hai, engrossed in his duel with Shi Xiaoyong, did not notice the brick descending upon him until it struck squarely. Damn it, who dares to ambush me? He spat, spitting out brick dust in frustration. Zhang Hao was astonished. Song Hai had taken a brick to the head yet appeared unfazed, continuing his fierce combat with Shi Xiaoyong. Seeing that reinforcements were approaching for the enemy, Lu Xiangxing swiftly urged his horse forward, launching 3 projectiles simultaneously towards Shi Xiaoyong. Quick-witted, Shi Xiaoyong sensed danger and attempted to evade while blocking. Despite his efforts, one of the stones struck his right arm. Ouying was already weary from fending off attacks when a flying stone struck him with considerable force, causing him to nearly shatter his teeth as the iron mace slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Hi's heart leaped with joy, and he shouted, Stay right there. Seizing the moment, he swung his hammer down towards Ouying's right leg. Ah! Ouying exclaimed in alarm, realizing he could not evade in time. He raised his left hand to block with the mace. Mounted as he was, with his left hand defending against the right leg, he lacked the strength for an effective defense. A resounding thud echoed as the thunderous hammer struck his leg with force, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone cracking. The black horse neighed loudly, stumbling a few steps before nearly collapsing. All of this transpired before Zhanghao's eyes. Oh no! Zhangho gasped, quickly clicking frantically. Instantly, countless bricks rained down upon Zhanghi's head. Zhanghi, taken aback, wondered if this person possessed some magical ability. Without time for further contemplation, he held his breath and raised both hammers to defend himself. As bricks rained down, some striking his hammers, while others hit him directly. Yet, for him, the damage was negligible. County Magistrate, retreat! Zhangho shouted while placing his order. In unbearable pain, Ouying understood he was no longer capable of fighting. Upon hearing the call, he hastily reined in his horse to retreat outside the circle. Seeing Ouying pulled back to safety, Zhangho felt a surge of relief and quickly turned to escape the battlefield. State your name, Zhanghi bellowed. Zhangho's heart raced. Oh dear. If he fled now, he would never be able to face anyone again. A man lives for his reputation, stealing his nerves. He summoned his courage and shouted back, emulating their earlier bravado. Listen well, you scoundrel. I am Zhangho, the valiant leader of the 10th village of Ni Mountain. Zhangho was taken aback. How was it that this Zhangho had escaped calamity after his sister's outing last night? This fellow truly had a charmed life. Nevertheless, today he would personally end him. With a newfound interest, Zhanghi smiled faintly and said, So you are that Zhangho. You seem rather slight of build. I did not expect you to hurl bricks. Alas, I am protected by the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. So your feeble skills cannot harm me. Take this. No sooner had Zhanghi finished speaking than another brick struck his head. Pa pa pa. Dust from the bricks filled the air, causing Zhanghi to cough several times in irritation. Enraged, he shouted, "Do you not understand what I am saying? I possess the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Your bricks are futile against me." Boom. Before I could finish his tirade, a tremendous sound erupted. The crowd had yet to react when a colossal stone ball plummeted from a height of 10 meters, directly striking Hi's head. The impact sent both him and his horse crashing to the ground. Onlookers from both sides stood frozen, the battlefield enveloped in an eerie silence. After a moment, Hi's horse staggered to its feet, coughing, while Hi lay motionless next to the stone ball. Indeed, it was one of those white circular stone barriers that line the roadside to prevent motor vehicles from passing. Zhang Hao searched for a long time before finally finding this oversized item and placing it in his shopping cart. He chuckled, "Aren't you invulnerable? Why are you lying on the ground, unable to rise?" With a scoff, a barely perceptible smirk crept onto his lips. At that moment, Ching Taidan also realized what was happening and hurriedly ran forward with his axe, exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right? Does your brother look like someone in trouble? This person is so weak. How could he possibly be a match for me?" Zhang Hao raised his hand and struck a pose he deemed impressive, responding with disdain. "Brother, I shall go and sever his head," claiming the reward from the county magistrate. Cheng Taidan lifted his axe and shouted, "A fool would refuse wealth." Nodding in agreement with Zhang Hao, Cheng Taidan dashed forward, only to come to a sudden halt upon reaching the scene. "Taidan, what's wrong?" Noticing Cheng Taidan standing dazed in front of Song Hai's corpse, Zhang Hao dismounted, puzzled, and approached slowly. Well, no wonder Cheng Taidan is in a daze. Song Hai's head was completely shattered. As Zhang Hao drew near, he gasped in shock at the sight before him. This roadblock was truly formidable, deserving of Zhang Hao's 5-star review. It turned out that Song Hai's entire head had been crushed, and his neck was already devoid of any remnants. Blood and bone fragments were smeared everywhere on the stone and grass, painting a scene that was horrifically indescribable. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words, and nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao then purchased a wooden box and handed it to Cheng Taidan. Receiving the box, Cheng Taidan crouched down and cautiously gathered the shattered bones and broken fragments into it, securing the lid and tying it to his waist. It was only then that Lu Xiangxing realized the gravity of the situation. Filled with sorrow and anger, he acknowledged his defeat and hastily retreated with his men. Upon returning to their unit, Zhang Hao discovered that Shi Zhaoyong had been gravely injured, lying on a stretcher carried by 2 soldiers. "Zhang Yongling, well done. I can no longer fight. The command of the troop is now in your hands. Promise me, you must breach the stronghold and restore peace to the people of Rongqing," Shi Zhaoyong said, grasping Zhang Hao's hand, filled with emotion. Before Zhang Hao could respond, Shi Zhaoyong forced himself to sit up and shouted to the crowd, "From this day forth, as the county captain, I hereby promote Zhang Yongling to the position of commander of the anti-thief army," granting him full authority over the assault on the mountain stronghold. With that, he removed his command token and pressed it into Zhang Hao's hands. "My lord," Zhang Hao began. But before he could finish, Shi Zhaoyong waved his hand, and 2 officers carried him back to the rear tent for medical treatment. Promoted again? Commander of the anti-thief army? What rank? With no time to ponder, Zhang Hao secured the token, leapt onto his horse, and shouted to the people behind him, "Who the hell just slapped my horse's rear?" Chapter 62. Leading the assault on the stronghold. As Zhang Hao posed his question, the commander of Dongzhou Mountain lowered his head, cautiously taking a step back, hoping that no one had witnessed his earlier actions. Now that Zhang Hao had become a commander, he felt he could not afford to provoke him. However, to his surprise, as Zhang Hao inquired, everyone around turned to look at him, many even pointing fingers in his direction. My hands are shaking, my hands are shaking." As he found himself unable to evade the situation, he could only force a foolish smile and murmured in submission, "How dare you show disdain for your superiors and privately take the reins of my command? Bring him down and confine him to await his fate," Zhang Hao proclaimed loudly. Although he recognized that without the slap dealt by the valiant leader of Dongzishan, he would not have gained such prominence, inadvertently slaying the chief of King Feng's High and subsequently elevating his own rank. What he despised most were those who resorted to underhanded tactics to incite others. "My lord, I was wrong. I shall not do it again. I beseech you to spare me this time." The leader of Dongzishan cried out in fear as he was dragged away by 2 soldiers. However, Zhang Hao paid him no heed. This served as a demonstration of his authority since assuming his post. If those beneath him did not fear him, leading the troops would become an arduous task. Upon concluding matters with the leader of Dongzishan, Zhang Hao waved his hand and declared, With battle imminent, I find myself famished. Quartermaster, prepare a meal. Only when well-fed can one muster the strength to fight. After hours of toil, everyone was hungry, and upon hearing the prospect of food, they erupted in joyous cheers. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. With his promotion, the rations had improved as well. While gnawing on a leg of lamb, Zhang Hao pondered strategies to breach the city. Alas, having never fought before, he found himself at a loss for ideas. Reckless charges like before would lead to disaster. If the gates remained unbroken, his men would perish instead. He opened his phone and browsed through the marketplace. Explosive-proof metal shield for security, transparent explosive-proof shield for campus security. These would serve well. The front line could use them to deflect arrows. With a few clicks, hundreds of shields arrived at Zhang Hao's tent. Come here, he called out, positioning 2 shields side by side against the table. Brother, Qing Taidan entered, wielding an axe. Summon 2 strong archers, Zhang Hao instructed, eager to test the reliability of these shields. It was not a matter of doubting their quality, but rather the gravity of human life left no room for negligence. Qing Taidan nodded and soon returned with 2 soldiers. You too. Shoot your arrows at this shield with all your might, Zhang Hao commanded. It was their first encounter with such transparent equipment. The 2 exchanged glances before knocking their arrows and releasing them towards the shield. Whoosh! Bang! Despite the close range, the moment the arrows struck the shield, they were deflected. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, silently commending top-notch shields. A 5-star review from Zhang Hao. Taidan, strike it with your axe, Zhang Hao instructed, laying the shield flat on the ground. Qing Taidan, accustomed to Zhang Hao's enthusiasm for testing new items, nodded and swung his axe towards the shield. Bang! The collision produced a thunderous sound, and due to the immense force, the shield sprang upward, soaring several centimeters into the air. Zhang Hao hurriedly approached to inspect it. By heavens! The shield bore a long dent from the axe's strike, deforming its structure, yet it remained unbroken. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd nodded in agreement. This equipment was indeed commendable, capable of withstanding arrows and proving effective even in close combat. Taidan, gather a few robust individuals eager to make their mark and distribute these shields. They shall serve as our vanguard in the next charge. Taidan complied, summoning a group to carry the shields away. Merely reaching the front lines would not suffice. A strategy to breach the gates was imperative. During the previous assault, Zhang Hao observed that although the gates of Qingfeng village were imposing, they were merely constructed from tied wooden stakes. Thus, the most effective approach would be to employ fire. If we could reach close enough to set the gates ablaze, victory would be within our grasp. Zhang Hao, you truly are a genius. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao began scouring the internet. High-concentration solid alcohol blocks, outdoor marvel, buy 10 boxes, get 1 free. Lighter fuel, large barrel, universally applicable, ignition magic. Solid fire starter wax. With each order placed, the large tent filled with an array of incendiary supplies. Once the quantity seemed sufficient, he exited the tent. Gather round. With a commanding shout, the crowd assembled before the tent. Zhang Hao gazed upward. The sky was clear and bright, ideal for igniting flames. He nodded approvingly and announced, Now, heed my command. Each of you shall receive 10 ignition devices. Without concern for anything else, sprint to the vicinity of the gates, hurl these items onto the watchtower, and swiftly retreat to 100 meters away. As he spoke, he instructed Taidan to distribute the items he had procured to the local warriors. What is this? Can throwing this truly defeat the bandits? Are we jesting? Murmured many. Hey, why question so much? The Lord has commanded, and we shall follow. Zhang Hao merely smiled faintly. He saw no need to waste words explaining. Those in the military were to obey commands, and the specifics of the mission's objectives were not theirs to ponder deeply. After the distribution, he summoned the leader of the archers and instructed, distribute these to your soldiers, allowing them to affix these items to their arrows, waiting for my signal. He pointed to several boxes of fire-starting wax on the ground and provided him with dozens of matches, explaining their usage. With all arrangements in place, Zhang Hao mounted his steed, drew his sword, and with a flourish commanded, advance. At his command, the troops surged toward the gates of Qifeng village. Lu Xiangxing, having witnessed the tragic demise of Song Hai, remained in shock, contemplating the village's next course of action as the enemy drew near and his sister's fate hung in the balance. With no alternatives, he resolved to hold the gates steadfastly. As the government forces approached once more, Lu Xiangxin's muscles tensed, and he bellowed, prepare to fire. Countless Karamira bows were strung, ready for action. The local warriors, shielded by their front line, cautiously advanced toward the gates. Fire! With Lu Xiangxing's commanding shout, a multitude of arrows rained down upon the local warriors. The sound of arrows clashing against shields echoed through the air. Due to the shields purchased by Zhang Hao being either transparent or featuring observation slits, the villagers behind him were not required to peer around the signs to see the road, resulting in minimal casualties. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the arrows shot at them, Lu Xiangxing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. As the team approached the gate of the stockade, they followed Zhang Hao's instructions and began hurling their belongings towards the gate tower. In an instant, countless blocks of alcohol, lighter fuel barrels, and igniting wax scattered across the tower. Lu Xiangxing, startled, picked up a piece of solid alcohol, staring blankly at it, unsure of its purpose. What was the intent behind this? Just as the people atop the gate tower were engulfed in confusion, a multitude of fire arrows soared through the air towards them. "Dodge the arrows!" cried Karami from the lookout tower. The individuals on the gate tower immediately raised their shields. Having learned from previous experiences, this time, very few were hit. However, the subsequent events astounded everyone. Chapter 63. Breaching the Hall of Mount Tianling, the igniting wax tied to the arrows blazed fiercely upon landing on the tower, rapidly igniting a plethora of solid alcohol. The crowd barely had time to react before they were engulfed in roaring flames. Countless barrels of lighter fluid combusted, leading to a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. With each sound, the exploding lighter fuel sent forth long trails of fire, scattering in all directions. Lu Xiangxing, swift and agile, noticing the flames spreading rapidly, tore off his burning robe and leaped down from the tower. Witnessing the numerous Karami wailing amidst the inferno, Lu Xiangxing realized the gate had been irretrievably lost. He could only sigh deeply and shout, "Retreat." The remaining Karami followed Lu Xiangxing as they fled to Mount Tianling, their last line of defense. The fire blazed ever higher, accompanied by crackling sounds, as massive flames and thick black smoke surged towards the heavens. Outside the stockade, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, retreating in shock from the overwhelming blaze. They could hardly comprehend how the items they had thrown had such a profound effect, igniting the massive gate tower, constructed of enormous wet wooden beams, into a fierce conflagration with such ease. Truly, Zhang Hao was a remarkable figure. As they beheld the towering flames, their admiration for Zhang Hao grew ever stronger. Had it not been for his strategies, charging forward as suggested by the county magistrate would have undoubtedly led to countless villagers falling victim to arrows. Moreover, even had they reached the gate, reaching such a formidable barrier would have required significant effort. As the battle appeared to be drawing to a close, Zhang Hao approached on his steed, Dabai, accompanied by Cheng Taidan. "Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang is magnificent. Lord Zhang's cunning strategies are unparalleled." As Zhang Hao slowly made his way to the front lines, the crowd erupted in unified cheers. Zhang Hao slightly raised his head, gesturing with his hand while softly responding, Maintain a low profile. Maintain a low profile. My lord. The gate is ablaze, and Lu Xiangxing has led the retreat into the mountains. What shall we do next?" An officer stepped forward, bowing and kneeling on one knee. Zhang Hao, witnessing the raging inferno, found it momentarily impossible to advance. He thus proclaimed with a commanding voice, "The troops shall remain here to regroup. Once the flames subside, we shall charge forth together and lay waste to Qingfeng's stronghold. Lay waste to Qingfeng's stronghold. Lay waste to Qingfeng's stronghold." Lu Xiangxing, leading the remnants of his forces, hastened to Mount Tiangao, immediately ordering the gates of Calami to be securely fastened. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed at the distant flickering flames, his heart a tumult of emotions. "How many of us remain?" Lu Xiangxing inquired, attempting to gather his thoughts and turning to Lei Biao. "Chief, during the defense, several hundred of our men were trapped atop the gate and could not withdraw in time. Currently, fewer than 100 remain capable of fighting," Lei Biao responded, bowing slightly and speaking in a hushed tone. Having traveled through the dust and chaos, Lei Biao's figure was smudged with soot. Had he not positioned himself towards the back, he too might have faced dire consequences. "Fewer than 100? Is that truly the extent of our numbers? You cannot even ascertain the count?" Lu Xiangxing could no longer contain his rising fury and shouted at Lei Biao. Startled, Lei Biao trembled, inwardly lamenting, "I have only just returned, not even having had a sip of water. How would I know how many remain?" Stifling his frustration, he replied, "Please, Chief, calm your anger. I shall promptly conduct a thorough count." With that, Lei Biao hurriedly descended the slope towards the main hall of Mount Tiangao. In a short while, he returned, reporting, "Chief, including yourself and me, There are currently 87 individuals in total within the stronghold, yet only 55 are fit for battle. Lu Xiangshan was taken aback. Fit for battle? How can there be so many incapacitated? Without further contemplation, he dashed towards the courtyard entrance. The sight that greeted him filled him with desolation. Most of the individuals sprawled before him had returned from the gate, their bodies covered in soot, lying haphazardly, many bearing grievous burns, their lamentations echoing around. How can we fight like this? It seems Mount Tiangao cannot hold out any longer. Yet, with our backs against the sea, the only exit on the island is now blocked. There is no escape. My brothers, I understand that you are all weary, yet having entered this Nyoching mountain. As valiant men, we must stand against the government forces. After this fierce battle, those remaining are all steadfast heroes. We cannot submit to the authorities. For now, let us eat and drink heartily, and prepare to fight to the death against the soldiers. Lu Xiangshan instructed Lei Biao to bring forth all the fine wine and meat from Mount Tiangao to share with everyone. As they feasted, listening to Lu Xiangshan's impassioned words, their spirits ignited with fervor. We shall not coexist. To battle to the death. Once the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, Lu Xiangshan raised his wine bowl and declared loudly to the assembled brothers, let us raise a toast. To battle against the soldiers. With that, he downed the wine in one gulp and smashed the bowl forcefully onto the ground. Crash. The bowl shattered, producing a resonant sound. To battle against the soldiers. The others, witnessing this, simultaneously drained their bowls of rice wine and hurled them down with great force. Outside the stronghold, Zhang Hao noticed the flames gradually receding. He ordered a path to be cleared. Mounting his steed, he shouted, charge. A throng of people surged forward, rushing into the valley of Nuyanzui. Zhang Hao, accompanied by Cheng Taidan, closely followed behind the troops. Brother, let me go ahead and slay the bandits. How can I claim rewards if I am always stuck at the back? Cheng Taidan complained. Silence. Stay right by my side. You are not to stray a step without my command, Zhang Hao retorted, reluctant to let this dark figure venture out alone. In the face of danger, one's life takes precedence over the glory of battle. Although he had a mobile phone, the threats lurking in the shadows were far more treacherous than any visible foe, and his reflexes paled in comparison to those of Cheng Taidan. If a bandit were to suddenly appear, he would find himself at a loss, primarily out of fear. Recalling how Cheng Taidan had previously failed to protect him, it seemed this dark figure had forgotten his duty as a guardian. It was evident that he needed to find a more reliable bodyguard. With this thought, Zhang Hao instinctively quickened his pace. Upon exiting Nuyanzui, Zhang Hao was momentarily dazzled. Despite having meticulously studied the terrain on outdated maps, many details were inaccurate due to their age. In particular, coastal areas were misrepresented as vast oceans. Wow, this is a veritable paradise. Zhang Hao exclaimed involuntarily. This splendid location would be perfect. After dealing with the bandits, he must find a way to acquire this land. Even if it meant purchasing it outright, it would serve as an idyllic retreat for him and his beloved wife in this ancient world. Gazing at the scenery, Zhang Hao began to secretly devise plans, envisioning a grand garden here and a smooth asphalt road for racing with his wife. As the group approached Mount Montien, despite its lofty name, the mountain was rather modest, and its gates could hardly compare to those of Qifeng's stronghold. At Zhang Hao's command, the crowd surged toward the courtyard atop the mountain. With the combined strength of numerous robust men, a significant portion of the courtyard wall was toppled. A fierce melee ensued, chaos erupting all around. Although both sides were spirited, the disparity in numbers proved overwhelming. Lu Xiangshan led the remaining bandits, fighting and retreating until they found themselves within the grand hall of Mount Montien. Dismounting swiftly, Zhang Hao approached the entrance and called out, "Brave soul within, state your name." Although Lu Xiangshan was aware that Shi Xiaoyong had been injured, he was taken aback to discover that the current leader of the government forces was none other than Zhang Hao. I am Lu Xiangshan, the second in command of Qifeng's stronghold. Faced with the dire situation, Lu Xiangshan strained to raise his voice, but it still lacked conviction. Ha ha ha, so it is you, Chief Lu. You find yourself at the end of the road. If you surrender, I can guarantee your survival, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Indeed. Targeting the heart before the enemy was a tactic he had learned from watching various battle videos online since becoming the commander. Lu Xiangshan's expression darkened, and he growled fiercely. Bah! The corrupt officials collude with wealthy merchants to seize land, oppress the common people, leaving us with nowhere to turn. This is why we have taken to the mountains. Now that we find ourselves outmatched, we have no words left to say. We would rather die fighting than live under the tyranny of such scoundrels. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangxing turned out to be a formidable adversary, unwavering even in the face of death, which stirred a sense of admiration in Zhang Hao's heart. Chapter 64. Annihilation of the Qingfeng Zhai bandits. Now, only more than 30 bandits remained in the Grand Hall. Yet those who had withstood the onslaught were the absolute elite of Qingfeng Zhai. In such a dire situation, they managed to fight and retreat simultaneously, steadfastly guarding the last vestiges of dignity for Qingfeng Zhai. They kept their chieftain firmly ensconced in the center, each one glaring fiercely, embodying the spirit of a desperate struggle. Lu Xiangxing touched his pouch of stones, realizing that after a relentless series of battles, he had exhausted his ammunition. As the chieftain of Qingfeng Zhai, his unique skill lay in his ability to launch stones with deadly accuracy within his line of sight, and to predictively shoot based on his opponent's habitual movements. However, his close combat skills were somewhat lacking, even inferior to those of Lei Biao beside him. At most, he could rely on his sword to strike down a few ordinary villagers, a fact that underscored his usual cautious demeanor. Unlike Zhang Hao, who relied on his ironclad physique and overwhelming strength, or Yan Ling, who wielded her agility and extraordinary knife skills to dispatch enemies with ease. Lu Xiangxing was more akin to an exceptional marksman. Yet now, the marksman found himself devoid of projectiles. Zhang Hao leaned over to whisper a few words to the soldiers beside him. They nodded in understanding and led a few men out of the Grand Hall. Zhang Hao was acutely aware that to eliminate the remaining foes, a fierce battle was still inevitable. He pondered that it might be best to find a way to compel them to surrender, thereby minimizing casualties. Chieftain Lu, do you know where your third chieftain Yan Ling is at this moment? Zhang Hao inquired. Lu Xiangxing's gaze, filled with murderous intent, sharpened, and he soon sneered with disdain, saying, "My sister is as elusive as a ghost, Zhang Hao. I advise you to be cautious. She may well appear at your bedside one day, seeking revenge for me and our elder brother." "Ha ha, I fear your sister may disappoint you this time," Zhang Hao replied, but before he could finish, two soldiers escorted Yan Ling into the Grand Hall. "Sir, we have brought Yan Ling," they announced. Zhang Hao nodded, drawing his sword and placing it against Yan Ling's neck, commanding loudly, "Lu Xiangxing, behold, your third chieftain is already in my grasp. If you do not surrender immediately, I shall take her life, ensuring that you three siblings reunite in the afterlife." At this juncture, Lu Xiangxing had pinned all his hopes on Yan Ling, believing she would one day avenge their two deceased brothers. However, upon witnessing the current predicament, he felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, the sword clattering to the ground as he slumped down upon the tiger skin throne in the Grand Hall. Since being captured by Zhang Hao, Yan Ling had long hoped that her two brothers would break through the soldiers and rescue her. Today, as she was led out of Little Stone Village, the charred remains of the village gate and the devastation of Matian Ridge had already led her to surmise the grim outcome. Entering the Grand Hall and seeing Lu Xiangxing, who was at his wit's end, tears welled in her eyes, and she cried out, "Second brother, do not concern yourself with me. Fight your way out. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Zhang Hao, you have released her. I am willing to take my own life in front of you as an act of contrition." Lu Xiangxing's pupils contracted, and he abruptly seized his sword, speaking resolutely. "What on earth is happening now? Lu Zhizhu, I have already stated that if you lay down your weapons and surrender, everyone inside the hall shall be spared. Why persist in this manner?" Zhang Hao replied, "Very well, I surrender." Lu Xiangxing's face lit up with joy as he cast his sword to the ground and proclaimed loudly. Lei Biao and the other Karami exchanged glances upon witnessing their leader's capitulation, and they too discarded their weapons. The bandits, initially forced into rebellion, recognized that further resistance would only lead to death. With their leader surrendering, it seemed futile to cling to a hopeless struggle. Perhaps surrender could offer a glimmer of hope. Zhang Hao was taken aback by how smoothly things had unfolded. A smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the soldiers beside him. The soldiers understood the cue and promptly gathered the discarded weapons, binding the bandits without delay. They were to be imprisoned in the dungeons of Qingfeng Zhai until further orders from the commanding officer, Zhang Hao declared. Understood. The soldiers acknowledged the command and escorted the bandits away. Zhang Hao then approached the grand tiger skin throne of Qingfeng Zhai, seated himself with authority, and proclaimed, "The bandits of Qingfeng Zhai have been entirely eradicated. Quartermaster, prepare a feast. Let the entire army celebrate until intoxication." At this proclamation, joyous cheers erupted from the crowd. Victory! Many familiar villagers embraced one another, overcome with tears of joy. At last, they had avenged their kin. No longer would they live in fear of bandit raids. Before long, the banquet was laid out. transforming the hall into a jubilant sea of merriment. Fulfilled in his mission, Zhang Hao felt an immense sense of relief as he reclined in the throne, one hand grasping a leg of lamb while the other raised a cup to drink deeply. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences he had endured, he was filled with profound emotion. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhang Hao found himself intrigued by the two bandit leaders. Under the guidance of the soldiers, he made his way to the dungeons of Qifengzhai. "Open the cell door," Zhang Hao commanded. The guarding soldiers nodded and swung the cell door open. Lu Xiangxing was crouched in the corner of the cell. Upon seeing Zhang Hao enter, he hastily said, "My lord, I understand that we have reached this point and cannot escape death. Might you show mercy and allow me to see my sister Yinling one last time to ease my heart's longing? If there is a next life, I shall surely repay your kindness." Zhang Hao was taken aback. It seemed that Lu Xiangxing's connection with Yinling was anything but ordinary. Was he perhaps infatuated? Various signs suggested that Yinling held a significant place in Lu Xiangxing's heart, far beyond that of mere brotherhood among bandits. "Oh, what tale do you share with this Yinling?" Zhang Hao inquired with curiosity. Alas, Lu Xiangxing sighed deeply. "Given the circumstances, there is nothing left to conceal. The tale must begin 3 years ago." He collected his thoughts and began to explain. It turned out that Lu Xiangxing and Yinling had been childhood sweethearts. Their fathers were once sworn brothers who had traversed the martial world together for many years. Tired of the conflicts of the Jianghu, they retreated to Haijiao village in Rongqing County, living as ordinary villagers. Both individuals inherited their father's true legacy and often engaged in martial arts training together. Their family life was initially harmonious and filled with happiness. However, this bliss was short-lived. A severe drought struck, leading to a decline in crop yields. The county magistrate, Fang Huaiji, not only failed to advocate for the welfare of the people or provide relief for the disaster-stricken, but he also colluded with wealthy merchants to forcibly seize the land of Haijiao village. In a desperate bid for survival, the villagers fought valiantly but were ultimately overwhelmed due to the vast disparity in strength. Tragically, the parents of the two were killed by the officials, leaving them no choice but to flee to Niqing Mountain, where they sought refuge with Zhang Hao, who had turned to banditry. Recognizing their exceptional martial skills and his own lack of troops, Zhang Hao appointed them to significant positions within his ranks. Over the years, they recruited soldiers and planned to amass sufficient power to invade the county town and avenge their parents by killing Fang Huaiji. Although Zhang Hao was formidable, he lacked wisdom and had been incited by Lu Xiangxing to dream of becoming an official. Little did he know that even if he were to kill the county magistrate, it would be exceedingly difficult to establish a foothold in the county town. The Daxia dynasty would certainly not allow mountain bandits to wreak havoc in its territories and openly rebel. "Have you not contemplated the consequences of such actions?" Zhang Hao inquired. Puzzled, Lu Xiangxing smiled faintly. A true man born between heaven and earth must distinguish between gratitude and resentment. The enmity of a father's murder is irreconcilable. Even if one were to be reduced to ashes, what is there to fear? Indeed, as depicted in martial arts novels, many in the martial world live perpetually in the shadows of hatred. Zhang Hao could only shake his head. He had no desire to become entangled in such conflicts. Moreover, although he was nominally a commander of the anti-bandit army, he was merely a temporary hire, and upon returning after tidying up, he would still be subject to the magistrate's decisions. Furthermore, he had no ambition to become an official. Such roles were burdensome, and he preferred the leisurely life of cherishing his beloved wife, unbothered by financial concerns. However, for now, he held authority in this matter. Noting Lu Xiangxing's earnest demeanor, he decided it would not be too much trouble to do him a favor. With this in mind, Zhang Hao rose and called to the nearby soldiers, "Go. Bring that female bandit here." "Yes." As the soldiers nodded and departed, Lu Xiangxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and upon realizing the implications, he repeatedly bowed to Zhang Hao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your grace." Zhang Hao nodded and had just stepped out of the jail when a soldier approached him, raising his voice. "Reporting to my lord, there is still a prisoner detained in the Qifengzhai prison. How should we proceed?" "Oh, take me to see him." "Yes." Zhang Hao's interest was piqued, and he followed the soldier's guidance to the prison. "Old man, lift your head." Upon arriving at the cell, the soldier shouted from inside. Hearing the call, the man quickly looked up, his face awash with desperation. Zhang Hao gasped in astonishment. "Is it really Zhang Maokai? How is he still alive?" Chapter 65. Return to the city, my lord. I am an honest citizen. Please save me. Zhang Maokai exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy upon seeing someone in official attire outside the door. "My lord, look." The soldier, Noticing Zhang Mao's eyes, please, turned to Zhang Hao for guidance. Zhang Hao recalled the night Zhang Mao had brought bandits to attack his home, and his anger surged. They were all fellow villagers. Yet he had the audacity to lead bandits against his own kin. This was undoubtedly the act of a traitor within the clan. Upon witnessing Zhang Mao's plea for help, Zhang Hao responded with a smile, Indeed, you are a law-abiding citizen, an exemplary one at that. The imperial forces shall not treat you unjustly. With that, Zhang Hao let out a cold snort and strode away. The soldiers beside him were left in a state of confusion. My lord, how shall we deal with this individual? The soldiers, perplexed by Zhang Hao's intentions, hurried after him, whispering their inquiries. This man is a spy for the mountain bandits. Even more detestable than the bandits themselves. Find a secluded spot and eliminate him, Zhang Hao instructed. As you command. The soldiers, receiving their orders, drew their swords and entered the prison. In the Rongqing County office, Fang Huiji had already gathered comprehensive intelligence from the scouts regarding the entire campaign against the bandits. He promptly drafted a memorial, truthfully reporting the events to Prime Minister Chen Ziming. Upon receiving the good news, Chen Ziming felt immense joy and quickly donned his official robes to present himself at the imperial palace. The borders of the Great Xia were currently plagued by reports of defeats. A victory was desperately needed to uplift the morale within the court. The reigning emperor, neglecting state affairs, spent his days reveling in the company of Yang Zhenchen. Aside from her undeniable beauty, the emperor's retreat into pleasure was also due to the myriad pressing issues plaguing the court, leading him to evade responsibility by delegating matters to Chen Ziming. On this particular day, while the emperor indulged in merriment in the inner palace, word of a victory from the front lines reached him, filling his heart with elation. He quickly rose and proclaimed, "Summon the civil and military officials to the court for deliberation." In the grand hall of the palace, the officials shouted, "Long live our emperor! All rise. We thank your majesty. Minister Chen, I have heard of a victory from the front lines. Hasten to present it." Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming stepped forward. Your Majesty, the magistrate of Rongqing County, Fang Huiji, organized the troops and has achieved a great victory against the Qifeng stronghold, vanquishing over 1,000 bandits. This is a rare triumph for our great Xia after many years. I humbly beseech your Majesty to bestow rewards upon the frontline soldiers to invigorate their spirits. The Emperor, initially believing the report pertained to a victory against the northern barbarians, felt his enthusiasm wane upon hearing Chen Ziming's account. However, even the eradication of bandits was a cause for celebration, and seizing this opportunity to bolster morale could prove beneficial. Minister of Rights, how do you believe I should confer rewards? The Emperor inquired. Just as the Minister of Rights was about to respond, Yang Zhao interjected, Your Majesty, I have a matter to bring forth. The Emperor paused, recognizing Yang Zhao as the brother of Yang Zhenchen. Acknowledging the importance of his words, the Emperor replied, Oh, speak. Minister Yang, Your Majesty, the garrison in Rongqing County comprises but 100 men. How could they possibly withstand over 1,000 bandits? There must be some underlying issue here that warrants your keen insight. As Chen Ziming's rival, Yang Zhao had already dispatched individuals to uncover the truth. The audacity of Chen Ziming to privately assemble over 2,000 local militia was a grave transgression in the eyes of the emperor, hinting at potential treason. Although aware that this was a prime opportunity to undermine Chen Ziming, Yang Zhao knew better than to confront the matter directly. Adhering to the art of subtlety as a seasoned courtier. Oh, is that so? Minister Chen, is there a hidden truth to this matter? The emperor, sensing the irregularity, inquired further. Chen Ziming felt a sense of foreboding as he pondered the actions of Yang Zhao, who seemed oblivious to the need to relieve the emperor's burdens and instead engaged in sowing discord. However, he found himself unable to voice this directly, for he lacked the military command to act. With bandits growing increasingly audacious, he had initially contemplated petitioning the emperor for troops to quell the insurgents, but the emperor, neglecting state affairs, remained inaccessible. Thus, he was left to rally local militia to confront the bandits, a venture fraught with peril. Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Rongqing has organized the local forces and valiantly battled the bandits. After a prolonged siege, the citizens, witnessing the magistrate's dedication to their defense, spontaneously petitioned to assist the government, leading to a decisive victory over the marauders, Chen Ziming declared, his mind racing. Spontaneous petitioning, you say? Yang Zhao scoffed. Sir Chen, having served in office for many years, you must know the true nature of the common folk better than I. What is your intent in fabricating such tales to deceive the sovereign? Yang Zhao, his temper flaring, retorted, The subjects of the emperor exhibit such awareness. It is indeed a testament to His Majesty's sagacity. The populace, grateful for the Emperor's grace, rises to assist the military against the bandits. Do you doubt the Emperor's wisdom, Sir Yang? Yang Zhao, aware of the truth yet lacking evidence, found himself at a loss for a proper response. Enough. The Emperor, incensed by their incessant bickering, smote his dragon throne and bellowed, "Your quarrel may continue, but do not let it disturb me. Whether I am wise or not is beyond your purview. Were it not for the recent victories on the battlefield, I would have had your heads for this insolence." The two men, recognizing the Emperor's fury, quickly bowed their heads and retreated into their ranks, unanimously declaring, "We have acted inappropriately, Your Majesty. We beseech you to quell your anger." The Emperor nodded, then continued, "Minister Qin, please recount the details of this campaign against the bandits for all to hear." In addition to the report from Feng Huaiji, Qin Ziming had dispatched numerous spies to thoroughly investigate the entire operation against the bandits. Reflecting on the Emperor's inquiry, he contemplated the necessity of embellishing certain aspects of their victory to amplify its impact, aside from the organization of local militia, which he recounted truthfully. As Qin Ziming relayed his account, the court erupted into lively discussion. Is this true? Zhang Hao is indeed a capable individual, with such talent in the Great Xia. If properly utilized on the front lines, we might find hope against the northern barbarians. How naive. His opponents are merely a rabble. They cannot compare to the might of the northern cavalry. The Emperor, overwhelmed by the din, cast a glance at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch, understanding the cue, bellowed, "Silence." As his command echoed through the hall, the assembly fell into quietude. "Minister of Rights," the Emperor called. The Minister of Rights hastened forward, responding, "Your Majesty." In my humble opinion, Zhang Hao's ability to salvage a dire situation after initial setbacks and achieve a resounding victory over the bandits warrants recognition. According to Great Xia's laws, he should be awarded the title of Baron of Rongqing to bolster the imperial authority. Furthermore, all who participated in this campaign shall be rewarded 2,000 coins for each bandit slain and 100 taels for the defeat of a leader. The Minister of Rights continued. And the Emperor nodded, asking, "Ministers of Personnel and War, do you have any further suggestions?" The Minister of Personnel, upon hearing these words, responded, "Your Majesty, since this individual possesses the talent for commanding troops, I humbly suggest transferring Zhang Hao to the front line to combat the northern barbarians." As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of War hurried forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. Although Zhang Hao has achieved great victories, he has only faced a rabble, and the disparity in military strength is considerable. If confronted by the northern barbarian army, he may prove too inexperienced to bear such a heavy responsibility." After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor replied, "Your words hold merit. Let us proceed as the Minister of Personnel suggests. Draft the decree." "I shall obey." The Minister of Personnel promptly responded, "Long live Your Majesty." The crowd exclaimed in unison. Seeing that matters were nearly concluded, the Emperor signaled discreetly to the eunuch beside him and hastily rose to depart. He had longed to reunite with his beloved. The eunuch understood the cue and called out, "The court is dismissed. Long live our Emperor." The assembly knelt in unison, offering their respects before dispersing. Outside the grand hall, Yang Zhao stroked his beard and smiled at Qin Ziming. Indeed, Master Qin is remarkable, managing to deceive the heavens so effortlessly. Qin Ziming chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, what do you mean by that, Master Yang? I am perplexed." "Ha, you know full well what you have done. We shall see how it unfolds." Yang Zhao huffed, flicking his sleeves in irritation as he departed. In the grand hall of Qingfeng village, after everything was arranged, Zhang Hao instructed Zhang Xinguang to collect the village's provisions and wealth, discreetly allocating 70% to be transported to Zhangjia village. He then mounted his horse and cried out, "Return to the city." Upon hearing the command, the main contingent, laden with captured goods and prisoners, marched grandly towards Rongqing County. Chapter 66. Reward and return to the village. The troops had marched for the better part of the day and finally reached the barracks outside the city. County Lieutenant Zhang Hao, riding at the forefront, spotted Shi Xiaoyong waiting at the gate and quickly dismounted to greet him respectfully. Shi Xiaoyong, unable to walk due to an injury to his right leg, had arranged chairs and tables for himself. Upon Zhang Hao's approach, Shi Xiaoyong clenched his teeth and made an effort to stand, leaning against the table as he smiled. "Zhang Hao, well done. Your swift eradication of the bandits has relieved me of a burden that has plagued me for years. Come, I have prepared a banquet to welcome you all." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane and took Zhang Hao's hand, leading him inside. The others were seated in the spacious area of the barracks. joining the officials in hearty revelry. Once seated, Shi Xiaolong said, "Zhang Hao, the county magistrate has taken great interest in your exploits against the bandits. As I am now incapacitated and unfit to continue serving in the county office, I wonder if you would be willing to succeed me and alleviate the magistrate's concerns." In truth, Zhang Hao's qualifications did not traditionally align with the role of county lieutenant, a position typically held by those who had achieved recognition through martial examinations. However, Shi Xiaolong understood that Zhang Hao had single-handedly captured Yin Ling and slain Zhang Hai in battle, demonstrating extraordinary prowess. Moreover, his ability to assume command and lead the official troops to victory against Qingfeng village under adverse circumstances showcased his remarkable talent for military leadership. Under the fervent recommendation of Shi Xiaolong, Fang Huaiji reluctantly conceded, stating that if Zhang Hao is willing, he could be given a chance. "I appreciate your gracious offer, but I have grown accustomed to a carefree life and fear I am not suited for such a significant responsibility." "I hope you can understand," Zhang Hao replied. "What? A county lieutenant?" The mere thought of rising early and toiling long hours at the county office sent a shiver down Zhang Hao's spine. In this ancient time, although the salary of a county lieutenant was considered quite generous compared to that of ordinary citizens, it paled in comparison to Zhang Hao's previous earnings. Not to mention the 7/10 of the funds from King Feng's Hai that he had secretly transported back with Zhang Xingwang during the bandit suppression would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. Why would he abandon the free and untroubled life at home to work for the county magistrate? Shi Xiaoyong was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Hao's refusal. It was well known that becoming a county lieutenant meant wielding significant power within the county, second only to the magistrate himself, commanding respect and influence. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and since Zhang Hao was unwilling, it would be unwise to press the matter further. "Ha ha ha, you truly are exceptional. I merely entertained the thought." It was a casual inquiry. "Come, let us drink." Shi Xiaolong laughed heartily, diffusing his own awkwardness, as he lifted his cup and smiled at Zhang Hao. Amidst the revelry, all present indulged in copious amounts of drink, sharing tales of their exploits against the bandits, until the camp gradually fell silent in the deep of night. The following morning, under Shi Xiaoyong's organization, all soldiers and local heroes who had slain the mountain bandits arrived at the county office, each carrying the heads of their vanquished foes to claim their rewards. At the award ceremony, Fang Huaiji sat in the center, flanked by Xie Hongda and Shi Xiaolong. Zhang Hao, accompanied by Cheng Taidan, approached with a wooden box in hand. "Sir, this is the head of the bandit leader Zhang Hai. Please take a look," Zhang Hao stated, gesturing for Cheng Taidan to present the box. Fang Huaiji felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This Zhang Hai had been his adversary for years, disrupting the peace of Rongqing County, and now he had finally been eradicated, relieving him of a significant threat. Overjoyed, Fang Huaiji opened the wooden box and glanced inside. "What on earth is this?" Upon seeing the contents, a mixture of bone fragments and tofu, Fang Huaiji bellowed in anger, "Bold Zhang Hao, how dare you mock me? Sir, I assure you that this box indeed contains the head of Zhang Hai, but he was a formidable opponent, and I employed every means at my disposal to bring him down," Zhang Hao quickly explained, sensing the magistrate's fury. "I have made it clear that those who slay bandits must present the bandits' head to claim their reward. This substance within the box does not definitively confirm the identity of the deceased as Zhang Hai, hence no reward shall be granted," Fang Huaiji retorted, his eyes glinting with determination. Zhang Hao's mind raced with countless expletives, yet he was but a commoner before a magistrate and could not afford to offend him. Striving to maintain his composure, he cast a pleading glance towards Shi Xiaoyong. Noticing the distress, Shi Xiaoyong promptly interjected, "Sir, I personally witnessed Zhang Hao slay Zhang Hai. The contents of this box are indeed remnants of Zhang Hai." Fang Huaiji cast a sharp glance at Shi Xiaoyong, inwardly cursing, "Can you not discern my meaning? That is 100 taels of gold. Now that the bandits have been eradicated, it is only prudent to save where we can." Yet, she could not state it outright. With a flicker of ingenuity, she bellowed, "Sure, County Lieutenant, your command of the troops has been lacking. Were it not for this Zhang Hao, this battle would have long been lost. We shall settle your account another day." Upon hearing this, Shi County Lieutenant swallowed hard, daring not to speak further, and bowed his head in retreat. "How dare you act so superior, County Magistrate? I am not in need of your paltry gold. One day, when fortune favors me, I will come to reckon with you." Zhang Hao, choosing not to elaborate further, exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Taidan. Understanding the unspoken cue, Cheng Taidan gathered the remaining severed heads of the bandits. Once the rewards had been settled, Zhang Hao, alongside Cheng Taidan, made their exit. After distributing the rewards to all the village warriors, Shi Xiaoyong clasped his hands and said, "My lord, we have dealt a significant blow to Qingfeng's stronghold, capturing 49 prisoners. Please, issue your orders." Feng Huizhi stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying, "First, imprison them in the dungeon and await the court's decree." Contemplating the matter of the captives, Feng Huizhi reflected that this campaign against the bandits had resulted in a resounding victory, and the court would undoubtedly bestow rewards. He needed to retain evidence for when the court's inspector arrived, to better claim credit for the triumph. Upon leaving the county office, Zhang Hao and Cheng Taidan hastened towards Zhangjiakan. Along the way, Cheng Taidan vented his frustration. "That wretched official. We risk our lives on the front lines, achieving a great victory, yet he remains obstinately ungrateful, reveling in his petty triumphs. I long to cleave him in twain to relieve my anger." Zhang Hao merely chuckled, shaking his head. "Let us spare him this time. When I rise to greatness, I shall settle the score." His thoughts were consumed by his beloved wife at home. Having been away for so many days, he wondered how Song Kursen fared, and if she missed him. In Zhang Hao's courtyard, Song Kursen languished, unable to eat or sleep. Always busy yet yearning. Each day, she would stand beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, anxiously awaiting news of her husband, silently praying for his safe return. Ever since Zhang Xinguang had returned with a substantial sum of money and informed her of the events at the front, her heart had found some solace. Yet her longing for reunion had only deepened. As Zhang Hao and his companion neared the village entrance, they spotted Song Kursen running towards them, her face streaked with tears. "Husband! Husband!" Upon seeing her, Zhang Hao felt a surge of emotion, quickly dismounting and rushing to her side, enfolding her in his arms and spinning her around. "What is this? Do not cry. Your husband has returned." Song Kursen, wiping her tears and sniffing, replied, "Kursen is simply overjoyed." Zhang Hao gently brushed away her tears, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and embraced his beloved as they returned home. Upon Zhang Hao's arrival, the entire courtyard erupted in joyous welcome. With the healing ointment he provided, Taimol's injuries had mended swiftly, no longer hindering his normal activities. "Welcome back, young master," the crowd exclaimed in unison, bowing respectfully. Zhang Hao nodded, still holding Song Kursen, and turned to Gao Yangkai, instructing, "Summon Zhang Lichang and Zhang Xinguang." Gao Yang accepted the command, and before long, he led the two individuals to Zhang Hao's grand estate. "Zhang Hao, you have returned." The two greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. Zhang Hao nodded, inviting them to take a seat while inquiring, "Were there any casualties in our village during the mountain assault?" The village head, Zhang, replied, "Thanks to your arrangements, young Hao, our village's militia remained at the rear, and we only lost 4 villagers." Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Xinguang, how much grain and money did we bring back from the bandits?" Seeing the inquiry, Zhang Xinguang quickly stood and said, "Sir, I was instructed to deliver the funds directly to your lady the day before. I am unaware of the exact amount." "Xinguang, are you jesting with me?" "I am hardly a sir. I only took on this role out of necessity during a critical moment. With the bandits vanquished, I am no longer in such a position." Zhang Hao chuckled. In front of his childhood friend, he had no desire to uphold any pretensions, understanding that distancing himself from friends would ultimately lead to his own detriment. "Young master, as per the lady's instructions, I have compiled the financial records for your review," Gao Liang softly stated, handing over the meticulously arranged account book. Zhang Hao nodded, accepting the ledger, and began to examine it. Gold, copper coins, grain, what a substantial sum. Closing the book, he remarked, "Everyone worked hard during this mountain assault. To the fallen villagers, let us distribute 50 stone of grain and 10,000 coins to each. To the brave militia members, a reward of 5,000 coins each. Zhang, please take the time to assist Gao Yang in distributing these resources." The village head beamed and promptly replied, "I shall attend to it right away." Originally, the assault was a decree from the county, and the deceased were to receive some compensation from the court. However, Zhang Hao's generosity in supplementing the funds from his own pocket was unexpected. He recognized that, having profited significantly from this endeavor, failing to share would lead to numerous complications. One must share blessings to ensure lasting relationships, especially with one's kin. Chapter 67. Receiving the Imperial Edict Report. "Sir, the Imperial Envoy has arrived outside the city." On this day, Feng Huizhi was busy in the government office when a messenger suddenly entered, kneeling before him. Feng Huizhi's heart leapt with joy as he quickly rose, exclaiming, "Hurry, let us go. Quickly, escort me to the city gates." According to his expectations, the Chancellor would merely send an inspector to bestow some accolades. He never anticipated that the matter would attract the emperor's attention, sending an imperial envoy instead. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him. As he contemplated this, he adjusted his official attire and swiftly exited the county office, boarding a sedan chair en route to the city gates. Quickly, quickly, with Feng Huizhi's incessant urging. The sedan chair soon arrived at the entrance of Rongqing County. Upon seeing the approaching procession, Feng Huizhi dared not act negligently. He signaled for everyone to prostrate themselves. Calling out, "I, Feng Huizhi, County Magistrate of Rongqing, humbly welcome the esteemed imperial envoy." The procession halted at the city gates, the curtain of a carriage lifted, and an elderly eunuch emerged, stretching and murmuring, "Ah, this journey has utterly exhausted me." Meanwhile, Feng Huizhi and his companions remained bowed at a distance, too respectful to raise their heads. The county magistrate Feng Huizhi of Rongqing was summoned. "Come here, we have matters to discuss," he was told. Feng Huizhi, overjoyed by the summons, hurriedly approached, only to discover that the speaker was a stately eunuch clad in splendid official attire. He lowered his voice and inquired, "How may this humble official serve your excellency?" The eunuch nodded and asked, "Where does Zhang Hao reside?" Feng Huizhi was taken aback. Why had this eunuch traveled all the way from the palace not to bestow a reward upon him, but to inquire about Zhang Hao's whereabouts? Little did he know that despite his efforts to exaggerate his own contributions in the recent campaign against bandits, the seasoned officials in the court were not so easily swayed by the report of a mere county magistrate. In fact, aside from Chen Ziming, even Yang Zhao had discreetly dispatched numerous spies to ascertain the truth of the events, leaving no stone unturned. Feng Huizhi's report had instead incited Chen Ziming's displeasure, leading to the credit being attributed solely to Zhang Hao. Conversely, Yang Zhao perceived Feng Huizhi as a pivotal figure in undermining Chen Ziming. Though puzzled internally, Feng Huizhi dared not ask further and replied truthfully, "To answer your excellency, Zhang Hao resides in Zhangjia village near Nyangyang Mountain. I shall lead you there at once." "Oh, that would be quite troublesome for you, Lord Feng," the eunuch replied. Understanding the implication, Feng Huizhi did not even enter the city gates but climbed directly into the palanquin, guiding the entourage towards Zhangjia village. "Village chief, a large number of officials are approaching our village," a villager exclaimed while toiling in the fields. Upon spotting the grand procession adorned with gongs and drums, he hastened to the village chief's home to relay the news. Startled, the village chief quickly gathered several clan elders to greet the visitors. Upon seeing the banners proclaiming Imperial Envoy arrives and commoners stand aside, the villagers, having never witnessed such an impressive display, fell to their knees in fear, unable to lift their heads. Feng Huizhi disembarked from the palanquin and beheld the grand entrance of a mansion adorned with the inscription "Hero Against Bandits," which he had personally inscribed earlier. "Your Excellency, this is Zhang Hao's residence," he announced. The eunuch descended from the carriage and nodded approvingly. "Indeed, splendid. The lion at the entrance is a fitting emblem of a hero favored by the emperor." Within the courtyard, Zhang Hao lounged in a chair, listening to Song Kursen play the flute. Suddenly, he was alerted by Tai Mo Lu about the arrival of a large contingent of officials and a distinguished elder. He quickly rose and led a welcoming party outside. "Who is Zhang Hao?" the eunuch inquired with a light cough. Seeing the formalities, Zhang Hao dared not delay and promptly stepped forward, stating, "I am Zhang Hao." The eunuch nodded and proclaimed, "Zhang Hao, receive the decree." "Receive the decree." Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, as those behind him fell to their knees. "Young master," Gao Liangkai whispered from behind, prompting Zhang Hao to realize the gravity of the situation and, following suit, he knelt upon the ground. "By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Zhang Hao, a citizen of Rongqing and Dengzhou, has voluntarily offered his services to assist the army in suppressing bandits. In a moment of peril, he accepted the command and led the militia to a decisive victory against the bandits at King Feng's High, restoring peace to the people of Rongqing. I have heard of this and am greatly comforted. Therefore, I bestow upon him the title of Baron of Rongqing County, grant him a fief of 500 households in Yuqingshins, reward him with 1,000 taels of silver and 2 jars of imperial wine. Thus it is decreed." Upon the conclusion of the edict, the eunuch cast a glance at Zhang Hao, who remained unresponsive. With a smile, he said, "Lord Baron, receive the decree." As a trusted eunuch of the emperor, he frequently delivered decrees and had encountered many who, upon receiving their first decree, were taken aback. He had long since grown accustomed to it. However, Zhang Hao was not unresponsive, having witnessed such scenes in the dramas of later times. He pondered the rank of this baronage and whether it surpassed that of the despicable county magistrate Feng. Upon hearing the eunuch's reminder, Zhang Hao quickly refocused and said, I accept the decree. He raised his arms high and spread his hands wide. This gesture caught the eunuch by surprise. In his experience, those who were only versed in combat were often rough and uncouth, yet here was Zhang Hao, a commoner. Not only skilled in battle, but also knowledgeable in the ceremonial etiquette of receiving a decree. After rolling up the edict and placing it in Zhang Hao's hands, the eunuch bent down to assist him to his feet. Lord Baron, may I visit your humble abode for a cup of wine? Zhang Hao understood the implication and quickly stepped aside, saying, It is an honor for my humble dwelling to receive your esteemed presence. Please, come inside. The eunuch, beaming with joy, nodded and proceeded indoors, with Zhang Hao closely following behind. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tsulan, who promptly dashed off to the kitchen. Please, have a seat, Your Excellency, Zhang Hao said upon reaching the hall. The eunuch made himself comfortable without hesitation, as it was entirely appropriate for a royal envoy to occupy the seat of honor in the home of a mere county baron. Once the eunuch was seated, Zhang Hao took a position beside him. Without a signal from the eunuch, Feng Huaji and the others stood respectfully by his side. I have also heard of your exploits against the mountain bandits, Lord Baron, the eunuch remarked. It is remarkable that at such a young age, you possess such prowess. I truly admire you. After sipping his tea, the eunuch continued, Oh, but it is merely the emperor's favor and my good fortune. These bandits are but a disorganized rabble, hardly a match for our imperial soldiers. The two exchanged pleasantries, complimenting one another for a time. Zhang Hao then called over Song Kursen and whispered a few words to her. She nodded and returned to her room, emerging shortly thereafter with a heavy bundle. Zhang Hao accepted the bundle, stood, and placed it beside the eunuch's table, saying with a smile, Your Excellency, after your long journey, I have prepared a modest gift as a token of my respect. It is a blessing to serve His Majesty and assist him in his endeavors. I dare not say it is a hardship. You are being too courteous, my lord, the eunuch responded with a bow and a smile. Zhang Hao discerned the undertone in the eunuch's words. Although he was being polite, it was clear he was indicating his close relationship with the emperor, suggesting that good relations with him would yield many benefits in the future. Your Excellency, we are both here to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Should I refuse? It would put me in an awkward position, Zhang Hao replied. The elderly eunuch nodded, fully aware that Zhang Hao was a man of understanding and social grace. He gently parted the bundle to take a glance, and his eyes immediately brightened. What Song Kursen had packed for Zhang Hao included not only several exquisite silver ornaments and dozens of taels of gold, but also a few glass marbles placed with intention. Your Grace, I shall take my leave and report back, he said after a brief exchange of pleasantries, rising to clasp his hands in farewell. Farewell, my lord, Zhang Hao replied. The eunuch glanced at the nearby young servant, who understood the cue and picked up the bundle before following him out of the courtyard. Zhang Hao accompanied them to the village entrance, and once the group had departed, he turned to Gao Liangkai and inquired, What rank is the county lord? How does he compare to the magistrate of Feng County? Replying to your grace, in the Great Xia Dynasty, official positions are divided into two categories. One is akin to the magistrate of Feng County, requiring diligent and dedicated work, with positions assigned by the court based on individual merit to handle relevant affairs. The other, like your esteemed self, is conferred based on accomplishments, with titles such as king, prince, duke, marquis, earl, and baron awarded by the court according to the magnitude of one's achievements. A baron in Great Xia holds a rank of at least 5th grade, significantly higher than the 7th grade of a county magistrate. Noticing Zhang Hao's confusion, Gao Liangkai elaborated, 5th grade. That is indeed higher than a magistrate. This is excellent news. I can now assert my influence over him. Most importantly, this position does not require daily attendance, yet comes with a salary, quite advantageous indeed. It appears that the eradication of those mountain bandits has proven exceedingly profitable. Not only did I acquire wealth, but I also attained a noble title. Hail to Song Hai. A commendation from Zhang Hao across the ages. As Zhang Hao reveled in his private triumph, Zhang Lichang approached with numerous villagers, all kneeling in unison. I, Zhang Han, along with the villagers of Zhangjia village, pay our respects to Lord Zhang. There is no need for such formalities, old Lichang. We are kinsmen. Let us dispense with these empty rituals. Please, rise, Zhang Hao urged, quickly assisting Zhang Lichang to his feet and speaking gently. Now that you have received the court's honor, you are no longer an ordinary citizen. If we were to disrupt the established customs of Great Xia, we would be dishonoring the emperor's grace. Young Hao is a pride of our Zhang clan, and with Lord Zhang's support, our village shall never be the same again. Zhang Lichang smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the villagers, Zhang Hao returned home and perused the imperial decree several times. 500 households in the Niu-Qingshan region? But the bandits there have been eradicated, and no one resides there now. It seems the court's calculations are rather flawed, he mused with a bitter smile. Yet, that area does hold promise. If cultivated well, it could become my own idyllic paradise, and I need not worry about its current desolation. At least I will not have to spend money acquiring that land. Go fetch Xingwang, Zhang Hao instructed Gao Liangkai. Gao Liangkai nodded, and before long, brought Zhang Xingwang to the hall. My lord, you summoned me. He knelt. Oh dear, how many times must I remind you? There is no need for such formalities between us. Please refrain from kneeling in the future, Zhang Hao said, somewhat exasperated. The ingrained submissiveness of the people of this era was truly profound. Now that Niu-Qingshan is desolate, I wish to develop it properly. Go summon Li Chong. I wish to have a serious discussion with him. After assisting Zhang Xingwang to his feet, Zhang Hao exclaimed loudly. Zhang Xingwang was well aware of the size of Niu-Qingshan's land, and upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, he felt a surge of joy. This was indeed an unprecedentedly large opportunity. Excellent, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhang Xingwang said with a respectful gesture before swiftly departing. At the county office of Rongqing. After accompanying the esteemed envoy back, Fang Huaiji could no longer contain himself and spoke in a hushed tone. Esteemed envoy, before Fang Huaiji could finish, the old eunuch shot him a glare that made him instinctively retract his neck. Master Fang, do you genuinely lack understanding of court affairs, or are you merely pretending? The eunuch coughed lightly and added, I implore you to enlighten me. Upon witnessing this, Fang Huaiji hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his hands in respect. Let me speak plainly. The eunuch continued, the court has long been aware of the recent campaign against the bandits in Rongqing County. You assisted Chen Ziming in deceiving the heavens. Do you think we are unaware? Sitting in his chair, the eunuch sipped his tea, slightly closing his eyes as he spoke slowly. Hearing these words, Fang Huaiji felt a tumultuous wave surge within him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that the emperor was aware of his clandestine gathering of local militias for Qinxiang? Raising private troops was tantamount to rebellion, a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. As a mere 7th-grade official, how could he bear such a grave transgression? Although Qinxiang's actions were entirely due to dire circumstances, he could not ascertain whether the emperor would view it that way. I fail to grasp the esteemed envoy's intentions. I beseech you to clarify, Fang Huaiji replied, suppressing his inner dread. The eunuch's inquiry was undoubtedly a trial of his wits. If the court possessed sufficient evidence, he would have already been imprisoned in a dungeon, rather than kneeling here in the county office. Fang Huaiji understood the implications well. The eunuch nodded discreetly, realizing that Fang Huaiji was not a fool and could indeed be of use. To speak frankly, you now hold leverage over Chen Ziming. He will not reinstate you, and may even resort to means to eliminate you discreetly. The reasoning behind this need not be elaborated, the eunuch explained. Fang Huaiji's heart sank. He had not considered this aspect. Indeed, as the eunuch suggested, did this not place his very life in jeopardy? I implore you to guide me. Fang Huaiji could no longer contain his fear and crawled before the eunuch, pleading desperately. Seeing that the moment was ripe, the eunuch pondered briefly before responding nonchalantly. In the realm of officialdom, capability is secondary. The critical aspect is to align oneself with the right factions to ascend swiftly and ensure a prosperous career. Currently, Lord Yang Zhao is the brother of the Empress. Should you earn his favor, then not even a humble county magistrate's position would be beyond your reach. Even the governorship of Dengzhou could be secured with but a word from the Empress. But with my lowly rank and humble words, how could I possibly attract the attention of the Empress and Lord Yang? Fang Huaiji questioned, perplexed. The eunuch coughed lightly again, rising to his feet. I have said all I can, Master Fang. The matters that follow will depend on your own discernment. I have completed my business here and must return to the capital to report. Farewell. After speaking, the old eunuch gestured to the young servant beside him, and the group left the county office, heading directly towards the capital. This left Fang Huaiji kneeling on the ground, utterly bewildered. Comprehend? Comprehend what? After pondering for a long while, Fang Huaiji suddenly recalled something and hastily rose, exclaiming, Bring forth the 4 treasures of the study. Saying this, he swiftly entered the study. Once the attendant prepared the ink, Fang Huaiji stepped forward and began to write fervently. Zhang Xingwang, accompanied by Li Chang, arrived once more at the Zhang family estate. Commoner Li Chang greets the noble lord. Upon entering, Li Chang quickly knelt in reverence. Brother Li Chang, no need for such formalities. Please come inside. Zhang Hao stepped forward to assist Li Chang, internally lamenting the exhausting nature of this nobleman's duties. always needing to lift others up. It was quite physically demanding. After exchanging pleasantries, the three entered the hall. Once the host and guests were seated, Zhang Hao said, "Brotherly Chong, I currently have a significant project at hand. I wonder if you would be willing to take it on?" On the way to Zhang Hao's residence, Zhang Xinguang had already recounted the details of the matter to Li Chong. Excited by the prospect, Li Chong was eager to understand Zhang Hao's specific requirements. Seeing Zhang Hao's expression, Li Chang quickly rose and clasped his hands, saying, "My lord, please speak. Whatever I, Li Chong, can accomplish, I shall devote all my learning to alleviate your burdens." Zhang Hao had complete trust in Li Chang's abilities and work ethic, and thus he directly stated, "The first aspect of the Niuyin Mountain project pertains to the city gate. I wonder how high the gates of the capital are in the Great Xia?" Li Chang, well-versed and knowledgeable, pondered for a moment before replying. The city walls of the capital stand approximately 1,012 meters high, making it the most formidable stronghold of the Great Xia. Oh, if I desire to construct the Niuyin Mountain City Gate to a height of 20 meters, would there be any difficulties? Li Chang was taken aback and quickly responded, "My lord, typically, city walls are built using bricks and stones filled with earth in between. If the height is excessive, the core may not withstand the pressure, leading to a collapse. However, with reinforced concrete, this method would certainly be feasible." Zhang Hao understood that the materials used previously for constructing the courtyard were significantly sturdier than conventional building methods. Yet, a 20-meter-high wall had never been achieved throughout history. Noticing Li Chang's hesitation, Zhang Hao continued, "Brother Li Chang, do not worry. I will procure all necessary materials. You merely need to apply your expertise to ensure the wall's solidity. Should any difficulties arise, we can discuss solutions then." Zhang Hao was confident that a 20-meter reinforced concrete wall posed no issue. After all, in later times, towering skyscrapers reaching hundreds of meters were commonplace, and those were often hollow. The wall he envisioned was to be solid, requiring no further contemplation. Having already gained Li Chang's approval during the previous construction, Zhang Hao's architectural knowledge was recognized. Thus, if Zhang Hao intended to proceed in this manner, Li Chang would surely understand. After contemplating, Li Chang replied, "In that case, I shall respectfully comply. However, the construction of the wall is a vast undertaking and will require a substantial workforce. You may freely recruit as needed, and I will cover the necessary finances." After speaking, Zhang Hao handed over a large bag of gold that he had prepared. Li Chang accepted the gold, feeling reassured, and declared loudly, "If that is the case, I shall commence work at once." "Very well, let us proceed. I will first take you to the site for inspection." Zhang Hao responded. He then instructed Cheng Taidan to harness the horse-drawn cart, and the group made their way towards Qingfeng Mountain. At the entrance of Niuqingshan, two officers on duty knelt upon seeing Zhang Hao approach. He waved his hand at them and, accompanied by Li Chang and his entourage, circled around Niuqingshan. Li Chang, observing the scenery, could not help but exclaim in admiration. It truly was a paradise, with no other land routes available aside from the Tiger's Mouth. With the mountains flanking both sides, and with Zhang Hao's steel and concrete, constructing a structure of 20 meters would pose little difficulty, provided the internal framework was meticulously calculated. Subsequently, Zhang Hao guided Li Chang on a tour of the entire interior. "The Grand Hall of Matian Ridge shall be expanded, serving as my residence, while a large village will be constructed on the plains below, utilizing concrete double-layered structures to accommodate a greater population." As they walked, Zhang Hao elaborated on the plans, with Li Chang diligently taking notes behind him. "Here, we shall build a dock. Apart from fishing, I have other uses in mind," Zhang Hao continued, with Li Chang nodding in agreement. Once all details were sufficiently addressed, Zhang Hao procured countless bags of cement and steel, neatly arranged them, and then departed Niuqingshan with Cheng Taidan. Throughout the journey, Zhang Hao contemplated the matters concerning Lu Xiangxing and Yanling. Now he found himself at odds with this corrupt official. If he could extricate these two from the county jail and employ them for his purposes, it would undoubtedly bolster his strength. Compared to them, Cheng Taidan and Taimul seemed insignificant. Previously, when Yanling had fought with the two in her courtyard, it was evident that had he not assisted from the rooftop, the two would have been no match for her. As for Lu Xiangxin, there was no need to elaborate. However, the enmity he had with Yanling did leave Zhang Hao feeling somewhat conflicted. What does it matter? One step at a time, he thought to himself. With that, he lifted the curtain of the cart and called to Cheng Taidan. "Taidan, head to the county office in Rongqing." At the Rongqing county office, Fang Huizhi meticulously checked the letter he had prepared multiple times before sealing it and handing it to the officer beside him, instructing, "Quickly deliver this letter to the capital and present it to Lord Yang." Once the officer departed, Fang Huizhi slumped into his chair, murmuring, "Minister Chen, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I have no choice. One must look after oneself or face dire consequences." Just then, as Fang Huizhi was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone outside call out, "My lord, Lord Zhang has arrived and wishes to see you." Fang Huizhi paused, wondering what Zhang Hao wanted. Although the title of county noble was of the lowest rank, it was still a fifth-grade official conferred by the emperor, and he could not afford to treat him with disdain. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Huizhi rose, adjusted his official robes, and went out to greet him. "Lord Zhang, what brings you here?" "Please, come in," he said, bowing as he ushered Zhang Hao inside. Despite Zhang Hao's lofty status, he held a nominal position and had no authority over county affairs, so Fang Huizhi felt no need to fear him. Zhang Hao, unreserved, directly entered the official's office and proclaimed loudly, "County Magistrate Fang, if this nobleman remembers correctly, you have yet to provide me with the bounty for Songhai's head." With a grin, Zhang Hao added, "Goodness, this Zhang Hao actually remembers this matter. Previously, in an attempt to save costs, I had brushed it aside. At that time, being merely a commoner, I dared not speak up. However, now that Zhang Hao has ascended to the rank of baron, with the privilege to present myself before the emperor, it would be prudent to hastily dismiss him to avoid financial loss. Ha ha ha, Baron Zhang, I have already prepared the 100 taels of gold, intending to deliver them to your residence. Just as fortune would have it, you arrived at the perfect moment," Fang Huizhi replied, signaling to a nearby servant. The servant, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved the 100 taels of gold from the back room and presented it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao tucked the gold into his bosom, reflecting on how Fang Huizhi was indeed quite perceptive, recognizing that barons are not to be trifled with. "I wonder, how does Lord Fang intend to deal with those bandit captives?" Zhang Hao continued. Fang Huizhi was taken aback. It seemed Zhang Hao was overstepping his bounds. Although he had already resolved to ally himself with the Yang family, rendering these captives of little consequence, he felt unsettled by Zhang Hao's interference in county affairs. "Baron, this matter pertains to the county's affairs, and I shall handle it fairly." "You need not worry," he replied, realizing he should not meddle in such matters. Zhang Hao swiftly regained his composure and added, "It is nothing of great concern, merely that during the bandit suppression, I had some grievances with a few of the bandits. I was wondering if Lord Fang could hand them over to me for resolution of my lingering resentment. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will enforce the law impartially and deal with the criminals accordingly, ensuring justice is served," Fang Huizhi assured him solemnly. Goodness, this Fang Huizhi indeed possesses considerable skill. He appears a formidable opponent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao remarked, "With Lord Fang's diligence, I am naturally at ease. I have another matter I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, please, do go on," Fang Huizhi responded, uncertain of Zhang Hao's intentions. "It is nothing significant. Previously, a decree from the emperor inquired about the unauthorized organization of local militia in Rongcheng County. I was contemplating whether to report the county magistrate's illicit recruitment of local militia to His Majesty, and thus I sought your counsel," Zhang Hao chuckled. Fang Huizhi was taken aback. Should this matter reach the emperor, not only would Yang Zhao be implicated, but even the imperial consort might not be able to save him, especially given the uncertain attitude of the Yang family towards him. "Baron, I find it utterly detestable that those bandits would dare to provoke you. Whatever course of action you deem fit, I shall support it," he stated earnestly. Before Zhang Hao could respond, Fang Huizhi continued, "I would like to know which bandits have offended you. Please, identify them personally at the prison." Internally elated, Zhang Hao thought, "I can certainly handle a mere county magistrate." "Lead the way," he commanded. Fang Huizhi, not daring to delay, quickly rose and guided Zhang Hao to the prison. Having been confined for so many days, Lu Xiangxing and Yin Ling appeared exceedingly weak, struggling to stand. Zhang Hao, after presenting the two individuals, had them escorted onto a prisoner cart, departing the prison and following his horse-drawn carriage towards Zhangjia village. As they traveled midway, Zhang Hao retrieved a handful of coins, dispatched the guards, and turned to Cheng Taidan, saying, "Taidan, quickly free the two." Cheng Taidan, taken aback, urgently replied, "Brother, these two are bandits." Before he could finish, Zhang Hao barked, "What? Do you not heed my words?" "Hee, whatever you say, brother, I shall do." Cheng Taidan grinned sheepishly, scratching his head, and proceeded to release the two from the cart. However, aware of their formidable skills, he promptly raised his axe, assuming a defensive stance. To his astonishment, the moment the two were freed, they collapsed to the ground. "Brother, look." Zhang Hao paid no heed, directly offering them a water skin and a roasted chicken. Famished and parched, they eagerly snatched the food and devoured it ravenously. Moments later, Lu Xiangxing regained his composure, gazing curiously at Zhang Hao, and inquired, "What is the meaning of this, Sir Zhang?" Chapter 70. Lu Xiangxin and Yin Ling. Thanks to Zhang Hao's assistance, Lu Xiangxin and Yin Ling had already bid their final farewells in the King Feng's high prison. When Yin Ling first saw Lu Xiangxin again, they embraced tightly, reminiscing about the cherished memories in Haijiao village. Now, faced with the failure of their plans, they exchanged a bittersweet smile, confronting life and death with equanimity, yet lamenting their inability to personally avenge their parents against the corrupt official. Subsequently imprisoned in the death cell of Rongqing County, they had mentally prepared themselves for a reunion with their departed kin. They were taken aback to overhear the corrupt official's conversation with Zhang Hao, realizing that Zhang Hao had now attained nobility, prompting reflections on the theatricality of life. In response to Lu Xiangxing's inquiry, Zhang Hao candidly confessed, "To speak frankly, I too have grievances with that corrupt official. Now, we share a common plight. If you do not mind, would you assist me in seeking an opportunity to rid ourselves of that official? Gaining the people's favor requires more than just wealth. It necessitates a shared objective." Although Zhang Hao harbored disdain for Fang Huaiji, it had not escalated to the point of life and death. His words were primarily calculated for his own interests. With matters laid bare, there was little left to discuss. Tears glimmered in Lu Xiangxin's eyes as he knelt, saying, "I am honored by your regard, Lord Zhang. From this day forth, should you require anything, I shall not hesitate." Beside him, Yin Ling interjected, "Zhang Hao, I have attempted to kill you multiple times. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? What you say is misplaced, Miss Yan. Previously, we were bound by our respective allegiances. And besides, you did not succeed in your attempts." Zhang Hao replied with a gentle smile. Yin Ling's eyes brightened. Zhang Hao's magnanimity was rare. Capable of forgiving one who sought his demise, a true hero in this world. With Zhang Hao's assurance, Yin Ling felt no further doubt, echoing her brother's sentiment. "I am at your service." Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy, quickly stepping forward to assist them, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Come, let us return home." With that, he took their hands, guiding them toward the carriage. Before the three conversed, Cheng Taidan felt increasingly agitated. After all, Yin Ling had inflicted a wound upon herself, and now she was expected to collaborate with him. Before Cheng Taidan could voice his thoughts, Yin Ling approached with a radiant smile and clasped her hands, inquiring, "Mighty warrior, what is your esteemed name?" "Cheng Taidan," he replied, casting a glance at Yin Ling and raising his chin. Seemingly aware of Cheng Taidan's resentment, she continued, "Brother Taidan, during our previous encounter, I was merely fortunate to have gained an advantage over you. Thus, I extend my sincerest apologies. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to forge acquaintance. Henceforth, we shall work together." "Taidan, a young lady has apologized to you. Should you dwell on the past, it would only reveal your narrow-mindedness," Zhang Hao interjected. Recognizing the wisdom in his elder's words, Cheng Taidan refrained from further protest, merely exhaling a sigh before striding toward the carriage. The three exchanged knowing smiles and boarded the vehicle. With a commanding shout from Cheng Taidan, the carriage sped swiftly towards Zhangjiao village. Lu Xiangxin and Yin Ling, both seasoned in the ways of the world, regarded Zhang Hao's words with skepticism. A baron bestowed by the emperor should not harbor a significant grudge against Fang Huaiji. Nevertheless, having reached such a dire situation, they had no choice but to proceed cautiously, driven by the desire for vengeance for their parents. Upon returning home, introductions facilitated the swift integration of the group. Yet, Taimol remained troubled, nursing the injuries that he attributed to the tiger girl. Observing Zhang Hao's exceptional courtesy towards the duo, he felt it inappropriate to voice his grievances as a servant, thus choosing to suppress his fury. "Lord Zhang, what shall our next course of action be?" Lu Xiangxin asked eagerly, having just finished his meal. Zhang Hao pondered briefly before responding, "Fortunately, I have a number of capable men at my disposal. I would appreciate it if you, Hero Lu, could train them. After all, Fang Huaiji is an official of the court, well guarded by soldiers. We must strategize carefully to deal with him." With that, Zhang Hao turned to Gao Liangkai, instructing him to summon the leaders of the previous 10 squads, as they were due to become actively engaged from this day forward. Gao Liangkai nodded and departed. Zhang Xingwang, residing nearest, was the first to arrive at Zhang Hao's home. Having witnessed Lu Xiangxin's prowess, he quickly agreed to comply with Zhang Hao's directives. During their time at Qingfeng's stronghold, Lu Xiangxing and Yin Ling had often instructed their subordinates in combat techniques, so this task posed no challenge. Once everyone gathered, they commenced training under the guidance of the two. However, Cheng Taidan and Taimol stood aside, observing the spectacle. Pa, what is this? Merely some rudimentary skills. What is there to be impressed by? Cheng Taidan scoffed. Black charcoal, I believe their skills could indeed prove useful in real combat. Otherwise, we wouldn't have struggled so against that tiger girl, Taimol countered. If you find them useful, then practice away. I see nothing remarkable in what they are doing. Cheng Taidan retorted, rolling his eyes before heading back to the room to play dice. Zhang Hao observed the bustling activity around him and retreated to the second floor, where he diligently began searching on his phone. Indeed, the immediate priority was to devise a means to acquire a large vessel. After perusing the options on a platform for quite some time, he discovered that they were merely toys. With a sigh, he aimlessly continued his online search. To his astonishment, he realized that purchasing a boat was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Not only did it necessitate the procurement of various permits from relevant authorities, but navigating a ship was a skilled endeavor requiring specialized knowledge. Even if he persevered and obtained all the necessary qualifications and placed an order with a shipyard, the feasibility of transporting such a substantial object akin to a parcel was uncertain. After much contemplation, Zhang Hao resolved to take a shortcut. He opened the chat window with the resourceful Dejina and typed a message. Dejina, I need to purchase weapons and must set sail. Can you find a way to procure a cargo ship for me? Once Dejin confirmed his safety, he lost interest in lingering in Fusang, as he was not particularly fond of traveling due to its exhausting nature. Upon returning to the mainland, he received Zhang Hao's message, indicating that business was once again at hand. With a smirk, Dejin replied, cargo ships do not come cheap. Give me some time to think of a solution. But I will require a deposit of 1 million for me to proceed. The previous lucrative dealings with Mi Gaoyong had made 1 million a trivial sum for Zhang Hao. Without further hesitation, he transferred the funds via mobile banking and stated, the money has been sent. You must expedite the process, as I am in urgent need. Chapter 71. Iron Egg gets beaten having delegated all responsibilities. Zhang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed everyone diligently engaged in their tasks. He then made his way to the basement to indulge in gaming. Once engrossed in the console, time seemed to fly, and before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. One day, while enjoying a fizzy drink and playing Call of Duty, he suddenly received a message from Dejina. Brother, I have leveraged numerous connections to secure all the necessary permits. There is now a second-hand roll-on roll-off ship available, with a starting bid of 1.5 million. Shall I secure it? Although Zhang Hao had little concept of tonnage, he assumed that a second-hand vessel in the million range must be quite substantial. Secure it, he replied succinctly, placing his phone aside to continue playing. The game boasted a high level of realism, and Zhang Hao had been captivated by it not only for its thrill, but also to gain deeper insights into firearms. For instance, he learned that firearms had durability. Prolonged use could lead to malfunctions, and if a rifle fired over 100 rounds, the barrel would heat up, posing a risk of bursting if forced to continue firing. Having spent the entire morning gaming, Zhang Hao began to feel hungry and decided to head upstairs to find something to eat. With so many people at home, he instructed Iron Egg, accompany Aunt Lu to the dock and purchase some seafood. Song Kurson was busy explaining matters to the two, when she noticed Zhang Hao rummaging through something in the room. With a gentle smile, she approached him and inquired, My dear husband, are you searching for something? Oh, I'm just a bit hungry, looking for something to eat, Zhang Hao replied while closing the drawer. Song Kurson chuckled softly, moved to the cabinet, and retrieved a box of pastries, extending it towards him. What do you think of these pastries, my dear? Wow, my wife is truly remarkable. In such a large house, everything is so meticulously organized. Whatever one needs is always at hand. Unlike me, who can search for ages without a clue. Zhang Hao said as he took the pastries from her. He then playfully took a bite, grinning at her rosy cheeks. Why did I bother searching when I could simply ask you? As he marveled, Zhang Hao opened the box, offered a piece to Song Kurson, and then took one for himself. Her face flushed from his continuous teasing, and she whispered, Husband, Taidan and Aunt Lu are watching us. Zhang Hao chuckled. They are all family. What is there to worry about? By the way, what were you discussing with them just now? Oh, seeing so many people at home. I asked Taidan to accompany Aunt Lu to the dock to purchase some fresh seafood for dinner. Song Kurson replied softly after swallowing her bite of pastry and wiping her mouth. To the dock? Zhang Hao's interest peaked. It was fortuitous, as he was in the process of buying a boat, and it would be wise to scout the situation by the sea. I'll go with you, he declared, holding the box of pastries and beckoning Ching Tai Dan and Lu Tsuelan to follow him towards the horse stable. Be careful, dear, don't spill the pastries. Song Kursin observed her husband's eager demeanor, reminiscent of a child, and couldn't help but smile affectionately. After bringing out the horse and harnessing the cart, the three set off from the courtyard, galloping away. The dock was not too far from Zhangjia village. But due to the underdeveloped fishing techniques of the Great Xia and the absence of large vessels capable of deep-sea fishing, the seafood yield was rather low. However, the dock was bustling with activity as numerous fishermen displayed their freshly caught treasures, calling out loudly to attract buyers. Most of the seafood purchasers were servants from restaurants in the county town or attendants from affluent families, with few common folk present, as these goods were still considered somewhat precious compared to staple grains. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhang Hao signaled for the two to proceed with their purchases while he wandered around to inspect the area. Despite the vastness of the dock, with countless small boats neatly arranged, there wasn't a single substantial vessel in sight. As he looked out towards the sea, the waves grew higher the further one strayed from the shore. These small boats were at risk of capsizing if they ventured too far. Peering down at the clear waters, Zhang Hao noted the depth. Even a 100-ton ship would likely run aground here. He shook his head, realizing that until the Jinya secured the ship, he would have to go to Niuqingshan for the purchase. He pondered how the construction of the dock was progressing on Li Chang's side. Meanwhile, Lu Tsuelan was diligently selecting fish at a stall, while Ching Tai Dan was captivated by a large fish hanging from a small boat deep within the dock. After exchanging greetings with Lu Tsuelan, Ching Tai Dan hurried towards the small boat. It was a sizable fish, nearly a meter long, its body a brilliant golden hue that sparkled under the sunlight. Such golden sea fish were not uncommon at the dock, but one of this magnitude was exceedingly rare. Approaching the bow of the boat, Ching Tai Dan called out, "Is anyone aboard?" After several unanswered calls, he began to feel anxious. This large yellow fish must be exquisite. He was determined to purchase it to prepare a sumptuous dish for Aunt Lu. However, where could the owner be? At that moment, Aunt Lu shouted from the shore, "Tai Dan, it's time to return and seek Lord Zhu." Startled by her call, Ching Tai Dan hastily grabbed the fish and sprinted back towards the shore, exclaiming, "Aunt Lu, look at this magnificent fish. Isn't it perfect for a delightful meal?" Just as he reached halfway, a man suddenly emerged from the water beside the boat, bellowing, "Who dares to steal my yellow fish?" With that, the man leaped onto the boat and began to pursue him. "Fisherman, cease your nonsense. Who is attempting to steal your fish? I've been calling for ages, and only now did I take it to show Aunt Lu." Ching Tai Dan quickly turned around to explain, "You scoundrel, that fish belongs to me. Without further ado, return it, or I shall not be so forgiving," the man shouted. "Who are you calling a scoundrel? I refuse to give it back. What will you do about it?" Ching Tai Dan retorted, his anger flaring. As the two exchanged heated insults, the tension escalated. "Ah, if you're so brazen after stealing, I must teach you a lesson today lest you wreak havoc on others in the future," the man declared as he charged at Ching Tai Dan. Seeing this, Ching Tai Dan set the fish aside, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to confront him. The man, freshly emerged from the water and clad only in shorts, was as slippery as an eel. Ching Tai Dan attempted to seize him and throw him down, but the man evaded his grasp. Realizing that Ching Tai Dan possessed considerable strength and that he could not gain the upper hand, the man leaped back onto the boat, shouting, "You coward, come aboard if you're a true man." Fueled by rage, Ching Tai Dan followed him onto the boat, arms outstretched, chuckling. "Let us see where this slippery eel can escape to." He moved towards the stern of the boat. The man, in response, exerted himself, leaping over a meter high, causing the entire small vessel to rock violently. Ching Tai Dan, a seasoned traveler, was unprepared for such a disturbance and nearly lost his balance. In a panic, he crouched low, gripping the side of the boat, and cursed, "What kind of hero rocks a boat? If you're capable, come and measure strength with me." The man ignored him, positioning himself at the edge of the boat, and with a powerful push, shouted, "Off you go." With that, the boat capsized, plunging Ching Tai Dan into the water. "Come, let me introduce you to the taste of seawater." As he spoke, the man swam to Ching Tai Dan's side, forcefully grasping his head and plunging it into the water. "Ha ha. Well done. A true warrior. Let this black coal drink a few more mouthfuls." With the cheers from the onlookers on the shore, more and more people gathered to witness the spectacle unfolding in the water. Ching Tai Dan, unable to swim, found himself powerless after falling in, flailing his limbs wildly in a futile attempt to grasp something to extricate himself. Escape? Such a luxury was not easily afforded. The man held his black head down, pouring water into him with abandon, then released his grip momentarily to allow him some air before continuing the deluge. "Let us see if you dare to steal from me again," he chuckled as he continued to drown him. Lu Tzuelan, witnessing the scene, could only stomp her feet in distress, thinking, what will become of this tied-in? Zhang Hao was surveying the surroundings when he suddenly noticed a throng rushing towards the seaside. Some shouting as they ran. "There's a fight breaking out over there. Let us go take a look." They spoke of a black figure being held underwater. A spectacle far more riveting than any street performance. Excited by the commotion, Zhang Hao joined the crowd, hurrying forward. However, upon arriving at the scene, he gasped in shock at the sight before him. Chapter 72. Zhang Sun. A promising Captain Chung Tai-Dan had barely been away for a moment when he stirred trouble here. Following the cheers from the crowd, Zhang Hao peered into the water. There, amidst the azure waves, two burly men, a black figure being held down by a white one, were engaged in a fierce struggle, with the black figure thrashing about as water was poured into him. Realizing that Chung Tai-Dan was in dire straits and had turned pale, Zhang Hao rushed forward, calling out, "Spare him, good sir." The man, caught up in his amusement, was startled by the shout from the shore. Upon noticing that the black figure had rolled his eyes back, he felt a pang of alarm. Goodness! How can such a robust fellow be in this state after just a few moments? I must avoid causing a fatal incident. As he contemplated this, the man dragged Chung Tai-Dan onto the boat and pressed down on his chest. With a gasp, Chung Tai-Dan expelled a mouthful of seawater. After several firm presses and as Chung Tai-Dan coughed violently, he began to recover. Seeing that the black figure was unharmed, the man raised his hands triumphantly and leapt back into the water, swimming towards the shore. Zhang Hao was astonished. The man moved through the water like a large white loach, his agility and speed leaving Zhang Hao in awe. Such swiftness! In later times, this man would surely win a few gold medals with ease. "This esteemed warrior, I am Zhang Hao. This towering figure is my brother. May I inquire as to the cause of your altercation?" Zhang Hao, recognizing the man's prowess, especially since he had bested Tai-Dan, approached with respect. "Zhang Hao, you must be the Baron Zhang Hao from Zhangjia village in Rongqing County." The man's eyes widened in realization. Zhang Hao's name was well known in Rongqing County, celebrated for vanquishing the notorious thief Song Hai and for swiftly dismantling the bandit lair at Niqing Mountain. Zhang Hao nodded affirmatively and asked, "Might I know your esteemed name?" "Good sir?" As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, the man suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, "I too bear the surname Zhang, with the given name Sun. I am unaware that the blackened warrior is your lordship's brother. I beseech you to forgive my transgression. It is merely that your dark brother, lacking in decorum, seized my yellow fish in my absence. I hope you can mediate this matter." "Ah, I surmise there must be some misunderstanding," Zhang Hao replied. "Zhang Zhuangshi, please wait a moment. Allow me to clarify this situation, and I shall ensure you receive a fair resolution." Zhang Hao was well aware that Chung Tai-Dan had a straightforward character and was an upright man. He would never stoop to stealing another's fish. Furthermore, he had instructed his wife to provide Tai-Dan with 3,000 copper coins each month, making the cost of a fish inconsequential to him. Once Chung Tai-Dan regained his composure, he noticed that the man was conversing with Zhang Hao and hurried over. After discerning the events that transpired, Zhang Hao chuckled. "It seems we have all fallen into a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, one must strike to recognize a friend. You two are destined to be brothers. I propose we each extend an apology and move forward as kin." Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, neither man could object, recognizing that their actions were driven by momentary impulses. After exchanging polite gestures, Zhang Hao continued, "Since Tai-Dan has taken a liking to this yellow fish, brother Zhang Sun, would you be willing to part with it and sell it to me? Since your lordship has spoken, I shall gladly oblige. You, my lord, are of unparalleled worth. If we are to regard each other as brothers, then this fish is yours as a gift." With that, Zhang Sun picked up the yellow fish and handed it over. Zhang Hao nodded, accepting the fish. "I see this sea fish is quite substantial. Brother Zhang Sun must have put forth considerable effort to catch it. The sum of money I offer is but a token of respect, and I hope you will not refuse it." As he spoke, Zhang Hao produced a string of copper coins from his pocket and placed them into Zhang Sun's hands. This gesture left Zhang Sun momentarily speechless. He was merely an ordinary fisherman at the docks, whose skills in the water had enabled him to capture the yellow fish with great effort. Yet he knew this fish was not worth such a substantial sum of money. "By the way, I am currently in the process of acquiring a large ship. I wonder, brother Zhang Sun, would you be interested in working aboard it?" Zhang Hao had recognized Zhang Sun's exceptional skills, especially considering he had bested Chung Tai-Dan. a man of considerable strength. What Zhang Hao lacked were individuals accustomed to life at sea. Otherwise, even when Big Jinya completed the ship, it would be no easy task to sail this behemoth to the distant Bailing Island, 200 kilometers away. A large ship. To serve Lord Zhang would be a dream come true. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied. For fishermen accustomed to life at sea, a ship was akin to a home. However, due to the limitations of shipbuilding technology in the Great Xia, coupled with the fishermen's lack of funds, they typically utilized only small wooden boats. Zhang Sun was uncertain of the exact dimensions of the large ship Zhang Hao described, but he assumed it would undoubtedly be larger than his modest wooden vessel. Thus, upon receiving Zhang Hao's invitation, he readily agreed without hesitation. Beyond the allure of the large ship, working alongside the Lord was certainly preferable to drifting at sea catching fish alone. The two reached a swift understanding, and Zhang Hao was filled with delight, exclaiming, "Splendid! Once the ship is ready, I shall have tied in come to fetch you." Zhang Sun nodded and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Hao handed the yellow croaker to Cheng Taidan. Once they loaded the seafood purchased by Lu Tsulan onto the cart, they departed from the dock, heading homeward. Along the way, Zhang Hao received a message from Jinya. "Brother, the auction has concluded. We secured the roll-on roll-off vessel for 1 million. The pressing question now is how I can deliver the ship to you." Upon reading Jinya's message, Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Cheng Taidan and Lu Tsulan utterly bewildered in the cart. "First, please have professionals maintain the vessel, and then record a comprehensive instructional video for me. Remember, it needs to be straightforward. I have no one here who understands how to operate this ship," Zhang Hao instructed. "Rest assured, I am well aware of your situation. I am already in the process of recording the explanatory video, and I will send it to you along with everything else," Jinya replied. Zhang Hao continued, "Once everything is prepared, please fill the fuel tank and place some spare oil in the cabin. I do not have any oil on my end. Then, write a shipping label with the provided coordinates and affix it to the vessel. Just wait for my signal to bring the ship over." After sending the message, Zhang Hao added, "When the ship nears those coordinates, ensure no one is aboard. I have tested this, and having people on the ship could lead to dire consequences." Understood. Upon arriving home, Zhang Hao said to Song Kursen, "My dear, I have urgent matters to attend to at Niuqingshan. If I return late, do not wait for me for dinner. Please attend to your affairs. I shall be here waiting for your return," Song Kursen replied. After Lu Tsulan unloaded all the seafood, Zhang Hao called for Cheng Taidan and boarded the cart once more, heading towards Niuqingshan. Indeed, Li Chang was as industrious as ever. From a distance, Zhang Hao spotted the towering city gate of Tiger Mouth, already soaring over 10 meters high. Upon reaching the gate, he observed countless workers diligently laboring on scaffolding. Li Chang was fervently discussing key points and precautions with those in charge of various projects, so engrossed that he did not notice Zhang Hao approaching until he patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Li Chang, you truly excel. The city wall has risen so swiftly," Zhang Hao exclaimed, smiling. Startled, Li Chang turned to see Zhang Hao and instinctively dropped to his knees, but Zhang Hao swiftly intervened to prevent him. "Thanks to the Duke's blessings, the project has ample funding and numerous workers, allowing it to progress smoothly," Li Chang replied. "By the way, how is the construction of the dock by the sea coming along? It is crucial to determine where the ship will be moored," Zhang Hao inquired directly. "Please follow me." "My lord," Li Chang said, climbing onto an ox cart and signaling for Zhang Hao to accompany him. Nodding, Zhang Hao mounted his own cart and followed closely behind Li Chang's ox cart as they ventured inward. In a short while, they arrived at the seaside. As per the Duke's instructions, all projects are proceeding simultaneously. The dock here, situated near Mount Motion, benefits from deep waters, making it a natural harbor. However, I am puzzled as to why the Duke requires such a deep dock, Li Chang remarked. According to Li Chang's experience, the vessels of the Great Xia can operate in water depths of merely 1 or 2 meters. However, Zhang Hao's requirements for the port necessitate a minimum depth of at least 15 meters along the shore. This noble lord has his own purposes, Brother Li Chang. Please proceed with the construction. Upon hearing this, Li Chang felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, his inquiry seemed rather foolish. What the other party required was clear, and his role was simply to ensure the construction was executed properly. There was no need for excessive questions. He could only blame his own insatiable curiosity. Nonetheless, Zhang Hao did not dwell on such matters. He preferred not to engage in lengthy explanations with Li Chang. Once the ship arrived, all uncertainties would be resolved. Observing the nearly completed dock before him, Zhang Hao nodded in approval. Brother Li Chang, You have many matters to attend to. I shall wander around here. You may continue with your duties, Zhang Hao suggested. Very well, I shall not impose further, Li Chong replied with a respectful gesture. Boarding the ox cart to oversee the construction of the city gate. Seated on a bench by the seaside, Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and opened a messaging window. Yagu, can the ship be sent over now? He inquired. Brother, do not rush. It will be ready shortly, came the reply. Pleased with the response. Zhang Hao thought it fortuitous that he could explore the area in the meantime. With this in mind, he put away his phone, called for Cheng Tai-dan, and boarded the carriage to ascend Mount Tianling. The construction here was also progressing rapidly, following Zhang Hao's vision. The Grand Hall at Mount Tianling was a complete replica of his courtyard in Zhangjia village, albeit on a much larger scale. As Zhang Hao surveyed the basement, gardens, and flowing water features, all as he envisioned, he felt reassured. After a leisurely stroll, dusk began to settle, and at that moment, a message from Virginia suddenly appeared. All right, Zhang Hao, prepare to receive your delivery. Elated, Zhang Hao hastily hopped onto the carriage and rushed to the dock. Upon arrival, the sight before him left all onlookers utterly astounded. Everyone instinctively paused their tasks, mouths agape, eyes wide, transfixed by the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Chapter 73. The launch of the great ship. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged in the sky above the dock, a monstrous vessel stretching dozens of meters in length. It obscured the sunlight, casting a vast shadow over the area. Its crimson hull and two immense propellers were dizzying to behold. Everyone, step aside, Zhang Hao shouted, swiftly extending his arms to maneuver the ship from the sky down to the sea's surface. With a resounding splash, the massive roll-on roll-off ship plunged into the water, sending up towering waves that surged toward the shore. Many busy individuals at the dock were knocked over by the deluge, and soon cries of alarm filled the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. Fortunately, the splashes subsided quickly, and soaked through, the crowd gradually rose, staring in awe at the magnificent behemoth now afloat in the water. As the red hull sank beneath the surface, the entire ship came into view, its midsection adorned with a sky-blue body topped by a pristine white deck. Is this a ship? My goodness! Is it possible for such a colossal vessel to exist in this world? As the crowd gathered, engaged in animated discussions, some individuals even leaped into the water, gazing up in awe at the colossal roll-on roll-off ship. Iron. A vessel of iron can indeed float upon the surface of the water? Amidst the cacophony, Zhang Hao commanded his men to bring several long ladders and connect them, propping them against the ship. Tai-dan, hurry up and climb aboard, Zhang Hao bellowed. Cheng Tai-dan stared wide-eyed at the large vessel, rooted in place. Tai-dan, seeing his lack of response, Zhang Hao delivered a swift kick to his backside. Be brother. All right. Cheng Tai-dan finally snapped to attention, securing his hatchet at his waist before swiftly scaling the ladder. Zhang Hao closely followed in his wake. Accessing the ship proved quite challenging without the doors open. Zhang Hao exerted considerable effort to reach the deck. As he finally ascended, his vision was met with an expansive scene. The vast green deck was meticulously lined with countless barrels of oil. Hastening forward, Zhang Hao pried open a barrel, revealing its dark, viscous contents. Unsure of the type of oil, he thought little of it and promptly secured the lid before dashing towards the control room. Upon entering the cockpit, he was struck dumb by the myriad of screens and an overwhelming array of buttons. What on earth? This is far too complicated, he muttered, recognizing only the central steering wheel as the ship's helm, while the rest remained an enigma. Instructional videos. Yes, instructional videos, he recalled, urgently scanning the area. Beside the cockpit stood a sleek, new computer, its glossy black finish glinting brilliantly in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the dilapidated cabin. Zhang Hao approached and pressed the power button. As the familiar boot screen illuminated, a smile crept upon his face, and he deftly maneuvered the mouse. The desktop, barring a single folder, was otherwise vacant. Upon opening the folder, he discovered a neatly arranged collection of hundreds of video files, each varying in size. Curiously, he opened one video and began to watch. It was an introduction and instructional content related to the ship. Though somewhat tedious, the explanations were exceedingly detailed. Zhang Hao continued to peruse several more videos, nodding in approval. It turned out that these videos not only provided meticulous operational instructions, but also elucidated the principles of operation and the history of shipbuilding and internal combustion engines. This big gold tooth seemed quite reliable. He would leave the deeper study for Zhang Sun to explore. After shutting down the computer, Zhang Hao prepared to depart, only to realize Cheng Tai-dan was no longer by his side. Good grief. This fellow's curiosity is bound to get him into trouble. He mustn't break anything. Tai Dan. Tai Dan. Zhang Hao called out while searching the vicinity. Turning around, he discovered Chung Tai Dan standing in a daze beside a massive anchor chain. Curiously, he approached. Brother, what do you suppose this chain, thicker than my arm, is used for? Chung Tai Dan inquired earnestly, resting his chin on his hand. Zhang Hao cast him a sidelong glance and replied, whatever its purpose. It's certainly not a toy. Come on, it's getting late. We should head home. Brother, how many people would it take to row such a massive ship? Chung Tai Dan continued. Zhang Hao, incensed, kicked Chung Tai Dan in the rear and bellowed. No number of people could row it. Just focus on your duty as the guardian. There are far too many questions. Come back with me. With that, he strode directly towards the stern of the ship. Chung Tai Dan snapped out of his reverie, rubbed his backside, and chuckled. Yes, yes, let that slippery eel worry about such matters. Why should I concern myself? He then hurriedly followed after Zhang Hao. Upon hearing the commotion at the dock, Li Chang also rushed over. Seeing the grand vessel before him, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Zhang Hao is indeed a remarkable individual. I wonder how he acquired such an enormous ship. Little did he know this RORO vessel was merely the beginning, and even larger ships would soon dock here. Lord Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Hao descend the ladder, Li Chang hurriedly approached with cupped hands. Brotherly, you arrived just in time. Quickly instruct your men to secure this great ship to the dock with ropes, and let it be known that without my permission, no one is allowed aboard. Otherwise, they shall not escape my wrath, Zhang Hao commanded. Li Chang nodded, and, after watching Zhang Hao depart, called out to the others. What is so surprising? Get to work, everyone. At the end of the day, as darkness enveloped the sky, Zhang Hao returned home. Upon entering the hall, he found Song Kersen seated at the table, diligently sewing something. His heart leapt with joy as he quietly approached and planted a kiss on her cheek, asking, What is my dear wife crafting? Startled by his sudden affection, Song Kersen quickly looked up, her cheeks flushing as she recognized her husband. You're back, my lord. I am making a sachet for you. Do try it on, she replied, hanging the sachet at his waist. The herbs within were specially prepared by a physician, and wearing it would greatly benefit his health. Do you like it, my lord? She inquired, glancing at his waist with eager anticipation. Of course, I cherish what you create. Dear wife, Zhang Hao replied, affectionately stroking her hair. I am rather hungry. Do you have something delicious to satisfy my cravings? He plopped down in a chair, pulling Song Kersen into his embrace and softly inquired in her ear. The closeness made her ears flush crimson as a tingling warmth coursed through her body. Just a moment. My lord, I will ask Aunt Lu to prepare something for you, she stammered, her face aflame, as she quickly rose and dashed towards the kitchen. Zhang Hao sighed contentedly. It was well to have a meal first. In no time, the dining table was laden with an abundance of dishes, with a magnificent yellow fish taking center stage. As he picked up his chopsticks, he remarked, By the way, dear wife, please let Tai Dan know to inform Zhang Sun to come see me first thing tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she eagerly lifted the bowl to her lips. Song Kersen glanced at the spread on the table, swallowed hard, and nodded before departing the hall. After relaying her instructions to Chung Tai Dan, she returned, only to find Zhang Hao already sated, preparing to sit down for his meal. With a chuckle, he called out, My dear, today I am in high spirits. Come upstairs and indulgence and joy with me. Song Kersen's expression darkened, and just as she was about to respond, Zhang Hao scooped her up and dashed towards the stairs. Husband, slow down, don't drop me. He tossed her onto the soft, plush bed, rubbing his hands together as he beheld his beautiful wife laughing merrily. My husband, I have been waiting at home for your return, and I have yet to eat. I am quite famished myself, she exclaimed. Oh, so my dear wife has not dined yet. Well then, let us first nourish you with something delightful before we indulge in Aunt Lu's cooking, Zhang Hao replied, busily preparing a meal. Under Song Kersen's attentive care, Zhang Hao's health had improved significantly. After a passionate encounter, they found themselves exhausted yet blissfully entwined. After a long moment, Zhang Hao held his beloved wife close and gently inquired, Are you still hungry, my dear? Upon hearing his question, Song Kersen smiled coyly and resumed her activities, deciding to forego any superfluous words. Following their intimate interlude, Zhang Hao, panting, remarked, My dear, your appetite seems to have grown considerably. Song Kersen, feeling bashful, covered her face with her hands and replied shyly, You jest, my husband. How could that be? Oh, can you still manage to eat? Zhang Hao teased. Song Kersen hesitated, a faint smile gracing her lips before she rose to take action. Ahem. My dear is hungry. let us go downstairs to eat. With that, Zhang Hao stood, assisting Song Kursin in donning her garments, and arm in arm, they made their way to the dining table. This is the large fish that I personally selected for you. My dear, do give it a taste. As he spoke, Zhang Hao picked up his chopsticks and placed a generous piece of yellow fish into her bowl. Observing her voracious appetite, he chuckled, You claim you are not hungry? Seeing you eat so heartily makes me feel ravenous as well. Song Kursin pouted in response, saying, You are too mischievous. I shall ignore you. She turned her back to him, feigning anger, though her hands continued to deftly maneuver her bowl and chopsticks with increasing speed. After a long wait for her husband to return and having exerted considerable energy, she was indeed starving. The following morning, just as Zhang Hao finished his meal, Cheng Taidan rushed in, exclaiming, Big brother, the loach has arrived. We must head to Nyukingshan. Filled with excitement, Zhang Hao quickly stood, bid farewell to Song Kursin, and took Cheng Taidan to the courtyard. Brother, your timing is perfect. The boat has arrived. Come, let us depart. Without waiting for Zhang Sun to respond, Zhang Hao pulled him onto the carriage. Upon reaching the Nyukingshan dock, Zhang Sun gazed at the grand vessel before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. Having heard Zhang Hao speak of commanding a large ship, he now realized how immense it truly was. Master Zhang, how am I to navigate such a colossal vessel? Zhang Hao gently patted Zhang Sun's shoulder, smiling. This vessel requires no manual rowing. Come, allow me to show you. With that, the three ascended the ladder they had assembled the previous day. In Zhang Sun's wide-eyed, inexperienced gaze, they arrived at the control room. After opening the computer and meticulously explaining the mouse's function to Zhang Sun, Zhang Hao proceeded to play the first video. Do not look at me like that. I am aware your mind is filled with exclamations and inquiries. However, the intricacies of these matters are too convoluted to articulate. Simply understand that if you accompany me in my endeavors, I shall ensure you are well compensated, Zhang Hao stated solemnly. Observing the bewildered and astonished expression on Zhang Sun's face, among the fishermen, Zhang Sun was quite remarkable. With his exceptional skills and adeptness in navigating social dynamics, he had earned considerable respect and prestige in the local community. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, he quickly realized the futility of overthinking. The world is vast, teeming with novel experiences. Everyone understands that beyond the heavens, there are further heights, and beyond humanity, there are other beings. Aligning himself with Zhang Hao was undoubtedly a wise choice. Beyond the noble title of Baron, simply witnessing all that he encountered in Yoqing Mountain made him aware that he, a thoroughbred, had finally met his minner. Rest assured, my lord, from this day forth, I shall follow your every command and work diligently to live up to your expectations, Zhang Sun declared. Zhang Hao nodded and gestured toward the computer monitor. For now, disregard everything else. Focus on mastering this knowledge thoroughly. You will not be able to navigate this grand vessel alone. My expectation is that you not only become proficient but also cultivate a cadre of excellent crew members. Zhang Sun nodded in agreement, refraining from further words as he settled down to watch attentively. Fortunately, Dejingya had engaged highly professional instructors to provide detailed explanations. As long as one was not a fool, they could gradually grasp the techniques of navigation and the essentials of vessel maintenance, following along with the instructional videos. Taidan, please inform the firemen below to ensure that Zhang Sun receives his meals punctually each day, without fail, Zhang Hao instructed. Cheng Taidan nodded and swiftly departed. Unsettled, Zhang Hao copied the videos onto a tablet, enabling Zhang Sun to learn and practice simultaneously. Once all was arranged, Zhang Hao produced his phone and sent a message. The ship is being prepared on my end and will soon set sail. When you are available, I will select the weapons, and you may begin your preparations as well. After dispatching the message, Zhang Hao, pleased to see Zhang Sun's earnest study, exited the control room and began to stroll around the cabin. As the ship prepared for its voyage, it was essential not only to equip the military with weaponry but also to arm the vessel itself. Although the shipbuilding technology of the Great Xiao was somewhat antiquated, who could say what dangers lay beyond the horizon? While Zhang Hao scrutinized the vessel's structure and contemplated deeply, a video call invitation from Mikhail Yin arrived. Zhang Hao took a seat on the deck at the bow and answered the call. Mr. Zhang, it is a pleasure to see you again. It appears you have resolved the issue with the mountain bandits. Congratulations, Mikhail Yin remarked with a smile as the video connected, revealing the elegantly dressed Zhang Hao on the screen. Zhang Hao nodded and said, I have secured a ferry, Mr. Mikhail, quickly head to the armory. I wish to select some practical weapons. Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Considering your unique circumstances, we have developed a special selection just for you. With that, Mikhail sent Zhang Hao a download link. Wow, truly, this is the hallmark of an international giant. You see, this is what professionalism looks like. Elated, Zhang Hao installed the application and, after logging in with the complex credentials provided by Mikhail, began to make his selections joyfully. 200 assault rifles, equipped with holographic sights, 260 Type general-purpose machine guns, complete with gun mounts, 10 Type 98 sniper rifles, paired with 8x sniper scopes, 20 submachine guns, fitted with suppressors, 92 handguns, equipped with suppressors, Desert Eagle handgun. After selecting the firearms, Zhang Hao also chose an array of compatible magazines, ammunition pouches, bullets, and an ample supply of gun barrels for long-term use and potential replacements. Grenades, smoke bombs, flashbangs, and other auxiliary weapons were indispensable. Thus he added them to his shopping cart as well. Once the lightweight weaponry was chosen, Zhang Hao shifted his focus to the heavy weaponry interface. Wow, this stuff is outrageously expensive. Upon opening the interface, Zhang Hao gasped at the prices displayed. Despite the steep costs, he reasoned it prudent to stock up. One never knows when such items may be needed, and life does not offer second chances. Preparedness is key. 1081mm mortars, 2 Italian 105mm howitzers, 1 main battle tank. Having selected various shells, Zhang Hao gazed at the total in his shopping cart, chuckling wryly. Damn. The money I've toiled to earn is about to dwindle. Money can be earned again, but these items are absolutely essential. After all, he had no shortage of exquisite artifacts from the Great Xia, and if it came to it, he could always trade his vast collection of gold for cash. After browsing for a considerable time, Zhang Hao felt satisfied and continued, Mikhail, the payment for these items needs to be made in US dollars, which I cannot accept. I only have Chinese yuan. Please change the payment method to yuan. Mr. Zhang, we only conduct transactions in US dollars here. The yuan is not accepted in many places. I have no US dollars, only yuan. If you do not want to accommodate me, I shall seek transactions elsewhere. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe that with money in hand, I cannot acquire what I need. Seeing Zhang Hao's determination, Mikhail grew anxious. Although the Lawrence family was powerful, they were not without rivals. Zhang Hao represented a particularly valuable opportunity, and failing to secure this deal would result in immeasurable losses for the entire family. Mr. Zhang, please hold on a moment while I consult with my father. With that, Mikhail picked up another phone and dialed a number, engaging in conversation. Although Zhang Hao could hear the voice on the other end, the rapid exchange was incomprehensible to him. He was disinterested in their internal matters and resumed browsing through the weapons. The phone call lasted an extended period, during which several arguments erupted. Zhang Hao's eyes grew weary from watching, and only after a prolonged exchange did Mikhail finally conclude the conversation, gently stating, Mr. Zhang, you may settle the payment in Huabei. I shall promptly inform the technical department to make the necessary adjustments. Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, the items I have placed in the shopping cart are ready for packing. I will contact you immediately upon my arrival at Baoyang Island. With that, Zhang Hao ended the call. At that moment, the entire vessel suddenly shook, causing Zhang Hao to gasp in surprise as he hurried towards the cockpit. Halfway there, he encountered Zhang Sun, who dashed out in a frenzy, exclaiming, Your Grace, it's bad news. My little brother may have messed up. Zhang Hao's heart tightened at the words. Realizing the newly acquired second-hand boat was at stake, without a moment to lose, he rushed into the cockpit to investigate. He noticed a red light on the dashboard persistently flashing. What on earth is happening? I have no idea. Zhang Hao turned to Zhang Sun and demanded, What did you do? I followed the tutorial video step by step, but I'm not sure what went wrong, Zhang Sun replied anxiously. Did you see that segment? Show it to me, Zhang Hao instructed, moving to the computer to scrutinize the footage. After watching for a while and reviewing several subsequent clips, each clearly labeled with its content, he soon identified the root of the problem. Let us head to the engine room, Zhang Hao declared, and the two hurried towards the ship's inner workings. This machinery cannot be operated by one person alone. Synchronization between the crew and the cockpit is essential. As he followed the video instructions to shut down the engine, he remarked, Once the engine is off, the vessel's tremors will cease. Today, you should make a trip to the dockside fishing village. See if there are any workers willing to join us. They can assist with the operations, he suggested. Upon returning to the cockpit, Zhang Hao pointed to a video file on the screen. This is a tutorial for the ship's intercom. Watch it thoroughly before attempting to operate it. He gestured towards the telephone on the control panel, adding, This device facilitates communication with other cabins and will be indispensable when navigating. Zhang Sun nodded repeatedly, responding, Understood. when I first arrived. Many fishermen who were friendly with me expressed envy. I will return shortly with a few more hands." Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. After Zhang Sun departed, he took a seat beside the computer to continue his studies. Initially, he intended to delegate this task to Zhang Sun, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Although he was a novice regarding maritime operations, his knowledge from a more advanced era afforded him a greater understanding of fundamental principles than his ancient counterparts. When it came to modern technology, he found it more expedient to take matters into his own hands. Clearly, the role of a detached overseer was not feasible. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang Hao patiently immersed himself in the learning process. Upon receiving the letter from Feng Huabei, Yang Zhao could hardly conceal the joy radiating from his countenance. "Ha ha ha, Chen Ziming, do not blame this old man for being heartless. But it seems you have occupied the position of Prime Minister for far too long." Overcome with delight, Yang Zhao penned a response, sealing it with care, and called out loudly, "Bring me someone." A young servant hurriedly rushed in at the sound of his voice. "Quickly deliver this letter along with my token to Feng Huabei in Rongqing County and instruct him to come to the capital at once for an audience," Yang Zhao commanded. "Yes, my lord," the servant acknowledged, taking the letter and token before swiftly departing. At the Rongqing County office, Feng Huabei remained oblivious to the fact that, with the dispatch of this letter, his fortunes were about to ascend to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, at the fishing village by the docks, Zhang Sun gathered a group of fishermen, with whom he shared amicable relations. After a thorough explanation, excitement flickered across their faces. The subsequent events unfolded remarkably smoothly. That very day, Zhang Sun led a dozen fishermen aboard the ship. Thanks to Zhang Sun's elucidations along the way, the crew gradually acclimated to the novelty of their situation. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the fishermen collectively knelt, exclaiming, "We, the humble folk, pay our respects to Lord Zhang." "My lord, I have brought people as promised," Zhang Sun announced. Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and said, "It is rare for you all to place your trust in me. Henceforth, as you work aboard this vessel under Zhang Sun, I shall compensate you with double the monthly wages. You shall not be shortchanged. I have established a village at Nyukingshan, and those wishing to relocate their families here are most welcome. The living conditions are vastly superior to those of the fishing village." Hearing Zhang Hao's words, the fishermen felt a surge of exhilaration. Beyond tilling the land, these fishermen relied on their adept swimming skills to catch seafood for a modest income. Although their lives were somewhat better than those of ordinary farmers, they were still constrained by the limitations of their fishing techniques. Now, working aboard Zhang Hao's ship, they need not worry about money or their families, a lifestyle that many could only dream of. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Treating this grand vessel as our very lives and alleviating your burdens," they proclaimed in unison. "Indeed, Zhang Sun, you must diligently learn. Do not attempt anything recklessly before fully grasping the principles and applications. Proceed cautiously and ensure you master the techniques safely." While Zhang Hao was eager to set sail, he imposed no time constraints on Zhang Sun. Should he act with undue haste and damage the vessel, the ensuing complications would be even more troublesome, especially with the considerable number of weapons already ordered, leaving his account balance perilously low. After conferring with Zhang Sun, Zhang Hao copied a video tutorial onto his phone, intending to review it during his free time, ensuring he was prepared for any emergencies that might arise. After reiterating the importance of safety, Zhang Hao departed the grand ship, returning to Zhangjia village. Observing the diligent training of his compatriots under Lu Xiangxing and Yan Ling, Zhang Hao could not help but nod approvingly. After this period of training, the 10 squad leaders had made significant progress in both close combat and long-range projection techniques. These individuals were meticulously selected by Zhang Hao from numerous villages. And with the attentive guidance of the 2 mentors, each now exudes vitality and possesses extraordinary prowess. Suddenly intrigued, Zhang Hao stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please pause for a moment." Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the group halted their training and approached him, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect. Their rapid progress is entirely attributed to the diligent tutelage of the 2 mentors, and I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of everyone. Zhang Hao bowed to Lu Xiangxing and Yan Ling. "Not at all," Lu Xiangxing replied hurriedly. "The individuals selected by Lord Zhang are all exceptionally talented and are excellent candidates for martial arts training, far surpassing those from Qinfeng Stronghold." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Hao said, "I wonder how much they have improved these days. Iron Molu, come here." Iron Molu, who was at the entrance, hurried over. "My lord, please assess their skills and see how they fare now," Zhang Hao instructed, signaling Chen San to step forward for a demonstration. Upon hearing there would be a sparring match, both participants became excited. As the crowd dispersed, they moved to the center of the courtyard and took their stances. Chop him down, Barkskin. Show me your skills. Since Lu Xiangshan and Yin Ling's arrival, Cheng Taidan had been somewhat disdainful of them, believing they were nothing remarkable. Upon hearing of the match, he became interested and eagerly encouraged Iron Molu, knowing well of his capabilities against a mere villager. Yin Ling, with a faint smile, said, Chen San, showcase the skills I taught you, and let this big fellow know his place. After exchanging nods and salutations, they awaited Lu Xiangshan's commanding shout, begin. The two launched into action, grappling with each other. In comparison to Iron Molu's imposing stature, Chen San appeared somewhat diminutive. Iron Molu, looking at the slight figure before him, chuckled, contemplating simply scooping him up and slamming him to the ground. However, to his surprise, just as he lunged to grab him, Chen San suddenly evaded. His speed so remarkable that even Iron Molu could scarcely perceive it. Ducking low, Chen San slid beneath Iron Molu's legs and executed a swift maneuver. Reaching for Iron Molu's groin. Bang! Hiss! The spectators instinctively grimaced and gasped in unison. Zhang Hao, witnessing the scene, felt a tightening in his own trousers, silently sympathizing with Iron Molu's plight. Ouch! Damn it! Iron Molu, tall and sturdy, could not evade the blow. He promptly clamped his legs together, covering his vital area in agony, collapsing to the ground and groaning in distress. Chapter 76. My lord seems to favor Sister Yin Ling. Chen San chuckled. You little rascal. You're so weak that you couldn't withstand even one of my moves. Yin Ling, blushing in embarrassment, silently scolded, for heaven's sake, I did not teach you that. If you keep this up, how will I show my face? Cheng Taidan, unable to contain himself, strode over to Yin Ling and exclaimed, You fierce woman. What kind of underhanded tricks have you taught him? Yin Ling awkwardly coughed twice and whispered, I certainly did not instruct him to act this way. This is entirely his own doing. Just then, Cheng Taidan interjected loudly, Enough, brother. Allow me to teach this brat a lesson and avenge the tree bark. Before Yin Ling could finish her sentence, Cheng Taidan tossed aside his axe, rolled up his sleeves, and approached. Zhang Hao, observing the rapid progression of events, could hardly discern the abilities of these squad leaders and chose not to intervene. Hey, come here and fight me. Let me see what you're made of. Cheng Taidan grinned at the slender Chen San, thumping his massive chest with pride. Chen San, undeterred, spat on the ground, assumed a fighting stance, and swung his fist towards Cheng Taidan's face. Cheng Taidan, attempting to catch Chen San's punch as he had done with Song Kursen's younger brother, was taken aback when Chen San, unlike the previous opponent, swiftly evaded him, realizing he was no match in terms of strength against Cheng Taidan's brawn. Chen San quickly retracted his fist, pivoting on his heel with agility, and maneuvered behind Cheng Taidan. Cheng Taidan, surprised by Chen San's nimbleness, found himself off balance. At that moment, Chen San delivered a swift kick while shouting, Black Coal, take my kick. He aimed for Cheng Taidan's backside. With his weight shifted forward and his center of gravity unsteady, Cheng Taidan received the blow and stumbled, taking several steps before regaining his balance. Not bad. It seems I underestimated you, he chuckled, rubbing his rear end. With renewed vigor, he lunged at Chen San again. Following Yin Ling's teachings, Chen San evaded left and right, engaging Cheng Taidan in a scuffle. Despite Cheng Taidan's considerable strength, his movements were somewhat sluggish. After numerous exchanges, he had yet to land a single hit on Chen San, who adeptly struck back with punches and kicks. Were it a contest with weapons, Cheng Taidan would undoubtedly have been left battered and bruised by now. Zhang Hao watched with admiration and nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Ling's martial arts were indeed impressive, showcasing practical techniques honed in real combat. With these 10 squad leaders, Yin Ling could easily lead a special forces unit at his disposal. As the bout neared its conclusion, Zhang Hao called out, Stop! Cheng Taidan, feeling awkward, attempted to explain himself. But Zhang Hao raised his hand to silence him. Both of you have your strengths and can contribute greatly. This was merely a friendly spar. Taidan need not take it to heart. Cheng Taidan sighed and picked up his axe, stepping aside. Indeed, Lady Yin Ling's skills are remarkable. I have truly been enlightened today. Zhang Hao remarked with a respectful gesture. Your grace jest. This was merely a stroke of luck for Chen San. The techniques I taught him just happened to counter Taidan's. They have yet to fully master their skills, and should they encounter a true expert in the future, these tactics will be insufficient, Yin Ling replied with a chuckle. There are always greater heights and greater talents beyond our own. All things exist in a delicate balance of creation and restraint. Zhang Hao understood Yinling's reasoning. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, "What you say is indeed true. I need to set sail soon and intend to bring you along as my companions. Please make the necessary preparations." Hearing of the task, Yinling was filled with joy and hurriedly replied, "I am at your service, my lord." Zhang Hao gazed at Yinling's charming visage, yearning to close the distance between them. He said, "Do not always refer to me as my lord. It feels distant. Instead, let us consider each other as siblings from now on. How about we three refer to one another as siblings?" Realizing the relationship between the two and Lu Xiaoxing, he hastily amended his words. The two brightened at this prospect. The debt of gratitude from their previous rescue had yet to be repaid, and now, with Zhang Hao holding the esteemed title of Baron in the Great Xia, he chose to set aside his status and humbly address them as siblings. Such a fortune was beyond their wildest imaginings. Brother. Without further thought, they knelt and bowed deeply. "Ha! Dear siblings, please rise," Zhang Hao said, his heart filled with delight as he assisted them to their feet. "Today is a joyous occasion. Tai Dan, go inform Cui Lan to prepare food and drink. I wish to celebrate with everyone." Upon hearing of the impending feast, Chung Tai Dan's interest piqued, and he hurried to the kitchen. Before long, the hall was filled with an array of sumptuous dishes and drinks, and the guests eagerly took their seats and began to revel. In contrast to the gentle demeanor of Song Kursen, who was well-mannered and composed, Yinling was a spirited woman, direct and unrestrained, effortlessly mingling with the crowd. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Hao, with blurred vision, observed Yinling gracefully swaying and laughing amidst the revelry, his heart stirred with an unexpected affection. "Are you perhaps intoxicated, my lord? Would you like me to assist you upstairs for some rest?" Song Kursen, who had been standing at a distance, noticed Zhang Hao's flushed face and unsteady movements, and approached him with concern. Startled from his reverie by her words, Zhang Hao turned to see Song Kursen gazing at him with genuine care, and a wave of guilt washed over him. "Zhang Hao, how could you? Now that you are married, your beautiful and devoted wife manages your vast estate with utmost diligence, yet here you are, allowing your heart to wander towards another woman. How can you justify this betrayal?" With this realization, Zhang Hao snapped back to clarity and replied, "Indeed, I may have indulged a bit too much. It's quite all right." He then leaned on Song Kursen's shoulder to rise, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave after this toast. Please continue to enjoy yourselves." The crowd turned to him, raising their glasses in unison. "Brother, go ahead. Do not mind us." "My lord, please." Nodding, Zhang Hao downed his drink in one go, and, amidst the cacophony of voices, ascended the staircase with Song Kursen's support. Once seated on the bed, Song Kursen, as was her custom, gently removed Zhang Hao's shoes and socks, diligently preparing to wash his feet. Observing her earnest care, Zhang Hao felt a surge of emotion, his eyes welling with tears. He quickly lifted his gaze, striving to control his feelings. Moments later, Zhang Hao gently caressed Song Kursen's small head and spoke softly. "My dear wife, you have worked hard." Song Kursen was taken aback and responded with a radiant smile. "To be the wife of my husband is the greatest happiness in my life. I do not find it burdensome at all." As she beamed with innocence, Zhang Hao felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of bliss. Just as he was swimming in this sea of happiness, the crouching Song Kursen suddenly asked, "Has my husband taken a liking to Sister Yinling?" Chapter 77. Zhang Hao's domestic affairs. Zhang Hao was startled. Why did his wife ask such a question all of a sudden? Could she have discerned his innermost thoughts? "But I haven't done anything at all." What does she mean by that? Is she feeling jealous? Upset? Before him, Song Kursen continued to crouch down, intently scrubbing her feet, her expression hidden from view. Was she already in tears, or was she? Zhang Hao's thoughts raced as he anxiously replied, "Yinling and Lu Xiaoxing have been childhood companions. Their bond is profound." "How could I possibly? My husband often travels, so you may not be fully aware of their circumstances," Song Kursen interjected gently while scrubbing diligently. "Oh? What circumstances do they have?" She continued. "At home, I often chat and confide in Sister Yinling. I have always regarded Brother Lu as an older brother, and he, in turn, treats Sister Yinling as a younger sister to protect. Their relationship is not as you might think, my husband." Song Kursen spoke earnestly. "I noticed the way you looked at Sister Yinling when you were drunk. Your eyes sparkled with something deeper. It is only natural to develop feelings for a graceful and virtuous lady. Sister Yinling is outstanding in appearance and possesses a free-spirited nature. It is only human for you to be moved by her." Suddenly, Song Kursen lifted her head and gazed intently at Zhang Hao, adding seriously, "I could tell. Zhang Hao was aware that the relationship between Lu Xiangxing and Yinling was indeed special, and he had merely glanced at her a few extra times while intoxicated. Unbeknownst to him, his wife had been watching from a distance, and those fleeting glances had led to her keen perception, realizing her unwavering gaze upon him. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly replied, No, I didn't. You are overthinking it, my dear. I only admired Yinling's abilities today when I saw how swiftly she helped Qinsan improve. Having spent many years in the future, steeped in the atmosphere of modern feminism, Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine at the resolute expression in Song Kersen's eyes, making him tense up. Although he had indeed developed feelings for Yinling at the table, in this moment, Zhang Hao lacked the courage to admit it before his wife. Song Kersen looked at her husband with a peculiar expression, her cheeks flushed. Admiration? Why does he deny his feelings for Sister Yinling in front of me? However, upon reflecting on her growing affection for her husband, which had stemmed from witnessing his remarkable abilities, Song Kersen seemed to suddenly grasp something. With delight, she exclaimed, initially, I, too, found my husband incredibly impressive, capable of creating all sorts of novel and practical items, which is why my admiration for him deepened. How can this be compared? My husband's admiration for Yinling differs fundamentally from my own admiration for him, Zhang Hao hurriedly clarified. Different? Song Kersen pondered, increasingly perplexed by the distinction. Oh dear. I digress. My husband has been preoccupied outside for several days. I wonder how our silver jewelry and instant noodle business are faring? Noticing the furrow in Song Kersen's brow as she gazed at him in confusion, Zhang Hao swiftly inquired. The more we discuss this, the more convoluted it becomes. My heart is entirely devoted to my wife. Yet why am I also drawn to Yinling? This is illogical. Upon being asked about the business, Song Kersen quickly shifted gears and responded earnestly, all of the silver jewelry has been successfully transferred to Zhang Ziqiang, and a portion of gold will arrive in the coming days. Additionally, the silver coins crafted from glass are en route. Furthermore, Zhang Ziqiang has brought many exquisite crafts and renowned paintings, all stored in the original warehouse. The sales of the gold and silk at the Zuishao Tower have declined considerably. The coachman mentioned that Manager Stie intends to implement a price reduction in Rongshan County to achieve a strategy of lower prices for higher sales. However, he has yet to come for detailed discussions. Since we are under contract, we continue to supply the agreed daily quantity of 600 portions, Song Kersen continued. Zhang Hao nodded, reassured that these matters were well managed by his wife. Later, I will arrange for some instant noodles and silver jewelry to be placed in the warehouse. You may utilize them as needed. Should Manager Xie wish to alter the pricing, you are free to make such decisions, Zhang Hao stated. His thoughts largely occupied with Niu Qingshan, feeling confident in leaving the business affairs to Song Kersen. Song Kersen acknowledged, very well. However, the room designated for storing silver coins is full. May I arrange for another room for storage? Zhang Hao was taken aback. What? Full? When we constructed this courtyard, I specifically instructed Li Chang to build a spacious secret chamber in the main house for storing wealth. How could this be? Come, let us take a look. Zhang Hao exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in urgency. Song Kersen nodded, dried her husband's feet, donned her footwear, and together they ascended through the secret passage on the second floor, directly descending to the first floor's treasury. Upon opening the hidden door, Zhang Hao was astonished by the sight before him. The entire room was meticulously arranged with various silver coins, gold bars, gold coins, and countless copper coins, all strung together and stacked high in large wooden baskets. My dear husband, look. If we continue to pile more within, it may obstruct the path, making it inconvenient to access the silver coins, Song Kersen explained as they walked further inside. This is truly gold. Why does it feel as though I've entered a warehouse brimming with goods? Zhang Hao marveled inwardly. How much is there in total now? As Zhang Hao casually inquired while observing, Song Kersen approached from a corner of the treasury, cradling a thick stack of ledgers. She remarked that she had not meticulously counted the exact amount, as all the accounts were contained within these volumes. Zhang Hao picked up one of the ledgers and perused its contents, densely populated with detailed records of each transaction. Such meticulous documentation indeed required considerable effort. He thought it prudent to take the time to teach his wife the use of Arabic numerals. However, since these were their own funds, there was no necessity for excessive precision. Beyond a certain point, money merely represented a string of numbers devoid of true significance. Unlike the affluent of later generations, who were constantly beset by adversaries, risking total collapse with a single misstep, He found himself in a position where the pursuit of profit was abundant and accessible through myriad avenues via his mobile device. We have many vacant rooms upstairs. You could utilize them as a treasury, Zhang Hao suggested. Indeed, I was thinking the same, Song Kursin replied. Those rooms have remained unoccupied, and we have no use for them. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Hao took Song Kursin's hand and led her back to their chamber. The act of counting money was exhilarating, and the sight of their uncountable gold only heightened his enthusiasm. Once back on the bed, Zhang Hao embraced Song Kursin, and they became engaged in a flurry of activity. After an indeterminate period, Song Kursin nestled in Zhang Hao's arms, gently rubbing her abdomen, murmuring, "Sister Chuanmei's belly has grown quite large. I feel rather inadequate, as I have yet to show any signs. Will my husband be disappointed?" Exhausted, Zhang Hao, panting heavily, paused at her words. He had not given much thought to the prospect of children. Rather, he was more concerned with the process of bringing them into the world. How could his wife harbor such thoughts? The matter of children could not be forced. It was best to let nature take its course. Yet seeing Song Kursin in such a state, he waved his hand, and a pack of high-tech products fell into his grasp. "If you desire a child, my dear, you may use this to test. 2 red lines indicate success," he explained, handing one to her. Though this item bore no practical assistance to the matter at hand, it could provide her with a sense of anticipation. Song Kursin gazed at the white strip with astonishment, her curiosity piqued. "How does one test it?" "Well, let me show you," Zhang Hao replied, lifting her from the bed and leading her to the bathroom for a demonstration. "This is wonderful. With this, I am certain I can soon present you with a chubby little boy," Song Kursin exclaimed, unable to conceal her delight as she embraced Zhang Hao and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. Zhang Hao smiled serenely, nodding in agreement. And together they returned to the bed, their gazes locking in another passionate encounter. The following morning, as Zhang Hao woke, he received a message from Mikhail. "Mr. Zhang, in order to expedite the delivery of goods, we have prepared the ship heading to Bailing Island, expected to arrive in half a month. Please prepare for departure on your end as well." Chapter 78. Preparing to set sail upon receiving the information. Zhang Hao mused to himself. It seems the other party values this transaction even more than he does. Otherwise, they would not have embarked on shipping the goods before receiving payment. After rising and having breakfast, Zhang Hao proceeded to the warehouse, where he packaged numerous handicrafts to send to Dejinha, informing him, "Dejinha, I must embark on a journey soon. Please sell these items at your leisure, and transfer the proceeds to my account once they are sold." Having collaborated with Dejinha for quite some time, a mutual dependency had developed. Zhang Hao was aware that Dejinha had profited significantly from their partnership, and he too relied on the assistance offered by Dejinha in future endeavors. "Very well. How is the ship? Is it functioning well? Before handing it over to you, I specifically took it to the shipyard for a major overhaul of the core components, ensuring there won't be any major issues," Dejinha replied. Seeing Dejinha's message, Zhang Hao chuckled and responded, "The ship is quite satisfactory, but the crew here is entirely inexperienced and will need time to acclimate. I shall go observe their progress shortly." "Good. The vessel operates on heavy oil, which is quite economical. Whenever you exhaust your supply, just reach out to me. I have a means to provide more," Dejinha replied. After reading the message, Zhang Hao sent a quick emoticon back to Dejinha and made his way to the adjacent warehouse. Inside, Song Kursin had already gathered everyone and was bustling about. Approaching his wife, Zhang Hao gently said, "My dear, I am heading to Niuqing Shan. I entrust the matters at home to you. Aside from the dealings with Zhang Ziqiang and manager Xie, do you believe there are any other ventures we could pursue? Please feel free to undertake them. If you require additional hands, you may procure some help from the dental office." Song Kursin nodded, replying, "Rest assured, my husband, I shall diligently manage the household affairs. Wishing you a safe journey." Having grown accustomed to Zhang Hao's frequent trips to Niuqing Shan, she felt considerably relieved with the assistance of the Gao family. After exchanging a kiss with Song Kursin, Zhang Hao proceeded to the front courtyard, urging Tai Mol to diligently oversee the security of the premises. He then set off for Niuqing Shan accompanied by Cheng Taidan, Lu Xiangxing, Yan Ling, and 10 squad leaders. Upon reaching the imposing city walls at Lahukou, Lu Xiangxing and Yan Ling exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "Elder brother, this." Zhang Hao smiled faintly, responding, "Niuqing Shan is now ours. How does this city wall compare to the previous gate of Qifengzhai?" Yan Ling coughed lightly, thinking to herself that this was truly of an entirely different caliber. Indeed, the sturdiness of this wall was unparalleled. Arriving at the city gate, The group looked up in awe at the towering gatehouse, which soared into the clouds, exuding an imposing presence. They were witnessing such a grand structure for the first time. Even the city gate of Rongcheng County was merely 5 to 6 meters high. As they traversed the lengthy archway, Li Chang approached, cupping his hands in salute. Your Grace, the main structure of the city gate and dock is nearly complete. Only some minor details remain for construction and maintenance. Additionally, the Grand Hall at Montyan Ridge is under expedited construction. Here is the sketch I have prepared for the Niuqingshan Plain. Please review it, Your Grace. With that, Li Chang gestured for those beside him to unfurl a massive map. Gazing at the vast map before him, Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Li Chang as a true expert in architectural planning. The map depicted a straight road extending from Mount Montyan, branching into 3 routes upon reaching the plains, one leading directly to the northern dock, another heading westward to Tiger's Mouth, and the last meandering southward towards the seaside. Unlike the other 2, the southern road sprawled out like the veins of a leaf, extending countless smaller paths that interconnected the scattered villages across the plains. How wide is this road? Zhang Hao inquired, pointing to the thoroughfare that stretched from Mount Montyan. According to the width of 2 horse-drawn carriages, my design proposes a main road of approximately 5 meters, allowing for 2-way traffic without interference, with auxiliary paths at 3 meters, Li Chang promptly replied. Zhang Hao frowned and shook his head. 5 meters is too narrow. Let's south widen the main road to 12 meters. And ensure all subsidiary roads are no less than 4 meters. Li Chang was taken aback, exclaiming, My lord, might that be excessive? I fear it may not be sufficient. Beyond the width requirements I've specified, all roads must be compacted first, then laid with 20 centimeters of concrete. With the main road's concrete thickness no less than 50 centimeters, Zhang Hao insisted. What? Li Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend Zhang Hao's intentions, viewing it as sheer extravagance. Zhang Hao placed a reassuring hand on Li Chang's shoulder. Brotherly, there is sound reasoning behind my decisions. Do not overthink it. Simply adhere to these standards, and in time, you will understand my foresight. Seeing Zhang Hao's determination, Li Chang pondered for a moment before conceding. If that is the case, I shall comply. Although Li Chang did not grasp Zhang Hao's reasoning, he recognized that Zhang Hao's vision for planning and construction far surpassed his own, prompting him to learn more from him. In truth, Zhang Hao's rationale stemmed from witnessing the pervasive traffic congestion in later years, understanding that as Niuqingshan flourished, the demand for roads would only escalate. After discussing various planning aspects with Li Chang, Zhang Hao felt satisfied and led the group towards Mount Montyan. Despite the Grand Hall at Mount Montyan still under construction, with many areas bustling with activity, there were numerous rooms suitable for habitation. Upon arrival, Zhang Hao turned to Lu Xiangxing and said, My dear brother, my vision is to transform Niuqingshan into a formidable fortress. Previously, you managed all affairs of Qingfeng village here, thus you are well acquainted with the surroundings. Henceforth, I entrust the defense of Niuqingshan to you. Lu Xiangxing's heart tightened. Had Zhang Hao truly placed such trust in him, assigning this critical responsibility? They had once been adversaries. It seemed Zhang Hao's magnanimity exceeded his expectations. Aligning himself with such a person was undoubtedly wise. Since my elder brother has such faith in me, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to safeguard Niuqingshan, Lu Xiangxing pledged, kneeling and clasping his hands in reverence. Trust in those you employ, and if you harbor doubts, do not engage them. Only by bestowing sufficient trust upon subordinates will they exert their utmost efforts. Zhang Hao comprehended this principle. Most importantly, these matters are but trifles. He did not wish to expend his mental energy on such concerns. He needed only to focus on the pivotal issues at hand. The villagers working here and the local populace recruit those whom you deem promising, provided the number does not exceed 500. There is no need to worry about finances or provisions, Zhang Hao instructed. Observing Lu Xiangxing's eager nod, Zhang Hao continued. This territory belongs to the men of Rongcheng County, not a den of bandits. Here, commands must be obeyed. Should you require any supplies or equipment, come directly to me. Looting the nearby villagers is strictly forbidden. Any breach of this decree will not be tolerated. Naturally, please rest assured, my elder brother. I shall do my utmost to assemble a disciplined and formidable team, Lu Xiangxing promptly replied. Zhang Hao nodded, imparting a few additional details before leaving behind a bag of gold and departing from Motionling with Cheng Taidan, Yan Ling, and the squad leader, heading straight towards the Niuqingshan port. Upon arrival at the port, the group was once again taken aback. Ever since being rescued by Zhang Hao, Yan Ling's perceptions had been repeatedly challenged. This Zhang Hao is not only a formidable warrior, but also excelled in construction, finance, manufacturing. In various other domains, save for his slight timidity regarding danger, he was nearly flawless. Gradually, Yinling's view of Zhang Hao began to shift subtly. The individuals led by Zhang Sun were seasoned fishermen, deeply attached to vessels. After a period of exploration and collaboration, they had largely mastered the operation of the large ship. Though the numerous displays in the cockpit remained somewhat enigmatic, however, these instruments were primarily modern systems for navigation and satellite positioning, which were unnecessary here due to the lack of internet connectivity. Seeing Zhang Hao approaching with his entourage, Zhang Sun could hardly contain his excitement. He seized the telephone in the control room and declared, "Open the ship's door." As Zhang Hao and his companions approached the vessel, they beheld the vast roll-on roll-off ship's doors slowly descending, reminiscent of a drawbridge over a moat. Once the ship's door was fully lowered and positioned alongside the dock, Zhang Hao led his group aboard the colossal iron vessel. As they walked within, the sound of their footsteps resonated against the metal, eliciting wonderment from all. This magnificent behemoth truly was a marvel. Noticing Zhang Hao had boarded, Zhang Sun hastily emerged from the control room to greet him, kneeling in reverence. "I pay my respects to Lord Zhang. I was unaware of your arrival and regret my inadequate reception. I hope for your forgiveness." Zhang Sun, perceptive and mindful of the numerous spectators, ensured to afford Zhang Hao the honor he deserved, thereby establishing his authority before the crowd. Zhang Hao assisted Zhang Sun to his feet, saying, "My dear brother, there is no need for such formalities. How have you fared aboard the ship during these days? Thanks to your bounteous blessings, we have been quite comfortable aboard, far better than in the fishing village." Zhang Sun responded eagerly. Zhang Hao nodded and inquired, "How well have you and your team familiarized yourselves with the ship? Are we ready to set sail?" Chapter 79. Yinling at the bow. In response to the Duke's words, "We have now mastered the fundamental navigation skills and practiced several times. However, we remain uncertain about the Duke's intended destination." Zhang Xuandao noted that, constrained by the shipbuilding technology of the Great Xiao, although these fishermen often dwell upon the sea, they do not venture far from the shore, typically operating within a 2-mile radius of the coastline. Beyond that, the small vessels could scarcely withstand the formidable waves. Yet, with this grand ship, the crew felt emboldened to sail into the deep sea. Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and activated the satellite navigation package specifically purchased for him by the Golden Tooth. As the Beidou high-precision navigation system announced its real-time positioning service, the location of the roll-on roll-off ship appeared prominently on the map. Upon setting the destination to Billionaire Island, the interface displayed the specific details. This voyage's destination, the newly established Billionaire Island, lay a direct distance of 380 miles. While monitoring the data on his phone, Zhang Hao exclaimed, "Goodness! 380 miles. Zhang Sun could hardly believe his ears. Such a vast distance would be rarely traversed even on land, let alone at sea. And they were likely well beyond the boundaries of Dangzhou. Duke, are you certain? Did you mean 38 miles? Zhang Sun inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Zhang Hao paused for a moment and replied solemnly, "Indeed, it is 380 miles. Now, everyone disembark and gather ample fresh water and daily necessities, then prepare to set sail." "As you command," Zhang Sun responded after a moment of internal conflict. Without further ado, the crew busied themselves. Given the size of the ship, they not only loaded numerous supplies, but also brought along cooks and service personnel. Even Zhang Hao's cart was loaded aboard. Regarding these preparations, Zhang Hao felt relatively unconcerned, as he had his phone with him and could always purchase emergency supplies if necessary. Seeing that everyone was nearing completion in their preparations, Zhang Hao gestured for Zhang Sun to close the ship's door and shouted, "Set sail." Zhang Sun nodded and promptly picked up the control room phone, declaring, "Power compartment ready. Initiate the main engine. Monitor the engine temperature and report at all times." Power compartment acknowledged. Soon after, a thunderous roar from the engine reverberated throughout the vessel, causing everyone on board to instinctively lean against the ship's wall. After all, such a tremendous noise and vibration were experiences they had never encountered before. "Are we really leaving?" Yinling grasped the railing, her voice trembling with fear. Zhang Hao, noticing her distress, chuckled softly, thinking to himself how naive she appeared. Yet, witnessing Yinling's expression of helplessness ignited an unexpected sense of protectiveness within him, urging him to approach her. "Big brother," Yinling called out as Zhang Hao approached with a concerned expression, leaning against the railing. "There's no need to panic, little sister. This ship is quite stable. The vibrations are merely a result of the engine starting. You will soon grow accustomed to it, Zhang Hao reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Yanling's anxious heart gradually began to ease. Release the ropes, hard to starboard. With Zhang Sun's command, the sailors on the ship sprang into action. In a fleeting moment, the ship's bow turned 90 degrees from north to east, sailing towards the boundless depths of the ocean. Fortunately, the weather was splendid today. With not a cloud in the vast sky, the grand vessel surged forward through the deep blue waters, creating magnificent splashes of waves. At the bow, Yanling was experiencing an enchanting scene for the first time. As she watched the coastline recede into the distance, she could not restrain herself and spread her arms wide, shouting joyfully into the expanse ahead. Behind her, Zhang Hao, witnessing this spectacle, was reminded of the iconic scene between Jack and Rose in Titanic, and he couldn't help but draw closer. Yanling, with her head tilted back and eyes closed, was savoring the cool breeze when suddenly she felt someone embrace her from behind. Startled, she quickly opened her eyes. "Be big brother." Turning her head, she discovered Zhang Hao was the one holding her. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found herself at a loss for words, stumbling over her thoughts and unable to utter a coherent sentence. Their eyes met, and as Zhang Hao realized the situation, he abruptly came to his senses. Hastily releasing her and stepping back, his face filled with embarrassment. "Zhang Hao, what on earth were you thinking, engaging in such disgraceful behavior? Your beloved wife is eagerly awaiting your return at home." Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao slapped his own face hard, hoping to jolt himself back to reality. Yanling, initially taken aback by Zhang Hao's self-inflicted slap, gaped in astonishment. "What is going on, big brother?" I'm going to see what the crew is up to," she stammered, lowering her gaze, her face aglow with embarrassment as she hurriedly ran away. At the bow, Zhang Hao watched Yanling's retreating figure and sighed deeply. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection, indeed. Zhang Hao, steady yourself. You are a married man. Your wife is at home longing for your safe return. How could you entertain thoughts of infidelity? Gazing at the vast ocean ahead, he slapped the railing firmly and turned towards the control room. Upon reaching the door of the control room, Zhang Hao waved his hand, and a high-powered telescope fell into his grasp. After taking a quick glance, he nodded repeatedly and entered. "My lord," Zhang Sun exclaimed as Zhang Hao stepped inside. Are you frightened by venturing so far out to sea for the first time?" Zhang Hao nodded, smiling. "I am not afraid, merely quite curious," Zhang Sun replied. "Oh, pray tell," Zhang Hao inquired, intrigued. "Do you believe there are truly the islands you speak of, 100 miles out in the ocean?" "Surely. My lord, has he been deceived by anyone?" Zhang Sun responded earnestly. For him, the vast ocean was a mysterious entity, and he found it hard to believe that anyone could navigate such distances and discover new lands. Such feats, in Zhang Sun's view, seemed almost divine in nature. Zhang Hao chuckled. "We shall find out soon enough. By the way, I believe this will be useful for your navigation. Give it a try." As he spoke, Zhang Hao passed the telescope to Zhang Sun. "What is this?" Zhang Sun inquired, taking the telescope and examining it closely. "This is a telescope. When held to your eyes, it allows one to see far into the distance," Zhang Hao explained, gesturing towards the distant spray of waves, indicating Zhang Sun should take a look through the instrument. Following Zhang Hao's suggestion, Zhang Sun raised the telescope to his eyes and gazed at the faintly visible waves. Suddenly, astonishment overwhelmed him, and he quickly pulled the telescope away, glancing once more at the crest before raising it to his eyes again, repeating this action several times. "My lord, this device is truly extraordinary. I find myself at a loss for words to describe it." Zhang Hao chuckled, patting his shoulder. "This is a gift for you. I hope it aids you in your voyages." "You mean for me?" "Thank you, my lord," Zhang Sun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he hurriedly knelt. "Oh, please, no need for such formality. There are no outsiders here," Zhang Hao said, assisting Zhang Sun to his feet. Noticing Zhang Sun nodding eagerly as he cherished the telescope, Zhang Hao continued, "By the way, have you seen where Yanling went?" Chapter 80. Formation of the Land and Marine Special Forces. The brave heroine Yanling seemed to have gone to the lower deck just now, Zhang Sun replied earnestly, lowering the telescope. Zhang Hao gave Zhang Sun's shoulder a reassuring pat and nodded. "Focus on navigating. Always be aware of your surroundings." With a nod from Zhang Sun, Zhang Hao exited the control room and descended to the ship's hold. This roll-on roll-off ship, in later times, would be utilized as a ferry for automobiles, and the hold was impressively spacious, Halfway down the stairs, he spotted Yin leading 10 squad leaders in rigorous combat training. Now, everyone, split into 5 teams of 2 and engage in combat. Give it your all, but remember to be cautious, Yin commanded, clad in red. Pacing back and forth with her hands on her hips. From Zhang Hao's vantage point, she stood tall and confident, embodying the image of a heroic woman. Just as the teams were about to commence, Zhang Hao approached from behind Yin, prompting the squad to stand at attention and greet him in unison, "My lord." The collective reaction startled Yin. Her previously proud demeanor flushed a deep crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head. Her hands, once firmly placed on her hips, now crossed in front of her, transforming her into a picture of gentle femininity as she slowly turned to Zhang Hao and softly addressed him, "Be brother." This abrupt shift in Yinling's demeanor left those around her bewildered, exchanging glances and standing in stunned silence. Zhang Hao, too, was taken aback. For Yinling had always been so forthright in his presence. Instantly, the previously lively scene froze, with only the steady rumble of the vessel echoing in the air. After about 3 or 4 seconds, Chun San could no longer suppress his laughter. To think our instructor has such a delicate side, yet it feels so out of place. Before Zhang Hao could react, Yinling pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Chun San's backside. Due to Yinling's swift movements, the crowd barely had time to react. By the time they turned to look, they were met with the sight of Chun San stumbling and falling to the ground. Observing Chun San, who had lost his balance and landed awkwardly, Yinling exclaimed, "You find this amusing, do you? What training have you received that prompts such a response to a sudden attack?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun San hurriedly got back on his feet, rubbed his rear, and returned to the formation, declaring loudly, "Instructor, I do not find this amusing. You were too quick. I couldn't respond in time. I will practice diligently henceforth and not disappoint your expectations." Yinling disregarded his words, sweeping her gaze across the group, and commanded, "What are you all dawdling for? Get to practicing." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, and the team leaders took their stances, engaging in pairs, bringing a lively atmosphere to the scene. Only then did Yinling turn back to Zhang Hao, whispering, "Brother, did you come for something important?" Zhang Hao, finally realizing, quickly replied, "It's too noisy here. Follow me." As Yinling turned to shout for everyone to continue practicing without pause, she followed Zhang Hao to a small room nearby. Along the way, her thoughts raced. The gestures her brother had made at the bow of the ship now seemed to warrant this private summons to a secluded space. With each passing thought, her heart raced faster. Upon reaching the door, she found herself breathless and dizzy with anxiety. Having been trained in martial arts since childhood, Yinling had traversed the world. Asserting her dominance and taking countless lives, she had witnessed numerous scenes. Yet, in the realm of the Great Xia, even with her childhood friend Lu by her side, they had always maintained a courteous demeanor, adhering to the distinctions between genders. She had never experienced such intimate proximity to a man. Compounding her turmoil was the fact that since joining Zhang Hao in his grand estate, her frequent heartfelt discussions with Song Kursen and various encounters had slowly cultivated an inexplicable fondness for Zhang Hao, distinct from her feelings for others close to her. With these complex and peculiar sentiments swirling within her, as soon as Yinling entered the room, Zhang Hao swiftly turned and extended his arms. Startled by his sudden movement, Yinling instinctively recoiled, her heart racing with an intensity that made her breath come in quick gasps. Pressed against the wall, her pupils dilated. She fixed her gaze on the man before her. Zhang Hao, with a flourish of his wide sleeves, bent low and performed a deep bow. Hands clasped together in front of him. "Earlier, I lost my composure. I owe you an apology, dear sister." Leaning forward, bowing his head, he focused intently on her feet, which were clad in black shoes with a white base, embellished with intricate embroidery. "What is happening? Why am I not responding? Is she truly angry?" He pondered. "I apologize. Dear sister, please, feel free to impose any punishment." Zhang Hao continued. At the bow of the ship, the younger sister's exaggerated movements likely elicited concern from her elder brother, who, in his moment of panic, sought to ensure her safety. Yinling seemed to have grasped the situation and hurriedly organized her thoughts, responding with a stammer. Zhang Hao, upon hearing her words, was overjoyed and quickly looked up, exclaiming, Yes, indeed. Earlier, you stood at the bow and shouted loudly, startling our elder brother." This statement was so incredulous that even Zhang Hao himself struggled to believe it. His wife treated him with such kindness. He could never do anything to betray her trust. Yet, little did Zhang Hao know that in Song Kursen's heart, even if her husband were to engage in more extravagant antics with Yin Ling in her presence. She would never feel betrayed. After spending considerable time with Yin Ling, Song Kersen had come to understand her character intimately. If her husband found joy in Yin Ling's company, she would feel happiness for him as well. Serving alongside such a straightforward woman was a significant matter for her. As the sole remaining heir of the Zhang family. Thank you for your concern, elder brother, Yin Ling said gently. As a family. There is no need for such formality, Zhang Hao replied. By the way, I plan to form a special squad with the 10 individuals you are currently training. To be named the Dinosaur Special Forces, with you as the captain. What do you think, little sister? Dinosaur Special Forces. That name sounds quite formidable, Yin Ling exclaimed joyfully. I will certainly lead the Special Forces well and bring honor to my elder brother. Zhang Hao nodded with delight and continued. In addition to the Dinosaur Special Forces, I intend to have Zhang Sun lead another team called the Anti-Wave Special Forces. This way, one of you will be responsible for land-based special missions while the other handles naval operations. Come, let us proceed to the control room and discuss the specifics of the Special Forces. As they spoke, both exited the room and hurried towards the control room upstairs. Halfway there, they encountered Zhang Sun rushing down the stairs, anxiously reporting, My lord, an unidentified fleet has been spotted ahead. A fleet. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Had the Great Xia already developed such advanced shipbuilding technology overseas? Without further contemplation, the three hurried upstairs to the control room, peering through the glass windows towards the horizon. Indeed, numerous ships were discernible on the sea's surface ahead. Bring the telescope, Zhang Hao commanded loudly. Receiving the telescope from Zhang Sun and carefully observing the fleet through its lens. Through the high-powered telescope, Zhang Hao discerned that the opposing vessels comprised a fleet of over a dozen sailing ships. Adjusting the magnification to its maximum, he focused on the largest wooden sailboat at the forefront, approximately 10 meters in length, beneath which he could faintly see several figures gazing towards them. These individuals were all stout, with round faces, wielding long knives, and dressed in rudimentary garments, their lower bodies clad in white linen triangular trousers. Could they be the pirates of Fusang? Zhang Hao barked, All personnel, be on high alert and prepare for battle. Upon hearing the words, Yin Ling hurried downstairs and summoned all the members of the Special Operations team. Zhang Sun also selected about 10 agile sailors and brought them to the deck, each wielding a long knife, standing in a state of readiness. Before long, a dozen sailboats approached the grand vessel. Suddenly, countless grappling hooks flew towards the ship, creating a cacophony of sounds as they landed upon it, attaching themselves to anything they could find. In no time, a multitude of ropes connected the wooden vessels to the larger ship, as a burly man on the flagship swung his long blade. The crew of the wooden boats began to ascend the ropes towards the grand vessel. Zhang Hao could not help but silently admire their audacity. The larger ship towered significantly over the wooden boats, resulting in a steep angle for the ropes, causing their ascent to be rather slow. The crew soon realized this and rushed to the grappling hooks, preparing to sever the ropes. Zhang Hao glanced outside and said, There is no need to rush. It would be beneficial to let them climb for a while. Upon hearing his words, the crew exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, dispersing to the edges of the ship. At that moment, a voice from the leading wooden vessel shouted, You on the opposite ship, you are already surrounded. If you know what is good for you, jump into the sea and leave the ship behind, or else, once we board, we will slaughter you all. Hearing this, Zhang Hao chuckled, thinking, Just look at yourselves. He then commanded, Zhang Sun, drop anchor. I was just lamenting the lack of practice, so let us have some fun with these fools today. Zhang Sun nodded in response, grabbed the radio, and ordered, drop anchor. With his command, the massive anchoring mechanism at the bow was activated, sending a thick iron chain crashing down to the seabed. The anchor plunged into the water, creating a tremendous splash that startled the climbers, causing several to nearly lose their grip. Listen up. Do not cut the grappling hooks. Only deal with the pirates climbing aboard. Let us see your skills, Zhang Hao proclaimed, igniting excitement among the crew, who brandished their long knives, eagerly awaiting their prey. Chung Taidan joyfully clanged his boarding axe, exclaiming, Splendid. It's been ages since my axe has tasted fresh blood. It's practically rusting. This location was already quite close to White Feather Island in Xinlua, where these pirates frequently plundered, often with great success. Little did they expect to encounter such a big catch today, prompting them to bring so many ships, hoping to devour this prize whole. Zhang Sun, do your men dare to dive? Zhang Hao suddenly inquired. Zhang Sun's eyes lit up, and he promptly replied, My lord, feel free to command. These sailors are all skilled divers, far more agile in the water than on land. Zhang Hao nodded, gesturing for waterproof drill bits to be dropped onto the ground. Grabbing one, he demonstrated while saying, "Select a few proficient swimmers to quietly go beneath and use this to bore a few holes in that flagship." Zhang Sun, astonished by the magical tools Zhang Hao produced, eagerly nodded and called several sailors to take the drill bits and rush downstairs. Through the video explanation, Zhang Sun and the others had thoroughly comprehended the intricacies of the roll-on roll-off vessel, which possessed an accessible channel for descent into the water. At that moment, a few agile Karami had managed to ascend. Climbing so high via the swaying ropes, even the most robust individuals were left panting from exhaustion. Observing this, the crew aboard the ship drew their blades and directed their strikes towards the individuals on the ropes. These individuals, already fatigued and suspended precariously, could do little more than cling to the ropes while attempting to fend off the attacks. However, the force wielded by those on the vessel far exceeded their expectations. The usual fishermen encountered on such vessels were mere ordinary folk, occasionally joined by frail merchants, but the crew aboard the ship was formidable. As the blades clashed, the Karami on the ropes began to wail in agony, and soon, one after another, individuals plummeted into the water with a series of splashes. Qing Chidan's actions were even more dramatic. With a swing of his axe, he not only severed the iron blades that obstructed the way, but also decapitated the Karami on the ropes, thereby sparing them further suffering. The men aboard the opposing vessel were taken aback, astonished by the fierce resilience of the ship's crew. Just as one of them hesitated over whether to retreat, a Karami behind him suddenly shouted a series of incomprehensible utterances. The man, startled by the cry, promptly turned and dashed towards the ship's interior. Zhang Sun and his companions had made numerous large breaches in the hull, causing seawater to gush into the cabin like a fountain. Before long, the entire sailing vessel began to tilt, gradually sinking. With a loud shout, the large man commanded the Karami on board to hastily launch the lifeboats into the water, and they all scrambled aboard after him. Attempting to flee? Zhang Hao scoffed, swiftly retrieving his phone. Instantly, several white stone spheres descended from the sky, crashing down upon the small boat. With a series of resounding impacts, the small vessel was obliterated by the colossal stone projectiles, accompanied by anguished cries and splashes, a scene too horrific to describe. Before long, as the cries echoed, the water's surface was stained crimson, littered with dismembered limbs and severed arms, rising and falling with the waves, witnessing their leader's demise. Many Karami lost their will to fight and began to retreat along the chains. At this juncture, Zhang Sun returned to the control room with several others, all in high spirits. "Sir, this device of yours is truly remarkable. We effortlessly breached their wooden ship," Zhang Sun remarked. "What a jest! With such advanced technology, not only wooden vessels but even reinforced concrete could be pierced with ease," Zhang Hao replied. Noting the pirates' retreat, Zhang Hao, without a moment to ponder, urgently commanded, "Zhang Sun, raise the anchor and proceed at full speed." Zhang Sun nodded and picked up the phone to shout, "Raise the anchor, full speed ahead." As his words fell, the roar of the engine resonated, accompanied by the rapid whir of the propellers as the grand ship began to move forward. Simultaneously, the anchor was pulled from the seabed and swiftly retrieved. As the great vessel surged forward with increasing velocity, the sailboats tethered to it were dragged along like obedient hounds, propelled by the immense power of the ship. In their wake, numerous wooden boats collided violently, causing many of the crew members, the Karami, to lose their balance and plunge into the sea, eliciting cries of despair. The Karami at the bow momentarily lost focus. Aware that many of their comrades remained on the ropes, if the lines were severed, they would inevitably fall into the depths. Yet, if the ropes were not cut, the smaller boats would be drawn into the jaws of this monstrous entity, leading to capsizing and further loss of life. Without a moment to ponder, some of the Karami aboard hastily wielded their blades, severing the hooks. Instantly, a chorus of wails erupted as the rope snapped, and those still attached plummeted into the tumultuous waters. The scene was chaotic, with boats capsizing, colliding, and being utterly destroyed, a sight too harrowing to behold. Countless Karami struggled amidst the debris and remnants of their vessels, scattered about like forgotten flotsam. "Leave none unscathed, shatter every vessel," commanded Zhang Hao. The great ship pivoted, aligning itself with the remaining survivors, methodically clearing them one by one, though the surviving wooden boats hastily adjusted their sails to evade disaster. The speed of Zhang Hao's heavy oil cargo vessel was unmatched. When wood met iron, the former was instantly reduced to splinters, as all the boats were obliterated. Yan Ling remarked, "Brother, what of those in the water?" Zhang Hao surveyed the multitude of struggling Karami and replied, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Turn about and continue eastward at full speed. These pirates, in their folly, believe they can seize my iron ship with these mere wooden boats and such clumsy tactics of boarding. They truly do not know the meaning of their impending demise. As for those who have fallen overboard, let them face their fate. There is no need to waste time attempting a rescue." Zhang Hao unfurled the map, noting they were but a few dozen miles from White Feather Island. After the ship had sailed a considerable distance, Zhang Sun suddenly shouted, "Lord, land ahead!" At his call, the crew gazed toward the horizon, where a faint coastline began to emerge at the junction of sea and sky. "We have arrived." So swiftly, Zhang Hao exclaimed, confirming with the map that White Feather Island lay directly ahead. He then switched interfaces and opened a chat window with Mikhail, slowly composing a message to send. Chapter 82. Landing on the island from the ship's vantage point, the island appeared wholly unspoiled, devoid of any traces of human civilization, let alone a docking pier. The journey from Yukingshan to this point had taken merely a day's time. Although this 100-ton cargo ship seemed colossal in the eyes of the crew, it appeared diminutive against the vast expanse of the ocean, rocking gently with each swell of the waves. Apart from Zhang Sun and the seasoned fishermen accustomed to the sea, the others struggled to endure the disorienting sensation of being adrift. Without the seasickness medication Zhang Hao had procured online, several would surely have succumbed to illness. Upon sighting the land, the crew erupted in jubilant cheers, each eager for the ship to dock swiftly so they could leave the swaying vessel and set foot on stable ground. As the ship approached within a kilometer of the coast, the water revealed the outlines of numerous hidden reefs beneath the surface. "My lord, advancing further poses a risk of stranding," Zhang Sun observed and remarked. "Let us anchor the ship," Zhang Hao suggested after some contemplation. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Sun promptly picked up the phone, "Anchor and halt the vessel." "Understood." As Zhang Sun set down the phone, the massive anchor plunged into the water, bringing the grand ship to a standstill. "Should we attempt to take cargo here, it would likely plunge into the sea. We must first proceed to the island. Yet, I have always prioritized safety, and who knows what dangers might lurk on this desolate island in ancient times." Yan Ling seemed to sense Zhang Hao's apprehension and stepped forward, saying, "Brother, allow me to lead a group to scout the way ahead, shall we?" "That sounds reasonable, but there is no need to venture far. A reconnaissance near the shoreline will suffice," Zhang Hao replied, his eyes brightening. "Lower the anchor and deploy the small boat." Zhang Sun immediately issued the order upon seeing his response. "Brother, let me go instead," Cheng Taidan protested upon seeing Zhang Hao allow Yan Ling to disembark. "Very well. You two shall explore separately, one to the south and the other to the north," Zhang Hao commanded, casting a glance at Cheng Taidan. "Agreed." As the ship's door opened, Taidan and Yan Ling boarded the small boat and gradually made their way towards the shore. Zhang Hao, armed with binoculars, kept a vigilant watch on the movements around the beach and the nearby trees. Upon reaching the shore, Cheng Taidan, wielding a hatchet, leaped onto the sand, then turned to Yan Ling, declaring, "Fierce girl, I will head south. You take the north. If you encounter any danger, remember to shout loudly so I can rush to your aid." Before Yan Ling could respond, Cheng Taidan dashed towards the southern woods with his hatchet in hand. Yan Ling rolled her eyes at Cheng Taidan's retreating figure, secured the small boat, and was about to head north when she suddenly saw Cheng Taidan emerge from the woods, sprinting and shouting, "There are snakes. Many snakes. Goodness, are you, a grown man, afraid of snakes?" Yan Ling couldn't help but scoff internally, making her way towards Cheng Taidan's direction. "You big and burly. Are you really that exaggerated over a few snakes?" While she criticized him, she continued onward. "You fierce girl, if you're not afraid, then you go first," Cheng Taidan retorted. Despite his fear, Cheng Taidan mustered his courage and closely followed Yan Ling, hatchet in hand. Their actions on the shore caught Zhang Hao's attention, but peering through his binoculars at the woods ahead, he detected no unusual activity, leading him to murmur to himself, "I see no danger here." What has frightened Cheng Taidan so? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly opened his phone to order the latest DJI drone. As the package landed, he perused the manual, set up the drone on the deck, and pressed the start button. With the 4 propellers whirring, the drone swiftly ascended, controlled by Zhang Hao as it flew towards the 2 individuals. To avoid disturbing them, Zhang Hao kept it at a height, hovering above to observe their situation. As the camera zoomed in, Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp, beads of sweat forming on his palms. At this moment, Yan Ling entered the forest, and upon witnessing the scene before her, She instinctively tightened her grip on the twin butterfly daggers. Although the serpents were well camouflaged and difficult to discern at first glance, their sheer numbers rendered the observation increasingly unsettling. The two became acutely aware of their surroundings, realizing that a careless encounter with these creatures could lead to considerable discomfort. "Let us head back," Yin Ling exclaimed, promptly turning around to retreat alongside Cheng Taidan to their small boat. "You cowardly girl, are you not afraid as well? Why do you criticize me?" Cheng Taidan retorted. "How was I to know there would be so many? It is prudent not to linger here. We should return to the larger ship and devise our plans from there," Yin Ling replied, casting him a disapproving glance. Cheng Taidan nodded in agreement, stowing away his axe before pushing the small boat into the sea. The two then paddled towards the larger vessel. "Brother, there are numerous venomous snakes in this forest. It is unwise to stay here," they said in unison upon reaching Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had already assessed the situation within the woods and nodded, signaling for them to return to the ship's cabin to rest while he maneuvered the drone to scout the island. The island predominantly comprised mountainous terrain and dense foliage, with only a small patch of flat land in the center, devoid of any signs of human habitation. It appeared to be a deserted isle. If it could be developed into a private overseas retreat, it would surely surpass the pleasures of Luqing Mountain. However, considering the multitude of venomous snakes, Zhang Hao reluctantly set aside this notion. He certainly did not wish to find a snake slithering on his bed during an intimate moment with his wife at night. It was better to remain on the ship. Although it was less than ideal, it was far preferable to being bitten by a snake on the island. As dusk gradually descended, Zhang Hao provided a few instructions to Zhang Sun before descending to his room, where he reclined on his bed and began browsing on his phone. Xiong Huang Snake Repellent Powder, powerful outdoor snake deterrent, he mused, noting the product with interest and adding it to his shopping cart, envisioning the alluring beach. The following morning, Zhang Hao instructed Zhang Sun to keep watch over the large ship, while he took Cheng Taidan and the dinosaur commando team aboard the small boat, heading towards the shore. Upon reaching the beach, Zhang Hao waved his hand, and a multitude of snake repellent powder cascaded onto the ground before him. This substance effectively deterred snakes and insects. They would disperse around the periphery of the forest, evenly distributing the powder to prevent any attacks. As he spoke, Zhang Hao picked up a bucket and the group nodded in agreement, each taking a bucket and heading into the woods. With the application of the repellent powder, the nearby venomous snakes seemed to be struck with terror, hastily retreating deeper into the forest. Yin Ling, observing the frantic escape of the myriad serpents, could not help but admire Zhang Hao even more. What kind of deity is my brother? How is it that every issue he encounters is so effortlessly resolved? Zhang Hao had purchased a sunshade-equipped lounge chair from the online store, placing it by the seaside. Reclining upon it, he took out his phone and sent his precise location to Mikhail. "Just use this location, fill in the delivery information, and affix it to the package. When the goods arrive nearby, I shall be sure to receive them." Mikoyan, upon receiving the information, promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the shipping label and affix it to the cargo. By the way, do remember to send the instructional video as well. Ensure that there are no living beings among the goods, otherwise, the consequences could be quite dire. Although Zhang Hao was confident that Big Gold Tooth would relay this message to Mikoyan, he still felt compelled to remind him. Mikoyan, however, had long been prepared for such matters. All videos demonstrating the use and maintenance of the firearms had been meticulously recorded by seasoned veterans, complete with extensive demonstrations showcasing the weapon's capabilities. Yet, the question of whether to include a living person among the cargo seemed to have been left to the discretion of the Lawrence family. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we have everything ready. Additionally, we have prepared a batch of training ammunition specifically for your soldiers to practice with." Upon reading this information, Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. It appeared that the Lawrence family was indeed quite reliable in their dealings. "Mr. Zhang, the shipping label is being affixed to the cargo. You will need to transfer the payment to our designated account." After sending this message, Mikoyan recorded a video of himself applying the shipping label. However, to his astonishment, after the label was affixed, the container filled with weapons inexplicably vanished from the ship. Apart from Mikoyan, who was filming with his phone, everyone else on site stood frozen in disbelief. "What the hell? Where's my cargo?" he exclaimed, staring at the empty hold. The burly man beside him, wearing sunglasses, exchanged bewildered glances with his companions, shaking his head innocently in response to Mikoyan's furious outburst. Who could have known? Such a large container just disappears. As everyone remained in stunned silence, Mikoyan's phone buzzed. It was a video call from Zhang Hao. Without hesitation, Mikoyan pressed the answer button. Chapter 83. Setting sail for home as the call connected, Zhang Hao, clad in an ornate robe and wielding a desert eagle, appeared on McCoyan's phone screen. Mr. McCoyan, your goods are commendable, and I am quite pleased. However, I can only remit half the payment for now. Before McCoyan could respond, Zhang Hao shifted the camera to focus on the ground, where a soldier clad in camouflage was being lifted from the container. He shouted, "Did I not instruct you that there should be no living beings among the goods? Living creatures will perish here. Explain to me how this soldier's body came to be." McCoyan, swallowing hard, quickly replied, "Mr. Zhang, we had just affixed the shipping label. This soldier had not yet emerged when the cargo vanished unexpectedly. This is purely an accident, and we have yet to comprehend the situation ourselves. Do you all hide inside the boxes while applying shipping labels? Only you know what is truly on your mind. I am now seriously questioning the quality of your shipment. I will remit half the payment for now. The remainder will be deducted from the antiques in the shipment." With that, Zhang Hao ended the call. Although he had only paid half of the total cost, it was still several million. Watching his account balance dwindle alarmingly, Zhang Hao felt an indescribable sorrow. After all, that was hard-earned money he had toiled for. Nevertheless, the goods had finally arrived. Zhang Hao wiped the Desert Eagle in his hand and gazed at the enormous shipping container before him, casting a glance at the RORO ship anchored in the distance. Feeling troubled, how on earth was he supposed to transport such a large container onto the ship? If he employed a crane, the distance to the vessel was nearly 1,000 meters, and cranes were not inexpensive either. Forget it, I'll move them one by one. Although this metal container is quite appealing, it's best to leave it here for now. Perhaps it could serve as a makeshift shelter in the future. Lost in thought, Zhang Hao purchased several plastic boats on Pindoudou and instructed everyone, form teams of 2 and use these small boats to transport the goods to the larger ship. Be mindful of keeping them dry. Following Zhang Hao's orders, Yanling organized everyone into 5 teams, bustling with activity. She approached Cheng Taidan, saying, aside from the eldest brother, "It's just us left. What do you think?" Cheng Taidan, without a word, inserted his axe into his waistband, strode directly into the container, and lifted 2 large boxes. Making his way to the shore, Yanling shook her head and remarked, "You're acting like a child. It was just a cut on your thigh. Why can't you let it go after all this time?" At her words, Cheng Taidan tossed a box onto the ship and approached her, shouting, "Who are you calling a child, you tigress? Why don't you extend your thigh so I can give you a taste of my axe? We'll be even. If you have the guts, come over. With your skills, I wouldn't mind giving you a few more cuts," Yanling retorted, her temper flaring as she drew her dual butterfly knives to confront him. She had spoken to him kindly, only to discover that he was so easily provoked. "Enough. Put away your weapons," Zhang Hao shouted as he rushed forward, witnessing their escalating confrontation. Seeing him approach, both individuals instantly retracted their necks and hastily sheathed their weapons. Turning back toward the container, "There is so much cargo to move. You should control your tempers at your age," Zhang Hao admonished as he approached them slowly. "Eldest brother, it's not that the younger sister is angry. That brute is simply too unreasonable." As she spoke, Yanling felt a surge of emotion, tears escaping her eyes. What the hell? Even a tough girl can cry. This was the first time Zhang Hao had seen Yanling shed tears. In the past, when she was displeased with someone, she would eliminate them without hesitation. Yet, now, this brute had repeatedly irritated her, and out of consideration for Zhang Hao, she had endured far too much. Yanling herself was perplexed. After all these years navigating the world, what had she ever feared? Even in the face of death, she had never flinched. Why did she suddenly feel so vulnerable around Zhang Hao? Is it not the eldest brother who says so? Your temper is rather small. Why do you always clash with Yanling? Cheng Taidan, feeling awkward upon seeing Yanling in tears, scratched his head and stammered, "Eldest brother, I don't even know why. I just can't stand him. But why is she crying now?" Cheng Taidan was the type who responded better to gentleness than harshness, and seeing Yanling like this made him feel surprisingly guilty. "Apologies for my earlier behavior. It was unbecoming of me." Cheng Taidan, scratching his head, lowered his gaze in contrition. Yanling, sensing her own excessive emotional display, hastily wiped away her tears and stepped forward, saying, "We are all working for the elder brother. We should unite as one. If you harbor any grievances, I can let you take a slice." With that, Yanling lifted her skirt and placed her leg atop a wooden crate, retrieving a butterfly knife and offering it to him. "Here, go ahead." "Goodness, what a brave soul." Cheng Taidan, staring at the glinting knife in her hand, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I was merely jesting. I would never actually..." Nonsense. Before Cheng Taidan could finish his sentence, Zhang Hao stepped forward and snatched the butterfly knife from Yin Ling's hand, admonishing them sharply. Get back to work. Without waiting for their reactions, Zhang Hao continued. And the pair finally came to their senses, nodding and swiftly resuming their tasks. With everyone contributing, the work progressed rapidly. And soon all the movable cargo was loaded onto the large ship. Zhang Hao, lounging in a chair by the sea while scrolling through his phone, suddenly heard Yin Ling beside him say, Elder brother, all the boxes are on the ship, but there are still 3 hefty items that the group cannot lift. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao rose and approached the container door, finding that the 3 remaining items were indeed immovable, 2 Italian howitzers and a tank. These 3 were not only the most expensive but also the most formidable pieces. A solution was imperative to transport them. Everyone has worked hard. So let's take a moment to rest, Zhang Hao suggested, pulling out his phone to control the drone, which ascended once more to survey the coastline meticulously. We need to find a large vessel that can dock nearby. When the drone reached a northern bay, Zhang Hao sensed a promising opportunity. He quickly retrieved the drone and announced to the group, Yin Ling, accompany me to the ship. The rest of you remain on standby. With that, he led Yin Ling onto a small boat, heading towards the larger vessel. Master. Upon Zhang Hao's arrival, Zhang Sun promptly cupped his hands in respect. Zhang Hao nodded, signaling Zhang Sun to set sail. Zhang Sun hastily picked up the phone and commanded, weigh anchor, set sail. Once the large ship was underway, Zhang Sun followed Zhang Hao's directions, navigating into the bay. Steady now, be cautious, and watch for hidden reefs. Zhang Sun focused intently on the rear, gradually maneuvering the boat backward. With a firm command of stop the ship, the vessel came to a secure halt at the shore, prompting everyone to exhale in relief. This is far more challenging than reversing into a parking space. Zhang Hao exclaimed, I still need to return to operate the tank. There's no one available. As the hatch opened, Zhang Hao realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in frustration, I must quickly cultivate talent. While advising Zhang Sun to stabilize the ship, he and Yin Ling boarded the small boat once more and glided to the sandy beach. Upon disembarking, Zhang Hao headed straight for the container, opening the tank's hatch and climbing inside. Not even he, nor anyone else, had ever operated such an advanced machine. Fortunately, there were detailed instructional videos. Zhang Hao settled into the tank's cockpit, diligently absorbing the information. Fortunately, I possessed some foundational driving skills, making the operation of the tank relatively manageable. Following the instructions provided in the video, Zhang Hao ignited the engine. Outside, the team members were utterly exhausted, sprawled upon the sandy beach to rest. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the container, prompting everyone to spring to their feet and gaze towards it. As a plume of black smoke billowed forth, a colossal iron behemoth emerged, startling the onlookers into retreat. Goodness, this iron creature moves on its own, exclaimed Cheng Taidan. In contrast to the others, Yin Ling remained remarkably composed, for she understood that with Zhang Hao, no matter how extraordinary the occurrence, it was merely par for the course. Once Zhang Hao maneuvered the tank out, he opened the hatch and poked his head out, exclaiming, What are you all staring at? Quickly secure those 2 iron contraptions to the tank. We are heading home. Only then did the group snap into action, hastily advancing to collectively pull out the 2 Italian cannons. Fortunately, the cannons were fitted with wheels, making it manageable to drag them out, even if they could not be lifted. After securing the cannons to the tank with bolts that Zhang Hao had specifically purchased, he instructed, Yin Ling, Taidan, you 2 climb inside. Everyone else, take a seat on the cannons and hold on tight. As Taidan and Yin Ling nestled into the tank, Zhang Hao revved the engine. The 60 model proved its prowess, effortlessly hauling the 2 cannons across this desolate terrain. With a press on the accelerator, Zhang Hao experienced a powerful surge propelling him back into his seat. What a thrill! He bellowed, pushing the tank forward toward the ship. Before long, they reached the shore, where Zhang Sun had already opened the ship's door, eagerly awaiting Zhang Hao's return. Observing this, Zhang Hao pressed the gas pedal, driving the tank directly onto the vessel. After parking it securely, he exited the tank and dashed to the control room, calling out to Zhang Sun, set sail for home. Chapter 84, Ancient Tanya, Daxia 007. During the return journey, Zhang Hao gathered with the others in the ship's cabin to watch instructional videos on weaponry. Brother, is this thing truly as formidable as they claim? I find it hard to believe, Cheng Taidan remarked while watching. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing that these individuals would become his indispensable core team in the future. It was essential for them to witness the power of firearms, as his ultimate goal was to transform the dinosaur assault team into a modern special operations unit. Sister, may I borrow your butterfly knife? Zhang Hao initially intended to test Cheng Tietan's axe, but upon observing the thickness of the axe embedded in Tietan's back, he hesitated, instead addressing Yinling. Without hesitation, Yinling drew her butterfly knives and handed one to him. Taking one knife, Zhang Hao turned to Cheng Tietan and inquired, "How effective is Yinling's butterfly knife?" Tietan tightened his pants, immediately covering his inner thigh as he stammered, Brother, this fierce lady's butterfly knife is indeed powerful. But that is also due to her agility. It was her skill that caught me off guard." Zhang Hao smiled lightly, walked to the end of the cabin, and inserted the butterfly knife into a chair before returning to ask, "At this distance, could Yinling actually injure you with her butterfly knife?" Cheng Tietan gazed at the butterfly knife in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared with pride, "He can't reach it from so far away unless he throws the knife over. But alas, I can easily block it with my axe. It cannot harm me." Zhang Hao nodded, drawing forth a Desert Eagle, loading the bullet, aligning the sights, and announcing, "Everyone, watch closely." No sooner had he uttered these words than a resounding bang echoed, and the butterfly knife on the chair was propelled away, striking the adjacent hatch with a crisp clink before landing heavily on the ground. Although they had seen the video, the spectators were still astonished by the scene before them. The experience of reality was entirely different from the footage. Once Yinling regained her composure, she hurried forward to retrieve her beloved butterfly knife, inspecting it with growing frustration as she stomped her foot, lamenting, "Brother." The others rushed over, and upon seeing the butterfly knife in Yinling's hand, their expressions turned to disbelief. "Let me see." Zhang Hao, unable to keep pace with them, called out from the back. Hearing this, the crowd parted, granting him passage. Zhang Hao observed the butterfly knife in Yinling's possession and nodded with delight. This gleaming metal butterfly knife had been a gift from Yinling's father. Yet now it bore a circular hole, completely pierced by the bullet Zhang Hao had fired. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the hatch behind the chair. Thankfully, the metallic hatch was sufficiently thick, with the bullet embedded securely within it. "Brother, this thing is incredible. I am truly impressed. Not only does it possess immense power, but it also travels at lightning speed, rendering it invisible upon release," Cheng Tietan exclaimed with enthusiasm. As a martial artist, weapons were as vital to him as his own life. The destruction of the butterfly knife by Zhang Hao filled him with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to respond. "Brother, you owe me a butterfly knife." Yinling gazed at Zhang Hao with a look of deep disappointment, her voice tinged with anger. Anticipating her reaction, Zhang Hao produced two short knives from his pocket